Reset one last time.
Era. Destin restored.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Had Powers of Glitchtale and Went Back in Multiverse Time Movie 1. Before we start, please go support Liton 493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. I've lived through 30 timelines because of a curse and I'm fed up. All I want is to rest. I managed to destroy that curse and I'm ready to rest in peace, but I can't. Someone asked me for help to fix humanity's mistakes. I don't want to. I just want to rest in peace, but I will. I've already waited 300,000 years to rest. Waiting a few more years is nothing. I am Naruto Noire Dreemurr and this is going to be the last reset. Prologue. After a grueling battle against ex-Geister, Naruto Noire Dreemurr managed to defeat him, but at a twofold cost. First, he lost his mortality due to the numerous resets and powers he had acquired, and second, he lost his life. Now Naruto finds himself in a dark place, in nothingness, in limbo. Naruto. Finally I can rest in peace. I'm afraid not yet, young Naruto. Upon hearing that, Naruto turns around to find two women and one man. Naruto. On guard, who are you? Calm down, little Naruto, let me introduce myself, I'm Kami. I am a Shinigami. And I am a Madarasu. Naruto was surprised to see three deities in front of him, but he was confused when he remembered something. Naruto. What do you mean by saying I won't rest in peace yet? Amaterasu. You see, young Naruto, it's not your time to go to the afterlife yet. Unfortunately, you must perform another reset. That left Naruto speechless. Naruto. Incredulous, what? What do you mean I have to do another reset? Kami. As you heard, little Naruto, it's not yet time for you to go to the afterlife. Naruto. No. Angry, is this some kind of bucking joke? Are you telling me I can't rest in peace just to do another reset? Crying with helplessness, was all my effort and suffering not worth a damn? Naruto starts hitting the ground, trying to vent his frustration. Shinigami. We understand that you want to rest in peace, but it's not time yet, you have to do one last reset. Upon hearing that, Naruto looks up to see the three deities. Naruto. What? Amaterasu. As you heard, young Naruto, we know you couldn't live well with the constant reminder that you have a curse, so we decided to return you using a reset. You will reset to live a new, more peaceful life, as well as train your new power. Naruto. New power. Kami. You see, little Naruto, by constantly fighting in all your resets and acquiring new abilities and more power, you reach the level of a celestial, a being that is much more powerful than a primordial. Naruto was surprised. Naruto. Does that mean I'm immortal? Amaterasu. That's right, young Naruto. Naruto remained silent, processing everything. Naruto. Sigh, I understand, if there's no other way. Shinigami. By the way, Naruto, she heard the whole conversation, and that's because we're in your subconscious from the past, but speaking from limbo. Naruto didn't know who she was talking about until it clicked in his mind. Naruto. No way. Kami. That's right, little Naruto, there was no other way. Naruto let out an angry growl when a button appeared in front of him. Upon seeing the button, Naruto inhaled and exhaled. Naruto. Okay, here we go one last time. With that, Naruto presses the button and the reset. A small hut could be seen on a hill. But we'll focus on what's inside. Inside, we could see a somewhat malnourished 6-year-old boy in tattered clothes, covered in superficial wounds and bleeding. This boy was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, but he preferred to be called Naruto Noire Dreemurr. The boy awoke, his eyes white, and began to groan in pain. Naruto. In pain, damn, how I hate this part about resets. Naruto decides to sit down, still on his bed, which was a simple nest made of straw. Ahem. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Naruto became serious and entered his subconscious. Naruto's subconscious. Once inside, Naruto finds a drain with a large grate. From the darkness emerges a large, 9-tailed fox. Naruto. Mockingly, well, look who I'm looking at, if it isn't that cheap boar. Serious, what do you want, Kyuubi? Kyuubi. To talk. Naruto. Well, I have nothing to talk to you about. Kyuubi. You see, Naruto. Naruto. Annoyed, you better shut your mouth, you cheap boar, because I don't want to talk to you. Don't think I've forgotten that in all those old resets and past lives you always betrayed me. Kyuubi. I know, and I want to apologize. Naruto. You, apologize? Ha. If that were true, the whole Underverse would be alive, but it's not, everyone is dead, I'm the only one left. Kyuubi remained silent because it was true, he had received the memories of his past lives thanks to the resets and knew that he had lived through Naruto. Kyuubi. I just want to apologize. Naruto. Ugh, I don't want your apology. Your apology won't bring back the Underverse. With that, Naruto withdraws from his mental space, leaving a defeated Kyuubi behind. In reality, Naruto had emerged from his subconscious in anger. Naruto. How dare that cheap boar apologize? Naruto calms down and gets out of bed, feeling sore. Naruto. I seriously hate this part of the reset. With that, Naruto heads to the bathroom. Upon arriving, he takes off his clothes and turns on the tap, letting the water run. Naruto. I'm really grateful for having created that system of pipes and filter to bring water from the river to bathe in. It took time, but it works. With that, Naruto begins to bathe, cleaning his wounds. Naruto. The bad thing about the reset is that it always reduces my power and regeneration, but everything will be alright. With that, he finishes his bath. Naruto dries himself and decides to leave. But before doing so, he glances at his reflection in the mirror and turns to look at himself. Naruto is a little surprised to see the change. He still looks the same, but with slight alterations. Naruto. Wow, I really did change. Naruto decides to ignore that and starts packing his things into a duffel bag. Kyuubi. What are you doing? Naruto. Serious, none of your business, you cheap boar. With that, she finishes packing her backpack, which only needed a few things since there weren't that many. Now with his backpack, Naruto takes it to leave the hut. Naruto. Looking at the sky and the stars, it's 1 AM, the Anbu have their 30-minute break at this time, so I only have that time to say goodbye. Without saying anything else, Naruto leaves his home grounds to head towards the Sarutobi compound. Sarutobi enclosure. Upon arriving at the compound, Naruto entered very quietly and went to a particular room. He knocked gently so as not to attract attention. The door opened, revealing an elderly man in pajamas. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen. Naruto, what are you doing here at this hour? Naruto. Serious, I have something to tell you, For some reason, Hiruzen felt that what his grandson figure was about to tell him was very important. With that, they both entered the room. Hiruzen. Well, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Naruto. Serious, I want you to look me in the eyes. Naruto's eyes changed to a blue Sharingan. Without waiting another minute, Naruto trapped Hiruzen in a Jinjutsu, revealing the truth to him. When the Jinjutsu ended, Hiruzen rubbed his head, overwhelmed by the information. Hiruzen. Wow, this is a lot to process. Naruto. Nods, that's right, Jiji. That's why I'm letting you know I'm leaving the village to train my new power, but don't worry, I'll be back. Hiruzen nodded and went to a chest. Upon opening it, he returned to Naruto with some scrolls, some full and some empty. Hiruzen. Showing the scrolls, I know you probably know many techniques, but if you want to practice them, you didn't have time to train and write them down, you can do it here on these scrolls. Naruto. Taking the scrolls, thanks, Naruto puts the scrolls in his backpack. Naruto. Well, Jiji, see you in a few years. Hiruzen smiles sadly and hugs Naruto. When they separate, Naruto gives Hiruzen some envelopes. Naruto. I suppose you already know what they are, right? Hiruzen nodded to take the envelopes. With that, Naruto left the Sarutobi compound. Naruto walked for a long time until he reached a mansion. He could see and hear the celebration of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze's 7th birthday, the heroes of Konoha. Naruto could see and hear his former friends speaking ill of him and saying they preferred Menma. Naruto. Miles per hour, when they find out that Menma could never use chakra and that he required the help of the other half of Kyuubi. Without saying a word, he started walking towards the exit, ignoring everything. When he arrived, Naruto just turned to look at Konoha. Naruto. It'll be a great few years. Kyuubi. I know you don't want to hear it, but, well, happy birthday. Naruto. TSK, I don't want to hear it, Kyuubi. Without saying anything, Naruto leaves the village, only to return 7 years later. Izushiagakur no Sado. Naruto could be seen walking along a path. Naruto. Very well, if I continue like this I will reach Nami no Kuni, and from there I can take a ship. Naruto continued walking until he reached Nami no Kuni. Upon arriving, he decided to enter by walking through the water. Reaching the shore, he began to walk stealthily. It wasn't time for the country's residents to encounter him yet. He continued walking until he reached a boatyard. Naruto looked around, noticing that no one was there. Without waiting another minute, Naruto took a boat and set sail. Kyuubi. Do you realize you stole a boat? Naruto. Sailing, do you realize I don't give a shit about your opinion? Kyuubi. I was just saying. Naruto. Sailing, you better shut up, I want to concentrate. Kyuubi stopped trying to talk to Naruto, who continued sailing. He then reached a barrier of whirlpools. Without saying a word, Naruto cut himself, letting a little blood fall into the whirlpools, causing them to dissipate. Naruto then passed through as the whirlpools reformed. He walked on and saw a large gate bearing the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto then cuts himself again to knock on the door and channel chakra. Instantly, the door opens, revealing the interior of Uzumaki no Sato. Naruto. Wow, the Uzumakis didn't go down without a fight, that's admirable. Naruto walked until he reached the center. With that, he performed a jutsu. Naruto. Taju. Shadow clones. That said, 10 clones make their appearance. They were not illusions, they were physical clones. Naruto. Alright, I want you to search the surrounding area, clear the rubble and find a place to spend the night. I'll go see the Uzumaki tower. The clones nodded and took off as Naruto began walking towards the Uzumaki tower. Hori Uzumaki. Naruto had arrived at the Uzumaki tower to practice hand seals. Naruto. Kaiten Last de Fuego. With that, wings of fire sprouted from his back, allowing him to take flight to the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, Naruto landed, deactivating the jutsu. Without further ado, Naruto proceeded to enter the office, smashing the window. He began exploring the office before going to the desk and gathering chakra. Naruto. He's still here. The wall opens, revealing a secret room. Without saying a word, Naruto enters the room. Ayubi. I don't think you should come in. Naruto. Somewhat angry, you shut your mouth. Ayubi stops talking, and Naruto just continues on his way until he reaches a large library. Naruto. With a small smile, the great library of Yuzu is still as big as I remember it. With that, Naruto begins to take all the books and start stacking them on top of an open and extended storage roll. 30 minutes later. After emptying the shelves, he sealed the books in the rolls, noticing that he had filled 3. Naruto. Miles per hour, it's still the same amount of rolls I need to store the books. With that, he takes the 3 rolls and leaves the library, which is currently empty. Upon reaching the office, he closes the door. Naruto. Well, it's time to find that book. Naruto goes to a painting to remove it and notices a safe. Upon seeing it, Naruto makes the combinations hoping they will be the same. Naruto. 20, 0, 10, 0, 30, 0, 90. There was a click and Naruto celebrated a little, knowing the password was the same. Upon opening it, he found 3 books. Naruto. That's strange, it's always been 1. Naruto takes the red book, seeing the symbol and name of the Uzumaki clan. Upon opening the book, he noticed the names of those who remained. Kushina Uzumaki. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto Noire Dreemurr Uzumaki. Harem Uzumaki. Nagato Uzumaki. Naruto just stared at the names, noticing that his name appeared with the surname Uzumaki at the end. Naruto. Sai, so you still consider me part of the Uzumaki clan? Well, if that's how life is, Naruto puts the book down on the desk to pick up the other books. Upon seeing them, he's surprised to find they are the books of the Dreemurr clan and the Noire clan. Then he sees a note. Note. Young Naruto, we know you will try to recreate the Noire and Dreemurr clans, so we gave you a little help. Sincerely, Shinigami, Kami, and Amaterasu. Naruto could only manage a small smile. He placed the books next to the one about the Uzumaki clan before stepping out onto the balcony to gaze at the horizon. Naruto. It will be a long time, but I will try to master all this power that I now possess. Training Part 1. Here's a summary of Naruto's training. First year. In his first year, Naruto decided to get back in shape, so he did 500 squats, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and ran 10 laps around the village. He also made colorful notebooks with elemental kanji characters. These were books where he wrote down techniques he remembered. Suiton. Appear. Bauri. Gyuten. Brayton. Close. Mighten. Biteraton. Basuton. Bubuton. Bamiton. He also decided to compete against the Gamma Sennin in the creation of books, so using the Gate of Babylon, he took out of his space-time pocket several books that he wrote in his past lives. He managed to position himself among the top 3, more specifically in second place, only surpassed by Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin. Second year. This year, Naruto decided to begin training in all the taijutsu styles he remembered from his past lives, including karate, boxing, taekwondo, and others. This year, Naruto also trained in Bukijutsu, weapons techniques, which included Jutsu, bow techniques, Kinjutsu, sword techniques, Kikjutsu, bow techniques, Shuriken Jutsu, shuriken techniques, Kamijutsu, scythe techniques, Knifejutsu, knife techniques, Ransejutsu, spear techniques, and Onijutsu, axe techniques. Third year. This year, Naruto trained in Jinjutsu, managing to create and retrieve all of its ranks, although it was easier for him when using his fear trait. Naruto also trained his ninjutsu, specifically elemental ninjutsu, in which he used all the techniques he had stored in his books and the scrolls given to him by Hiruzen, in addition to creating a new book for sub-element techniques. Harem ninjutsu, ninja medical techniques, although he didn't particularly like this branch, he knew it would be very useful, so he trained so much, and thanks to his memories of past lives, he managed to obtain the Byakume no In. Juken ninjutsu, space-time techniques, where he was able to master and evolve the Hiraishin, now having 3 types of Hiraishin. Normal Hiraishin, which is used with a 3-pointed kunai. Aerial Hiraishin, which is used with special sei. And the terrestrial Hiraishin, which is used with knives. Training Part 2. 4th year. This year, Naruto trained his Genjutsu, proving himself a prodigy and greatly impressing Kyuubi, who felt guilty for trying to hinder his progress and not unlock his potential in his past lives. She was also upset that Naruto didn't want her help with Genjutsu. Naruto also managed to create Genjutsu to counter Juinjutsu, cursed seal techniques. He knew Orochimaru would use his techniques, so he prepared. Among the types of Genjutsu that Naruto practiced were Kekai Ninjutsu, ninja barrier techniques, a very durable type of Genjutsu, and Jibakijutsu, kanji techniques, a more advanced type of Genjutsu. This year Naruto also decided to train in Senjutsu, managing to recover his old Senjutsu techniques. Kurai Senjutsu, dark sage techniques, where Naruto enters sage mode using the negative energy of nature, which allows him to make more destructive attacks. Tenma Senjutsu, light sage techniques, where Naruto enters sage mode using the positive energy of nature, which allows him to improve healing. And Onmam Senjutsu, yin-yang sage techniques. Where Naruto combines Kurai Senjutsu and Tenma Senjutsu, obtaining immense power. 5th year. This year Naruto trained the powers he obtained in his past lives, with the absolute solver being the one he uses the most and has the best control over. Naruto also trained with his soul magic, mastering all its traits, the strongest being fear, hate, and determination. Although Naruto was surprised to see his soul magic change from blue to gray, this indicated to him that his power was superior to that of others. 6th year. This year, Naruto decided to perfect everything he had trained in over the previous 5 years. He also trained in 2 arts known only to him. Dobujutsu, dual weapon techniques, where he practiced using 2 weapons he possessed or summoned, thanks to his unique traits, whether they were the same weapons or different ones. And Kijutsu, fire weapon techniques, where he used the weapons he possessed, usually the brave gun. 7th year. This year he trained his divine power and the state he lacked, attempting to combine his abilities with his divine power, achieving unimaginable strength. His body was still weak from the old war against X-Geister, and because he possessed a mortal body, but that didn't mean he was weak. He was stronger than a cage, but he chose to seal and conceal his true power. He trusted no one, only himself and a few people whom, thanks to the memories of this timeline, he knew to be trustworthy, but it wasn't the right time yet. He not only decided to train his divine power, but also to test it against his body, and that was only possible if he faced enemies. So he became a mercenary, taking the name Seinen. Present. At this moment, a 13-year-old Naruto was seen packing his things. Naruto had decided to change his clothes and appearance. Naruto. Alright, that's all, it's time to go back to Konoha. He grabbed his backpack and a hood and started walking. He didn't have to worry about hearing Kyuubi all the time since he had modified the seal, and he wouldn't have to hear the 9-tailed fox's voice constantly. Naruto looked at his tie and smiled. Naruto. I really missed you a lot, Akumu. Then the tie separates to reveal a pink and black sphere. It was Akumu. Naruto remembers how during his training a mass had emerged from his chest revealing Akumu with his new appearance. At that moment Naruto knew that not only he but also Akumu had increased in power and evolved. Naruto. Bueno Akumu, Vemosa Konoha. Akumu simply reverts to its Tai form and attaches itself to Naruto's chest. With that, the Noir leaves Uzushiogakure no Sato and begins its journey toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Years pass in Konoha. Here I will tell you what happened in Konoha after Naruto left. In the first year after Naruto left, Hiruzen was the only person Naruto trusted in this timeline. Tuchi. A.M. Why Anko Mitarashi? When the 3 of them learned the truth and why Naruto wouldn't appear, they were saddened but agreed. Their little god needed to train, so they made a pact not to say anything. Years passed 3, to be precise, and no one seemed to notice Naruto's absence until the incident occurred. Menma, in a moment of carelessness, ended up with a rocket exploding very close to his eyes. Seeing this, Kushina and Minato tried to ask Naruto for help so that Menma could regain his sight, but Naruto wasn't there. Both adults tried to find Noir, only to learn that he hadn't been seen for 3 years, but they also discovered that Menma couldn't use chakra and only used it thanks to the other half of Kyuubi that resided inside him, so seeing that their son was almost blind and unable to use chakra, they left him to his fate while they removed the Kyuubi from him to give it to Mito. That day, Menma began to be seen as the black sheep of the village. He was no longer Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Now he was simply Menma, the outcast of Konoha. Mito, possessing the 9 tails and being recognized even more as a goddess, grew increasingly arrogant while Menma was mistreated. It was then that Menma realized the constant suffering Naruto endured. Menma had nothing left. Chakra, eyesight, friends, nothing. Even his girlfriend, Hinata, left him, deeming him useless. Menma fell into a deep depression because of this. Meanwhile, Minato sent all his ninja to find Naruto as he wanted to train him because of the prophecy Jiraiya had told him. The next 4 years continued in this way, with their search for Naruto going on without success. Tired of everything that was done to him, Menma decided to start training. He finally understood. His arrogance, his lust for power, his stupidity had led him to where he was now. But if it hadn't been for those things, he would have remained a fool. So he decided to train to try and prove to everyone that he could be a ninja using only taijutsu. He decided to persevere. And so it went on. Minato and Kushina trying to find Naruto, Mito basking in her fame, and Menma training, trying to demonstrate his transformation and that he could become someone strong. Naruto Information Part 1. Here is some information about Naruto. Number: Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Age: 13 years. Gender: male. Race: half human, half god, half monster. Alma. Traits: determination, patience, courage, integrity, perseverance, justice, kindness, hatred, fear, protection, heroism, willpower, creativity, purity. Energies: divine, chakra, soul magic. Affiliations: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Anko Mitarashi, Tuchi, AM, Akumu, an extension of him. Level: XXXXXXXXX. HP: XXXXXXXXX. ATK: XXXXXXXXX. F: XXXXXXXXX. Hekkei Jinkai. Adaptation. Hanahagakure no Sado. In Konoha, also known as the Leaf Village, a meeting was being held at the Hokage Tower. Hori Hokage. In the Hokage's office were Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Jiraiya the Seiga Sennin. Why here's in Sarutobi? Minato. Have you found him, sensei? Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Minato, but I haven't had any leads on him. Kushina. Worried it's been 4 years since we learned he wasn't here. Where could he be? Hiruzen. With a chibi face, what hypocrites. Konoha entrance. At the entrance to Konoha, an encapsulated figure could be seen walking. Ironically, Konoha hasn't changed, that was to be expected. But he began walking until he reached the entrance, only to find the guards asleep. Without saying a word, the hooded figure continued walking. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he attracted a lot of attention. Annoyed, this is really getting on my nerves. With he continues walking until he reaches the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving, he enters and encounters the receptionist. Receptionist. Yes. What do you want, young man? I've come to speak with the Hokage. The receptionist nodded and headed towards the Hokage's office, the hooded figure following her. The receptionist entered the office when the hooded figure jumped. Startled, what is this energy? It's strong, very strong. It can rival my current power without the seals. I have to be careful. At that moment, the receptionist came out and told him he could come in. The hooded man nodded and entered the office as the receptionist left. Everyone looked at the hooded man, but only one person recognized him. Minato. Yes. What do you want, young man? Removing his hood, I came to join the shinobi ranks at someone's request. With the hooded figure revealed his identity as Naruto. Upon seeing him, there were various reactions. Minato and Kushina wept with joy at seeing their son, Jiraiya felt relieved to see his godson, and Hiruzen smiled at the sight of his grandson. The first 3 were surprised by his transformation but dismissed it. Kushina. Trying to hug Naruto, hello son. But Naruto dodges it. Kushina was shocked to see that. Naruto. Serious, I only came to join the shinobi ranks, nothing more. Jiraiya. Serious, hey kid, let your mother give you a hug. You have no idea how worried she is about you. Naruto. Worried about me? When has she ever been worried about me? All I remember about her is that she used to hit me for no reason and then leave me to my own devices. That made Kushina sad and annoyed Minato. Minato. Annoyed, listen, kid, apologize to your mother now. Naruto. Serious, I don't have a mother, I never did. That left everyone speechless while Kushina was about to burst into tears. Naruto. Very well, if you're not going to give me permission to join your ranks, then I'm leaving. Naruto started walking to the door to grab the doorknob. Minato. Wait. Naruto simply turned to look at Minato with his albino eyes. Minato simply handed him the papers. Minato. Room 301. Naruto takes the papers. Naruto. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With that, he left, leaving the office in silence. Hiruzen let out a small laugh, drawing everyone's attention. Kushina. What's so funny, old man? Hiruzen. Ah, nothing, it's nothing. I'd better go and watch the exams, but something tells me they'll be entertaining. Without saying anything else, Hiruzen leaves the office, seen by everyone. Academia Ninja. Naruto was seen entering the building. Once inside, Naruto began walking to room 301. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and was heard by a man. It was Iruka Yamino. Iruka. Yes. What do you want, young man? Naruto. Handing him the paper. I've come to join the ranks. Iruka nods, takes the paper, and enters the room where all the children were chatting. Iruka. Headstrong jutsu silence everyone. From outside, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the sight, but he was still nervous. He continued to feel that powerful energy. Suddenly, Naruto was pulled from his thoughts and entered the room. Upon seeing him, everyone's eyes turned to him. Iruka. Please introduce yourself. Naruto. Nods. My name is Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Upon hearing the name, everyone was surprised, as it was the name of the Hokage's lost son. Just then, someone stood up. Myth. Smiling arrogantly, but look who we have here, it's none other than my useless brother. But Naruto doesn't even flinch, making Mito angry. Myth. Annoyed. Hey, you useless idiot, I'm talking to you. But once again Naruto doesn't even flinch. Iruka. Silence. Go sit down please. Naruto nodded and started walking, causing someone to step in front of him. That someone was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke. Arrogantly. I see we have a useless one, I'll help you with something, get out of here before you are humiliated by me, an elite Uchiha. This makes his fangirls sigh like lovesick teenagers. But Naruto says nothing and walks right past him. This makes the Uchiha angry, and he lunges at the Noir, who just dodges, allowing the Uchiha to walk right past him, then grabs his arm and throws him to the ground. Naruto. Serious, you say you're an elite Uchiha? Ugh, stupid. Naruto simply walked past them and went to sit in the last seat. Everyone stared at him since he had defeated the last Uchiha with great ease. Naruto. Alright, let's finish this up so we can start investigating what that energy I felt was. Genin Exam Part 1. The entire room was silent as they watched Noir, who was just staring out the window. Naruto. This is starting to annoy me. Let's finish this exam. I need to research that energy. At that moment, Iruka and a Genin named Mizuki arrive. Naruto glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He could sense the hatred in that Genin's soul, and that hatred was directed at him. Naruto remained silent as he observed everyone, noticing that they were all the same as in the same timelines, but he felt that something was different. Kyuubi. He's my other half. Naruto. Somewhat angry. What the hell are you talking about? Kyuubi. I know you don't want to hear it, but I have to tell you that my other half is no longer in Menma, now it's in Mito. Naruto, for the first time in this timeline, decides to listen to Kyuubi and investigates Mito from afar. Naruto. MMH, first time you haven't lied, you cheap bore. Kyuubi, from behind the seal, let out a deep sigh. Ever since they arrived in Yuzashigakure, she had tried everything to at least gain a little of Naruto's trust, but nothing worked. He refused to trust her, which saddened her, and she would constantly tell him how stupid he was. Outside, Naruto watched as Mizuki administered a test, noticing that he was under a Jinjutsu. Naruto. Jokingly, Jinjutsu, even in this timeline you're trying to sabotage me, you idiot. Naruto dispels the Jinjutsu to begin the exam. Naruto. Expressionless, I seriously still can't believe this stupid exam is just as easy as in previous timelines. Only about 3 more minutes passed and Naruto got up to go to Iruka. Mito. Hahaha, looks like the useless one gave up. Naruto. For your information, I'm already done. Naruto gives his exam to Iruka, who checks it. Iruka. Surprised. That's right, everything is fine, in fact it's an excellent grade. That surprised everyone, while an emo and a tomato watched with hatred. Meanwhile, Menma stared at Naruto. Menma. Wow, I didn't know he was actually very intelligent, and I was like an idiot thinking that studying was absurd, in the end I realized that it wasn't like that. With that, he continues with his exam while Naruto goes out to the courtyard. The Academy courtyard. All the leaders of Konoha's most important clans, along with the Hokage and his wife, the third Hokage, and the 3 elders, were waiting for the future ninja. Suddenly, they all saw a black-haired boy with brown streaks emerge. They recognized him, as the Hokage had told them. It was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the long-lost son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They all watched as Naruto sat down under a tree, closed his eyes, and tried to rest. Time skip. All the other students were leaving to find Naruto asleep. Seeing this, Menma calmly approached him. Menma. Poking Naruto's cheek. Hey, wake up Naruto. Naruto wakes up to see Menma in front of him. Naruto. What do you want? Menma. With a small smile, let's move on to the next phase of the Genin exam. Naruto found Menma's friendly manner very strange. Without another word, Naruto stood up and they both began walking towards the other children. Iruka. Very well, now we're going to do kunai and shuriken throwing. Without saying anything else, everyone starts taking the kunai and shuriken to throw them. Kunai shuriken. Results for women. Ino Yamanaka. 7/7. Hinata Hyuga. 9/9. Sakura Haruno. 6/6. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. 9/9. Civilians. 6/6. Men's results. Tiba Inyazuka. 7/6. Shino Aburam. 8/8. Shikamaru Nara. 6/7 plus a problematic one. Joji Akimichi. 7/7. Menma. 9/9. That surprised Minato and Kushina. Sasuke Uchiha. 9/9. All of Sasuke's fangirls start to adore him while the Uchiha looks at the Noir with an arrogant smile. Sasuke. Overcome that useless. Naruto gets up to grab the kunai and shuriken but sees that they're dull. He doesn't care and throws them at the target. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. 10/10. This caused Sasuke's fangirls to start accusing him of cheating while he glared at Naruto with hatred. Civilians. 6/6. Iruka steps in front of the group. Iruka. Very well, now you will have to do the 3 jutsus of the academy, you can do another jutsu if you want. Everyone performed the 3 jutsus. Transformation, substitution, and cloning, except for one, Menma, who was mocked by everyone while Naruto watched. Naruto. Wait a minute, I know of a guy named Mito Guy who can only use Taijutsu. If he's a ninja, why can't Menma be one? That left everyone speechless and they had no choice but to agree with him. Menma. Looking at Naruto, thank you. Naruto just nodded since he saw there was no point in being mean to him, but he wasn't going to get too comfortable. Iruka. If you like, you can do some extra jutsu. Some step forward to perform those jutsus, among them was Naruto. Ino Yamanaka. Mind transfer jutsu. Hinata Hyuga. Byakugan. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Rasengan. Mito via Naruto. Myth. Arrogantly get over that, you useless thing. Tiba Inyazuka. Gatsuka. Shino Aburam. Insect clone. Shikamaru Nara. Shadow possession jutsu. Joji Akimichi. Body expansion jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha. Kaiten Gran Bola de Fuego. Upon seeing the destruction, Sasuke sees the Dreemurr. Sasuke. With an arrogant smile, ha. Top that, you useless idiot. The Uchiha retreats while his fangirls praise him. Iruka. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Upon hearing the name Minato, Kushina felt their heart sink as they watched the boy approach the front. Naruto remained lost in thought. Mito. Arrogantly, what's wrong, useless? Don't you have any special jutsu? Ha. That's to be expected from a useless person like you. Sasuke. Arrogantly, ha. I agree with the dope. Naruto. Nah, I'm thinking about which jutsu to use. Snaps his fingers, I know. Naruto raises his hand. Naruto. Suit and granola. Then, behind Naruto, a huge amount of water gathered and he moved his hand forward. The water surged, creating a massive wave that destroyed the test dummies. Everyone was stunned, having witnessed a genin perform a jutsu with monstrous chakra control, all without needing hand seals. This was viewed with greed by the Hokage's advisors, while it was watched with envy by an emo, a dog, and a tomato. Iruka. In shock, incredible. In the Hokage box. The Hokage, along with his wife, the Gama Sennin, and the third Hokage, were in shock. Well, the last one wasn't. Jiraiya. Wow, he has monstrous chakra control. Minato Kushina. Yes. But both were very sad because they saw that Naruto was a prodigy and they abandoned him. Hiruzen. With a small smile, wow, Naruto, I see you're very strong. Well, that was to be expected since you are, literally, a god. Genin Exam Part 2. After Naruto's demonstration, everyone was seen standing in front of Iruka. Iruka. Okay, now it's time for fights between the men and the women. Everyone. Yes. Author's note. I will only include the results of the fights, but I will narrate some of them. Women's fights. Round 1. Ino vs Hinata equals Hinata. Sakura vs Civil equals Sakura, penis. Myth vs Civil equals myth. Civil vs Civil equals civil. Women's fights. Round 2. Hinata vs Sakura equals Hinata. Myth vs Civil equals myth. Women's fights. Final round. Hinata vs Mito equals Mito, with difficulty. Iruka. Very well, now let's go for the men. Men's fights. Round 1. Army vs civilian equals army. Shino vs civil equals Shino. Shikamaru vs civil equals Shikamaru. Choji vs civil equals Choji. Sasuke vs civil equals Sasuke. Menma vs civil equals Menma. Naruto versus civilian equals Naruto. Civil versus civil equals civil. Men's fights. Round 2. Kiba versus Shino equals Shino, Kiba trusts me. Shikamaru versus Choji equals Choji, Shikamaru si Rindio. Sasuke versus Menma. They were both facing each other, looking into each other's eyes. Menma was serious, while Sasuke had an arrogant smile. Sasuke. I'll make it easy for you, give up now because someone who can't use chakra like you will never be able to beat me, an elite Uchiha. Sasuke's fangirls began to praise him while Menma remained serious. Naruto watched this with curiosity. Naruto. In previous timelines Menma wasn't calculating, he was someone who didn't care about anything and would rush into battle, even knowing the enemy was stronger than him. I guess he's waiting, sees Menma's soul. Menma's soul is one of perseverance. That explains his attitude. Very well Menma, show me how persevering you are. At that moment, Iruka starts the match. Sasuke confidently lunges towards Menma, who was waiting calmly. Menma. Serious, Sasuke thinks that because he's an Uchiha he can beat anyone, but that's not the case. Being very close, Menma stepped aside, allowing Sasuke to pass by. Menma took advantage of this, moving his foot upwards, causing Sasuke to lose his balance and fall face first to the ground. Seeing this, Menma grabbed the Uchiha by the ankle and began to spin him around. As the spin ended, Menma released Sasuke, sending him flying to the other side of the platform. Sasuke recovered in midair, landing on his feet. Sasuke glared at Menma with anger, convinced that a useless man couldn't possibly beat him. Blinded by rage, Sasuke lunged at Menma, who calmly awaited him. Sasuke leaped to try and strike Menma, but Menma anticipated it. Menma jumped and delivered a spinning kick, hitting Sasuke directly and sending him flying off the platform, knocking him unconscious. Everyone was astonished to see how the outcast of Konoha had defeated the last Uchiha. In the Hokage box. The Hokage, his wife, and Jiraiya were in shock as they watched the useless Menma defeat the last Uchiha. Hiruzen. Well, so he finally got it. That caught the attention of the three of them. Jiraiya. What are you talking about, sensei? Hiruzen. What I mean is that I've known for a while that Menma trained a lot and I see that it paid off. In fact, if Menma decides to train with Mido guy, he will become very strong, I think stronger than Mido. That shocked the three of them as Minato and Kushina watched Menma. On the platform. Iruka decided to continue the fights without Sasuke on the platform. Naruto versus civilian equals Naruto. Men's fights. Round 3. Shino versus Choji equals Shino, left him without chakra. Naruto versus Menma. They were facing each other and Menma knew he couldn't beat Naruto. Something told him so. Naruto, on the other hand, was looking at Menma with a calculating expression. Naruto. In this timeline, Menma has new tricks up his sleeve. I see he trained much better than in the previous resets. I shouldn't get too confident. Then Iruka started to fight, making sure neither of them moved. Menma looked at Naruto seriously, while Naruto looked at Menma with a calculating expression. They both assumed fighting stances. Neither made a move for a minute before launching themselves at each other, their forearms colliding. Imagine that Sasuke is Menma and that he and Naruto are 13 years old. They looked at each other and jumped back. They stared at each other seriously and launched themselves forward again. They began throwing punches, which the other blocked. Menma spun around on the ground, trying to throw Naruto, but Naruto jumped. Taking advantage of this, Menma propelled himself upward using his hands, causing Naruto to cross his arms and block the attack. Naruto. He is stronger in the other timelines. Naruto falls near the edge thanks to Menma's push. As he falls, Naruto jumps again while Menma repeats the action. But the viewers. Everyone was shocked to see how evenly matched Menma and Naruto were, causing the jealousy of a tomato and the anger of an emo. In the fight. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Naruto decides to assume a new pose. Imagine it's Naruto. Already in the Naruto stance, he launches himself at Menma, who tries to block Naruto's attacks since they were more fluid. Menma. Damn, that's tough, it was to be expected from my brother. I'm really sorry for what I did to you, but I assure you I'll try to earn your forgiveness. Maybe we won't be family again, but we can be friends. Menma begins to back away as Naruto's attacks are faster and force him back, but that doesn't stop Naruto. Menma kicks Naruto in the head, but Naruto blocks the attack, spins around, and throws Menma toward the center of the platform. Menma struggles to his feet. Naruto. He's very persistent. Menma. I won't give up. But the viewers. Everyone was astonished to see Menma, the outcast of Konoha, giving Naruto, the Hokage's son, a run for his money. Minato and Kushina were amazed at how strong and skilled their children were. In the fight. Naruto was calm while Menma was breathing heavily as he watched Naruto. Naruto. Serious, you know something, Menma. When I came back, I thought you hadn't trained, but I was wrong. You showed me that you're strong. Smiles a little I admit it, you're strong. Even without chakra, you showed that you can overcome anything. Keep it up. Menma felt a warmth upon hearing that. After discovering he couldn't use chakra, having half of Kyuubi removed, being mistreated, and starting his training, he longed for someone to tell him that. Now, that dream had come true, and he rose with renewed strength. Menma assumed a fighting stance, followed by Naruto. Once in position, they launched themselves forward, resuming their fight. They exchanged punches and kicks, which were blocked. Menma attempted a somersault, trying to land a blow on Naruto's head, but Naruto grabbed his leg and slammed Menma to the ground. This caused Menma to groan in pain, wrapping his legs around Naruto's arm. Naruto. What a great strategy, Menma, not only have you become stronger, but you've also become more strategic. Naruto began swinging his arm up and down, causing Menma to slam into the ground. Even so, Menma didn't give up and persevered. In a moment of carelessness, Menma managed to land a punch on Naruto's face, momentarily distracting him. Menma took advantage of this to break free and kick Naruto away. They stared directly at each other. Naruto. Serious last blow. Menma nodded, gathering all the strength he had left in one hand. He knew he couldn't win, but in the end, he proved he could be strong. With that, they both lunged, striking each other in the face simultaneously. Imagine that instead of Goku and Vegeta, it's Naruto and Menma. They both remained like that for a while until Menma fell backward to the ground. Iruka. Surprised a winner is Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Everyone was still surprised as Naruto shook Menma's hand. Naruto. Good job. Menma smiles slightly, takes Naruto's hand, and helps him to his feet. With that, they both leave the platform, making way for the final round. Men's fights. Final round. Shino vs Naruto equals Naruto, Shino's insects did nothing. After the rounds, Iruka gives the verdict. Iruka. Well, this year's rookies are Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto Noire Dreemurr. They both approach to take a black ninja headband, while Naruto ignores the Uchiha fangirls, yelling that he cheated. Mito puts the headband on her forehead, while Naruto puts it on his arm. Mito. Arrogantly miles per hour, you were lucky, but you won't be as strong as me, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha. Naruto just ignored her, which annoyed her. Before doing anything, Iruka spoke. Iruka. Very well, come tomorrow at 7 AM to receive your equipment, you may leave. With that, everyone returned to their homes. Minato and Kushina wanted to go get Naruto so he could stay at their house, but Naruto had disappeared. Menma, on the other hand, had vanished from the start with his headband and wouldn't reappear until the next day. Saving the Forbidden Royo. It was night and Naruto was outside his hut. He had first gone to Ichiraku to eat some ramen. He might have known how to eat other kinds of food, but he adored the ramen those cooks made, and while he ate, he chatted with Tucci, AM, Hiruzen, and Anko, and even introduced Akumu. After that, he returned to his hut because he wanted to rest. At that moment, Naruto was looking at the stars when he sensed a presence passing near his hut's grounds. Naruto. Alright, it's time. Mizuki is stealing the Forbidden Scroll. I wouldn't do anything if it weren't for the fact that the scroll contains the Edo Tensei technique. Sigh, this is going to be a bit troublesome. Without further ado, Naruto started running towards the exit of his hut's grounds. In the forest. A silhouette could be seen leaping between the trees with something on its back. That someone was Mizuki with the Forbidden Royo. Mizuki was frustrated because the demon had taken the title from Uchiha-sama. Mizuki was about to jump again when someone intercepted him. It was Iruka. Iruka. Mizuki, why are you doing this? Mizuki. For power, Iruka. I won't get the power I desire here, and only with Orochimaru-sama can I find it. Iruka. Gets into a fighting stance, not if I stop him. Mizuki. Evilly let's see what you can do. Mizuki confidently placed the scroll on the ground and lunged towards Iruka. From among the trees, a shadow crept along, its wide eyes gleaming in the darkness, but strangely, it had a tail with an odd stinger. The shadow decides to approach a place near the Forbidden Grove. In the fight. Iruka and Mizuki were seen fighting, but the traitorous ninja had the advantage over Iruka. Mizuki. Mockingly you've become weaker teaching those brats. Iruka takes a large shuriken from his back, now prepare to die. She was about to throw the shuriken when she dodged something. Looking at what she dodged, she saw it was a yellow liquid. Mizuki had to start spinning the shuriken to block more of it. The liquid stopped being thrown, causing Mizuki to stop spinning. Seeing the shuriken, she and Iruka were shocked to find it missing parts and with traces of the yellow liquid. Mizuki threw the shuriken away and looked into the darkness. Mizuki. Get out of there, coward. A silhouette emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing white and its tail illuminating a strange yellow light. Mizuki and Iruka realized the silhouette was near the Forbidden Scroll. Seeing this, Mizuki rushed toward the scroll, but the silhouette sprayed more of the yellow liquid, forcing Mizuki to dodge. The silhouette retracted its tail, closing in and revealing Naruto. Mizuki. With hatred grr, you damn demon. Naruto. With some mockery hello Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki throws his other shuriken at Naruto, who easily catches it with his fingers. This shocks both ninjas. At that moment, Naruto's right eye transforms into that of the Absolute Solver. Naruto levitates the shuriken using the solver symbol to begin spinning it using a new symbol of the Absolute Solver. Naruto throws the shuriken at Mizuki, who luckily dodges it. But both ninjas notice that Naruto had thrown the shuriken with such force that it pierced several trees, splitting them in the process. This left both ninjas stunned, and they looked in awe at Naruto, who seemed unfazed. Mizuki. Fearfully listen, we can make a deal. Naruto. Heh, a deal with a traitor. Not in your wildest dreams. Mizuki drew a kunai and lunged at Naruto. Naruto remained calm, dodging Mizuki's attack and sending him flying past. Naruto grabbed Mizuki's leg and slammed him to the ground. Mizuki began to get up when Naruto raised his hand, causing blue bones to pierce him. Mizuki saw that and felt nothing. Mizuki. Arrogantly ha, is this the best you've got? Mizuki tried to move but felt pain, a very intense pain. Mizuki. Og, what the heck? What is this? Naruto. I shouldn't but I will, these are blue bones, if you move you'll hurt yourself. Mizuki just growled at Naruto. Naruto grabbed some ninja wire to start tying Mizuki up. With the traitorous ninja now tied up, Noir headed towards the Forbidden Kingdom. Naruto. Alright, now let's just wait for the Anbu who are about to arrive. At that moment, the Anbu arrive along with Hiruzen and Minato. Naruto goes to Hiruzen and gives him the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto. Here is the Forbidden Scroll, which was stolen by the traitorous ninja named Mizuki. Hiruzen. Taking the scroll thank you very much, Naruto. Naruto nods and jumps back. Hiruzen. Very well, Anbu, take the traitor and bring him to Ibiki. The Anbu nod to take Mizuki away. Hiruzen and Minato approach Iruka, who is already standing. Minato. What happened, Iruka? But that, Iruka begins to explain what happened. Elsewhere. A portal opens in a forest. A silhouette emerges from that portal. The only thing that could be seen of that silhouette were its eyes, which were red. The teams. It was a new day and all the new shinobi of Konoha were beginning to arrive at the Ninja Academy, but something was happening inside the academy itself. Academia Ninja. All the aspiring ninjas could be seen entering the hall. In the last row sat Naruto, looking out the window. Worry was etched in Naruto's eyes. Naruto. Worried, last night when I got home after what happened with Mizuki, I felt that powerful energy. When they finish giving me the equipment, I'm going to investigate. Then he felt someone watching him. Glancing sideways, he noticed Sasuke glaring at him with hatred for taking the title that rightfully belonged to him. Naruto just sighed inwardly and continued staring out the window. Suddenly, he sensed several presences rushing into the classroom. Knowing who it was, he covered his ears. Everyone looked at him strangely, but then they realized why. Sakura and Ino had arrived, shouting about who had won and who would sit next to Sasuke. That's when everyone understood why Naruto had done what he did, well they had to endure the intense pain caused by the girl's screams. After everything calmed down, Iruka arrived and began to give a speech, which Naruto completely ignored. He had heard that same speech for over 300,000 years straight, and he was fed up. Iruka. Very well, now the teams. Team 1. Civilians. Team 2. Civilians. Team 3. Civilians. Team 4. Civilians. Team 5. Civilians. Team 6. Civilians. Iruka. Team 7 will be something special since it's made up of 5 genin. Kiba. Angry why does that team have to be 5 and the rest have to be 3? Iruka. If you have a problem with that, tell the Hokage. Kiba just remained silent. Iruka. Alright, Team 7 consists of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Menma, and Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Their senseis are Kakashi Haddock and Kushina Uzumaki. Sakura. Did you see that, you pig? Love always wins. Iruka. Angrily silence. Sakura can only manage to remain silent. Iruka. Team 8 consists of Shino Abiram, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga, their sensei is Kurama Yuhi. The men on the team said nothing, but Hinata felt somewhat annoyed. Ever since she left Menma for being useless and since Naruto returned, her gaze had been fixed on Naruto. For her, he was the most worthy of being with her. Naruto. Curious, why do I have this feeling I want to rip Hyuga's head off? Although I wouldn't mind. Iruka. Team 9 in circulation. Team 10 is composed of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, their sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Ino sighed in defeat, Shikamaru just blurted out troublesome, and Choji was just eating. Iruka. Well, I'm leaving, stay here until your respective senseis arrive. With that, Iruka leaves the classroom. 2 hours later. Several hours have passed and only Team 7 remained in the classroom, each doing different things. Menma was in his notebook doing something, Sasuke was thinking about his revenge, Sakura was gazing adoringly at Sasuke, Mito was desperate for the senseis to arrive, and Naruto was asleep. Mito. Annoyed. I'm fed up. How can they leave me waiting, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha? You know what? Smiles maliciously. I'm going to play a trick on you. With that, he gets up and goes to the blackboard to pick up the eraser and head towards the door. Menma. I recommend you don't. Mito. Shut up, you useless idiot. With that, she places the eraser above the door. Mito steps back as the door opens, causing the eraser to fall on the victim. Mito just starts laughing loudly as Naruto wakes up to see the scene. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Upon hearing the scream, Mito stops laughing to see that the victim was Kushina who was dragging Kakashi. Upon seeing the woman, Mito becomes a little nervous but then reverts to her arrogant attitude. Mito. Arrogantly, ugh, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been late. Kushina. Annoyed. I'm your mother. Mito. Arrogantly, and I'm the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha, so accept what I said or get lost. That shocked everyone, but especially Kushina, who just slapped Mito. Kushina. Just come to the rooftop. Kushina and Kakashi retreat in a cloud of smoke, leaving everyone in silence. Naruto. That was to be expected. At that moment, Mito regains consciousness and becomes angry. Nith. Angry. How dare she hit me, her superior. Grrr, I'm going to show that stupid woman who I am. With that, she leaves, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, leaving Naruto and Menma behind. Menma. I knew Mito was arrogant, but that's going too far. Naruto. Raising an eyebrow. Why are you saying that? Menma. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to talk to you for a bit. Naruto. I see we'd better hurry before those three get to the rooftop. Naruto simply grabs Menma by the shoulder and they both disappear in a shuntion of darkness. On the rooftop. Kakashi was reading an orange book while Kushina stared at her hand, still unable to believe what she had done. Suddenly, darkness appeared before them and Naruto and Menma emerged from it. They realized it was a shuntion of the Mighten element. Menma. That was weird. Naruto. You get used to it. With that, they both sat down while the two adults watched the children. 2 minutes later, the door opened, revealing Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura. Upon seeing the two girls, Mito and Sasuke were filled with hatred, seeing how some useless kids had arrived before them. The three of them decided to sit down, with Mito and Sasuke standing away from Menma and Naruto. Kakashi. Alright, now that you're all here, introduce yourselves. Sakura. How do we do that? Kakashi. Just say your names, likes, dislikes, and dreams. Sakura. Could you give us an example? Naruto. I hope this is over soon. I need to investigate that energy. Kakashi. Bored. Well, my name is Kakashi Haddock. I don't want to say what I like, I don't want to say what I dislike, and my dream I haven't thought about it. All the gen in Naruto. With a bead of sweat, he only told us his name. Naruto. Even in this timeline, he's still the same boring guy. Kushina sighed. Kushina. Well, my name is Kushina Uzumaki, my likes are spending time with my family, my dislikes are a certain orange book. Kakashi puts away his book and my dream is for my family to be complete. She had said the last part sadly, looking at Naruto who ignored her. She didn't see Menma because she didn't consider him worthy of being in the Uzumaki clan, only Naruto and Mito, although she was reconsidering with the latter. Kushina. Okay, points at Sakura. You start. Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno, I like looks at Sasuke, I dislike Inapig, and my dream is looks at Sasuke. Kakashi. Kushina. Annoyed, great, a fangirl. Kakashi. Points at Sasuke. Now you, emo. Sasuke. Gloomily. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I like few things, I dislike many things, and my dream is to kill someone. Kushina. Great, a vengeful emo, points at Mito. Now you. Mito. Arrogantly. My name is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, I like ramen, looks at Naruto. I dislike those who don't know their place, arrogantly, and I've already fulfilled my dream, which is to be the shinobi goddess. Kakashi. Great, a spoiled brat. Kushina could only feel embarrassed by Mito's attitude and wondered what she and Minato had done wrong. Kushina. Points at Menma with a disdainful look. Now you. Menma. My name is Menma, I like training, I dislike a certain family, and my dream, well, I've already fulfilled it, and glances at Naruto. It was to be recognized by someone. Kushina didn't care. To her, Menma was just useless and only became a ninja because of Naruto. If he helped them get closer to Naruto, then they would take advantage of it. Kakashi. Points at Naruto. Now you. Naruto. My name is Naruto Noire Dreemurr. That makes Kushina sad, I like training that catches Menma and Kushina's attention, I dislike traitors, and my dream is something personal. Kushina. Okay, now I know how to approach my son. Kakashi. Good, now I'll see you tomorrow at 5 AM. Sakura. What for? Kakashi. To give you a test and see if you're worthy of being ninjas or not. Sakura. But we're already ninjas, we already graduated. Naruto. We only graduated with a theory, the test will be to see if we're capable of being ninjas. Kushina. Smiling what Naruto said. Kakashi. Good, if that's all, I'll see you tomorrow at training ground 7. Oh, and I recommend you don't eat breakfast, or you might throw up. With that, Kakashi and Kushina disappear in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Naruto gets up. Naruto. I'm leaving. With that, he leaps away to disappear from his team's sight. Training camp number 7. Naruto had arrived at the training field to look in a certain direction. Naruto began walking deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, he encountered someone. It was Doll Last Chance. Naruto was shocked to see the worker drone. Naruto. It can't be. Both worker drone and semi-human looked at each other, one analytical and the other surprised. Naruto vs Doll Part 1. Made in collaboration with. In Glitchtale, the AU was devastated, lifeless, devoid of vegetation, devoid of anything. In one part of the old city, Doll Last Chance and Naruto Noire Dreemurr stared into each other's eyes. They had decided to fight to test their strength, and what better opponent than someone with immense power. For Doll, this would be interesting, while for Naruto, it would serve him well in the future, strengthening his body and allowing him to withstand more of his power. Naruto. Ready, Doll. Doll. Nods ready. They locked eyes and lunged at each other. Their forearms collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. They separated and began exchanging punches and kicks, which were blocked by both of them. During the fight, Naruto sensed something, two presences. He backed away, standing a short distance from Doll. Naruto. Smiling, let's make this more fun, Doll. Naruto summons chains made of soul magic in two specific locations. The chains coil as if they were binding someone, only to reveal Chara and Geister bound together. Chara. But what? Doll was also impressed to see Geister and Chara bound with soul magic chains. Naruto. Much better, now we can fight without interruptions. Chara. Watch out, Doll. Doll turned to look at Naruto only to be met with a punch. The fist struck Doll in the face, sending her flying several meters from her previous position. Naruto simply summoned his murder drone wings and flew off to Doll's new location. Elsewhere. A building was visible, but right on the first floor something crashed, leaving a large hole. Doll emerged from the hole, touching her cheek. Doll. In pain, ouch, that hurt, she's very strong. Then he sees a shadow approaching. As the shadow falls, it reveals itself to be Naruto with the wings of a murder drone. Doll. Surprised, how did you get those wings? Naruto. Putting away the wings, let's just say that due to a curse, I reset so many times that in one of my timelines, I was a murder drone. Doll. I see. No wonder he has so much power. Naruto. Very well, let's begin the fight, but first. Naruto makes enhanced seals. Naruto. Release oppression and gravity seals. With that, the seals are released, leaving Naruto with a lighter body. Naruto. Alright, let's begin. Doll nodded, becoming serious and assuming a fighting stance. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXX. ATK. XXXXXXXXX. Triple X. F. XXXXXXXXX. Sa Silos Esse Han Liberato, Ten Cuidado. All the skeleton. Level. HP. ATK. F. She will not give any chances to miserable beings. All watched Naruto, beads of sweat dripping down her face. She wasn't sure if she could handle this new opponent and was nervous, but something told her not to get overconfident. They faced each other, ready to launch themselves into the fight. Naruto threw a punch, which Doll dodged. Doll then launched an attack, but Naruto dodged Doll's fist. Naruto spun around on the ground, trying to knock Doll off her feet, but she jumped. Taking advantage of this, Naruto quickly got up and punched the worker drone in the stomach, causing her to spit out some oil. Doll also decided to use the opportunity to grab Naruto's wrist, spin him around, and hit him on the head. Naruto used the momentum from the blow to roll away from Doll, who fell to the ground. Naruto. That hurt. Then he realized what he thought. The blow hurt. Whenever he was hit by his enemies, he felt nothing. But this Doll made him feel pain. He wasn't a masochist or anything, but being able to feel pain filled him with a great joy. It meant he could still feel pain. Naruto smiled slightly as he stood up to see Doll, who was already on her feet. Doll. What if we raise the level? Naruto smiled, then became serious and summoned a Geister Blaster. Upon seeing this, Doll summons his own Geister Blaster. Both unleashed their attacks, vying for the upper hand. The force of the blast was so great that it caused an explosion, sending both opponents flying. They both got up to face each other, somewhat shaken, but able to continue. Naruto summoned a giant knife and lunged at Doll. Upon seeing this, Doll summons his trident to launch himself in the same direction. Sparks flew back and forth, neither giving an inch. While attacking, they also blocked, dodged, counterattacked, and/or took damage from the enemy. Naruto decided to start using his ninja skills, summoning several earth spikes which Doll dodged. All. Damn, this is getting more complicated, but the good thing is that my stamina is increasing more and more. All began summoning and launching bones, which were countered by Naruto's. Naruto started using Inkuten, Miten, and Shidoten attacks. This began to complicate the fight for Doll, as he had to dodge these elemental attacks, Naruto's slashes, and the occasional blow from Noir. Without a doubt, this opponent was a tough nut to crack. The only positive outcome for Doll was that his stamina was increasing. Then Naruto transformed his large knife into one of determination and launched a slash at Doll, who took the full force of it. Doll felt her life force drain considerably. It wasn't just a cut, it was a literal wound. Doll felt her body being split open, her life force plummeting. Sensing this, Doll leaped back a few meters, kneeling and clutching her chest. Doll then conjured a button. Upon touching it, a sweet treat appeared for her to eat and regain her health. With her life restored, she resumed fighting Naruto, who had transformed his knife back into a normal one, and they continued to fight. Sparks began to fly as their knives and tridents clashed. Both were determined to win. Although they both remembered it was just a training fight, that didn't stop them from having fun. Doll decided to use her purple bones to throw them at Naruto. Naruto sensed that these bones were special, so he began dodging them, though some still managed to hit him. Seeing that he was having difficulty, Naruto activated his Eternal Magicum Sharingan. With his Jujutsu now activated, he began dodging the bones, though several managed to hit him. Naruto didn't say so, but each time a bone struck him, he felt excruciating pain. It was as if that limber area were being pierced. Then something surprised both Doll and Naruto. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. 999,999,999. ATK. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. F. XXXXXXXXX. You managed to lower his HP, but be careful, he won't be overconfident anymore. For the first time since the reset, Naruto saw his HP drop. But that didn't scare him. It only made him more serious. Doll had managed to lower his HP. He couldn't let his guard down anymore. Naruto began to concentrate until his HP rose and passed his kindness limiter, then entered a new form. Imagine it's Naruto. All looked at that curiously, but was shocked to see how Naruto's stats had changed. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. XXXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. ATK. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. F. XXXXXXXXXX. His kindness helped him live longer, now he will be harder to beat. Naruto returned to his base form so that his knife could change to a purple one. With that, he launched himself at Doll, who was dodging and countering using a purple bone. This time, Doll began to have an even harder time, as Naruto was no longer overconfident and his attacks were becoming faster and more accurate. Doll managed to get far enough away from Naruto, but that was what he wanted. Without saying a word, Naruto summoned normal and red bones, piercing Doll. Doll felt her life force draining away, so when the bones disappeared, she quickly decided to use the item button. Seeing this, Naruto transformed his knife into a willpower knife. Naruto had seen beforehand that Doll's soul was filled with determination, so he used the soul trait strongest than determination. Willpower. Doll was about to use the item button when Naruto appeared in front of her too. Slash. Naruto had destroyed the item button, and not only that, he had left Doll with a large wound. Doll was simply in shock. Naruto vs Doll Part 2. Made in collaboration with. In Glitchtale, a fight was taking place, the fight between Naruto Noire Dreemurr and Doll Last Chance. But something had happened. At that moment, Doll was in shock at what she was seeing. The item button was broken in front of her, she had a large wound, and right in front of her was Naruto with his willpower knife. The memories started coming back when he fought against Player, that being had controlled Chara and forced him to control Frisk. Doll began to back away, touching his wound. Seeing this, Naruto thought he had gone too far, but he soon fell silent and retreated as Doll's power began to rise considerably. Naruto saw Doll sprout wings and a tail and also summon a purple trident. He also saw how Doll's statistics changed. All the skeleton. Level. HP. ATK. F. He won't play with you anymore. Upon seeing more of Doll's new stats, Naruto was surprised but snapped out of his shock when Doll attacked him with his purple trident. Naruto swiftly dodged, grateful that he still had the Eternal Magicum Sharingan activated. All. Serious, I'm not going to play anymore. Naruto became serious as he wasn't going to play around either. They locked eyes and then Doll lunged at Naruto with her trident but Naruto blocked the attack with his knife. The force of the impact was so great that Naruto was sent flying several meters. As he got back to his feet, Naruto dodged an attack from Doll and launched a determined slash, which was blocked by the drone. With Geister and Chara. They were both still bound when they felt Doll's power increase. They looked at each other, nodded, and began to amplify their own powers as the chains started to break. With Naruto and Doll. Naruto was having trouble as Doll had increased his power. Naruto used his murder drone tail to try and stab Doll, but something stopped him. It was a floating hand. Naruto was surprised to see a hand and then that same hand used its tail to send him flying. Naruto recovered in midair, landing on his feet to see Doll, who was now very close to him. Naruto quickly activated Kamui, causing Doll's trident to pass right through him, as if he were a ghost. Naruto got into a fighting stance and summoned a sword of pure willpower. Now wielding his sword and giant knife, he lunged at Doll, and the two began a battle where sparks flew from the clash of sword and knife against trident. Not only that, Naruto was forced to dodge Doll's attacks constantly. Naruto. This is getting complicated, alright, let's raise the level. Doll launches her floating hands when they are hit by something. Upon closer inspection, other floating hands appeared. These were coming from Naruto. Naruto assumed a fighting stance as 14 hands began to float around him. Doll also assumed a fighting stance, his 8 hands floating around him. Naruto knew he couldn't handle this form, so he concentrated hard enough to acquire a new one. His Seraphim state. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX F X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. He entered its Seraphim form, be careful. In his new form, he takes a fighting stance to transform his giant knife into a sword of determination. Naruto and Doll looked into each other's eyes before launching themselves at each other, resuming their fight. Elsewhere. In the distance, a portal opened and a demon-like child emerged, carrying what appeared to be Chara. The child's name was Evil. Both had appeared to watch the fight between Naruto and Doll from afar. Chara. Why are they fighting? Evil. Serious, I don't know, but I sense a great power emanating from both of them. In the fight. Neither Naruto nor Doll would give an inch. Each fought using their swords or tridents, their hands trying to force the other's hand away, only to be held back by the others. But there was something. Doll was slightly superior to Naruto, yet he was too determined to be defeated. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, the worker drone plunged her trident into Naruto's abdomen, and with immense force, Doll hurled Naruto far away. Naruto was launched so far that he collided with Chara and Evil. When he got up, Naruto was slightly surprised to see Chara, but he was shocked to see Evil. Naruto began to remember his friends from X-Tale before the war against X-Geister. Naruto pushed those memories aside, gripping his swords tightly and launching himself into battle. Doll returned to the fight and both began slashing wildly, causing widespread destruction. Naruto transformed one of his floating hands into a hand of patience. Upon gaining control, he began generating several ropes that grabbed large pieces of rubble and launched them, attempting to damage Doll, who shielded himself with his bare hands and trident. They locked eyes and began attacking each other, clashing swords against tridents and causing widespread destruction. They then laid down their weapons and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, dodging, blocking, deflecting, and absorbing each blow. They reached an old building and began wreaking havoc with the constant attacks. Doll summoned his bones, prompting Naruto to do the same, resulting in a clash of bones against bones. Taking advantage of the limited space, Naruto began summoning orange bones that started spinning around the room. All instantly understood what Naruto was doing. They continued fighting, piercing through bone and avoiding standing still to prevent injury. Naruto used two of his floating hands to generate a Rasengan. He gathered the chakra sphere, appeared behind Doll, and slammed the Rasengan into the worker drone's back. The impact was so powerful that it sent Doll flying, as the Rasengan had also been formed using soul magic. On Doll. She had fallen very close to Geister and Chara. Geister? Worried granddaughter, are you alright? Doll. In pain, yes, ouch, it's a tough nut to crack. At that moment, Naruto fell very close to Doll, his arms crossed behind him, each holding a sword. One of determination and the other of willpower. Doll turned to look at him, surprised. Naruto. This ends now. With that, he makes 2 cuts, leaving Doll with a large X-shaped wound. Geister Chara. Worried and in shock Doll. Naruto vs. Doll Part 3. Made in collaboration with Doll, Geister and Chara were in shock. Naruto had inflicted a severe wound on Doll. Doll's stats had dropped considerably due to the attack. Doll the skeleton. Level. HP. 999,999,999. ATK. Def. He won't play with you anymore. Doll was shocked to see his stats. Then Geister and Chara broke free to attack Naruto, who barely managed to dodge their attacks. Chara. Listen, kid, you surprised us, but it's time to go. Doll. No. Geister. But Doll. Doll. I still can. I won't stop. I can keep fighting. Naruto. Are you sure? I don't want to force you. Doll. Determined, very sure. Naruto. Very well, show me what you've got, Doll the skeleton. Doll nods, then the pressure becomes much stronger. But Chara and Evil. Evil and Chara saw the fight and decided to leave. They shouldn't be there. But Naruto and Doll. Naruto saw how Doll's appearance had changed exponentially. Naruto saw that seriously, but decided not to be left behind and increased his power, ending up in a new form. In their new forms, they both saw each other and were no longer going to hold back. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. XXXX. HP. XXXXXX. ATK. XXXXX. F. XXXXX. Estado Shogun. All the skeleton. Level. Air. HP. Air. ATK. Air. F. Air. Once both had transformed into their new forms, they launched themselves at each other with all their might. As they fought, they began to fly. In the air, they threw punches and kicks, which were dodged, deflected, or blocked by the other. Naruto moved far enough away to begin materializing several Rasengans around him, each composed of one of the 11 primary elements. Naruto. Rasengan Bomber. With that, he begins launching Rasengans, which Doll dodges and blocks using a bone. Seeing this, Naruto teleports behind Doll and, using a giant knife of determination, slashes at him. Upon striking, Naruto is surprised to see that Doll's health doesn't decrease at all. Doll takes advantage of this to punch Naruto, who falls directly to the ground. Doll lowers himself slightly and, along with Chara, begins throwing knives. Naruto summons 2 giant knives of determination to block as many of the knives as he can. Geister moves his hand, launching the hands of determination, courage, justice, and perseverance, which begin using their abilities against Naruto, who struggles to dodge the attacks and counter Doll, who is not far behind. Using the hands of courage and justice, Doll begins firing and charging small white orbs around Noir. Upon seeing this, Naruto summoned a hand and closed it as the shots hit and the pellets exploded. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was seen with a hand in front of him. It was the hand of protection. Naruto makes his hand disappear and launches himself at Doll, who copies his actions along with Geister and Chara. They begin exchanging blows, but now Geister and Chara are attacking, making it a 3-on-1 situation. But that doesn't matter to Naruto. He's faced countless armies in his past lives. Even so, it's difficult as he's growing weary since his mortal body can't handle much power. But he won't back down. He's determined to continue. That doesn't diminish his excitement, though. He's fighting Chara Dreemurr, his idol. Naruto creates enough distance to summon his determination knives and begins throwing them. Upon seeing this, Chara moved her hand, launching her own knives that collided with Naruto's. Seeing this, Naruto summoned his swords of determination and willpower to attack Doll, who summoned her trident, thus beginning a new weapons battle. Naruto decided to extend his murder drone tail and began launching nanobits at Doll, who dodged them. She knew these nanobits were very dangerous to metals and unfortunately, she was made of metal. Taking advantage of this, Naruto kicked Doll, sending her to the ground. Geister and Chara began attacking Naruto, who dodged as best he could. He knew he couldn't hurt them, but that didn't mean he shouldn't dodge. They managed to push Naruto far enough away for Doll to return to Geister and Chara. Both Doll and Naruto stared at each other, breathing heavily. Naruto. What if we use our best abilities, Doll? Doll. Are you sure? Naruto. Absolutely sure. Show me your most powerful ability, Doll. Doll nodded and began to rise, followed by Geister and Chara. Unconsciously, Naruto climbed onto the rubble of the buildings. It was a good thing he did, because the ground began to crack, sending fragments flying into the air. Naruto watched intently, then saw a strange symbol descend from the sky. Unconsciously, Naruto charged creativity soul magic into his hands. The symbol began to charge, firing a blast that Naruto dodged. He watched as the attack disintegrated the building he was standing in. Another attack was launched, which he again dodged, this time using his hands to absorb some of the blast's energy, thanks to the creativity soul magic. Naruto. With burning in his hands, damn, that was painful, now I understand why it's his most powerful ability. Naruto decided to continue dodging and conserve some of the attack with creativity soul magic, in addition to using Hakai Honigan and launching the bones at the symbol, causing explosions. At one point, Naruto recovered the Absolute Solver, allowing the Noir to channel all the power he had stored in one hand of creativity. Naruto activates his Absolute Solver to launch his Hakai Honigan attacks, but this time the bones pierce through a symbol of Naruto's Absolute Solver. While Naruto dodged the symbol's attack, he used a hand of creativity to store some of the energy while launching Hakai Honigan attacks. These attacks pierced the Absolute Solver's elemental mode, causing the bones to become not only explosive but also randomly charged with one of the 11 primary elements. Naruto began to worry as he was running out of high ground. He reached the last building, standing directly in front of the symbol. The symbol began charging its final attack as Naruto summoned another hand of creativity. Naruto brought his two hands together, forming a cross, as the symbol finished charging its attack. Both the symbol and Naruto then launched their attacks, which collided. The symbol and the Noir began to exert much greater force, and from the point of collision, a massive explosion erupted, sending Naruto flying and destroying everything in its path. Upon witnessing this, the symbol began to rise and fade away. After the dust settles, Doll falls into his base form, while Naruto arrives also in his base form. Naruto vs. Doll Part Final. Made in collaboration with. Doll and Naruto were seen kneeling, breathing heavily and looking into each other's eyes. Both had already returned to their base form and were tired. Doll. You know what? I wanted to use some human souls I have stored in my inventory, but I'm really tired. Naruto. Me too, smiles a little he, it's the first time after several resets that I've gotten tired, thank you Doll the skeleton. Doll. With a small smile no problem. Naruto saw Doll. He had discovered that she was not the Doll he met in his old reset where he embodied a murder drone named V. Naruto. Wouldn't you like to know what it feels like to fight using the 7 human souls? Doll. I would, but I don't have enough strength to withstand that power. Naruto. Don't worry, I've got that sorted. He pulls out a storage roll from his back to get food. Having the food in hand, he throws something to Doll, who catches it. They both begin to eat until they regain HP and energy. Seeing this, Doll takes the 7 human souls from his inventory. Upon seeing them, Naruto felt that those souls were charged with more power, so he wasn't going to trust them. Doll absorbed the souls, then wings and a multicolored aura appeared around her as the worker drone's body changed colors. Seeing this, Naruto knew that his current mortal body couldn't withstand that power, but he filled himself with determination and began to concentrate all his power, causing his body to begin to crack until it exploded. From Naruto's old body, the same Naruto had emerged, but in a new form, his divine state. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Level. HP. ATK. F. Doll the skeleton. Level. Air. HP. Air. ATK. Air. F. Air. In their new forms, they both launched themselves at each other, creating a large crater and sending them flying in opposite directions. They glared at each other before launching themselves forward at full speed, generating shockwaves with every blow. Both knew they wouldn't last long in this state, one because she had barely used it and the other because of his mortal body, but that didn't mean they wouldn't fight. As they fought, they both remembered their friends. All remembered her friends and family from the underground, while Naruto remembered his deceased friends and the last 4 people he had left in this final reset. They moved apart so Doll could summon her trident, while Naruto decided to use his faithful companion, Akumu. Akumu appeared, transforming into his scythe, which Naruto took up. They were both floating, facing each other, when they launched themselves at one another, sparks flying from the clash of their scythes and tridents. They began fighting recklessly, causing widespread destruction. Suddenly, they were above the clouds, staring into each other's eyes. Doll began launching her purple bones, while Naruto used his Rasengan bomber technique, sending the projectiles crashing into the bones and causing small explosions. As the small clouds of smoke dissipated, they launched themselves at each other again, generating sparks from the constant clash of trident and scythe, and dispersing the clouds. Naruto moved his hand, summoning a dragon made of clouds that struck Doll, sending her reeling backward. Naruto appeared above her and slashed her with his scythe, sending her crashing to the ground. Doll got up and they looked at each other. Naruto. I can't endure this form any longer because of my current body. Doll. Me neither. Naruto. Last blow. Doll. Nods last blow. All began to gather all his strength into one of his hands, while Naruto generated a Rasengan with soul magic of determination. Both launched themselves at full speed to collide their techniques, generating a massive explosion. 30 minutes later. Naruto was seen waking up in his base form. When he turned around, he saw the doll was waking up too. Naruto. My body hurts. Doll. Me too. They both start laughing, then stand up and look each other in the eyes. Naruto. Thank you. Doll. Why? Naruto. For the fight, for helping me strengthen my body, for not being like another doll I met. Doll gets a little sad. Doll. I have to leave, I don't belong here. Naruto. I know, but let me give you something. Doll was curious when Naruto gave her something. Doll looked at the object with great curiosity. Naruto. It looks like a simple radio, but it's a communicator. With this, you can contact me. Doll. Putting the communicator in her inventory. I see, thank you. They both look at each other to shake hands. Naruto. See you later, Doll the skeleton. Doll. Of course, Naruto Noire Dreemurr. With that, they both created a portal and retreated. What they didn't know was that the residual power had formed a rift. It was a singularity. The bell test. It was a new day in Konoha, the birds were singing and the flowers were blooming, but we will focus on another place. Naruto's hut. In that simple hut, Naruto could be seen lying on his straw bed, trying to recover from his fight against Doll. Naruto. Ugh, that fight was tough. That worker drone was a tough nut to crack, or in this case a tough nut. Naruto decided to stop joking around and got up, cracking his bones. He created a clone to make breakfast while he went to take a bath. You must be pretty stupid not to eat breakfast when it was clearly advised not to, especially since the teachers were going to be very late. Time skip. Naruto was seen arriving at training ground number 7 with Menma. They had met along the way and decided to go together. After all, they were going to the same place. The Redeed had been very clever to wake up later and have breakfast, although Naruto saw him walking with an apple, but something is better than nothing. Then they both arrived at the meeting place. Upon arriving, they saw Mito sitting down, Sasuke plotting his revenge, and Sakura doing what a fangirl would do. Praising the Uchiha. Just then, the trio noticed the presence of Noir and Menma. Sakura. Angry you're late. Of course, all they both heard was a scream like a rusty horn. Thanks to his ability to manipulate hate magic, Naruto managed to heal his ears, but Menma suffered the most. When he was briefly blind, his hearing became incredibly sharp, like a radar, so the Redeed covered his ears with a grimace of pain. Mito. Mockingly, what's wrong? Do your ears hurt? Menma. Of course they hurt because that bitch Sakura screamed, in fact, her scream sounded like a rusty horn. Naruto. I can confirm. Sakura grew angry and tried to attack them, but they both dodged her with ease, not even making the slightest effort. After a few minutes, Sakura grew tired of it and glared at them angrily. Menma went to the base of a tree to try and clear his ears, while Naruto sat on a branch with his eyes closed. Time skip. Sasuke, Mito, and Sakura looked tired of waiting, while Naruto meditated, and Menma was already calmer because of his ears. Just then, the sensei arrived, causing Menma to cover his ears. Sakura. You're late. And once again the cry of the rusty bugle was present. Kakashi. Smiling sorry for the delay, a black cat ran in front of me and I had to take the long way around. Menma Mito Sasuke Sakura. What a lame excuse. Naruto. That stupid excuse again. But the truth was, they were both trying to find Naruto's house, but they couldn't. For some reason, Naruto felt an urge to rip Kushina's soul out and Kakashi sent a barely perceptible chill through them. Kushina. Putting aside the shiver, well, now let's do the test. Kushina and Kakashi take out some bells. Kakashi. They'll have to take these bells away from us. Naruto felt a drop of sweat form. He didn't even know why he had come since he knew perfectly well the test and its meaning. Sakura. But sensei, there are only 4 bells. Kushina. Exactly, there are only 4 bells because only 4 will be able to pass. That scared everyone, but Naruto was normal. He already knew where this was going. Kakashi. That's right, only 4 of you will be able to pass, and you only have until 4 p.m. At that moment, Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura's stomachs began to rumble. Since they didn't hear Naruto and Menma's stomachs rumble, everyone looked at them. Kushina. Half feigning anger, did you guys have breakfast? She wasn't angry with Naruto, she was angry with Menma because Kushina had planned to kick him off the team. Naruto. You guys recommended we not eat breakfast, you never said we shouldn't eat breakfast. Menma. Besides, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. They both nodded, but Kushina was annoyed to learn that the useless Menma had discovered the deception. Naruto glanced sideways at Menma. He knew the redeed was very different from his alternate timeline versions, so he was increasingly certain to give him a chance, but only once. Kakashi takes out a stopwatch. Well, the test starts now. With that, he starts the timer while everyone except Mito goes to hide. Kushina. Aren't you going to hide? Mito. Arrogantly PFFT, of course not, I'm going to show them why I'm the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha, besides getting revenge for you daring to hit me in the face, I'm your superior. With that, Mito lashed out at Kushina, who watched with sadness and disappointment. Her daughter was very arrogant. But Naruto. Noir was leaning against a tree, watching the fight between Mito and Kushina, though it was more of a humiliation for Mito. Naruto was waiting. He had sent clones after Sasuke, Sakura, and Menma some time ago, and now he was waiting. Suddenly, memories of the clones flooded back to him. Naruto. So only Menma accepted. This alternate timeline is very interesting. With that, he stays in his position until Menma arrives. Menma. I'm here. Naruto nodded to sit down and start a plan. They both knew that the goal of this test was teamwork. Time skip. Kushina and Kakashi stood there. They had defeated Mito some time ago, who was tied up, and then gone after Sasuke and Sakura, who were also defeated, although Sasuke put up more of a fight and Sakura was easily overpowered. Kakashi was curiously reading a book he had found that morning, called Adventure in a Digital Circus. He was reading it because it was for children, but something told him it was also for adults, and he was right. Kushina was somewhat restless. Since the start of the trial, she hadn't found Naruto. To her, he was her son, and Menma was just an outcast. Suddenly, Menma appeared, making Kushina angry. She wanted Naruto to appear, not Menma. Kushina. Angry, what are you doing here, Menma? Menma says nothing and charges at the senseis, kunai in hand. Kushina draws her sword. At this moment, if she manages to kill him, it will be better for everyone. With that, Kushina lunges at Menma with murderous intent. Kakashi witnesses this and dodges an attack. Upon seeing the attacker, he is surprised to realize it is Menma. Everything then makes sense. The Menma Kushina was fighting was Naruto. Kakashi has to put away his book to dodge a slash from Menma, who is using a chokin. Kakashi takes out a kunai to start fighting Menma. With Kushina and Menma. Menma was dodging, blocking, and attacking Kushina's attacks as she tried to kill him. To her, Menma was useless and shouldn't have been born. Menma had a calculating look on his face as he stopped and let Kushina stab him in the shoulder. Kushina smiled as a cloud of smoke enveloped Menma, revealing that it had been Naruto all along. Seeing this, Kushina was filled with terror at the thought of what had happened to her son. Naruto. Ugh, I knew you hated me a lot, but to hate Menma who didn't ask for what he has. Ugh, you disappoint me. The last thing had hurt Kushina deeply. She had disappointed her son. Naruto simply drew his sword and moved his hand back. Naruto. Futen. Great Gale. With that, he moves his hand forward to throw Kushina away and rush into the fight between Menma and Kakashi. With Menma and Kakashi. Menma was having trouble. They had already switched from Bukijutsu to Taijutsu. Kakashi was trying to strike Menma, who was dodging as best he could, but just as Kakashi was about to hit Menma, Naruto blocked the blow. Taking advantage of this, Menma punched Kakashi in the stomach, who stumbled back slightly, so Naruto could sweep him off his feet, but Menma seized the opportunity and snatched the bells from Kakashi. At that moment, the timer beeped, signaling that time was up. Time skip. After several minutes, the five were seen gathered in front of the senseis. Kakashi. None of them got a bell. Menma. Actually. With that, Naruto and Menma show off the bells. Kushina. Surprised, when did that happen? Naruto. The moment you were distracted and I went to help Menma, I took the chains. Menma. And in Kakashi-sensei's case, it was when Naruto swept him off his feet, and that's when I took the opportunity to steal the bells. That surprised everyone, but Mito smiled arrogantly. Mito. But they failed because the senseis said we had to do it alone. Naruto. Kid, they never said that, besides, the goal of this test is teamwork. This shocked everyone. The three genin, except for Menma and Naruto, remembered when Naruto told them to team up, and they refused. Kakashi and Kushina were also surprised, but Kushina was nervous because the other two had figured out the objective, while she only wanted to reprimand Menma. Kakashi. Okay, so what will you do now? Both leave the bells in front of Sakura, Sasuke, and Mito. Menma. In my case, I know they won't let me be a genin, so I'm out. Naruto. I could, but I don't feel like it. Besides, I knew they'd do to Menma what he said, so I'd better save myself the trouble and leave. That shocked everyone, but especially Kushina. Her plan was going down the drain, and only because they had discovered it. Kushina. Desperate, you're right. The real objective of the test was teamwork, you figured it out, and even knowing what would happen you didn't abandon your teammates, so everyone passes. The boys, except for Naruto, celebrated, but then Mito and Sasuke realized something. They wouldn't have achieved this if it weren't for Naruto and Menma. This clearly angered them both. Kakashi. Well, remember this, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, you may leave. With that, everyone left to begin their missions the next day, although Naruto had some ideas about what missions they would do. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 1. It was a new day in Konoha, and at this moment a mission was being carried out, the mission to capture Tora the cat, the terror of the genin. And Tora's mission. The entire Team 7 was seen carrying out the mission, but something was strange, Tora was fighting with ninjutsu. Yep, Tora the cat had learned to use ninjutsu. Mito. Wounded and glaring at Tora, how did this stupid cat learn ninjutsu? Kushina. Wounded, I don't know, Tora didn't even use ninjutsu before. On the other hand, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura were seen equally injured, while Menma only had a few scratches, and Naruto was as if nothing had happened. Tora. Meow meow haha, bucking. Equals translation. For some reason, everyone except Naruto and Menma got angry. Naruto saw it as serious, but in his mind he was laughing since he had taught Tora ninjutsu just for fun. Flashback. Naruto and Tora were seen in a field with a human training the cat. The Noir was grateful for having created the Dobuten and thus being able to understand animals. End of flashback. Naruto just gave a small, amused smile as Mito lunged forward, catching Tora and causing the cat to start scratching her face. Mito began to whine, then looked at Menma and smiled wickedly. Myth. Throwing Tora at Menma, catch him. Mito expected Menma to end up like her, but she was shocked to see Menma gently pick up Tora and begin stroking his ear. Everyone except Naruto was stunned to see Tora so calm. Naruto. With a neutral face, well, we have Tora now, let's go finish the mission. Everyone nodded to leave, even though 5 of the team members were badly injured. Hokage Tower. At the Hokage Tower, everyone was watching in disbelief as Tora the cat was as if nothing was wrong in Menma's arms and sometimes in Naruto's arms. The experienced ones. In shock, how is that demon cat so calm with those two? With that, Tora's owner appeared and smothered him in a hug. Seeing this, Menma and Naruto decided to intervene and explain how to make sure Tora never left again. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shigini put their advice into practice, seeing that it was true. Mrs. Shigini left, but not before thanking them and asking for a bonus for Naruto and Menma for their help, which, of course, annoyed Mito and Sasuke. Minato. Well, we have missions like babysitting, painting walls. Mito. No. I don't want those kinds of missions. I want a mission befitting my level as a shinobi goddess. Upon hearing Mito speak arrogantly, both Minato and Kushina felt disappointed. Kakashi. Do you know something, sensei? I think she's right. They'll need experience on the battlefield. Minato. I suppose you're right, Kakashi. Upon hearing that, Mito and Sasuke smiled arrogantly, while Sakura was undecided and Menma and Naruto remained calm. Minato. Well, let the customer in. As he said that, an Anbu emerged, and after a few minutes, an old man with a strong scent of alcohol appeared next to a bottle of the liquid. It was Tazuna. Upon seeing Tazuna, Naruto knew immediately it was time to begin the Nami no Kuni mission. Naruto. Serious, alright, now the Nami no Kuni mission begins. I'll try to save Haku and Zabuza. They don't deserve to die. They're good people. I just hope things don't get too complicated in this reset. Tazuna. Seriously, these are the ninjas who are going to protect me? That girl looks like a spoiled tomato, that boy looks like an emo with a duck butt, that banshee I don't know if it's a boy or a girl and the other two actually look like ninjas. That clearly annoyed Sasuke, Mito, and Sakura, while Naruto and Menma were normal. Kakashi. Don't worry, Mr. Tazuna, you'll also be protected by Tujumnin. Tazuna. I hope so. I want to get home in one piece. Kushina. Well, go get ready and I'll see you at the entrance in 1 hour. Everyone nodded as Menma vanished quickly and Naruto transformed into an elemental lightning Shunshin. This surprised everyone. Tazuna. I was right, those two do look like ninjas. Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura leave, angry at being humiliated by 2 useless people. 1 hour later. All the genin were seen with Tazuna at the entrance when they saw Kakashi and Kushina arrive. Kakashi. Waving yo. Sakura. You're finally early, sensei. Kushina. Yes, now I want you to show your equipment. With that, all the genin, except Naruto, show their backpacks. Kushina. And your equipment. Naruto only showed the back of his hip so everyone could see a roll. Mito. Arrogantly, that's just a stupid roll. Kushina. Annoyed, it's not a stupid roll, Mito, it's a storage roll. Kakashi. Smiling, that's right, very clever of you, Naruto. That way you reduce your luggage and nothing limits you. Mito growled as she glared at Naruto. After checking everyone else's luggage, where they all noticed that Menma was better prepared, which annoyed Kushina, they all set off to begin the mission. Nami no Kuni Part 2. Team 7 and Tazuna were seen walking towards Nami no Kuni. Mito was observing everything as if nothing were amiss. Sasuke was preoccupied with his revenge, Sakura was captivated by Sasuke, Tazuna was drinking, and the Jonin, along with Naruto and Menma, were keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. They would have continued like this if Kakashi, Kushina, Naruto, and Menma hadn't noticed something. A puddle of water. Menma. A puddle of water when it hasn't rained for days is a trap. Naruto. Bored, why am I not surprised? They passed by the puddle when the demon brothers appeared and killed Kushina and Kakashi using their chains. Seeing this, Mito, Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna were terrified, while Naruto remained calm and Menma was somewhat nervous. Gozu. Maliciously, well, look what we have here, just a few brats and the old man. Mizu. Maliciously, let's finish them off. With that, Gozu and Mizu launched their chains at the group. Seeing this, Naruto drew his Chokaten to deflect one of the chains, while Menma did the same with a kunai. Naruto glanced at Menma, who did the same, and nodded. Naruto gave Menma the Chokaten as Menma headed toward the demon brothers. Seeing this, Naruto pulled a strange object from his travel scroll. It was Crescent Rose in its compact mode. Naruto, nostalgically, it's been a while since I used you Crescent Rose. Just then, Naruto heard a small growl coming from his tie. Naruto. Relax Akumu, don't be jealous. Crescent Rose may be one of my favorite weapons, but you're my partner, don't forget that. Without further ado, Naruto transforms Crescent Rose into its rifle mode. With that, Naruto aimed at Mizu and then fired. Everyone saw something hit Mizu, leaving him in pain. Naruto. Serious, dusts are only deadly against Grim, but if used correctly they can knock people out of combat. Mizu stood up to see Naruto with Crescent Rose. Mizu. Angry, you damn brat. With that, he launched himself towards Naruto, who changed Crescent Rose into its sword mode. Without hesitation, Naruto charged at Mizu, beginning a sword fight. As they battled, Naruto glanced at Menma, who was having some trouble since Gozu was more experienced, but he seemed capable of handling the situation. Naruto continued his fight against Mizu. Menma. The boy had a tough time because it was obvious that Gozu was more experienced, but Menma compensated for his lack of experience with his calculating mind. He knew perfectly well that it wasn't all about power, it was also about being intelligent and knowing how to use everything to his advantage. Gozu. Miles per hour, you're a good kid, but not good enough. Gozu began launching more attacks, making it increasingly difficult for Menma. Gozu was about to deliver a fatal blow to Menma when the Nukenin was struck by his partner. Menma witnessed this as Naruto positioned himself beside him. Naruto. With a small smile, not bad, Menma. Menma smiled back. Just then, they saw the demon brothers get up and lunge at Menma and Naruto. They would have succeeded if Naruto hadn't quickly switched Crescent Rose to rifle mode and fired 2 dust blasts at the attackers, hitting them square in the face and knocking them unconscious. Naruto. Serious, come out already. This confused everyone when they saw Kakashi and Kushina emerge from the bushes. Kakashi. Well done, Naruto and Menma. Kushina. With a forced smile, yes, well done, damn Menma. Why don't you just die already? At that moment, Kakashi heads towards Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi. Serious, as for you, we are very disappointed. You had to attack and protect Mr. Tazuna. In this world, it's kill or be killed. That embarrassed all 3 of them. Then Menma returned the Chokaten to Naruto. Menma. Here, I'll give it back. Naruto. Looking at the Chokaten, you know what? Keep it. That surprised everyone, but especially Menma. Menma. Surprised what? But why? Naruto. You've proven to be someone I can trust, and I see you're very good with the Chokaten, so I'm giving you my own Chokaten. Take good care of it, smiles a little brother. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's words, but Menma shed a small tear upon hearing Naruto call him little brother after so many years. Naruto, with his usual smile, turned serious and returned Crescent Rose to its compact mode, placing it on his back. Naruto. Serious, alright, let's continue. Kakashi. Wait, the demon brothers were here, we need to know why. With that, Kakashi asks Tazuna the truth about the mission. Kushina. Serious, this is serious, this mission is rank B, almost rank A, you are not ready yet, we will return to Konoha. She and Kakashi started walking with the genin, excluding Naruto and Menma. Noticing this, both genin turned to look at the boys. Kakashi. What's wrong with you? We have to get back to Konoha. You won't be able to handle this mission. Naruto. Serious, PFFT, I don't give a damn. I won't let a village suffer because of some damn tycoon, so I'll continue. Menma. Serious, I'm with him. I won't let anything happen to those innocent people. Kakashi. Serious, we're serious. You're not ready. Naruto. Menma. I don't give a damn. That left the entire Team 7 speechless. Izuna. Thank you so much, kids. I don't know how to thank you. Naruto. Only by doing one thing. Izuna. Anything. Menma. Finish the bridge and save your village. Izuna was surprised by Menma's words, while Naruto nodded in agreement with what the retreat had said. The rest of Team 7 watched, only to see the Jonin exchange glances and sighs. Kushina. Resigned. Okay, let's continue. Without further ado, Team 7 and Izuna resume their journey to Nami no Kuni. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 3. Team 7 and Izuna were seen walking through the forest. They arrived at a lake and met a boatman. Boatman. Happy. Izuna. Hello friend. Izuna. Hello friend, we want you to take us to the other side. The ferryman nodded for Izuna and all the shinobi to board the boat. As they crossed the lake, the shinobi saw a large, unfinished bridge. While the shinobi admired the bridge, Naruto took some rare crystals from his travel scroll. These were dust crystals, which he used to fire his crescent rows in rifle mode. Seeing that no one was watching, Naruto tucked the crystals into his pants. But there was something Naruto didn't notice. The dust he'd stored were enhanced and could be used to kill living beings in addition to the grim. With that, they continued sailing until they reached the other side of the lake. The shinobi and Izuna got out of the boat and the boatman left as the shinobi and Izuna set off to continue their mission. The group walked along, some of them keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Naruto. Haku's rabbit should appear now. And sure enough, when a noise was heard from one of the bushes, Mito threw a kunai at it. Upon checking, they all saw a white rabbit trembling with fear. Myth. Annoyed, he's just a stupid rabbit, but oh well, smiles evilly, at least we have food. Naruto frowned. He knew that rabbit and the thought of Mito bothered him. Kakashi. Suspiciously, a white rabbit when it's not winter. At that moment, Menma's ear moved, detecting a noise. Menma. Everyone on the ground. Upon hearing that cry, many obeyed, but others had to be thrown to the ground. When they looked up, they saw a large sword embedded in a tree. It was Kubikurumjim. Seeing the sword, Naruto became serious. Naruto. Serious, here you come, Zabuza. At that moment, a man stands on the handle of Kubikurumjim. It was Zabuza Momoshiki. Kakashi. Serious. Zabuza Momoshiki, Nukenin of Kurigakure no Sato and also known as the Kurigakure no Kijin. Zabuza. Ironic. Well, look who we have here, if it isn't Kakashi Haddock or Sharingan no Kakashi and Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Akai Chishio no Habanero. Kushina. Serious. Everyone cover for Lord Izuna, that's an order. Everyone obeyed the order, although two did so reluctantly. Zabuza. Mockingly, do you really think those brats can protect that old man? Falls to the ground to pick up Kubikurumjim and make hand seals concealment in the mist. A dense fog then appeared, severely limiting everyone's visibility. Seeing this, Naruto channeled chakra into his eyes, transforming them into a red Byakugan. Of course, to avoid anyone noticing, he applied a small genjutsu to his eyes to make them look like his normal eyes. All the other genin were nervous, but Menma tried to remain calm while listening for any sounds. Kakashi. Uncovering his eye, stay calm, we're here. Sasuke was shocked to see that Kakashi's eye was a Sharingan. From the mist, everyone began to feel a murderous instinct, causing several genin to panic. Mito was about to take her own life when Naruto stopped her. Mito looked at Naruto in surprise, since the Noir wasn't intimidated by Zabuza's murderous instinct. Naruto. Serious, get ready, here it comes. At that moment, Menma's ear moved to draw his Chocket Men block an attack alongside Kakashi, who had also sensed it, and together they stopped Zabuza's attack. Zabuza. MMH, not bad kid. But then Kakashi appeared behind him and stabbed him in the throat. This shocked everyone except Naruto, but they saw that Zabuza turned into water, revealing himself to be a water clone. Behind them, another Zabuza appeared and slashed Kakashi, but not before the Konohinen pushed Menma aside, avoiding the attack. Everyone saw the Kakashi in front of them turn into water. Zabuza had to dodge an attack from Kushina. Kakashi reappeared, and then he and Kushina charged at Zabuza, who did the same. The genin and Izuna watched the fight as best they could, since there was still a lot of fog. Sakura. I can't see very well. Naruto. Calmly, I can. Menma. Seriously, I can't, but I can tell where they are by the sound. That surprised everyone except Naruto, who learned that Menma could predict movements with his hearing. Naruto. Echolocation, a good way to know where Menma is. Menma smiled, flattered. After a while, they saw Zabuza trap Kushina and Kakashi in a water prison. Kushina. Damn it. Kakashi. Go and save the client. Naruto. Taking crescent rows, I don't think we can do it. Menma. Serious and drawing his Chocket, he's right. Zabuza. Mockingly you're all very brave, brats, makes hand seals, but let's see what you can do. Water clones of Zabuza appear, prompting Menma to prepare and Naruto to transform Crescent Rose into its sword mode. But before they can do anything, Mito runs towards the clones. Myth. Arrogantly I'll take care of them. Mito jumped towards the clones, but one hit her with the flat part of Kubikurubjm, causing her to crash into a tree and knocking her out of the fight. Menma. With a chibi face, she's definitely an idiot. Naruto. Curious, why do I feel like Menma made a reference to Cell when I was in the form of Son Goku? Serious, alright, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. Menma, you and I will take care of Zabuza's clones with Kenjutsu. Sasuke, you'll back us up with Kaiten Jutsu. Sakura, you'll protect Mr. Tazuna and Mito. Sakura. Angry who put you in charge. Sasuke-kun's plans would be better. Naruto. In a deep voice, be quiet, Haruno. We're not in the village. We're on a mission where the slightest mistake could cost us all our lives. Sakura was startled by the scream and could only nod. Without another word, Naruto and Menma charged at the clones with a sword and a chakram, respectively, while Sasuke supported them with Kaiten Jutsu, though the Uchiha did so reluctantly. Zabuza's clones were able to repel and dodge the three Genin's attacks thanks to their experience, but it seemed curious to him that Naruto had more experience than the rest of them all. He could even be sure that the Noir knew how they were going to attack, including him. With Menma. The Uzumaki continued fighting with his chakram and the help of Sasuke's Kaiten Jutsu against Zabuza. The boy knew he couldn't do much against him, but he tried to compensate with his calculating mind. Suddenly, Zabuza struck Menma with the flat part of Kubikurubjm, sending the boy flying. Menma managed to recover as best he could, but something happened. Something had come out of his eyes. Menma got up as best he could and tried to see Zabuza, only to find that his vision was blurred. Menma. Damn, I lost my contact lenses. Zabuza lunges at Menma, but Menma, having enhanced hearing, manages to dodge. Menma. Serious, alright Menma, you've done this before, but now I'm in a confrontation, don't miss a sound Menma. With that, he began to dodge and counterattack, using even the smallest sounds around him. With Myth. She was waking up to see what was next to Tazuna and Sakura. Mito. What happened? Sakura. You were knocked out by an attack and I'm protecting you. Mito was surprised to see the trio of Genin fighting Zabuza. Seeing Naruto and Menma fight well against the Nukenin filled Mito with rage at how those useless kids were outclassing her. In a fit of anger, Mito charged into the fight, trying to be stopped by Sakura. As she approached a clone, Mito jumped, screaming. Hearing the scream, the clone turned around. Slash. Everything fell silent. Team 7, including Naruto and Tazuna, were surprised, horrified, and in shock. Naruto. Surprised, this wasn't supposed to happen, it was just a wound and nothing more, not this. What everyone saw was Mito being pierced by Kubikurubjm. Mito's eyes were wide open, witnessing what was happening, and she spat blood. Zabuza made a simple movement, throwing a dying Mito towards a tree, causing the girl to fall to the ground as a pool of blood formed beneath her. Naruto became serious, creating a clone while summoning 3 of his hands. The hand of protection, the hand of kindness. And that of purity. That surprised everyone, as many thought they were some kind of Kekkei Genkai. Naruto. Serious, alright, you guys protect Mito and heal her while the clone protects the group, I'll take care of Zabuza. The clone nodded to stay, while the hands raised a thumb to go towards Mito and begin to heal, stabilize and protect her. Kushina. Worried, what are you saying, Naruto? Zabuza is very strong and he could hurt you. But Naruto ignored them and continued advancing while deactivating his Byakugan. If he was going to fight Zabuza, it would only be with swords. Zabuza's clones lunged at Naruto, but with a swift movement, he eliminated them all, leaving everyone astonished. Naruto's eye transformed into that of the Absolute Solver, and he raised his hand, causing several chunks of earth to rise into the air, further surprising everyone who had thought it was another Kekkei Genkai. The symbol of the solver on Naruto's hand changed to reveal a new one. Everyone watched as the pieces of earth transformed into large earth shurikens. The hand symbol changed again, and everyone saw the shurikens begin to spin with such force that the wind was visible. Without hesitation, Naruto launched the shurikens, causing Zabuza to dodge the attack and free Kakashi and Kushina, who fell into the water. Zabuza could only thank his instincts, as he saw that the shurikens had been traveling with such power that they had even split a large section of the water. Naruto then transformed Crescent Rose into compact mode and placed it on his back while deactivating the Absolute Solver. Naruto. You know what, Zabuza? Let's even this out. With that, from his travel royo he pulls out a sword. Along with 2 discs, the wildcard disc. And the lion disc. Once that was ready, Naruto inserted the black disc into the sword's groove by the hilt, then rotated the disc, causing everyone to see the sword transform into a much larger one. It was a special weapon called Fire Smasher. Everyone saw that Fire Smasher had a slot for another disc, and that's where Naruto put the red disc. Naruto. With a small smile, alright Zabuza, let's begin. Zabuza chuckled briefly before wielding Kubikurumchim and lunging at Naruto, who did the same. Both were on the water, a battle ensuing between Kubikurumchim and Fire Smasher, sparks flying from the clash. The senseis had emerged from the water to witness the fierce fight between Naruto and Zabuza. Kakashi. Surprised it can't be, he's giving Zabuza a fight. The others were surprised, but Sasuke viewed it with hatred. Sasuke. That power and those weapons must be mine, yes, they will be mine, one way or another I will take all of that from that damn useless person. But Naruto and Zabuza. They were both standing a little ways away from each other on the water with the tips of their weapons touching the water. They both looked at each other, with Zabuza somewhat agitated and Naruto normal. Zabuza. You're good, brat. Naruto. Heh, you too, Zabuza, but let's raise the level. With that, everyone watched as Fire Smasher burst into flames, leaving them all stunned. Naruto launched himself at Zabuza, who began to block and counterattack, bringing them to a near-even match, though Naruto held a slight advantage. Zabuza blocked Naruto's attacks while trying not to get burned. Naruto was pleased. He knew this was the last reset he would experience, and he was going to make the most of it by fighting Zabuza, his best friend in Kenjutsu. He wished Zabuza would remember those brief moments from the previous resets, but this time, Naruto would save him from dying. Naruto stepped back to remove the red disc and extract an orange one from his travel scroll. It was the beetle disc. Naruto inserted the disc into the slot so everyone could see that Fire Smasher burst into flames, but a much more intense one. Naruto. Alright Zabuza, I hope you can withstand my Fire Smasher attack with the beetle disc. Zabuza. I don't know what that is, but go ahead. Naruto smiled and began spinning Fire Smasher, generating a small whirlwind of fire around it, carefully preventing it from becoming a cannon. He spun Fire Smasher further and then launched his attack at Zabuza, accompanied by a spray of water. Seeing this, Zabuza shielded himself with Kubikurumchim to receive Naruto's attack, realizing it was incredibly powerful. The attack sent him crashing into a tree, leaving him wet and with minor burns. Zabuza raised his head slightly, watching Naruto approach, dragging Fire Smasher along. Zabuza. In pain, damn, that was a strong attack. Suddenly, Senbon needles pierce Zabuza's neck. An Anbu then appears. Naruto. Haku. Anbu. Thank you very much for tiring him out. I've been chasing him for a long time. Now I'll take my leave. Kakashi. Approaching wait, I'd like to check his pulse first. The Anbu nodded for Kakashi to check Zabuza's pulse, finding that he had none. Kakashi. Done, thanks. The Anbu nods to leave with the corpse of Zabuza and Kubikurumchim. Kakashi. Very well, now. But he falls unconscious to the ground, alarming the genin, except for Naruto and Tazuna. Naruto. Indifferent well, what can you do? With that, Fire Smasher reverts to his sword form while Naruto retrieves the discs. Naruto then stores everything in his travel scroll, intending to use Kakashi as a sack of potatoes. Naruto. To Kushina I recommend you go get your daughter. Upon hearing that, Kushina rushed towards Mito, only to find her inside a cyan dome with 3 hands floating around her. The dome then vanished, followed by the 3 hands. Seeing this, Kushina approached Mito, who was unconscious, to check on her. She noticed that her breathing and heart rate were very slow, but enough to keep her alive. Kushina sighed with relief, took her daughter in her arms, and looked at Naruto. Kushina. Grateful thank you for saving your sister. Naruto. Serious you're wrong, she's not my sister, she's told me that all along, but she's my teammate and I'm not one to abandon my teammates. Kushina sighed sadly as Naruto looked at Tazuna. Naruto. Is your house nearby, Mr. Tazuna? Although I already know where it is, but oh well. Tazuna. Yes, follow me. With that, they begin walking towards Tazuna's house with a worn-out Kakashi and an unconscious Mito. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 4. The group of ninjas and Tazuna were seen walking through Nami no Kuni, taking in the state of the place. It was clear they were living in extreme poverty. Naruto watched this with anger. It was always the same in every reset, but since this was the last one, he wouldn't have to see Nami no Kuni in that condition again. They continued walking until they reached a specific house. Upon seeing the house, Naruto, without anyone noticing, amplified his sensory range, finding that inside the residence there was a presence he knew perfectly. Naruto. Something sad, Tsunami. Naruto remembers that Tsunami was one of the few people who supported him when he was betrayed during his resets, and sadly, she was always killed. But this time will be different, very different. Tazuna approaches the door and knocks. I'm coming. Naruto tried to hold back his tears as he heard that sweet voice again, the one that always calmed him when he was betrayed during his past resets. Just then, the door opened, revealing a woman. Naruto had to restrain himself from jumping up and hugging her. But he was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Tsunami speak. Tsunami. Hugging Tazuna, I'm so glad you're back safe, Dad. Tazuna. I'm glad to be back too, but that was thanks to these ninjas. Seize Team 7, this is my daughter, Tsunami. Tsunami. Bowing, nice to meet you, I'm Tsunami. Kushina. Nice to meet you, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura. Sakura Haruno. Menma. Menma, just Menma, he. Naruto. Naruto Noire Dreemurr, nice to meet you. Of course, saying that had hurt him, since he wanted to speak normally but refrained from doing so. Naruto. Control yourself, Naruto, don't let your emotions control you, just stay calm. One question, don't you have anywhere to let our companions rest? Tsunami. Ah, yes, follow me. With that, Team 7 enters Tazuna's house where Tsunami leads Kushina and Naruto to a room where they leave Mito and Kakashi. Upon going downstairs, they see the other 3 genin sitting, but Naruto notices something about Menma. Naruto. Sitting down, what's wrong, Menma? Menma. Oh, nothing. Naruto. Tell me. Menma. Well, it's just that when we were fighting Zabuza I lost my contact lenses, and now my vision is blurry. Upon hearing that, Sasuke and Sakura were surprised, while Kushina thought that would be a good excuse to remove Menma from the shinobi ranks. Naruto. I see, well, I have the solution. Upon hearing this, the rest of Team 7 looked at him with doubt, but Kushina hoped that solution wouldn't work on Menma. Naruto simply extended his travel scroll slightly to pull out a pair of glasses. Once Naruto has them, he passes them to Menma, who takes them. Naruto. Here, use them, and don't ask where I got them. Menma nods and puts on her glasses. Naruto. They look good on you. Menma smiled slightly, but with a tiny blush. Just then, a child arrived. Upon seeing him, Naruto recognized him. It was Inari. Inari. Blank stare, who are you? Tsunami. They're the ninjas who protected your grandfather. Inari. Get out of here, Gato will kill you. With that, he withdrew, leaving the shinobi in silence. Naruto just sighed inwardly. It saddened him to see Inari with that look. Naruto. Alright, we're tired and need to sleep, so here's what we'll do. Kushina-sensei and Sakura will sleep in one room, Sasuke and Menma in another, and I'll stay with the injured. Sakura. Angrily, and who made you team leader? Sasuke-kun is a better leader than you. But she fell when she saw Naruto glaring at her. Without further ado, and with Tazuna's permission, Team 7 went to their rooms to rest. With Naruto. He was sitting on the floor with his back against a wall and his eyes closed. Naruto. Serious, I have a feeling things will get more complicated at the end of this mission. Without further ado, he settled down to rest. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 5. It was morning and in the room where the wounded were, Naruto could be seen doing something in a molkajit. Next to him were some bullets. In the early morning he discovered that the dust he had taken out were special dust and he wasn't going to waste them, so he spent his time making bullets, grateful for the knowledge he had acquired in Remnant. Naruto continued until he heard a groan. Turning around, he saw it was Mito, who was slowly getting up, looking pale from blood loss. Naruto. Returning to the molkajit, you're finally awake. Mito. Ah, what happened? Naruto. Because you were stupid, you threw yourself at Zabuza, who knocked you out, but satisfied with that, you did it again and ended up on the verge of death. Upon hearing that, memories of the previous day flooded back to Mito, filling her with terror at the thought that he might have died. Just then, Naruto poured the contents of the molkajit into a wooden bowl and approached Mito. Seeing this, Mito was about to say something, but Naruto didn't give her a chance. He grabbed her head and forced her to swallow the contents of the container. The reaction was immediate, and now Mito was trying to stop Naruto as she swallowed. When she finished, Naruto pulled away, leaving Mito with a bad taste in her mouth. Mito. With his tongue sticking out, what the hell was that stuff? Naruto. Putting his things away, it's a paste that will help you recover lost blood. Mito remained silent as she watched Naruto. He had helped her again, which made her lower her head, slightly embarrassed, but with a barely perceptible blush. Naruto finished packing his things into his travel scroll, placed it at his waist, and lifted Mito bridal style. Mito. Blushing, what are you doing? Naruto. Helping you down, you might do things to me, but you're still, unfortunately, my partner and I have to take care of you, and you can get up now, Haddock. Upon hearing that, Mito looked towards where Kakashi was to see him getting up. Kakashi, smiling, good morning Naruto. Naruto. Good morning, now get up, I know you're feeling better. Kakashi chuckled slightly as he stood up, using crutches Naruto had left beside him. Without another word, they both began walking out of the room, with Mito still in Naruto's arms. Ground floor. The rest of Team 7 were in the living room waiting for Naruto when they heard footsteps. Turning around, they saw Naruto coming downstairs with Mito in his arms and Kakashi coming down on crutches. Menma didn't know why, but seeing Mito in Naruto's arms bothered him. Kushina. Going worriedly to see Mito. How are you, Mito? Mito. I'm fine, don't worry. Kushina sighed in relief when Kakashi called her attention. Kakashi. Well, we barely survived Zabuza thanks to Naruto, but it's very likely that next time it won't be the same, so let's train. Sakura. But why, Kakashi-sensei? Zabuza is dead thanks to that Anbu. Menma. What did that Anbu attack Zabuza with? Sakura. With Senbon needles, duh. Why are you asking such a stupid question? Menma. But where did the Anbu attack? Sakura. In the neck. What does that have to do with anything? Menma. Because the Anbu hit Zabuza's neck specifically in one spot. Sakura. I don't understand. Naruto. Irritated. What Menma means is that Zabuza is alive and the Anbu is working with him, you idiot. Kakashi. That's right, the Anbu is working with Zabuza. Kushina. Surprised. How do you know that? Menma. Naruto. Human anatomy. This left everyone speechless, implying that Menma and Naruto had studied human anatomy. Mito, still in Naruto's arms, remained lost in thought. She had always been trained, but now she saw that it wasn't just about power, but also about knowledge. Kyuubi M, inside its seal, heard Mito's thoughts and growled. For her, power was better than knowledge. Kyuubi M equals Kyuubi to Mito. Time skip. Team 7 could now be seen in a part of the forest. Kakashi. Alright, it's time for training. Mito. On a rock. And what kind of training is that? Kakashi. You're going to climb the tree. Sakura. But Kakashi-sensei, we already know how to do that. Kushina. But without using extra hands. Sakura. That's impossible. Kushina and Kakashi began climbing the tree using only their feet. Sasuke, Sakura and Mito were surprised to see this. Both senseis jumped down to the ground and threw kunai at the genin's feet. Kushina. Smiling. Now you do it. She knew that Menma had no chakra, so this would be a good opportunity to make him look bad and have a new excuse to remove him from the shinobi ranks. Naruto. I see, but 3 of us won't be able to train. Kushina. Why not 3? Naruto. Well, 1, I already know how to do that, I can even walk on water. 2, Menma can't because he doesn't have chakra, although he can use friction to simulate climbing. And 3, Mito isn't 100% recovered yet. After hearing that, the senseis had to agree with Naruto because it was true. Naruto. Alright, let's do this. Mito will stay at Mr. Tezuna's house until she recovers, while Menma and I protect him. Sasuke. And who put you in charge? Besides, you don't have the authority to order me around, an elite Uchiha. Sakura nodded in agreement with Sasuke. Meanwhile, Mito noticed this and then looked at Naruto and Menma, who were clearly annoyed. After arguing for a while, Mito was sent to rest while Naruto and Menma went to the bridge to protect Tezuna. On bridge. Menma and Naruto were sitting on the edge of the bridge watching the workers go about their business. Suddenly, Naruto's tie started to move. Naruto. Akumu, détente. But the tie ignored him and kept moving until it separated and transformed into Akumu. Menma was surprised to see this. Menma. Surprised. What is that? Naruto. Defeated its Akumu, my battle partner. But then they saw Akumu start gargling. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Naruto. Spit it out, come on Akumu, spit it out. Akumu gargled some more and then spat something out. When Naruto saw the object, he couldn't believe it. It was Harbinger in its inactive mode. Shakily, Naruto knelt down to take the object in his hands. Naruto. Uncle Crow. Noir began to remember that drunken but loyal man who had been his uncle during one of his resets as Ruby Rose. But it didn't end there. Akumu gargled some more and released other objects. Upon seeing them, Naruto recognized them. They were Ember Celica in their bracelet mode. And Floating Array in its swords mode. Naruto began to shed tears upon seeing those objects. Naruto. Yang ni Penny-chan. With tears in his eyes, he gazed at the weapons of his sister and friend in his reset where he lived in Remnant. Menma, surprised, saw Naruto in a weakened state and could only manage to approach and embrace the Dreemurr. Naruto, feeling this, didn't pull away. Instead, he returned the embrace. He remembered how they were the only ones who hadn't betrayed him, the ones who had always been there for him, and how they had died before his very eyes. For a moment, his eyes turned silver. He gargled a few more times, and then Naruto collapsed, sobbing. Before him stood Sundered Rose in her short rifle mode. Summer Rose's weapon, his mother's weapon in Remnant. Menma didn't know what was happening, but he could see that those objects were very important to Naruto, but for the moment he decided to comfort the Noire Dreemurr. The other workers saw this and felt a lump in their throats. Naruto's crying made them feel as if he had lost loved ones, and yet he was still standing. This filled them with determination to continue with the bridge. If a 13-year-old boy could do it, why couldn't they? In the distance, Inari watched the scene and wondered if he had suffered more, since Naruto's crying showed that the black-haired boy had suffered greatly. Time skip. It was night, and at Izuna's house, Tsunami was cooking dinner with Inari, which surprised his mother. In the living room, Sasuke and Sakura were relaxing with Kakashi and Kushina sitting on a sofa, while Mito watched them. Just then, the door opened. Izuna. We're back. Everyone saw Izuna enter, followed by Menma and finally Naruto. But there was something different about Noire. The boy had crescent rose on his hip, floating array on his legs, ember celica on his wrists, and harbinger and sundered rose on his back, in addition to carrying a small backpack. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Kushina. What are those things you have besides the red one, Naruto? Naruto. Serious, just objects that important people left me before they died. Kushina said nothing and just remained silent alongside the rest of Team 7 and Tsunami. Inari. Why? That caught everyone's attention. Inari. You said they died, so why are you still fighting? Naruto was surprised to hear that. It was always Inari who exploded, talking about fake heroes and all that, but this timeline was different. Naruto. Because they wouldn't like to see me surrendered, lying on the ground doing nothing. They would like me to keep fighting. Death will come to us sooner or later, but it's better to live bravely or die like a coward. The decision is yours. That silenced everyone, and then Naruto opened the door. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm not hungry, but I'll keep watch, you never know. Without further ado, he leaves, abandoning everyone. Time skip. It was midnight, and everyone in Izuna's house was asleep. Well, not everyone. In one room, Inari was looking at a photograph of her family with a man. That man was Kaiza, her adoptive father. Inari looked at the photo while remembering Naruto's words. Inari. Dad. Inari stood up, raising her gaze with a determined look. For a moment, a gray heart appeared beside her, which then turned orange. Now Inari was full of courage and would not let anything bad happen to his family. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 6. It was daytime, and Naruto could be seen asleep in the forest, leaning against a tree. He had practiced a bit with Ember Celica, Floating Array, Harbinger, and Sundered Rose, though he had, of course, put the weapons away. Suddenly, someone approached him with murderous intent, but instead, they poked him on the cheek. Upon feeling this, Naruto opened one eye to see who was responsible. Naruto. Haku, good morning. Haku. Good morning, kid. What are you doing here? You could get sick. Naruto. Sitting down. It's very unlikely I'll get sick. Haku nods, steps back a little, and begins gathering plants. Seeing this, Naruto recognizes what he's doing, but pretends not to notice. Naruto. Why are you collecting those plants? Haku. A friend of mine is hurt. Naruto. Okay, I'll help. I know about botany, so I can help you. Haku. With a small smile. Thanks. With that, they both began to pick the medicinal herbs. When they finished, Haku stood up with a basket full of the herbs. Haku. Turning around. Well, I have to go. Naruto. Smiling and watching her leave. Sure, say hi to Zabuza for me. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly turns around with senbon needles between her fingers. Haku. Serious, how do you know that? Naruto. Smiling. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Serious, listen, I have to warn you about something. Haku. Curious, and what would that be? Naruto. Don't trust Gatm. When you least expect it, he'll betray you. Haku. How can what you're saying be true? Naruto. Smiling innocently, because if it weren't true, I would have killed you already. That left Haku speechless. He could sense that Naruto was telling the truth. Haku. Lowering his guard. Okay, I'll trust you. Naruto nodded with a small smile, then Haku took the basket and turned around. Haku. By the way, I'm a man. Naruto. Yeah right, and I'm a retard. I know you're a woman, Haku, you can't fool me. Haku let out a small huff when he realized he couldn't fool Naruto. Naruto. Well, I'm leaving. Tell Zabuza what I told you. See you later. With that, Naruto walked away, watched by Haku. Haku waited for some sign of betrayal, but seeing nothing, he simply turned around and left. With Naruto. Noire was walking around, surveying the state of Nami no Kuni, which caused the boy to frown. Suddenly, Naruto had an idea, smiled, and started running in a certain direction, drawing everyone's attention. All the inhabitants of Nami no Kuni watched as Naruto created clones on a plot of land, preparing the ground for something. When they finished, Naruto headed towards the entrance of a fence that one of his clones had built. Naruto. Placing his hands on the ground. I hope it works. Demeterican. Plant birth. Everyone saw the ground begin to glow a pale green, leaving them all in shock. They saw various plants sprouting from the earth, which, as they grew, gradually bore fruit and vegetables. When it was over, Naruto stood up and turned to face the inhabitants of Nami no Kuni with a smile. Naruto. Enjoy it, it's for you. And as if it were an order, the villagers went to the new vegetable patch to start eating. Even the children ate the fruit there because they were hungry. Naruto watched this with a smile. Naruto. Vegetables, done, now I just need to get rid of Gatman. Problem solved. In the distance, Tazuna and his family, along with the rest of Team 7, including Mito, watched what Naruto had done. They were all stunned by what they saw. Naruto had literally made plants grow out of thin air. Time skip. 2 weeks had passed, and several things had happened. Naruto helped the villagers and assisted with the bridge. Mito recovered and rejoined the training. Naruto, knowing that a fight between Zabuza and Haku against Team 7 was imminent, trained Menma in Taijutsu and Kinjutsu, discovering that Menma was a prodigy in those areas. Naruto was even tempted to teach him soul magic, but dismissed the idea for the time being. Naruto also trained with the weapons of Yang Xiaolong, Summer Rose, Crow Branwen, and Penny Polendina, his sister mother uncle friend in remnant. Now, Team 7, minus Naruto, was seen heading towards the bridge with Tazuna. Noir had decided to stay at the house to look after Tazuna's family. With Naruto. The boy was upstairs putting on Ember Celica and preparing Sundered Rose and Harbinger on his back, Crescent Rose on his rear hips and Floating Array on his sides of his legs. Naruto. Serious, here they come. Suddenly, he heard noises and went outside to look out the stairs. There he saw 2 men trying to take Tsunami away, but Inari intervened. The dreamer saw how, despite his size, Inari stood up for them and was brave, even though his opponent was bigger and stronger. When Inari fell to the ground, wounded, Naruto appeared and, without giving the men time to react, the Noir severed their heads with his floating array. Tsunami and Inari watched as blood began to flow, drenching Naruto in the red liquid as the bodies fell to the ground. When the small shower of blood subsided, Naruto, with a swift movement, removed the blood from the floating array and stored it where he had kept it before. Naruto. Smiling a little. You did well, Inari. Inari smiled, then watched Naruto come out of the house. Naruto. I'm going to the bridge to check on my team, you guys stay here and hide. They both nodded and then Naruto ran off towards the bridge. On bridge. The area was shrouded in fog, as if a massive battle had taken place. Kunai and shuriken were scattered about and the clang of metal against metal filled the air. The sounds were from the ongoing fight between Zabuza, Kakashi and Kushina, where they were relatively evenly matched. In the distance, a dome of ice mirrors trapped a wounded Sasuke and Mito, along with a slightly injured Menma, who held the Chakin. The trio was fighting an Anbu who was a user of Hyutin. Further away, Tazuna was hiding, and Sakura was trembling with fear, holding a kunai with a very weak grip. Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing Naruto on one knee with his hands outstretched. He had been the one to clear the fog and wipe away the blood. Everyone watched as Naruto rose to his feet to observe both fights. Naruto. Stop this. We're not enemies. Sakura. Hysterical. What are you saying, you idiot? You're the enemy, can't you see? But Naruto ignored him and calmly walked towards Zabuza. When they arrived, they looked into each other's eyes. Naruto. Did you get my message? Zabuza. Yes, I'm surprised you didn't attack Haku. Naruto. Heh, I didn't have to, I just sent a message. Zabuza just laughed a little. Kushina. Wait, I don't understand anything, what's happening? Naruto. It's simple, they're not the enemy, points to a place. It's them. Upon seeing the place, they saw a short man with an army of 200 men behind him. The man was Gatm. Zabuza. Gatm. What does this mean? Gatm. Arrogantly. Well, Zabuza, you charge a lot, so with the money I was going to pay you, I decided to hire these men. Upon hearing that, Zabuza growled as the Anbu emerged from a mirror, followed by the entire dome dissolving into water. Gatm. Arrogantly. Kill everyone and leave the women alive, we can have fun with them. Upon hearing this, the army began to laugh in agreement. Naruto then started walking, positioning himself between the army and the rest of the group. Seeing this, the men began to laugh and mock Naruto. Kushina. Worried. Wait, son, don't go into the fight, it's very dangerous. Naruto. Turning his back on her. First of all, I'm not your son, and second, they don't know who they're messing with. At that moment, Naruto moves his arm slightly, activating Ember Celica, which enters its gauntlet launcher mode. Without hesitation, Naruto swiftly lunged at one of the men, punching him in the face. But he didn't stop there. He also triggered the detonator, causing a small explosion that shattered the man's skull. Seeing this, the rest of the army rushed at Naruto, who repelled their attacks and occasionally counterattacked, sometimes using the explosions himself. Naruto continued this attack until he realized Ember Celica was out of ammunition. He could have continued without it but decided to use his other weapons. With that in mind, Naruto leaped away to deactivate Ember Celica. Then, he removed Sundered Rose from his back in short rifle mode and Harbinger, switching it to sword mode. Without further ado, he begins attacking, firing Sundered Rose and slashing his opponents with Harbinger. At one point, one of them tried to attack him from behind, but Naruto quickly switched Harbinger into shotgun mode. And shoot the guy straight in the head. Naruto. Heat shot. Harbinger returns to his sword mode so that Naruto can continue attacking. With the rest. Everyone was speechless with shock as they watched Naruto literally massacre an army. Some watched with hatred, others with jealousy. Sasuke. With hatred, that damn dope, how dare he be better than me, and Elite Uchiha. Mito. Jealous, I should feel hatred seeing that he surpasses me, but I only feel jealousy, why? Something about that caught their attention. But Naruto. He had already exhausted Gaten by taking down 55% of the army. Seeing this, Naruto deactivated Sundered Rose and Harbinger, storing them on his back. Then, Naruto summoned Floating Array, transforming them into gun mode. With that, he launched himself at the army, shooting each opponent in the chest or head, killing them instantly. Naruto then switched Floating Array into sword mode to continue attacking and dodging the men's attacks. Naruto. This is taking a while. No one understood, but Naruto leaped again as he sheathed Floating Array. With that, Naruto grabbed Crescent Rose by the hip. Before he could do anything, the men charged at him with murderous intent, but Naruto managed to activate rifle mode on his current weapon and began firing at the demonic powers. Naruto dodged another attack, landing on the ground and retreating as he enabled Crescent Rose to transform into Scythe mode. With that, Naruto began to attack, but this time with such speed that it seemed the weapon was leaving a red trail. Naruto continued like this until he plunged the tip of Crescent Rose into the ground, its fiery muzzle pointed directly at Gaten's face, who was trembling with fear. Behind Naruto were the mutilated or riddled bodies of Gaten's army. Gaten. Terrified wait, I can give you whatever you want, money, women, drugs, whatever you want. Naruto stared at him for several seconds before pulling the trigger. The bullet flew, blowing Gaten's head off and splattering the minion's brains. Everyone watched as Gaten's headless body fell backward, Naruto remaining completely unfazed. The Noir simply picked up Crescent Rose, wiped the blood off her with a few quick movements, and transformed her into her compact form before placing her on his hip. Without another word, Naruto began walking toward the village, watched by everyone who remained silent. Time skip. 1 week had passed since the Battle of the Bridge, and now Team 7 was seen with Zabuza and Haku. Naruto gave them the opportunity to start their lives over in Konoha, and they accepted, at the entrance of the bridge, saying goodbye to Tazuna and the rest of the people. Naruto. Well, it was nice being here. Tazuna. I'm glad, and thanks for helping Nami no Kuni, everyone appreciates it. Naruto. Heh, no problem. Inari was almost in tears, but Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Naruto. With a small smile, don't cry, this isn't goodbye, it's see you later. Inari wiped away her tears and smiled. With that, the group left, watched by everyone. Tsunami. And what shall we call the bridge? Tazuna. Smiling, the Great Naruto Bridge, that will be its name. Everyone agreed. But the group. They were walking, but something was wrong, Naruto seemed a little nervous. Naruto. Why am I nervous? That's a bad sign. Then a shadow begins to follow and surround them. Brah. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look up at the sky, barely managing to dodge the attack. As they fell to the ground, they all saw a large bird watching them. Everyone was on high alert, but only one recognized it. Naruto. In shock, it's a Grim. Shinobi vs Grim Part 1. The group stood motionless, watching the Grim. This Grim was a Nevermore. Kushina. What do you mean, a Grim? What's a Grim? Naruto. Serious and nervous Grim are monsters, also described as creatures of destruction. These things don't possess a soul. These creatures are attracted to jealousy, pain, loneliness, hatred, and fear. Sasuke. Arrogantly, if I can control this thing, I can kill it. Naruto. Alright, be careful. We have to kill this Nevermore. The rest. Kill it. Naruto. Serious, yes, we must kill it. Imagine what this Nevermore would do if it attacked other villages. This thing must be eliminated. That silenced everyone, but they couldn't do anything else, as they had to dodge several feathers launched by the Nevermore. Naruto drew Crescent Rose and began firing, attracting the Nevermore's attention, which then began chasing Naruto as he moved away from the team. Sakura. Trembling with fear, he's distracting him, let's get out of here. Kakashi. Serious, we're not leaving Naruto. Sakura. But sensei, it's obvious he's going to die. But everyone, except Sasuke and Mito, looks at her with angry faces, making her tremble even more with fear. Menma. Serious, we're not going to abandon Naruto. If you want to do it, go ahead, but you'll be considered a coward. Smiles mockingly, but hey, you're an expert at that, you always run away. That had left everyone silent, but Sakura was looking at Menma angrily, tears wanting to come out. She didn't want to accept reality. Menma. Turning around, I don't know how to finish off that grim guy, but I'm not going to abandon Naruto, not again. But that said, Menma ran off in the direction Naruto and the Nevermore had gone. The group remained silent, watching the path Menma had taken. Sakura. Walking away, they're crazy, let's go Sasuke-kun. But she realizes something. She was alone. The rest had gone to where Naruto and Menma were to help, although one of them did it out of jealousy. Sakura. Running towards the place and crying Sasuke-kun. In the fight. Naruto and the Nevermore were seen in a part of the forest which hid a crag and several mounds of earth. Naruto. Firing crescent rows, alright, you birdbrain, you're going to die today, you bastard. The Nevermore lunged at Naruto, who skillfully dodged it. Then he saw the Nevermore walking away, which confused him. Naruto. What will he do? Then he sees that he is surrounded by several Grimm, who were Beowulf, Orbidisk, Wyrsa. Upon seeing the Grimm, Naruto's eyes changed to silver. Imagine it's Naruto. In the distance, the group had arrived, with Sakura at the back, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Then they saw the situation. Sakura. Catching her breath, see? That idiot is going to die, let's get out of here. Kushina glares angrily at Sakura, startling the girl. But before she can do anything, Naruto's eyes glow, emitting a great light. Imagine it's Naruto. After the light faded, everyone was stunned to see the Grimm frozen in place. Seeing the Grimm like this, Naruto summoned Harbinger, which then transformed into its War Scythe mode. With that, Naruto makes a few moves to destroy the Grimm statues. Seeing this, the group goes down to join Naruto, who returns Harbinger to its inactive mode and puts the weapon away. Menma. Worried Naruto, are you okay? The named man turns to look at Menma with his now normal eyes. Naruto. Smiling a little, yes, don't worry, I'm fine. Brah. Upon hearing that croak, everyone turned to watch as the Nevermore returned. Suddenly, Menma's ear twitched, detecting a sound. They all saw another Grimm emerging from the woods. He was a Death Stalker. Naruto. Annoyed, damn, a Death Stalker. Without further delay, the Nevermore and the Death Stalker launched themselves at the shinobi, who dodged their attacks. Once they are far enough away, Sakura hides behind a rock, but it is destroyed by the Death Stalker's stinger. Seeing this, Naruto uses a string of patience on his left arm to save Sakura from the Death Stalker's attack. Naruto catches Sakura by wrapping his arm around her waist. Naruto. Get out of the way. Upon hearing that, they all ventured deeper into the forest, followed by the Grimm. Fortunately, they managed to get far enough away. When they reached the spot, Naruto released Sakura, who stumbled away. Sakura. Trembling with fear, what were those things? Naruto. Serious, like I said, those things are called Grimm. Sasuke. Angry, and how do you know that, dope? Naruto. Serious, because I've dealt with these things before. I won't say when or how, but I've dealt with the Grimm. Mito. If that's the case, what do we do now? Naruto. Serious, fight. That surprised the rest. Sakura. Upset, what are you saying? Fight. How are we supposed to fight those things? They outnumber us. Naruto. And we outnumber them. Sakura could only see Naruto as if he were crazy. For her, the Grimm were going to kill them. Naruto. Serious, alright, we'll split up. Kakashi-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Zabuza and Sakura will take on the Death Stalker, while Menma, Mito, Sasuke, Haku, and I will handle the Nevermore. Sakura. Scared? Are you going to make me fight that thing? Naruto just nods, causing Haruno even more fear. Then Naruto's tie comes undone and Akumu makes his appearance, gargling. Kakashi. On guard, what is that? Naruto. It's Akumu, my partner. Akumu then vomited up what he wanted to expel. Naruto saw that the objects Akumu spat out were Milo in short sword mode. The Akao. Naruto. Purr. They all managed to hear Naruto's whisper as he looked at the weapons of one of his former friends before she died in front of his eyes in an invasion of Beacon at the hands of his former enemy, Cinder. Menma. Worried and jealous. Naruto, who is Purr? Naruto. Purr is the name of an old friend of mine, she died in front of me, being disintegrated. Flashback. End of flashback. Naruto stared blankly ahead while the others were horrified by what they had heard. Then Naruto blinked several times, trying to snap back to reality. Naruto. I have Milo and Akao, that means Purr would never betray me. Serious, very well, I know what to do, creates a shadow clone. This clone will use the weapons on the ground and will accompany the team that will fight against the Death Stalker. The clone takes Milo and Akao and then walks away with Zabuza, Kakashi and Kushina, the latter dragging Sakura, who was screaming in fear. Naruto. Serious, let's go. He is then followed by Mito, Menma, Haku and Sasuke, the latter reluctantly and eager to have Nevermore under his control. Shinobi vs Grimm Part 2, Death Stalker. The group consisting of Kakashi Haddock, Kushina Uzumaki, Zabuza Momochi, Sakura Haruno, and a clone of Naruto Noire Dreemurr were seen heading towards the Grim Death Stalker's location. Sakura, being a coward, was being dragged along by the clone. After a brief chase, they reached the Death Stalker, causing the clone to drop Sakura to the ground. Upon hitting the ground, Sakura fled and hid. Clone. Indifferent, leave her alone, that way the coward won't interrupt. Zabuza. I'd say something, but from what little I've seen, I've noticed that girl doesn't have what it takes to be a kunoichi. Kushina. Annoyed, hey, I know she has what it takes to be a good kunoichi. The clone just sighed in annoyance. Clone. Serious, concentrate, here it comes. But that said, the Death Stalker leaves the forest, knocking down trees in the process. Upon seeing the Grim, Zabuza prepares Kubikurumjim, Kakashi a kunai in each hand, Kushina a katana, and the clone Milo and Akao. Sakura was hiding behind a rock, trembling with fear, when she sees Akumu pass by and reach the clone's side. Clone. Akumu, what are you doing here? In response, Akumu goes into attack mode. Clone. I understand. At that moment, the Grim lunges at the team, who dodge the attack. While still in the air, Kakashi throws his kunai to form hand seals. Kakashi. Kunai. Shadow clones. But that, the kunai multiplied, managing to hit the Death Stalker. But it was no use, and the Grim was still standing. Zabuza. Making hand seals suit in powerful water jet. Zabuza expels a jet of water from his mouth, which hits the Death Stalker in the eye, enraging the Grim. Using its pincers, the Grim begins attacking and destroying everything in its path. On the ground, Sakura has to dodge an attack from the Death Stalker before taking cover among the trees. Kushina lunges at the Death Stalker with her katana, unleashing rapid slashes, but they barely damage it. The Death Stalker raises its claw, intending to crush Kushina, but the Grim is hit by several direct hits. Turning around, they see the clone on one knee, Akao in a defensive stance, and Milo in rifle mode. Even with the objects in the same position, the clone gets up to continue firing as it approaches, causing the Grim to retreat. Clone. I have an idea. Then the clone realizes something. Sakura had fled. Clone. Annoyed, I hope the boss tells Gigi or that idiot Minato because I'm sure they'll tell him about the Grim. Then the clone notices the adults arriving with him. Kakashi. And Sakura. Clone. Firing, she escaped, but there's no time for that, Kakashi. I want you to stun the Death Stalker with lightning release. But hurry, I won't be able to keep him like that for long. Kakashi was about to say something, but seeing the situation, he had to accept it since he realized it was true. Kakashi ran as fast as he could to jump while forming hand seals. Kakashi. Rate an electric palm. With precision, Kakashi places his palms on the Death Stalker's head and then the Grim receives a large amount of electricity, leaving him stunned. Clone. Saving Milo, it will only be temporary, so we must move quickly. Kushina, use your chains to immobilize the Death Stalker. Kushina nods and pulls her diamond chains from her back. Once they were outside, Kushina threw her chains, managing to immobilize the Grim, who had already recovered. Clone. Keep it like that. Kushina nodded with difficulty as the Grim tried to escape. Seeing this, the clone threw Akao at the Death Stalker's tail, severing the stinger, which then fell onto the Grim's head. Clone. Zabuza, I need your help with Kubikurumjim. The ninja nodded to prepare Kubikurumjim. Seeing this, the clone climbed onto the flat part of the sword. Clone. I need you to throw me into the sky with all your might, I'll do the rest. Zabuza nods to prepare, but Kakashi arrives to assist him. Seeing this, the clone nods as well, and the two ninjas, using Kubikurumjim, launch the clone into the air, where it reaches a height of several meters above the Death Stalker. Clone. With a small smile, it's been a while since I said that phrase, turbo action. With that, the clone is surrounded by a fluorescent green energy. It was turbo energy. Then the clone sees Akumu coming towards him, so he grabs the creature, which transforms into a mace surrounded by turbo energy. With that, the clone prepares himself as he falls from the sky, surrounded by his turbo energy. The clone then sees that he only has a few meters left, so he readies his hammer to strike. Clone. See you later, baby. And with that, now reduced to mere motion, the clone slammed the mace into the stinger, generating a massive green shockwave. As it dissipated, they saw the clone still powered by turbo energy and floating on its murder drone wings. But what truly shocked everyone was seeing the Death Stalker turn to black dust. Clone. Descending and deactivating turbo energy, it's over. After saying that, everyone sees the clone who puts away his wings and drops the mace, returning to being Akumu. Clone. Pointing to a spot, go that way and you'll reach the boss and the others. Kushina. And what will you do? Clone. I'm a clone, I'll just dissipate, that's all. Sees Akumu, lead them. Akumu nods and begins walking towards the other team, followed by the rest. Once they are out of sight, the clone dissipates, sending the memories back to the original. Shinobi vs Grimm Part 2.5, Nevermore. Simultaneously. A group consisting of Menma, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Hakuyuki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Noire Dreemurr was seen running toward the location of the Nevermore. Naruto. We need to go fast. Menma. How are we going to defeat that thing? We don't know. Naruto. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just follow my orders. Then they reach the base of the cliff. Naruto. With crescent rows and scythe mode, be alert. Upon hearing that, the rest prepare themselves with kunai. Brah. Upon hearing the squawk, everyone looks up to see the Grimm charging at them, causing them all to scatter and dodge the Nevermore, who manages to recover before hitting the ground. Naruto plunges the tip of crescent rose into the ground and begins firing at the Nevermore, who takes the full force of the blasts, but also sees Naruto. The Nevermore lets out another squawk and lunges at Naruto, who leaps, slamming the mouth of his scythe against the ground and firing. The force of the shot sends Naruto flying, still holding crescent rose, and he dodges the Grimm, who crashes into some trees. Seeing the Grimm stunned, Naruto switches crescent rose to rifle mode and fires, recoiling from the force of the blast, the projectile striking the Nevermore squarely. Naruto. Falls to the ground. Sasuke, I want you to throw a fireball at the Grimm. Sasuke growls in anger but performs the hand seals. Sasuke. Kaiten Gran Bola de Fuego. With that, she unleashes the Kaiten Jutsu, which strikes directly at the Nevermore, causing a small explosion. The five of them watched the flames intently, then saw the Grimm attack. Seeing this, they all dodged, but in mid-air, the Nevermore catches Mito and lifts her into the sky. Mito. Hitting the Nevermore's backside with a kunai, let me go, you super developed bird. But the Grimm throws Mito into the air, sending her soaring a few meters. Then Mito begins to fall, only to see the Nevermore open its beak. It was about to eat her. Mito could only watch everything unfold in slow motion, witnessing her imminent end. But just a few meters from being devoured, a green trail catches her, causing the Nevermore to close its beak. Mito felt herself being held in someone's arms, then opened her eyes. What she saw was Naruto carrying her in his arms, while the Noire was surrounded by a fluorescent green energy. Naruto had saved her using turbo energy. Imagine you are Naruto and Mito, it is daytime, and Naruto is surrounded by turbo energy. Mito couldn't utter a word. He had saved her twice and she didn't know what to think. Just then, Naruto fell against a tree as the turbo energy deactivated. Naruto. Looking at her, are you okay? Mito could only nod, unable to utter a word. Naruto lowered himself to the ground with Mito in his arms, setting her down on the floor. Menma. Arriving, are you alright? Naruto. Yes, we're fine. Mito simply nodded, looking at both of them. Myth. Did I do something wrong? Then they hear the croaking to see how the Nevermore was dodging Sasuke and Haku's Kaiten and Hyoten attacks. Haku. Launching attacks, what now? Naruto was thinking until he saw his right arm. Naruto. There's no other way. But that in mind, Naruto takes out ninja thread from his travel scroll. Naruto. Unfurling the scroll, Menma, I want you to make a kind of slingshot with Mito's help, using the earth towers I'll create. Menma takes the thread, and then he and Mito watch as Naruto creates two small earthen towers. Seeing this, they look at each other, nod and run, obeying War's order. Naruto. Haku, Sasuke. Both turn around, I want you to keep attacking, but this time prevent the Grimm from escaping. Don't hit him, just keep him distracted. Haku nodded while Sasuke only grunted, but they both still began attacking the Grimm with kunai with explosive paper, preventing it from getting away. Upon seeing this, Naruto looked at his arm and began to concentrate. Protrusions appeared on his arm, then the skin exploded, causing the remains to fall to the ground as they vanished. Naruto sighed slightly, looking at his arm, which was completely different. Upon seeing that, Noire retracts his hand so that a missile launcher can emerge from the hole. But the missile launcher extended, Naruto aimed at the Grimm. Once he had it in his sights, Noire began firing missiles, hitting the Nevermore and forcing it back against a cliff face. Menma. It's ready. Naruto sees that Menma and Mito already had the slingshot ready. Naruto. With his arm back to normal, okay, Haku. The named one sees him freeze the Nevermore's tail, don't freeze everything, just the tail to buy time. Haku nods, forming hand seals and unleashing an icy wind that freezes the Nevermore's tail as it tries to escape. Seeing this, Naruto runs to the makeshift slingshot and leaps into the lead with crescent rose and scythe mode. In midair, Naruto places the scythe's blade against a string, causing it to stretch under the combined weight and momentum of crescent rose and Naruto. The string stretches, but to maintain its tautness, Naruto uses the absolute solver move. Naruto saw the Nevermore as Haku and Sasuke arrived at his sides. Haku? Do you think it'll work, Naruto-kun? Naruto? I'm about 75% sure. I already did it once, but I hope it works again. Sasuke? I think we should just control that thing. Naruto? Believe me, I already tried, but I couldn't because the Grim don't have chakra. Sasuke just clicked his tongue in frustration. Naruto put on a serious face as he watched the Grim and swapped Crescent Rose ammunition for gravity dust. With the new magazine ready, Naruto reloaded his weapon and then deactivated the Absolute Solver. The reaction was as expected, and Naruto was launched toward the Grim, using Crescent Rose as a platform. Unfortunately, the Grim broke free and tried to take flight. Of course, Naruto wasn't going to make it easy, so he started firing, and thanks to the recoil, he was able to reach the Nevermore and grab it by the neck with the sharp edge of his side as the Noir braced its feet against the wall. Once in position, Naruto channeled chakra into his feet to keep them pressed against the wall while he loaded another round into the magazine. With that, Naruto began to run while firing, increasing the Noir's speed and strength. Naruto. Running ahhhhh. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, Naruto is suspended in the air too, with a precise movement, cut off the head of the Nevermore. Imagine it's Naruto and the petals are missing. Naruto fell to the ground at the top of the cliff as his head fell behind him and the rest of his body tumbled down the slope. Naruto got up, turned his side, and saw his companion smiling slightly. At the base of the cliff, Menma and Mito were still on the earthen towers, smiling, while on the ground Haku was smiling with a thumbs up and Sasuke just snorted in anger. He was glad he had controlled the Grim. At that moment, Menma was confused because he swore he saw the image of a silver-eyed little Red Riding Hood girl above Naruto. Menma didn't know it, but the person he caught sight of was Ruby Rose, Naruto's former avatar in Remnant. With that, Naruto decided to descend, generating several Absolute Solver symbols in the air and using them as platforms. It wasn't time to reveal his full power yet. Upon reaching the ground, he began walking toward his companions. Naruto. It's over, we won. Everyone except Sasuke smiled when they heard something. Turning around, they saw Sakura arrive, looking tired, and then they saw Sasuke. Sakura. Running toward Sasuke-kun. With that, he hugged her while the Uchiha tried to shake Haruno off. At that moment, Naruto's clone's memories flooded back and he looked in a certain direction. Naruto. Here they come. Upon hearing that, everyone turns to look in that direction and a few seconds later, Akumu arrives, followed by Kakashi, Zabuza, and Kushina. Akumu reaches Naruto and opens his mouth, revealing Milo and Akuo inside, which brings a small smile to Naruto's face. Kushina. Approaching worriedly, are you alright? Although she was really only worried about Mito and Naruto. Myth. Yes, Mom, we're fine. Kushina sighed in relief as Kakashi approached Sakura with a serious look. Kakashi. Serious, what you did to us was very wrong, Sakura, and that will be reported to the Hokage. Upon hearing that, Sakura became frightened, thinking that they would take her away from her Sasuke-kun. Naruto. You know what? I want to go back to Konoha already. Everyone had to agree with him in order to begin their journey to Konoha. Naruto. I was able to use my turbo energy, will I also be able to get the Nano Cubes? I'll see when I get there. Without further ado, he put those thoughts aside and continued on his way to Konoha. Now he felt like resting and eating a chocolate cake or the ramen from Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto Information Part 2. Here's some more information about Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Special Eyes. Absolute Solver Eye. Sharingan. Byakugan. Silver Eyes. States. Amabilis, Trait of Kindness. Seraphim. Shogun. Divine. Floating Hands. No Trait. Patience. Protection. Creativity. Kindness. Purity. Special Weapons. Crescent Rose. Degrees Compact. Bowed Rifle. Bowed Sword Mode. Scythe Mode. Samurai Sword. Fire Smasher. Harbinger. Idle Mode. Sword Mode. Shotgun Mode. Or Scythe Mode. Ember Celica. Bracelet Mode. Gauntlet Launcher Mode. Floating Array. Sword Mode. Pistol Mode. Sundered Rose. Short Rifle Mode. Milo. Short Sword Mode. Rifle Mode. Akao, Shield. Energies. Turbo Energy. Extras. Worder Drone Tail. Absolute Solver, Rotate. Blue Bones. Worder Drone Wings. Aster Blaster. Red Bones. Orange Bones. Absolute Solver, Elemental. Absolute Solver, Edit. Worder Drone Arm. Degrees Missile Launcher. Absolute Solver, Move. Affiliations. All the Skeleton, probably. Menma. Hizuna. Tsunami. Inari. Zabuza Mamachi. Hakuyuki. Ishin. Nami no Kuni completed. Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, could be seen walking directly towards Konoha. Upon arriving, they saw the legendary guards taking a little nap. Zabuza. With a drop of sweat, how come they haven't been invaded by these? Menma. Believe me, that's what I'm wondering too. Without further ado, they decide to sign their admission and then head towards the Hokage Tower. Hori Hokage. Inside the building, Hiruzen could be seen watching with amusement as Minato fought against his worst enemy, paperwork. Minato. Kami, please give me some space to rest. With the gods. Kami was watching Minato suffering in order to keep sending him more paperwork. Kami. No way, dog, suffer for everything you did to him and for what happened to Naruto, suffer. Kami starts laughing like crazy, while Amaterasu and Shinigami watch her with a drop of sweat on their faces. Amaterasu. Do you know that Naruto is already arriving? Kami. I know, just let me enjoy the suffering of this mortal. Amaterasu and Shinigami looked at each other and sighed. Sometimes they didn't know what Kami had in her head, while Kami was just laughing like crazy, sending more paperwork to Namikaze. In the Hokage Tower. Minato just sighed heavily, then there was a knock at the door. Minato. Go ahead. The door is opened, letting Team 7 in along with Zabuza and Haku. Kushina. Team 7 reporting in. Minato. Good, tell me what happened. Naruto frowned slightly. He knew this was coming. Meanwhile, Kushina began recounting everything that had happened, supported by Kakashi, who filled in details she'd forgotten. Minato and Hiruzen were astonished by what the Jonin were saying. Hiruzen might have known a little thanks to the memories Naruto had given him, but that didn't lessen his surprise at the information revealed. Minato. Wow, this is very hard to digest. But they saw Naruto looking at them with a less than friendly expression. It was clear he was annoyed that they had revealed that information. Minato. Naruto. Naruto. Annoyed, be quiet, Namikaze, I won't say it twice, I'm very angry about the revelation of this information, and believe me, I'm about to explode and cause a massacre. This made many swallow hard, as they knew what Naruto was like. On the other hand, the Anbu, upon hearing this, emerged from their hiding places to point their katanas at Naruto. But the Noir didn't even flinch. Minato. Anbus, reverence. The Anbu saw him for a moment, then sheathed their katanas and retreated to their hiding places. Naruto. As I was saying, I'm very upset about the revelation of this information, but remember this information is a Z-rank secret, if you decide to reveal it, I'll kill you. They all felt a great chill run down their spines but nodded. It was clear that Naruto was not to be trifled with. Minato. I understand, rank Z. Naruto nods, still annoyed with Kushina and Kakashi. That information was very sensitive. Minato. Well, now let's talk about Zabuza Momochi and his partner. Naruto. Serious, I was the one who suggested they come with us, Zabuza, a swordsman with the legendary Kubikurubj, and Haku, a user of Hyutin. Minato thought about it for a while. Those were good reasons to bring them into the shinobi ranks. Minato. I could let them stay, but on the condition that they are each monitored for 6 months. Zabuza. I accept. Haku. I have no problem with that. Minato nodded, then looked at Sakura. Minato. Serious, okay, now let's talk about Sakura Haruno. The girl gets nervous while Naruto leans back against the wall. Now he is neutral. Minato. Serious, from what I've heard, you didn't help at all during the mission. You literally left them to their fate. Sakura. You have to understand, Hokage-sama, those things were terrifying. Minato. Serious, I don't know what those grim people are like, but from what I heard, even the rest of your comrades fought while you ran away with your tail between your legs. Sakura just watched everyone while Hiruzen and Minato talked amongst themselves before separating. Hiruzen. We've made a decision and concluded that you, Sakura Haruno, are not fit to be a kunoichi. Therefore, you will no longer be part of the shinobi ranks. Sakura. But why? Hiruzen. Serious, because of your inability to follow orders, your lack of support for your comrades, your fangirl complex, your lack of training, everything. You are not fit to be a kunoichi. Sakura was holding back tears when she heard that. Minato. Serious, so, if you want to remain a kunoichi, you must train until you are on par with a true kunoichi. Until then, extends his hand over your headband and retire. Officially, you are off duty. Sakura let her tears flow as she looked at the rest of Team 7, only to cry even harder when she saw that no one was paying attention to her, not even her Sasuke-kun. Sakura simply gave her headband to Minato and then left, tears streaming down her face. Minato. Well, you can all leave, except you, Naruto. The entire Team 7 leaves, leaving Naruto in the office. Naruto. What now? Minato. Well, the third Hokage has something to tell you. Naruto raises an eyebrow to look at Sarutobi. Hiruzen. I want you to accompany me to the Sarutobi compound, there is something I want to show you. This piqued Naruto's curiosity even more, and he nodded. Then Noir and Sarutobi left the office. Just then, the secretary arrived with more papers to sign, making Minato feel depressed. Sarutobi enclosure. Hiruzen and Naruto were entering the place with Noir still confused. Naruto. And what was it you wanted to show me, Gigi? Hiruzen smiled and gestured with his hands toward a specific spot. Turning around, Naruto saw a girl with an animal coming out of the kitchen. Naruto. In shock. It can't be. Make up for lost time. Naruto looked shocked by what he was seeing. Standing before him was a girl in a white suit with black and green accents. Who was carrying a dog in his arms. The girl was Olivia, a name given by Naruto, and the dog was Zwei. Naruto. In shock. Olivia too. Zwei barked as he jumped out of Olivia's arms and began spinning around the Noir. The girl, smiling, approached Naruto to hug him, which the dreamer returned. Naruto. Hugging Olivia. I thought I'd never see you again. Olivia, hugging Naruto. I thought I'd never see you again too, Ben. Or should I call you Naruto? Naruto chuckled softly as Olivia smiled slightly. They separated and Hiruzen told them to sit down, which they both did. Once seated, Zwei sat on the floor next to Naruto. Naruto. But how are you here? Olivia. Well, the last thing I remember is that after returning the Big Bang to Multirant, you died in his last desperate attack, and I couldn't save you with lifesaver mode. I decided to remain inactive due to depression, and because I didn't feel anyone else was capable of using my power. Naruto smiled with a touch of tenderness. He and Olivia were a great team and always looked out for each other, that's why they were such a great team. Olivia. Then a week passed before I woke up in Mr. Hiruzen's living room, looking like my prototype. Naruto. I see. Out of curiosity, do you still have all the aliens we obtained? Olivia. Smiling slightly. Fortunately, yes, I still have all the samples. Naruto smiles, nods, and looks its way. Naruto. And I suppose you showed up around here after you saved me from that grim, right Zwei? The dog barked in affirmation, to which Naruto smiled and stroked its head. Hiruzen. Naruto-kun, I know you have the day off now, why don't you make up for lost time with Olivia-chan and Zwei? Naruto thought about it, then smiled and nodded. Naruto. Claro Gigi. The old Hokage nodded with a smile as he watched Naruto, Olivia, and Zwei get up and leave the Sarutobi compound. On the streets. The trio of boy, dog, and girl could be seen walking. Naruto and Olivia were having a conversation that, thankfully, no one could hear. Olivia. Looking around. So this place is Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto. That's right. Olivia. And why are you staying here if you have the power to destroy the village? From what you told me, you hate Konoha. Naruto. And it's true, I hate it. I hate how corrupt it is. Almost everyone here is a damn hypocrite who, as soon as they see someone they hurt become important, starts praising them. Believe me, many times I've wanted to destroy this damn village, not just in this one, but also in the old resets. Olivia. If that's the case, why haven't you done it? Naruto. Simple, I wouldn't stoop to their level. They made my life miserable several times, but I won't do anything to them. Karma will take its course. It always does. I'm not vengeful. Olivia. But the day will come when you'll have to give in to the feeling of revenge. Naruto. I know, but until then, I won't do anything to them. Olivia nodded but decided to change the subject. Olivia. And tell me, what have you done in this reset or in the ones that followed ours? Naruto. You see. Elsewhere. Teams 8 and 10 could be seen together with Sakura gathered at the Akimichi barbecue. Surprised so they kicked you out of the shinobi ranks. Sakura. Tearfully yes, they kicked me out. I won't be able to be near Sasu-kun anymore. Arrogantly ha. See, forehead. I'll keep Sasu-kun for myself. Sakura just looked at her angrily. Shikamaru. Bored. So what did you do? Sakura. Well. Hiba. Pointing. Hey guys, isn't that Naruto? Upon hearing that, everyone turned in the direction Kiba was pointing, seeing Naruto walking alongside a girl in a white, black, and green outfit, accompanied by a black and white dog. Hinata frowned at the sight of her man with a slut. Joji. Eating. Who is she? Kiba. I don't know, I can't see her face because of the hat she's wearing. Shino. What if she's Naruto's girlfriend? Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at him while Hinata was angry. Annoyed. What are you saying, Shino? You know perfectly well that Hinata is a better match for Naruto. Hinata smiled when she heard that. Shino. If that were the case, wouldn't Hinata have gone after Naruto by now? Hinata. MMPH, my Naruto-kun will come to me eventually. Shino. But he hasn't come. I can even say he doesn't want to see you at all because of what we did to him. Hinata growled angrily. She believed Naruto would eventually come to her and they would be happy again. Kiba. Hey, what if we follow him? Sakura. But we're talking about what happened to me, not that idiot Naruto. But upon hearing that, everyone agreed and left, leaving the bill to Sakura, who could only cry as she watched her last savings disappear. Upon Naruto, Olivia wise way. The trio was seen walking towards a building. Olivia. So, where do we go now? Naruto. Smiling slightly to the first place I could call home. Olivia. Okay, notices something, we're being followed. Naruto. I know, and unfortunately, I know who they are. Olivia. Should we fight them? Naruto. Nah, just ignore them. They'll be the ones who lose anyway. With that, the trio continued walking until they reached a building. Olivia. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto. Smiling a little, yes, this was the first place I could call home. The three were about to enter but were stopped. Stop right there. Upon hearing that, Naruto sighed heavily and turned around, followed by Olivia and Zwei. Teams 8 and 10 stood before them. Naruto. Neutral, what do you want? Hinata. I want to know why you're bringing this slut to our place where we used to have dates. Naruto. Annoyed, first of all, don't talk to Olivia like that, and second, our. Sounds like a pack. This place isn't yours or mine. Hinata. I don't care, I want to know why you're with her. Naruto. I'm not obligated to tell you. Hinata. Of course you are. I'm your girlfriend. Naruto. You're not my girlfriend. You dumped me for no reason, and when you realized you couldn't get what you wanted, now you want me back. Hinata. Hysterical, of course I'm your girlfriend. Doesn't what we went through together mean anything to you? Naruto. Actually, I should be the one asking that question, but I'm over you. You don't mean anything to me anymore. Now go live your life because I don't want anything to do with you. Naruto turned around and started walking, followed by Olivia, who didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Hinata went berserk and lunged forward, attempting to use gentle fist on Naruto. Everyone panicked and tried to stop Hinata, but she was blinded by her frenzy and ran quickly. Sensing this, Naruto was about to stop her using Ember Celica, but a wall of Titanite formed between them. The Hyuga's attack crashed against the structure, surprising the teams and spectators who saw that the attack had no effect. The wall began to return to the ground, revealing Olivia standing in front of Hinata and protecting Naruto. Hinata. And who do you think you are, you damn thing? Say your name. Olivia. Serious, my name is Olivia Tennyson, and I'm Naruto's friend and ally. Hinata. Getting into a fighting stance, well, now I know which bitch to kill for trying to take what's mine. Olivia also got into a fighting stance, but Naruto stopped her. Naruto. Stop, Olive, it's not worth it, after all, now everyone saw that the princess of the Byakugan is capable of attacking treacherously just because of a tantrum. Upon hearing that, the teams turned to look around, noticing that they were the center of attention. Ino. Annoyed, did you set a trap for Hinata? Naruto. No, I didn't set anything for her, everything that's happening was done by her own hand, she literally dug her own grave. Hinata became nervous, and then some Anbu surrounded her. Anbu Nico. Hinata Hyuga will come with us. Before she could do anything, Hinata was grabbed by two Anbu and dragged away, screaming for help. Seeing this, the teams rushed to their friend's aid, leaving Naruto and Olivia watching on. Naruto. I apologize for making you see that. Olivia. Smiling slightly, don't worry about it. Naruto. With a hint of teasing, so, Tennyson, huh? Olivia. Embarrassed, don't make fun of me, it was the first thing that came to mind. Naruto. It doesn't matter, I'm glad you chose that last name. Olivia smiles, then turns towards Ichiraku. Olivia. Walking, there's still a place you must show me. Naruto smiled and followed Olivia, but something was on his mind. How Olivia and Zwei had arrived in this timeline. For now, however, he ignored it and enjoyed his new company. Olivia and Haku's test. A week had passed since Olivia and Zwei arrived in the shinobi world, and several things had happened during that week. Hinata was taken to a Yamanaka who was traumatized by seeing the Hyuga's mind. Olivia learned more about the shinobi world and the elements that existed. Naruto and Zwei spent time together since they couldn't anymore after his reset as Ruby Rose. But now we'll sit somewhere else. Naruto's hut. In that thatched house, Naruto was in the kitchen making breakfast with Zwei sitting on a cushion next to him. Then Olivia entered the room, not in her usual outfit, but in pajamas. Olivia. Good morning. Naruto, putting breakfast on the table. Good morning, Olivia. Olivia sits down at the table to have a cup of coffee. Across from her, Naruto sits down to have a chocolate milkshake. Naruto. It'll be today. Olivia. I know. Naruto. And how did you manage to get them to let you take the test to join the shinobi ranks? Olivia. I have my methods. Naruto. With a bead of sweat, if by methods you mean threatening to cut off his balls, well, that's certainly effective. Olivia. Amused. You know me well. Naruto smiled with amusement, remembering that Olivia was always like this. With that, they both continued with their breakfast while Naruto gave Zwei a can of food. Sometimes he wondered what his dog's stomach was like that allowed him to eat only metals. It would remain a mystery. Time skip. Olivia, Naruto, and Zwei were seen walking toward Training Ground 7 for Olivia's test. Upon arriving, they saw Hiruzen with Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, the rest of Team 7, and Asuma Sarutobi. Kurama Yuhi. Lido Guy. And Anko. Upon seeing Anko, Noir approaches. Naruto. Hey Anko. Anko. Hugging Naruto's shoulder. Hey kid, how are you? Naruto. I'm good. Olivia. Arriving, is she the Anko Mitarashi you told me about? Naruto. That's right, Anko, this is Olivia. Olivia, this is Anko. Olivia. Nice. To meet you. Anko. Nice to see you too, brat. Olivia. Annoyed, what do you mean, brat? Naruto. Relax, Olivia, that's just how she calls people, she likes them. Olivia just looked at Anko with an annoyed expression and then sighed. Olivia. Okay. Naruto. Okay, with that settled, points to Team 7, what are they doing here? Minato. I thought it only fair that their teammates meet their new teammates. Naruto. Getting an idea, teammates. At that moment, Haku and Zabuza arrive. Minato. Yes, teammates, I managed to convince Miss Haku to join Team 7. Naruto. I see. With that, Tennyson and Yuki stand in the middle, and then the 5 senseis and Anko stand in front of them. Minato. Alright, it's time to start the test of Olivia, Tennyson and Haku Yuki. The opponents get into fighting positions. Olivia. It's good that Naruto taught me how to fight this week. I don't want to rely solely on my DNA samples, although I know I'll have to use them. The teams looked at each other with serious expressions. Minato. Begin. Mido was the first to attack, launching himself at Olivia with incredible speed. Seeing this, she narrowly dodged the attack and then performed a somersault, evading a kick from the sensei. Olivia retreated, followed by Mido, Kakashi, and Anko, leaving Haku to face Kushina, Kurenai, and Asuma. With Olivia. The girl was among the trees, dodging the attacks of the 3 adults. Suddenly, she fell to the ground and was surrounded by her 3 attackers. Tennyson observed them with an analytical gaze before the fight began. Mido attacked with a punch, which Olivia deflected. Olivia then had to duck to avoid a kick from Kakashi and then leap to avoid Anko's snakes. Olivia. Let's see if they can stand against someone who can use multiple types of DNA. No one managed to hear her before they saw Olivia sink into the earth. She was using Florana DNA. Anko. Serious, be careful, from what Naruto told me she has several abilities, don't be overconfident. They both nodded, preparing to stand guard. With Haku. Yuki was having a hand-to-hand fight against Kushina and Asuma while having to dodge kunai thrown by Kurenai. Haku. Let's see if it works. At that moment, Kushina and Asuma launched a simultaneous attack, only to see Haku leap back while leaving behind a fragile sculpture of herself which shattered upon contact with the blows. Haku. Happy, it worked. Haku decided to attack Kurenai because she was the weakest in hand-to-hand combat. With Olivia. The 3 adults could be seen dodging roots and some explosive seeds launched by them. Then a flower emerged from the ground, opening slightly to reveal Olivia. Olivia. Mockingly, what's wrong? Is it difficult for you? Kakashi forms hand seals to unleash a fireball, incinerating the roots. Seeing this, Olivia dodges the attack and clings to a tree using her Rachna chimpanzee DNA. Olivia. Phew, that was close. At that moment, Mido lunged at her, so Olivia decided to use Tetraman DNA to stop the blow and send it back at him. Olivia dodged some of Anko's snakes before collapsing to the ground. Olivia. Alright, it's time to get serious. The 3 adults stood on guard, knowing that they were facing the human form of one of the most powerful artifacts in the universe. With Haku. The area was littered with shards of ice. Haku was engaged in a fight with Asuma and Kushina, using kunai. In the distance, Kurenai was encased in ice, her head exposed. Haku leaped forward, launching senbon needles at the adults, who skillfully dodged them. Haku landed on the ground, forming hand seals. Haku. Hyoten.ice dragons. From the nearby lake, 2 dragons emerged and froze, revealing themselves as ice dragons, who then attacked. Seeing this, Asuma formed hand seals and unleashed a burst of fire that struck the dragons, creating a cloud of cold smoke. A powerful gust of wind then dispersed the cloud, allowing Mido, Kakashi, and Anko to reach the other senseis. They all saw Olivia with her hand outstretched. She had used the Geochalonario DNA technique. Mido. Cheerfully, hahaha, your flames of youth are very bright, young Olivia. Olivia. Thanks. Mido. Hahaha, how about we finish this with one last punch? Olivia. Sure. Mido nods and crosses his arms. Mido. Shimon, open. Gate of Pain. Upon seeing that, Olivia gets into a fighting stance and becomes serious. Thanks to Naruto, she knew what that technique was. Olivia surrounds her fist with a Thomasipian DNA to look at Mido. The Thomasipian's DNA is my creation, it's Atomix's DNA. Olivia and Mido glared at each other, then lunged forward, Mido using the power of Shimon and Olivia also using Kineseleran DNA. Seeing this, Naruto moved swiftly between them, stopping them in their tracks with his bare hands. Everyone was shocked, but Naruto simply flicked his fingers, using their combined kinetic energy against them, hurling them into the trees and snapping several in the process. This left everyone stunned. Naruto. Don't do that again. You could have killed us all. Although nothing bad would have happened to me. Mido and Olivia emerge from among the trees, injured. Olivia. Ah, that hurt. Naruto. Scolding well, you deserved it. Can you imagine what that attack would have caused? Olivia. Looking down sorry. Mido. Laughing nervously I apologize too. I got carried away. Naruto just nodded without looking at his face. Only Olivia could see War's face and she saw that Naruto didn't like Mido and she deduced why. Mido had also betrayed him. Minato. Well, we've seen enough and I'll just say, Hakuyuki, Olivia Tennyson, you are officially ninjas of Konoha. They both nod and take their ninja headbands. With that, everyone leaves while Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, Olivia and Zwei decide to go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate with a nice bowl of ramen. From. A month had passed since Olivia and Haku joined Team 7, which was known as the largest team. During that month, Naruto and Olivia began working on a project Naruto had, related to one of his best friends from the previous resets, Roberto Martinez, or as he affectionately called him, Birdo. Naruto also took a more analytical view of his team and decided to do something with Menma, choosing to make him the new avatar. Training Camp Number 7. Menma could be seen there training in Taijutsu and Kinjutsu using a training dummy. He walked away, breathing heavily, and then heard someone approaching. Turning around, he saw it was Naruto. Menma. Smiling hi Naruto. Naruto. Smiling slightly hi Menma, I see you're training. Menma. Yeah, I decided to train today even though they told us we had the day off. Naruto. I see, I'm glad you decided to improve your skills, but also remember that you need to rest. Menma nodded. Naruto. Listen, Menma, I've been watching our team and I've come to a conclusion. Menma. What is it? Naruto. I've decided to train one of you. Menma was surprised but slowly looked away. Menma. Somewhat sad I suppose you look for the others. Naruto. Why should I go looking for the person I'm going to train if he's right in front of me? That surprised Menma, who turned to look at him. Menma. What? Why me? Naruto. Well, I didn't choose Haku and Olivia because they're already experienced and strong, Sasuke is mentally unstable, and I don't trust Mido yet, so that's why I chose you over the others. Menma remained silent, watching Naruto. Noir was going to train him, but what did he have that the others didn't? Menma. You flatter me, Naruto, really, but what do I have that others don't? I mean, looks down sadly they can use chakra. Naruto. That's true, they can use chakra and you can't, but what I'm going to teach you doesn't require the use of chakra. Menma saw Naruto, who had a smile on his face. Naruto. What I'm going to teach you is the bending arts. Menma. Curious bending arts. Naruto. That's right, bending arts. Menma. What are the bending arts? Naruto. Bending arts are those that allow you to manipulate the elements of water, fire, earth, and air. These elemental arts are called waterbending, firebending, earthbending, and airbending. Menma was impressed by what Naruto was saying. Menma. Are you sure you want to show it to me? Naruto. Nods totally sure. Menma just stared at Naruto and then tears began to well up in his eyes. His brother was going to train him and this time it wasn't because of some stupid prophecy. Naruto saw this and simply hugged Menma, who returned the hug. Naruto. Separating well, are you ready? Menma. Smiling slightly absolutely. But then they saw how they were. Menma had his hands around Naruto's neck while Naruto had his hands on Menma's hips. Seeing this, they both pulled apart, blushing slightly. Naruto. Sadly well, it's time to start. Menma. Sadly oh okay, anyway, I've recovered my energy. Naruto nodded while mentally scolding himself. Sometimes he hated being Behexual. Naruto. Now calm okay, let's start with the theory. Menma nodded, paying attention as they both looked at the center of the training field. Naruto. The fighting style of waterbending is primarily about elegant fluids that act in concert with the environment. Remember, water is the element of change. Menma. Okay, fluid and elegant. Naruto. Earthbending is about being stubborn and standing your ground. Earth is firm and unyielding, which is why it's the most difficult to control. Earth is the element of solidity. Menma. Be stubborn and stand your ground. Naruto nods. Naruto. Firebending is distinguished by its intense attack style and general lack of adequate defensive moves. Fire is the element of power. Menma. To be intense. Naruto. Airbending is characterized by being almost purely defensive, as well as the most dynamic of the four bending arts. The key to airbending is flexibility, finding and following the path of least resistance. Air is the element of freedom. Menma. To be free, flexible, to find and follow the path of least resistance. Naruto. That's right, that's the theory behind the bending arts. Menma was analyzing everything she had heard. It all sounded great. Then a doubt entered her mind. Menma. Naruto, well, we both know that sometimes elements are capable of evolving and combining. My question is, could the control arts also combine and/or evolve? Naruto. Smiles a little. I'm glad you asked, and the answer is yes, but at the same time no. That confused Menma. Naruto. You see, from one control art, 3 others are derived which are called sub-controls, and those combinations are known as control combinations. Menma nodded, still surprised by the information. Naruto. Alright, I'm going to teach you the 4 bending arts. Menma. Not to be rude, but why not all of them? Naruto. You see, I know you're very resourceful, so I'll only train you in waterbending, firebending, earthbending, and airbending, so you can try to learn the other bending arts yourself. I believe in you. Menma thought about it and nodded with a smile. With that, they both began practicing, first with Naruto showing Menma the waterbending movements. The movements were fluid and elegant. Menma could tell it was easy. Naruto, watching Menma perform the movements, swore he saw his former teammate Katara. After that, Naruto changed his movements, making them more abrupt. They were the movements of earthbending. While doing so, Naruto was able to see his old friend Toph Bifong. After Menma mastered both arts, his movements began to become more intense. Now he was learning firebending. Naruto could see his former rival friend Zuko. Even Naruto had shed a few tears. Naruto didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong. He wanted the memories of the old Team Avatar to live on by transforming Menma into the new Avatar, but he also wanted to train Menma like the brothers they were. After thinking and reflecting, Naruto concluded that the memories would live on in his own mind and that he was doing this for his little brother. That put him at ease. Present. Now Naruto could be seen watching Menma use the 3 control arts he had learned. Naruto. Smiling. Very good Menma, you're doing very well, it's only been 1 week and you already control water, fire and earthbending. Menma smiled as she caught her breath. Naruto. Alright, now I'm going to teach you airbending. Menma. Okay, but first, isn't there a map where we can see the bending arts, sub-bending, and bending combinations? Naruto. Yes, there is. I'll show it to you when you've finished learning the 4 bending arts. Menma nods, getting into position to learn the last bending art, airbending. With that, Menma begins his airbending training, noticing that it's difficult, not because of the movements themselves, but because of him. He realized his body had adapted so much to the previous bending arts that it was challenging. Menma grew frustrated, but then he remembered how airbending worked. With that, he tried again, finding it a little easier this time. Naruto watched this with a smile as he remembered Ong. His former avatar in the 4 nations. Time skip. Now Menma was seen training his bending arts while having a fight against Naruto, who was also using bending arts. Naruto. Okay, we're done. Menma stopped while breathing heavily. Menma. Thank you for training me, Naruto. I really appreciate it, even though I still feel like I didn't deserve it. Naruto. Don't worry, Menma. I did it because I see a lot of potential in you. Menma smiles slightly with a small blush. Naruto. Okay, now you must continue alone. If you need help, I'll be there, but first, take this. Menma recovered and picked up a scroll Naruto had given him. Upon opening it, he noticed a rather strange map. Menma looked to see Naruto, who was handing him a list. Menma took it to see what was on it. Water control. Water. Plant control. Fire. Ice control. Ice. Blood control. Blood. Fire control. Fire. Steam control. Fire. Lightning control. Lightning. Explosion control. Earth control. Earth control. Sand control. Sand control. Sand control. Metal control. Metal control. Crystal control. Crystal. Control. Air control. Air. Control gas control. Gas control. Sound control. Sound. Control void control. Void control energy control. Energy. Control combination. Control cloud control. Cloud control lava control. Lava control smoke control. Smoke control dust control. Dust. Control. Healing master. Healing master. Combustion master. Combustion master. Seismic master. Seismic master. Projector master. Seismic Master. The boy is surprised and a little dizzy, but he understands that there were a lot of controls. Naruto. As promised, this map shows the bending arts, sub-bending, bending combinations, and, as the cherry on top, an extra bending art and bending masters. Menma. Surprised, oh, wow, that's a lot. Naruto. Yes, once you've mastered them all, I'll teach you the final bending art and help you become a bending master. I didn't do it now because they're very complicated. Even I found them difficult. Menma nodded as Naruto watched. Naruto. You know what? I've thought about it for a long time and well, I'm going to ask you something. Menma is filled with curiosity. Naruto. Sai, listen, a while ago I met a girl who was a very good friend, her name was Toph Bifrong, I wanted to know, looks at Menma, would you accept taking the surname Bifrong? Menma is surprised. Menma. That is too much, seriously, I don't know what to say, you trained me, you used your free time for that, and now you're giving me a last name I don't know. Naruto. Menma, I insist, you're the most suitable to continue the Bifrong family legacy. Menma just stared into Naruto's eyes, unsure whether to accept or not. He didn't feel like the most suitable person, but seeing Naruto's gaze, he knew that the Noir trusted him. Menma. Oh okay, now I'll be Menma Bifrong. Naruto. Smiles, I'm glad, I trust you'll make the new clan, the Bifrong clan, proud. Menma smiled as she nodded. Now she had a new goal, one that would make her brother proud. That day marked the birth of Menma Bifrong. The Rescue of the Princess Part 1. A scene unfolded showing a woman named Princess Fuun facing her nemesis, Mao, who commanded an army of zombies. The princess addressed her followers, Shishimaru, Brit and Tsukiyaku, before unleashing a rainbow-colored chakra. Both sides then charged into an epic battle. In reality, all of the above was happening on a screen in the movie theater, where Sasuke, Mito, Haku and Naruto were using chakra on the ceiling, Menma was using earthbending, and Olivia was using her Rachnichim DNA. Although the first three were surprised to see Menma there, he only said that he had found a way to be on the ceiling with them. He didn't plan to reveal that Naruto had trained him to prevent him from getting stressed. Naruto. Sai, I've seen this movie way too many times already. Even during the resets when I don't watch it, I have to put up with my old teams bragging about it. Although, now that I think about it, that aura does look like me using the 7 human soul state. Flashback. You could see a blonde Naruto with blue eyes. In front of a grey girl with black eyes. It was Core Frisk, a friend of Naruto. Core Frisk. Okay Naruto, ready? Naruto. Ready. With that, Naruto focuses, and then a light appears, causing Core Frisk to close their eyes slightly. As it dissipates, Core Frisk opens their eyes to see Naruto with a new form and aura surrounding his body. It was their state of 7 human souls. Core Frisk. How do you feel, Naruto? Naruto. Looking at his hands, I feel the power coursing through my balls. Core Frisk smiled amusedly upon hearing Naruto say that. End of flashback. Naruto stared blankly, remembering Core Frisk, one of the people who truly captivated his heart and never betrayed him. He remembered her constantly, and right now he felt his eyes welling up. Naruto. I wish I had confessed my feelings to you before the war, Corey. He wanted to do it, but he didn't. His curse prevented him. That's why he tried not to fall in love, to avoid suffering, but now he suffered even more because of Core Frisk, since he had never confessed his feelings to her, and now she was gone forever. Naruto was about to shed a tear when. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hearing the shout, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned to see a man glaring at the ninjas. Seeing this, Naruto leaped forward to stand in front of him. Naruto. I apologize sir, we're just practicing, takes out his ticket and to avoid problems I'm showing my ticket here, my classmates have theirs too. The man looks at the ticket, nods, and leaves. Time skip. Team 7 was seen leaving the movie theater. Menma. Excited, wow, that movie was fantastic. Sasuke. For once, I agree with you, dope. Naruto. Yeah, fantastic. Then they see a woman riding a horse being chased by some bandits. Everyone recognized the woman immediately, who managed to continue riding while being pursued. Naruto. We have to follow her. Everyone nods in agreement to start running and try to rescue the woman. Naruto. Serious, alright Koyuki, I know you don't want to, but it's time you accepted your position, it's better you do it before that bastard does his thing. He kept running when he noticed a shadow on the ground. Looking up, he saw Menma in a glider. Naruto. I see you've got it down. Menma. Almost, I'm not as much of an expert as you yet. Naruto smiles as he takes a great leap and pulls out his own glider. With that, they both began to fly into the sky while watching the chase. Then they both saw Olivia begin to fly beside them using wings made of Necrophrygian DNA. Olivia. This is weird. Why are they chasing her if she's on their team? Naruto. Lying, I don't know, but it looks like the woman is trying to escape. Menma. And why is she running away? Naruto. Sometimes it's out of fear, pain, or family issues. Menma. I see. Looks at Olivia. I still find it hard to believe that your Kekkei Genkai is the ability to transform parts of your body into whatever you want. Olivia. Lying. Yeah, when I awakened it surprised me too. They continued with that until they saw the woman still riding but alone. Naruto. I'll take care of it. Before saying anything, Naruto closes his glider, leaving it in a BM and landing while placing the weapon on his back. Quickly, Naruto draws crescent rose and puts it into bat mode. Using the small protruding point, Naruto began to use it to slightly reduce the force of gravity on some objects. Then, with perfect precision, Naruto landed on the horse in front of the woman. Naruto. Smiling first, good afternoon, miss, turns around and second pulls the rope. Hey horse. The horse stopped abruptly, rearing up on its hind legs, causing the woman to grab onto Noir's waist. As the horse fell, the rest of Team 7 arrived and the woman tried to flee, only to be stopped by strings of patience emanating from Naruto. Moving. Let me go now, kid. Naruto. Approaching. Nope, I won't, sweet dreams. Before he could say anything, Naruto struck the woman on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. He then carried her around like a sack of potatoes until the senseis arrived. Kushina. Ah, it's good that they managed to catch her, she had escaped and we don't know how. The genin nodded, but Menma found it strange that Naruto correctly guessed that the woman had escaped. Kakashi. Well, now let's go back to the ship and take Miss Yuki for our mission. The genin nod and then begin walking towards the place the senseis indicated. The Rescue of the Princess Part 2. It was a new day and Naruto was lying on the bed in one of the ship's cabins. He was fiddling with a pencil, moving it around and slightly altering it with the time option in the absolute solver. Naruto was bored. He knew this moment all too well and was pretty sure that in a few minutes Koyuki, who for now would be called Yuki, would wake up. Lying on the same bed beside him were Olivia, reading one of the books Naruto had written, and Menma, who was eating some chips. Elsewhere in the room were Kakashi reading his Ichigo, Kushina glaring at him, Sasuke plotting his revenge, Mito reading a psychology book. Her near-death experience and time spent with her team had made her reflect on whether she was doing the right thing, so she decided to read psychology books to learn how to act and Haku checking her senbon needles. Naruto. 3, 2, 1 Why? Then they hear a scream, making Naruto smile a little. Naruto. You guys go ahead, I have to look for something, I'll catch up with you later. They nodded and left the room, leaving Naruto alone. Seeing that he was alone, the Noir took out his travel scroll to look for something. After finding it, he took out an object that most likely no one would recognize. With that, he takes the object and places it on his back. With the object on his back, he rolls up the roll and places it at the back of his waist. Time skip. Now Team 7 could be seen sitting and watching as makeup artists prepared Yuki for filming the scenes. Menma. I don't know, something tells me I won't be able to tolerate that little woman. Naruto smiled slightly amused. He had said the same thing. Naruto. That may be, but we were hired to protect her. Kakashi. He's right, it's an important mission, being an air rank. That caught the attention of the entire Team 7. Sasuke. Arrogantly, I don't think being a babysitter for that actress would be complicated, even a kid could do it. Naruto. Calmly, you're wrong about that, big celebrities are always under scrutiny. Sasuke just ignored him. Then Menma realized something. Menma. Hey Naruto, what's that on your back? Naruto. Smiles a little. You'll have to find that out later. Menma pouted slightly but said nothing. Then they started watching the recordings of Yuki sporting a new look. All the genin, except Naruto, were amazed by Yuki and his partner's great acting. Though they were also a bit annoyed by Yuki's behavior during filming. Naruto. Somewhat amused, you haven't changed at all, Koyuki. Time skip. The next day. The ship they were all on was stopped because an iceberg was in front of it. After a few minutes, they decided that's where they would film the next scene. Now everyone was on the iceberg trying to warm up, although some of them were sleepy. After a while, they were filming the scene. Suddenly, an explosion happened behind one of the actors. Actor? Looking back, is that part of the scene? Everyone saw Kushina, Kakashi and Naruto standing in the center, each with one hand extended towards where the explosion occurred. Hammerman. Angry. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Naruto. Everyone back. Then a man comes out of the explosion. That man was Nadarumga. Nader. Welcome to Yuki no Kuni. That made everyone serious, but especially Naruto, who reached for the object on his back. At that moment, Kakashi turned to look elsewhere, causing everyone to do the same, and they spotted a woman on a small snow-covered mound. Irafubuki Kakyoku. Fubuki. Mockingly. Hail, Princess Koyuki, I hope you bring the hexagonal crystal with you. That surprised Kakashi, who saw Yuki. Kakashi. Princesa Koyuki. Everyone was equally shocked except for Naruto, who was already ready for action. Just then, Kushina turned to look and a burly man emerged from the snow. "You're Mizur Fuyakuma. Mizur? You're as clever as they say, Kakashi, though not clever enough for me." Upon seeing that, Naruto takes the object out of his back to have it ready. Naruto. Sasuke, Mito, Menma, protect Princess Koyuki. Olivia, Haku, you're coming with me. Everyone else, get on the ship. It's time to fight ice against ice. Natter. Fubuki, Mizur, I'm entrusting the princess to you. Fubuki. Of course. With that, they leap towards the group, splitting up with Kakashi fighting Natter, Kushina against Fubuki, and Naruto, Haku, and Olivia against Mizur. Then Mizur pulls out a snowboard and starts moving towards Koyuki. Seeing this, Naruto puts his item out, revealing it to be Crescent Rose 2.0 in its compact snowboard mode. With that, Naruto climbed aboard and began pursuing Mizur, using airbending to move. Jutsus were unleashed, flying back and forth. Some were Fire Release, Water Release, and Dragon Ball from Naruto, but the Yukonin seemed invincible in their chakra armor. Seeing this, Menma pondered something until an idea came to him, so he began to concentrate. Seeing this, Naruto immediately knew what Menma wanted to do, so he positioned himself in front of him, intending to protect him. "Naruto. Taking the snowboard, I've got you covered, Menma." Menma nodded gratefully, then Naruto switched Crescent Rose 2.0 to rifle mode. Naruto surrounded his feet with ice control to prevent recoil, since he had no fire dust bullets. The projectiles hit the enemies, making Naruto realize that they could only block 50% of the way. Naruto. Well, this is both good and bad. Good because they don't possess an aura, and bad because it could accidentally hit an ally. He kept firing until ice passed over him. When he turned around, he saw that Menma had mastered ice bending. Naruto. Smiling very good, Menma. Menma smiled as he continued launching ice-bending attacks, while Naruto fired gravity dust projectiles. They both saw Olivia flying using the wings of Necrophridian DNA, carrying Haku, who was launching Hyoten attacks. Mito and Sasuke were launching Kaiten attacks, while the senseis fought the Yukonin. After a long battle, the Yukonin escaped, leaving everyone except Naruto exhausted. Naruto. Gather at the ship. Everyone had to agree and they went to the ship, while Naruto dragged a shocked Koyuki along, as one of Fubuki's abilities had left her in shock. The Rescue of the Princess Part 3. Everyone on the ship was gathered around a table. They were all there wanting to know what was happening, so a man named Sandaka-sama. He decided to explain what was happening in Yuki no Kuni. Koyuki? Annoyed, are you kidding? There's no way to defeat Dom. Naruto. That's right, it's impossible to stop him. That surprised everyone, and Koyuki was smiling a little, knowing that someone agreed with her. Naruto. It's not possible to stop him if you don't try. That made everyone smile, but Koyuki got annoyed. Koyuki. Annoyed, absurd, that's absurd. I already tried and couldn't do it. If I couldn't do it, you can't either. Naruto. You say the same thing every time you reset and you always end up eating your words. Seeing what was happening, Naruto decided to intervene. Naruto. You know what? We should probably go to sleep. They all nodded and retired to their rooms to sleep. Time skip. In one room, Naruto was facing Akumu. Next to him was Olivia in bed, asleep in her cold pajamas. Although she didn't need them, she liked the feeling. Naruto. Alright Akumu, give me that box, we know what will happen tomorrow. Akumu obeyed and began gargling gently to avoid waking the girl. After a while, Akumu managed to spit out a box. When Naruto gets it, he opens it, revealing various types of jewelry. Naruto looked at the miraculous to take one and then closed the box. The next day. Everyone was looking for Koyuki, who had disappeared. Naruto watched this, leaning against a wall and smiling slightly. Hey Naruto, when will it be my turn to go out? Naruto. Don't worry Kalki, your debut will be soon. At that moment, Kakashi arrives with him. Kakashi. Slightly annoyed Princess Koyuki escaped, we're looking for her and you're not doing anything. Naruto. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I was using my sensory abilities and I already found her. Kakashi. Alright, go after her. Naruto nods to use Crescent Rose 2.0 in snowboard mode and head towards Koyuki's location using air control. Time skip. Naruto was seen arriving at a tunnel where he knew Koyuki was. Then Noire started walking, putting the snowboard on his back until he reached Koyuki. Naruto. I finally found you, picks her up, now let's go. With that, he starts walking while Koyuki tries to break free until Noire starts running. Koyuki. Confused, why are you running? Naruto. Serious, something is chasing us. When they turned around, they saw a vehicle start to follow them. Koyuki. Worried, it's Dom. Naruto. There's a way to escape, but I'll only use it if you agree not to say anything. Koyuki looked at Naruto and then at the vehicle. Koyuki. Oh okay. Naruto. Nods alright, Kalki, full gallop. The light emanates from his sweater and goes to the glasses that Noir was wearing, causing the object to change. With that, Naruto is surrounded by light and then appears in a horse-themed outfit. Koyuki is surprised to see him, but Naruto doesn't give her time to say anything. Naruto. Teleportation. With that, remove one hand, and then a blue ring appears on the wrist of that hand. Upon receiving it, Naruto throws it, creating a portal. Without hesitation, Noir steps through the portal with Koyuki in his arms, and the ability cancels just before the tunnel's ceiling collapses. Elsewhere. Far from where the others were, a portal appeared, and Naruto emerged carrying Koyuki in his arms. The portal then closed. Naruto left Koyuki standing in the snow. Naruto. Kalki out. With that, the light once again enveloped Naruto, returning him to his original form, while a small creature emerged from the glasses. It was Kalki, the Kwami of migration. Kalki. It feels so good to be back in action. Naruto. I'll say that again, friend. Gives her a macaron here, Kalki, get well soon. Kalki nods, takes the food, and begins to eat. Noir turns to look at Koyuki, who is in shock. Naruto. Serious, don't tell anyone about this. Koyuki simply nods, then Naruto touches her ear. Naruto. Looking at a spot, I have her here with me, we're about 500 meters from the ship, understood, I'm on my way. Koyuki. What's happening? Naruto. A massacre, takes off his glasses. Kalki, go back to the miraculous, I won't risk anything happening to you. Kalki. I understand, Naruto. With that, the miraculous returns to its normal form. Akumu appears and shows the box, which Naruto opens and puts the horse miraculous inside. With that done, the Noir closes the box, and then Akumu swallows it. Naruto. Koyuki 2v al barco, Akumu 2v ins Kanmigo. Akumu nods and transforms into a Tai, while Naruto jumps off using his snowboard. Seeing this, Koyuki starts running toward the ship. With Naruto. Noir, upon reaching the area, exited, then jumped, grabbed Crescent Rose 2.0, transformed it, and fired using gravity dust bullets to create a small jump. Upon arriving, everyone saw Naruto holding Crescent Rose 2.0 in its eye the mode. El Noir raises his gaze, looking at his enemies. Naruto. Mockingly, hello Motherbikers. With that, he began to literally carry out a massacre. Team 7 and the rest of the group as well as Sandik watched as Naruto eliminated enemies left and right. At one point, several beetles began to emerge, terrifying everyone except Naruto. Natter. Do you like our new pets? We don't know what they are, but you won't be able to beat them. Naruto. Putting away Crescent Rose 2.0, maybe they won't take out Crescent Rose, but I will. The Yukonin laughed as the beetles prepared to attack. Naruto simply switched Crescent Rose into Scythe mode. Without further ado, the Yukonin and Ursa launched their attack, causing Naruto to smile slightly. Imagine it's Naruto and their Yukonin and Beowulf. Everyone fell silent after the literal massacre Naruto caused in just seconds. Naruto gets up to return Crescent Rose to its compact mode and store it away. Naruto. Serious, we have to get back to the ship quickly, Koyuki is there. They all nodded and started running towards the ship. Kushina. Now that I think about it, looks at Menma, how did you manage to throw those elements if you don't have chakra? Menma. I found a way to do it, that's all I'll say. Naruto saw Menma wink at him, implying he wouldn't say anything, and Naruto nodded slightly with a small smile. Without another word, they continued running toward the ship. The rescue of the princess part final. Everyone was running, trying to reach Koyuki, only to see a hot air balloon rise into the air. Not only that, they also saw Koyuki being kidnapped by those inside the balloon. Seeing this, Naruto knew what to do, but it was too risky. Naruto. Resigned, screw it, serious Akumu, appear. Naruto's tie parted, revealing Akumu. Upon seeing him, Naruto thrust his hands into Akumu's mouth, who remained unresponsive, all under the watchful eyes of everyone who was unaware of what the Noir was doing. After a few seconds, Naruto pulled out a red cloak. It was her cape from when she was Ruby Rose. Naruto. Menma, help me by holding this cape. Menma nods to take the cloak. After that, Naruto searches further in Akumu's mouth to pull out a ring, which he puts on, causing a new Kwami to emerge. It was Plague, the Kwami of destruction. Everyone was surprised to see Plague. Plague. Stretching off, it feels so good to be out, I want Camembert. Naruto. You'll have Camembert later if you help me. Plague. Giving up fine. Naruto. Alright, Plague, claws out. Plague is absorbed by the ring, which changes shape. Everyone saw a glow surround Naruto, and then he appeared in a black cat-themed outfit. Everyone was surprised, but especially Team 7, since they hadn't known about it. Naruto. Serious, listen carefully, this is an S-rank secret, if you say anything, I'll kill you. That made everyone swallow and nod. Naruto goes to Menma to get the cloak and put it on. Naruto. Okay, points to one side, you guys go that way, I'll destroy the balloon. Sandik. A little nervous, but how will you do that, kid? Naruto. I have my methods. Without further ado, Naruto decides to use his semblance to go towards the balloon. Imagine that instead of petals they are small flames. That had surprised everyone again, while the younger Uchiha felt very jealous seeing that Naruto had much more power than him, an elite Uchiha. But Naruto. He continued using his disguise until he reached the inside of the balloon, drawing attention. Naruto. Good afternoon everyone, the one you've all been waiting for has arrived. Upon seeing him, the Yukonin rush at Naruto, who pulls an object from his lower back. But just a thought, the object transforms into a staff, allowing Noir to use it to repel jutsus or counterattack. Suddenly, someone comes out to see what's happening. It was Daten Kazuhana. Upon seeing Daten Koyuki, she became frightened, while Naruto became serious. What is this? A kid in a suit. Naruto. This kid is capable of many things, Daten Cataclysm. But his hand is surrounded by a strange bubbling energy. Before he could do anything, Naruto touched the bottom of the balloon, which then began to rot until it shattered, causing everyone inside to fall to the ground. Naruto went to Koyuki, grabbed her arms, and used his semblance to pull himself safely to the ground. Upon reaching the ground, Naruto and Koyuki watched as the balloon collapsed and was destroyed. Koyuki. Is it over yet? Naruto. Serious no. Then they see Daten emerge from the snow wearing his chakra armor. Seeing that, Naruto gets serious and leaves Koyuki in the snow. Naruto. Stay here. Daten and Naruto looked at each other seriously, then started walking towards one another. They continued like this until suddenly they started running. Naruto. That armor repels chakra and a little aura, but not soul magic. They continued running until their fists began to clash. The battle between Daten and Naruto had started with punches. Daten began using jutsus, trying to kill Naruto, but the Noir was flexible, made even more so by his current outfit. Daten was about to throw another punch when he was sent flying several meters by Menma, who had arrived and used airbending. Naruto. What are you doing here, Menma? Menma. Helping you, and I won't accept your refusal. Naruto looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded. Without another word, the duo Noire Dreemurr Bifrong saw Daten getting up. Daten glared at them and lunged at the boys, who did the same, starting a fight filled with punches and kicks. Daten. Annoyed, I won't let you stop me from getting that weapon, you damn brats. With he begins to unleash a flurry of attacks, trying to kill Naruto and Menma. At one point, Naruto manages to trap Daten in blue bones, and then Naruto and Menma leap away. Naruto. Extending his hand, come on Menma, let's finish this. Menma smiled and extended his hand. Together, they began to generate a sphere of air and determination magic. They had created their own version of the Rasengan. Once it was ready, they both ran toward Daten, who had managed to free himself from the bones despite the pain. Daten was about to launch himself at the boys, but was surprised to see them right in front of him. Naruto Menma. Red Wind Rasengan. With they unleashed their attack on Daten, who tried to withstand it with his chakra armor, only to find it wasn't enough and was sent flying. Seeing this, Koyuki was stunned. They both separated their hands and then looked at Koyuki. Time skip. They were all in a hidden spot in front of a machine. Naruto, now out of his costume, was next to Koyuki. Naruto. Ready to take your place? Koyuki nodded. Daten was gone, and now he was free. It was time to take his place as daimyo of Yuki no Kuni. With he inserted the hexagonal crystal, and the machine activated, revealing itself to be a weather machine. Everyone could see that it was spring for the first time in Yuki no Kuni. Everyone was fascinated by the view. Koyuki. Haru no Kuni. Everyone but one was confused. Koyuki. This place will now be called Haru no Kuni. Everyone understood as Naruto smiled slightly. Koyuki looked at Team 7, but mostly at Naruto. Koyuki. Smiling a little, thank you so much for helping me come back, especially you, Naruto. Everyone nodded as Naruto wore a small smile. Without further ado, they all left, bidding farewell to Koyuki, who could only thank Naruto, who in the end had opened her eyes. Remodeling. 2 weeks had passed since the Yuki no Kuni mission, now Haru no Kuni, and at this time we will focus on another place. Naruto's lands. On the grounds, Naruto could be seen in front of his hut with all his things outside, with Olivia and Zwei on either side of him. Olivia. So today's the day for the remodeling. Naruto. Nods, that's right. Olivia. Well, I think we could do it in a day. I mean, you'll use your shadow clones while I use Splixen DNA. Naruto. Yeah, though I think we'll have some help. This confused Olivia, and she instinctively turned around to look behind her. As she did, she saw 3 children arriving. They were Team Konohamaru, consisting of Konohamaru Sarutobi, Yuden Ice, and Mogi Kazamatsuri. Upon seeing the children, Olivia turns to look at Naruto. Olivia. Reproachfully, you told some kids where we lived without telling me. Naruto. They're not just any kids, smiles slightly, they're Team Konohamaru. Upon hearing that, Olivia remained silent as she remembered from Naruto who Team Konohamaru was. Konohamaru. Excited, well boss, here we are, what are we going to play? Naruto. We're not going to play right now, I called you to help us with the remodeling of our house, if there's time we'll play, but if not, we'll do it tomorrow. Team Konohamaru nodded, as it was only fair. Olivia. Wait, are you telling me these kids have already been here? Naruto. Yes, they've already been here, but don't worry, they're trustworthy. And it was true, after investigating the children Naruto discovered that they were the same as his old resets. Olivia. Okay, I'll trust your judgment and theirs. Naruto nodded and then looked at Team Konohamaru. Naruto. Alright kids, it's time to begin. Team Konohamaru. Yes. With that, the 5 of them began working, first removing the roof and walls of the house, leaving only the outline of what the house would look like. Once they had that, they all started looking for more sticks to reshape and add to the structure, changing the design of the new house. When the new shape was ready, everyone gave their approval, and then Naruto placed his hands on the ground. Naruto. Mokuten. With just that word, wood began to grow in the empty sections of the model. Once that was done, Naruto approached a bush and removed it, revealing several things inside. Naruto. With this, we'll make something called cement and concrete. Mogi. What's cement used for? Olivia. You see, little one, concrete is a building material that has a higher durability than wood. That surprised the 3 children. Yuden. But if that's the case, why did we build the house first, instead of just doing it all at once? Naruto. Because it doesn't work that way. Concrete needs something to adhere to. If we tried to do it all at once, it wouldn't work. We'd need something called a block. That's why we started this way. We're going to spread the concrete on the walls to strengthen the house. The children understood and began making the concrete, which only required 4 materials. Cement, gravel, sand, and water. At that moment, Naruto was grateful to possess the Suiton, Suniton, Geratin, and Onyutan techniques, the latter being necessary to create the cement. They were still making the concrete when Konohamaru arrived. Konohamaru. Hey boss, look what I found. When Naruto turned around, he saw Konohamaru with a rock. It was a gravity dust crystal. Upon seeing the crystal, Naruto opened his eyes to pick it up. Naruto. Surprised, where did you find this crystal? Konohamaru began guiding Naruto until they reached a certain place. Upon arriving, Konohamaru moved a loose rock, revealing a dust mine. Upon seeing the mine, Naruto opened his eyes to put his head inside, looking around. Naruto. This is a dust mine, peeks out to look at Konohamaru. You found a dust mine, and a big one at that, smiles a little. Congratulations little Kono, and thanks for showing it to me. Konohamaru smiled and nodded, since thanks to Naruto he knew a little about the dust and knew perfectly well that Naruto would need them, so he didn't mind that Noir kept the mine. Then Naruto placed the crystal in Konohamaru's hand. Naruto. I know you won't want the mine and that you'll give it to me, but at least accept this gravity dust, you found it and I want you to keep it. Konohamaru looked at the crystal, then at Naruto, nodding with a smile. Naruto returned the smile with a small one, then the younger Sarutobi walked away to continue helping. Seeing this, Naruto looked at the mine again, reached in, and pulled out another crystal. It was combustion dust. Upon seeing it, Naruto put the crystal away to seal the mine and returned to the others. When he arrived, he saw everyone already ready to start pouring the concrete for the walls of the new house. Time skip. They all had cement stains all over their bodies. In front of them stood the new house with a different design. Olivia. Looking at the new house, it turned out well. Everyone nodded as the house looked good. Naruto. Alright, it's time to put things away. Everyone nodded and started packing. There weren't many things, but enough for Naruto, Olivia, and Zwei. At one point, Naruto and Olivia, with the children's help, carried something into a room. That something was the nano compressor. An object created to store Naruto's weapons in something War calls a nano cube. Olivia. Do you think it will work? Naruto. There's only one way to find out. Just then, Akumu appears and opens his mouth. Naruto reaches in and pulls out a weapon. It was a railgun, the weapon created by Uzi Doorman in his reset, being the murder drone V. Naruto looked at the railgun while remembering Uzi, or as he called him, Violetita. Naruto simply smiled as he inhaled and exhaled. Without further ado, he inserted the weapon into the nano compressor through the slot on the side. After that, he took something small from a nearby box. It was an empty nano cube. Naruto inhaled and exhaled again, inserting the empty nano cube through the slot at the top. Noir and Tennyson watched as the nano compressor activated and then the external parts began to be inserted. After that, those parts emerged from the machine and then the nano cube popped out through the slot at the bottom. Upon taking it, they both examined the nano cube and noticed that it had changed slightly. It was now a nano cube railgun. Naruto looked at the nano cube and opened it, generating a small green light which transformed into the railgun. Naruto smiled at Olivia. Naruto. It worked. Tennyson could see the joy in War's eyes and smile. Olivia. You did it. Naruto. No, we did it. Naruto leaned the railgun against a wall to hug Olivia, who was surprised but returned the embrace. She knew that ever since Naruto arrived in that reset, he'd wanted to recreate some things from his loved ones' lives in the resets, so she helped him with the nano compressor. They continued hugging until they separated. Naruto. Smiling, let's continue with the house remodeling. Olivia nodded with a smile, turned off the nano compressor, and left the room, closing the door behind her. Once outside, they decided to continue helping the children, who were resting. Noir and Tennyson said nothing and simply continued with the remodeling, leaving the children to rest. Time skip. After several hours, night fell, and the 5 of them were eating sandwiches and milk, while Zwei ate some metal. They had finished the remodeling and played with the children for a while. After a few minutes, Naruto dropped the children off at their houses and returned to his own, checking out the finished result. Instinctively, he looked for Dust's cave and retrieved the item he had in his pocket. Naruto. A dust mine, I must prevent them from finding out about this place, I have to extract all the crystals. With that, he arrives home to find Olivia asleep on a sofa, as is Zwei, but in her bed. Naruto smiles as he stores the combustion dust in a metal container. Carefully, Naruto picks up Olivia and carries her to her room, laying her on her bed. Seeing her asleep, Naruto takes a book from his clothes and places it on Olivia's nightstand. It was the book of a new clan, the Tennyson clan. Without making a sound, he left to close the girl's bedroom door. Naruto walked through the hallways of the new house, turning off the lights. Upon reaching his room, Naruto opened the door, closed it, and went to sleep. Nin exams. Start. Naruto could be seen in his room making a new outfit. He'd decided to change his attire, though he was going to keep his old outfit. Naruto was making some adjustments, while his seinen mercenary outfit lay beside him. Upon seeing his suit, he remembered everything that happened and what he experienced during his reset as Izuku Midoriya, and how he died at the end of the war against the villains to save everyone. He decided to put that aside, take hold of his suit, and see what he was doing. Creating a combination of both suits. Naruto. Wearing the suit. Tiki, please pass me the threads. Then a Kwami appears with thread in her little hands. It was Tiki, the Kwami of creation. Tiki. Here you go, Naruto. Naruto, thanks Tiki. Naruto continued with his work when someone knocked on the door. Olivia. Naruto, it's me Olivia. We need to meet up with the team at the bridge. Naruto. I'm coming. With that, he leaves the suit on the bed to retire, but not before leaving food for his Kwami friends. Naruto. See you later, you're in charge Tiki. The Kwami nodded as the rest of the Kwemis emerged from their hiding places, which were more like their small rooms. At that moment, Naruto was grateful that the rooms had been enlarged. Without another word, Naruto left. Time skip. Naruto and Olivia were seen walking towards the meeting point when they felt they were being followed. Naruto just smiled slightly while Olivia had a small bead of sweat on her brow. Naruto. Konohamaru, rocks aren't square. Then smoke came out of the box and then 3 children came out coughing. Buten. Coughing, I told you we shouldn't have used so much gunpowder. Konohamaru. Coughing, sorry, but I used the combustion dust. Mogi. Coughing, well, you shouldn't have. As they finished coughing, they were about to introduce themselves, but Naruto stopped them. Naruto. That was kind of fun, but let's get down to business. You know the enemy won't give you time to react. Konohamaru. That's understandable. Well, boss, how about we play ninjas? Ha, a ninja playing at being a ninja. How stupid. Upon hearing that, the 5 of them looked at Sakura. Naruto. You have no right to have an opinion about what we do, besides, remember that you stopped being a ninja. Sakura glared at him angrily as it reminded her of the moment when she was taken away from her Sasuke-kun. Konohamaru. Hey, you ironing board, don't get involved if you're not a ninja. Olivia let out a small laugh when she heard Konohamaru call Sakura flat-chested. She might be a little shorter, but Olivia was more developed than Sakura. Just then, they sensed an aura of anger rising around Sakura, who was glaring at Konohamaru. Instinctively, Konohamaru took off running, pursued by Sakura, who could barely keep up due to her lack of training. Seeing this, the others began to follow, but Naruto remained serious, knowing what would happen next. When they arrived, they saw Konohamaru being held by a ninja in a cat costume, while Sakura stood at a distance, trembling with fear. Hey, that really hurt. Leave him alone, Kankurm, or he might see us. Kankurm. Relax, Tamari, it'll be quick. Upon seeing them, Naruto recognized them instantly. They were Kankrum Sabaku no. And her sister Temari Sabaku no. Although seeing Temari filled Naruto with anger, since that damned woman had betrayed not only him, but also his brothers for fame and money during the old resets, Naruto decided to calm himself to see Kankrum about to strike Konohamaru. Seeing this, Naruto moved quickly to place a knife against the Sabaku no's neck. Naruto. You don't want to start a war over hitting the third Hokage's son, do you? Kankrum and Temari were silent, surprised by Naruto's speed, as the boy released Konohamaru. Temari. She got past Kankrum's defense, it's surprising, but he's still handsome. Naruto glanced sideways at Temari, his expression serious and angry. Naruto. Get out of there already. Then Sasuke emerged from the branches, wearing an arrogant smile. Sakura. Happily Sasuke-kun. Sasuke. Arrogantly wow, dope. I'm surprised you figured me out. Naruto. Moving away from Kankrum, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the other guy. Upon hearing that, everyone saw a boy standing upside down next to Sasuke. The boy then vanished in a sand shunshin, appearing before Naruto. They stared at each other seriously, but Naruto could only look with pain at his friend, who had been reset multiple times. Name? Naruto. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Arasabaku no. Yes, facing Naruto was Garasabaku no. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Both of them seemed to be unleashing murderous instincts. Ara. You're interesting. You'll prove my existence. Naruto. We'll see about that. Ara. Kankrum, Temari, let's go. Don't do anything stupid or I'll kill you. They both nodded and the three of them retreated in a shunshin. Seeing this, Naruto spotted Team Konohamaru. Naruto. Go back to your homes, we'll talk later. They nodded and left. Then Naruto grabbed Olivia by the hip and they both disappeared in a water shunshin. Sasuke just grunted and skipped away, leaving Sakura alone. Meeting point. Kushina and Kakashi were seen waiting, with Kakashi reading Ichigo, which annoyed Kushina. A little further away, Menma, Haku and Mito were chatting. Mito recognized her mistakes and wanted to change, unaware that this was provoking the wrath of Kyuubi M, who was already plotting to betray her and try to convince Naruto to become her Jinchuriki. Just then, they saw a water shunshin appear and look for Naruto and Olivia, who quickly separated to avoid any misunderstandings. A few minutes later, Sasuke arrived. Kushina. Well, we've gathered you here to give you some news. Menma. And what is that news? Kakashi. We've nominated you for the Chunin exams. Kushina. Annoyed, I didn't want Menma to participate, but oh well, he could die here. The six of them met to see the senseis and nodded in agreement to take the Chunin exams. Kushina. Okay, but since there are 6 of you, you'll have to split into 2 teams. Naruto. If that's the case, I choose Olivia and Menma. Kakashi. Curious why those two? Naruto. Well, Olivia and I already know each other and we know how we are and how to understand each other. Well, I choose Menma because I get along better with him and we have more trust. Everyone had to agree that they were good arguments. Without further ado, the 2 teams were formed. Team 7A, consisting of Menma Bifrong, Naruto Noire Dreemurr and Olivia Tennyson. And Team 7B, consisting of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha and Hakuyuki. Both teams then left with their introduction sheets and Naruto had a thought. To show off his new outfit. Chunin exams. Written test. Naruto was seen in his room looking at his new outfit while the Quemis were all around him. Naruto. Well, it turned out well. Vicky. I'll say so, Naruto. Flag. And are you going to take any of us? Naruto. I was thinking about it and decided yes. The Chunin exams are starting right now and Padafamare will appear in the second test and I'll need to protect my team. So, who will you take, Master? Naruto. I'll take you, Waze, and Duusu. Upon hearing that, both named Quemis nodded, with the green Kwami Waze being the Kwami of protection. And the deep blue Kwami Duusu, the Kwami of emotion. Naruto goes to the miraculous box to take the turtle and peacock miraculous. As he's about to close the box, Naruto stops to think for a moment and takes the ladybug miraculous. Naruto. I'd better take Tiki too, the lucky charm might come in handy. The Quemis remained silent regarding the guardian of the Miraculous's decision, as they had complete trust in him. Without further ado, Naruto donned his new outfit, then put on the Miraculous and stowed his weapons. Upon leaving his room, he encountered Olivia. Olivia. It looks good on you. Naruto. Thanks. Olivia. Ready. Naruto nods and leaves the house. Once outside, they start walking, but Naruto begins to feel discomfort in his hand. Olivia. Noticing that what's wrong, Naruto? Naruto. No, nothing, let's go quickly. He decided to put that aside and take Olivia by the hip to start leading them both to where his team was using his semblance. Of Team 7A and 7B. Menma Bifrong, the last member of Team 7B, was seen with Team 7B waiting for Naruto and Olivia. Sasuke. Growling, when are those two going to get here? Haku. Calmly, they won't be long. Mito. Curious, how are you so sure? Menma. Detecting a noise because here they come. Upon hearing that, Sasuke and Mito turned to see a red object in the sky that they instantly recognized. As they looked down, they saw the shape twist, revealing Olivia, and then rise slightly, revealing Naruto, who fell to the ground. Upon seeing him, they noticed Naruto's new outfit. Mito, Haku, and Menma admitted that Noir looked good, but Sasuke didn't even pay attention to it, thinking that even with that, he wouldn't be as strong as him, an elite Uchiha. Naruto. Smiling, we're here. Olivia. A little dizzy, I'm still not used to this. Naruto smiled slightly, signaling them to enter, and everyone nodded, although Sasuke did so to gain more power. At the academy. Upon entering, Team 7A and 7B began walking towards the second floor. When they arrived, they saw a group of applicants trying to enter a classroom that had 301 seats. Naruto. Esan Genjutsu. Mito, Haku, Menma, and Olivia nodded and began walking to the next floor, but Sasuke. Arrogant, remove that Genjutsu, it won't work against me, an elite Uchiha. Upon hearing that, Team 7A and their teammates looked at him angrily. Menma. Angry, congratulations, many congratulations, idiot, now we will have more competition. But that they begin to withdraw, leaving Sasuke alone, who looked at them angrily for calling him an idiot. Third floor. The two teams were now walking somewhat hurriedly, as Naruto had told them they needed to get there quickly. The truth was, Naruto didn't want Sasuke to copy Rock Lee's moves, and besides, it wasn't time to face the bushy-browed one, as he affectionately called him. Rock Lee had never betrayed him, just like Tenten and Neji, though he hoped to bring Neji back to the path of good, as he had done in the previous resets. He put that aside when he saw they had reached the classroom door and spotted Kakashi and Kushina. Kakashi. Smiling, I'm glad everyone came. Mito. And why would I be glad? Kushina. Half happy because if even one of you didn't come, the team wouldn't participate. Of course she was angry because Menma had participated. Kakashi. Well, it's time for you to go in. By the way, Naruto, I like your new look. Naruto nods, and then both teams entered the classroom. Inside. As Team 7 entered, they drew everyone's attention, unleashing a surge of murderous intent. Seeing this, Naruto smiled slightly, unleashing his own murderous instinct, causing fear in everyone and prompting some teams to retreat. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise, but the Uchiha glared at them with hatred. Naruto then noticed Team 10 and, surprisingly, Team 8 approaching, so he decided to lean against the wall to rest, ignoring everything, knowing Olivia would be by his side just in case. Naruto was completely oblivious to his surroundings when something astonishing happened. One for all, more specifically the danger-sensing quirk. It had activated, causing Naruto to open his eyes in surprise. Naruto. I thought I had lost one for all, but it seems not. But what could have activated it? Naruto looked around to see someone, a boy with glasses whom Naruto recognized instantly. It was Kabuto Yakushi, a ninja from Itagakure and an ally of Orochimaru. Naruto did nothing and watched as everything proceeded normally, with Yakushi providing information about the participants. But just as he was about to give his information about Olivia, the Noir easily and with great speed snatched the cards from Kabuto and incinerated them with Kaiten. This clearly angered Sasuke, as he wanted to know more to try and defeat Naruto. Before he could do anything, several Jonin appeared, along with another one with scars. It was Ibiki Marino. Upon seeing him, Naruto was neutral. He had never betrayed him, but they weren't friends either, so he had nothing against him. Ibiki. Alright, brats, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. Naruto just ignored it a little since he already knew the rules of this exam, although he still felt that discomfort in his hand. Naruto. What is this nuisance? He then heard that they were about to assign seats, so he left his comfort zone to approach and take his number. Number in hand, he headed over, noticing that he was sitting between Hinata and Olivia. Naruto resigned himself to sitting next to Hinata, but at least he was next to Olivia. After Ibiki explained the rules, everyone began the exam. Naruto. Alright, let's finish this exam quickly, my hand is already bothering me. He began the exam, which was the same one he'd taken throughout his 3,000 years of resets. While he was taking it, he saw that everything was proceeding normally. He even noticed Hyuga trying to get his attention, telling him to copy things that Dreemurr ignored, tired of the same old thing. He finished his exam quickly, but just in case, he pretended to still be working on it so as not to attract anyone's attention. Time skip. Minutes had passed and Naruto was resting a bit, but he knew the exam was about to be interrupted by Ibiki. And sure enough, the exam was interrupted by him. Naruto just kept listening, since it was exactly as he remembered it, and frankly, he was getting a little bored of hearing the same thing over and over. Upon hearing the key question, Naruto decided to remain silent, giving Team 7 a look that told them to trust him and not say anything. They complied, since they trusted Naruto, their leader, although one of them spoke reluctantly. After a few minutes, the window was shattered by a kunai, revealing a poster that read the amazing and Hexy Anko Mitarashi, followed by a glimpse of her. Many stared at her, blushing, but Naruto wore a small smile, remembering that this always happened. Ibiki. Stepping out from behind the sign, you got ahead of me again. Enko. Well, Ibiki, it's clear you've softened up. Ibiki. No, it's just that in this generation there are genin with enough guts to stay. Enko. Glancing at him sideways, if you only knew there's a god among them, smile sadistically, never mind, no more than half will make it through my test. Now everyone, head to training ground number 44. With that, he disappears in a puff of smoke, causing everyone to start leaving. Naruto was holding his hand when he heard something. Kyuubi. What are you doing here, super developed lizard? Upon hearing Kyuubi scream, Noir froze, examining his left arm and hand, which was the one that hurt. Having formed a theory, he turned to look at the rest of Team 7. Naruto. Go ahead, I have something to do, I'll catch up later. They nodded to leave, though the Uchiha hoped Naruto would take longer and get rid of a nuisance. Once alone, Naruto leaned against the wall to enter his mindscape. Mental space. Upon entering, Naruto found himself in the same drain. Looking through the grate, he saw Kyuubi, but also a being that filled him with hatred. Naruto. With hatred you. The XD reunion. Naruto could be seen in his mind's eye, glaring with hatred at what was in front of him. What the Noir was seeing was a red dragon. It was Drag, the dragon of domination from his reboot as Issei Haidu. Naruto clenched his fists as he remembered that the wretch in front of him had betrayed him right when they were fighting against Trihixa, 666, also known as the Beast of the Apocalypse. Naruto. With hatred you. Drag. Hello, partner. Naruto. Angrily, you have no right to call me a partner. You stopped being one when you betrayed me. Drag simply lowered his head, for it was true. After betraying Issei Naruto for the one he believed would be a better Sekiryu, he only ended up finding the opposite. That damned man began using him as a weapon, and he watched as he destroyed the entire world. In the end, only the faction leaders were able to kill the wretch along with himself, and then he found Naruto, saw his memories, and was deeply remorseful for what he had done, having learned the whole truth. But he couldn't think anymore, as chains bound his limbs and a collar around his neck, and he was pulled into the cage, which closed behind him. Drag. Issei, what are you doing? But Naruto ignored him, as he had his back to him. This continued for a few seconds before both of them saw the Noir turn slightly to look at them, only to discover that the Dreamer's eyes were red with black sclera. Naruto. Don't talk to me, insect. Although he hated the traitor Vegeta, Noir had to admit the word was good and stylish. Of course, he saw Drake shiver at that. The dragon already knew Naruto was extremely powerful, perhaps even more so than Trihixa, 666, or Office. Without a word, Naruto left his mindscape, leaving both beings saddened, one for witnessing the hatred directed at him and the other for not having seized the opportunity. Outside of mental space. Naruto opened his eyes only to find a girl staring at him. He was speechless, taking in her appearance. Short white hair, hazel eyes, porcelain skin, a cat-shaped hair clip, and a school uniform. She was. It's good to see you again, Issei senpai, or should I call you Naruto senpai? Naruto could only start to shed tears as he looked at the girl, who smiled a little. Naruto. I'm glad to see you too, Kaneko-chan. Standing in front of him was Kaneko Taoju, one of his partners from his past resets. They looked at each other, then pressed their foreheads together, grateful to be reunited. But suddenly, Naruto pulled her into a hug and began to sob. He remembered that Kaneko wasn't just his girlfriend, she was also going to be his wife, and she was pregnant. But what was painful for him was that she had been murdered, along with her best friend Ravel Phoenix, by Rias Gremory, Asia Argento, Akeno Himejima, Zenobia Quarta, and Arina Shido, after Issei Naruto stopped feeling anything for them and found true love with his beloved Kaneko. The memories of the lifeless bodies of his beloved and his friend's sister still haunted him, tearing him apart, because that day he hadn't just lost his beloved and sister, he had also lost his unborn child. Kaneko could only comfort her beloved, for she understood the pain he felt. Naruto looked at Kaneko, her eyes still brimming with tears, her mouth trembling. Seeing this, Kaneko smiled slightly as she leaned in, and they kissed, missing the warmth they shared. After a minute that felt like an eternity, they parted, gazing into each other's eyes, connected by a thin strand of saliva, but with smiles on their faces. Ugh, so much love is going to make me sick. Upon hearing that, they both turned to see a blonde girl who was feigning displeasure, but was actually happy for them both. Imagine that it has its wings and tail hidden. She was Ravel Phoenix, Kaneko's friend rival and Issei Naruto's best friend's sister. Naruto Kaneko. Happy Ravel. The girl sees them and smiles, and the three of them hug. They had missed each other terribly. When they separate, Naruto looks at them both. Naruto. With a smile, I really missed you guys a lot, but how are you alive? I saw you die. Ravel. Well, actually, we did die and we saw your end. Upon hearing that, the atmosphere became tense, but Ravel decided to continue. Ravel. As I was saying, after your death a deity called us and explained everything that happened to you and that you had to live through. Upon hearing that, Naruto remained silent as he watched Kaneko and Ravel. Ravel. When we found that out, we were shocked, but when we heard that he was proposing to revive us right at the last reset, we immediately accepted. Naruto was silent while showing a small smile. Since Naruto showed his true self as Issei, the three of them became very close. Naruto. Well, I'm glad to see you all again. Kaneko. With a small smile, us too, senpai. Ravel. I hate to ruin the reunion, but Naruto has to take an exam to advance in rank. We're going to hide. Naruto. If that's the case, here you go. He gives them both a scroll, which they open to find is a map of all of Konoha with a marked point. Naruto. This is a map of all of Konoha, and the dot is where my house is, go there, and when I get back I'll explain everything about here. Oh, and one thing, be careful because Sway, my dog, is there. Upon hearing that, Kaneko stiffened, as her Imkai side didn't get along well with dogs. The Taoju set that aside and nodded along with Ravel. Seeing this, Naruto smiled, nodded, and left through a window using his semblance. As he walked away, Kaneko took an object from her pocket. It was the engagement ring Issei Naruto had given her. Kaneko could only gaze at the ring with longing and sadness, as they had both been determined to get married, but the bitches from her reset had prevented it. Ravel. Looking at the ring, I know you want to marry him, and I don't blame you. They took away both of your happiness. Kaneko. Looking at the ring, I know. Ravel. When will you tell him? Kaneko. Touches her belly soon, when the second phase is over. Kaneko remembered how that deity not only gave her the chance to see her beloved again, but also the chance to finally witness the birth of her baby and hold him in her arms. Both of them unfurled their demon and phoenix wings, launched themselves out the window, and began flying toward Naruto's home. Chunin exams. Survival test part 1. Naruto was seen flying using his semblance as he headed to training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. At that moment, Naruto stopped using his semblance and began to fall as he pulled out the Nano Cube, Ember Celica. Upon receiving it, he opened it, revealing both bracelets, which he put on even as he fell. Once they were ready, he switched them to gauntlet launcher mode, launching small explosions to cushion his fall. At that moment, his danger sensor activated, confusing Naruto. As he neared the ground, he saw Menma appear, surprising Naruto, who was unable to activate his other quirk and ended up falling onto the Bifrong and rolling. Everyone saw a curtain of dust obscuring what was happening inside. Inside the curtain, Naruto and Menma stared in surprise at what they were doing. They were accidentally kissing. Both separated, blushing deeply, grateful for the dust cloud. Naruto. Blushing, I'm sorry, I was distracted. And it was true, since he was distracted by the news that his beloved kitten was back with him. Menma. Blushing, no, don't worry. They both stood up, their blushes fading as the curtain fell. Realizing they were the center of attention, they went to their companion, while a certain Uchiha simply clicked his tongue, pleased that the Noir had arrived on time. Enko. Alright, brats, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. With that, Mitarashi began explaining everything related to the test, while Naruto wasn't paying much attention, since he knew everything inside and out. Of course, Anko saw this but didn't say or do anything since she understood Noir. Then Kiba mocked them, only to receive a cut on his cheek, causing Naruto to give a small, amused smile. At that moment, Anko and Naruto turned to see a girl handing Anko the kunai with a long tongue. Naruto Anko. Serios, Orochimaru. After some time and giving the instructions, Anko had now given the scrolls where Team Nam, Naruto, Olivia, Menma, had obtained the Sky Scroll. Upon seeing it, Naruto smiled slightly and winked at his companions. Naruto. We got the Sky Scroll. Upon hearing that, his team looked at him in surprise, while the rest and Sasuke looked at him like an idiot. Mito. Why did he shout what scroll he has? Haku. To eliminate the competition and make those who have the Earth Scroll go after them. Mito was surprised by Naruto's literally clever move. Anko watched the scene and smiled with a touch of sadism. Ever since he regained his memories from the old resets, Naruto always used that technique, and it always worked. Time skip. After a few minutes, everyone was in their positions, but we'll focus on Team Nam. The three of them were standing there, with Naruto preparing Ember Celica, Menma preparing his Chakram, and Olivia preparing some of her DNA samples. Naruto. Alright, we need to be fast, silent, and lethal. We need to meet up with Team HMS, Haku, Mito, and Sasuke so we can go together. And don't worry about the Earth Scroll. With the scream I gave, those who possess that scroll will come after us. Everyone nodded, and then the second phase began. Nam team. They were leaping through the trees when they dodged a Suiton attack, revealing a team from Takigakure no Sato. Taki's team regarded them with arrogance, while Team Nam regarded them with seriousness. Naruto transformed Ember Celica into her gauntlet launcher mode, while Menma drew his Chakram, and Olivia activated Pyronite DNA on her hands. The trio looked at each other, nodded, and prepared to fight one opponent from each team. But then Noire. Naruto was standing in front of a girl named Taki who was looking at him arrogantly. Girl. Arrogantly, well, look who I'm looking at, a handsome boy. Naruto simply stared at Takinen with a neutral expression before assuming a fighting stance. The girl, still smiling, took her fighting stance and swiftly launched water release jutsus, which Naruto dodged using his semblance. He then approached her and struck her with Ember Celica. But the Bifrong. He was dodging Takinen's constant attacks before starting a Kinjutsu fight. Takinen began attacking with Suiton Jutsu, but he hadn't counted on Menma being able to use waterbending and reflecting the attacks back at Takinen, who dodged them all. Boy. Wow, you're a good kid. Menma. I had a good teacher, but let's not drag this out. After saying that, Bifrong uses earth control to throw pieces of earth at Takinen, then begins to attack with his Chakram. But the Tennyson. She was throwing punches and flames at Takinen, as well as dodging attacks or using Octonurite DNA to make the attacks pass through her body. Boy. Annoyed, stop moving, you damn girl. Olivia. Let me think about it, nah. But that he attacks again but with more intensity, making things difficult for Takinen. But then Noire. He was using his Ember Celicas and also launching small explosions when he ran out of ammunition. Seeing this, Takinen smiled arrogantly. Girl. What will you do now, boy? Naruto does nothing and only takes out the electricity dust ammunition from Ember Celica. That confused the girl as Naruto made the next moves. Imagine it's Naruto, the ammunition is electricity dust, and the empty cartridges disappear upon contact with the ground. For some reason the girl stepped back a little as Naruto smiled at her slightly, revealing his pink eyes and using his fierce soul magic. Upon seeing Naruto's eyes, Takinen backed away a little more, feeling fear. Naruto. You're going to have a bad time. Takinen felt terror upon hearing those words as Naruto lunged at her. But the Bifrong. The boy was fighting the Takinen, demonstrating his improved Chakram technique. The enemy backed away and began throwing several kunai, which Bifrong repelled and dodged. The Takinen continued throwing kunai, now generating shadow clones. This began to trouble Bifrong, who closed his eyes and extended his hand. Opening one eye, he saw the kunai suspended in the air as the Takinen stepped back slightly in shock. Menma watched the kunai while sensing something within himself that he immediately recognized as a bending art, specifically metalbending. The Bifrong looked at his opponent and smiled as the kunai swirled around him and he moved his Chakram. The Takinen only began to retreat in fear as he watched Menma approach him. But the Tennyson. She was fighting the Takinen using her natural flexibility and the flexibility she had gained from Naruto's training. The Takinen was frustrated as Olivia dodged and counterattacked with a small smile. Boy. Annoyed, you damn dwarf, just let yourself be killed. Olivia stopped, causing Takinen to smile, seeing that she had listened to him. But his smile vanished as he felt an immense murderous instinct directed at him. Looking for its source, he saw that it was Olivia, whose gaze had darkened. When Takinen looked up, he was startled to see that Olivia's eyes were red. Olivia. Furious, nobody calls me dwarf. This causes a small explosion where Olivia activates the Celestial Sapien DNA while looking at the Takinen with a furious expression. But the three Takinen. The three of them were backing away in fear until they bumped into each other's backs. This caused them to look at Team Nam, who were watching them, two with smiles and one with a furious glare. They went to attack, thinking they were the predators and hoping to get the scroll, but it turned out that Team Nam was the real predator. The three Takinen. Shit. Without further ado, Team Nam launches an attack against Team Taki. 5 minutes later. Now Team Nam was seen looking at the dying Takinen. Without saying a word, Menma approached the three of them and, after 2 minutes, pulled out the earth scroll. Menma, with a small smile, gets up while throwing and catching the scroll. Menma. We have the scroll. Naruto. Good, now let's go after Team HMS. Menma and Olivia nodded and then Team Nam started walking. Naruto knew where Team HMS would be, but to feign ignorance, he took out his scroll tablet. After that, pressed the yellow button to activate it. That had caught the attention of his colleagues. Menma. Curious, what's that? Naruto. It's a scroll, it allows me to communicate and locate anyone I want. That surprised them both as Olivia remembered the GPS. Naruto started doing something on the scroll, then displayed a map of the entire Forest of Death. Naruto. Very well, I already have the map of the Forest of Death, although I don't need it. Although Naruto chuckled a little at the sight of Olivia and Menma peering at the map over his shoulders like little children, he then selected some options, and 6 points appeared. 1 blue, Olivia. 1 purple, Menma. 1 multicolored, Naruto. 1 light blue, Haku. 1 orange and gray, Mito. And 1 black, Sasuke. Naruto. Mito is starting to regain her courage trait. Then he saw his colleagues watching him. Naruto. Well, the blue, purple, and multicolored dots are us, while the other 3 are Mito, Haku, and Sasuke. Menma. Confused, but how were you able to locate them? Naruto. Let's just say I had access to everyone's information thanks to the 3rd Hokage, and I added it to my scroll, plus I applied a special location system. This surprised Menma and Olivia, the latter thinking about soul magic. Naruto. Well, let's go now since it seems they're in trouble. Upon hearing that, they both looked at the screen to see a danger symbol in front of Team HMS. Without saying a word, Naruto deactivated his scroll to put it away. Naruto. Serious, I know who the enemy will be, so I'll go in samurai style. That caught both of their attention, and then Naruto took out the Nano Cube, sword spin. This caught Menma's attention even more, and he was surprised to see Naruto open the Nano Cube, from which a green light emerged, transforming into the spinning sword. Naruto placed the spinning sword at his side and began to run, followed by his companions, one of whom was unaware of what he had seen, and another with questions he would save for later. Chunin exams. Survival test part 2. Team Nam could be seen leaping quickly through the trees in the direction of Team HMS. Menma. I know I shouldn't ask this, but what was that cube you took out, and what did that thing you call a sword spinner come out of? Naruto glanced sideways at Menma, then looked straight ahead. Naruto. It's called a Nano Cube, and it helps us store anything with something that Olivia and I built. It allows us to condense the molecules and eliminate the spaces within them. Menma was surprised to hear that. Menma. Wow, that's incredible, although if you ask me, it's better not to say anything, since they'd try to use it for evil. Olivia. Why do you think Naruto told you without protesting? He trusts you to keep the secret. Menma smiles, flattered to know that she trusts him, and of course he wouldn't betray that trust. Naruto. Serious, pay attention. That made the two of them just as serious as their leader, who took out the wildcard disc to put it in the slot of his sword turner. But the HMS team. The 3 wounded were visible, but the 2 girls were still standing, as the Uchiha lay unconscious, having been affixed with the cursed seal of heaven. That someone was standing in front of the girls. The Orochimaru, El Hibi-san and Y Ninja Renegado de Konohagakure, no Sato. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I thought you wouldn't put up a fight, but I was wrong. Kukuku, you could make good lab rats. That sent a shiver down both their spines, but then they gave a look of disgust as they watched Orochimaru open his mouth abnormally and then a sword emerge from it. It was the Kusanagi sword. Unexpectedly, the traitorous Konohinen slashed at the girls, who were armed with kunai to fight Orochimaru. Just a few meters away, a black blur appeared, blocking the attack with a sword. It was Naruto. This surprised the girls, and then Menma and Olivia appeared at their sides. Menma. Taking out a first aid kit, we're going to heal them. With that, he begins to heal Mito, while Olivia does the same with Haku. Why? Menma understood the reason for the question. Menma. Despite everything, you're still my sister. Mito lowered her gaze, trying to hold back her tears, but she couldn't. Now, not only Naruto, but Menma too was showing her that they had always been there for her, and it made her feel terrible. Just then, the sound of metal clashing against metal snapped her out of her reverie, and she looked ahead to see the fight between War and the traitorous Konohinen. With Naruto and Orochimaru. Both were fighting, having a close battle. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you're good, Naruto-kun. Naruto. Thanks, but the way you talk, well, let's just say I felt chills, you damn pedophile. Orochimaru had a vein in his head. Orochimaru. I'm not a pedophile. Naruto. Mockingly, yeah, whatever you say, pedophile. Orochimaru grew even angrier and began attacking with more force, while Naruto blocked with a smile. Naruto. You know something, Pedophamaru. Let's level up. This confused Orochimaru, who then stumbled back a few meters after being kicked by Naruto. Seeing him back, Naruto jumped back to retrieve the wildcard disc and stow it in the back of his belt. He then opened the front compartment of his belt, revealing a new disc. It was the shark disc. Naruto takes it to insert it into the spinning sword, straighten it, and spin the disc. Naruto. Shark mode. With that, particles surrounded him, revealing his new appearance. His sword had transformed into the shark sword. While his appearance had not changed at all except for a red jacket. Imagine it's Naruto. The curious thing is that a kind of golden crown appeared on him with the symbol of fire, K. Orochimaru reincarnates himself to see Naruto. Orochimaru. Mockingly Kukuku, your outfit is cute and all, but what are you going to do with it? Naruto smiles slightly as he moves his arm, causing the sword to grow and attack Orochimaru, who is surprised but repels the attack with Kusanagi. But the rest? They were surprised by what they saw. Naruto's clothing had literally changed slightly, but they felt his power had increased. Now that they thought about it, everyone except Olivia wondered just how much power the Noire possessed. Inside Mito's seal, the other half of Kyuubi watched Naruto with interest. Kyuubi that boy is interesting. Yes, I'll most likely make him my Jinchuriki along with my other half. But Naruto and Orochimaru. They were still having a fierce fight when Orochimaru jumped back to bite his thumb. Orochimaru. Placing his hand on the ground summoning jutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 large snakes appeared and lunged at Naruto, who created a metal wall using Kinzoten release. Hearing the impact, Naruto used his semblance to go after the others and hide behind some bushes. Behind the bushes. Team Nam and Team HMS were seen hiding. Menma. What do we do now? Naruto. Serious fight. Mito. Agitated but how? We literally barely gave them time and we hardly tired him out at all. Naruto. I understand how you feel, but keep this in mind. If we leave, he'll most likely chase us down and kill us. Now, all that's left is to fight. That silenced everyone who had to agree with Naruto. Nodding, the Noire hid the unconscious Uchiha inside a bush. Naruto. Alright, I have a way for us to gain more power and thus fight Orochimaru. This caught everyone's attention and then Naruto gave the shark sword to Olivia. Tennyson was surprised but nodded, taking the sword. Then Naruto's accessories disappeared while Olivia acquired them, now adorned with a black and green crown and a symbol that no one recognized except Naruto. Irel Simbolo del Omnitrix. Al Veriso Naruto si prepara. Naruto. Bien, Tiki, Ways, Dusu, Unifiker. As he said that, 3 lights red, green, and deep blue came out of Naruto's sweater and went to certain parts of the Noire's body, revealing the true form of the ladybug miraculous. The turtle miraculous. And the peacock miraculous. With that, a small glow envelops Naruto, revealing him in an outfit themed around the 3 animals. Before he can say anything, Naruto takes a fan from his hip and opens it. Then take out 4 feathers to use the power of the peacock miraculous, Amakization. Having the feathers, Naruto blows on them so that they then go to his companions who entered the shark disc, Menma's Chakadm, Mito's ninja headband and Haku's Senbon needle bag amakizing the 4. The 4 are a little surprised while a symbol appears around the eyes of the 5. Naruto. Listen carefully, these are amok and they allow me to grant or transform someone into a sentimenster. Now, the important thing. I give you this power so you can defeat Orochimaru's summons. I'll take care of the Hibi-Sannin. Menma Olivia Haku Mito. Understood. With that, a black mist surrounds them. Outside the bushes. Orochimaru had managed to destroy the metal with the snakes each on its sides. Orochimaru. Kukuku es elemento fu interessante. Then he licked his lips, seemingly with excitement. Just then, he saw Naruto emerge from the shadows in his costume, along with his companions, but with different appearances. Haku looked like a girl made of ice with a small, equally icy bag. Olivia resembled a colorful female version of Alien X, wielding the same shark sword. Mito looked like a humanoid fox girl with some kind of necklace. And Menma, surprisingly, resembled one of Naruto's old enemies, Max Steel, X-Troyer. But with an arm made of morph shaped like a sword. Orochimaru was clearly surprised as Naruto retrieved a shield from his back. And from her hip a yo-yo. Which begins to rotate. Naruto. You know, Orochimaru is mine. The sentimentsters nod as they launch themselves at the snakes, leaving Orochimaru and Naruto staring at each other. Naruto. Serious, this is between you and me now. Orochimaru smiles as he licks his lips, then launches himself forward using Kusanagi. They stare at each other for a few moments before charging at one another, Orochimaru wielding Kusanagi and Naruto using his shield and yo-yo. Orochimaru throws a slash, which Naruto blocks with his shield. He then ties the yo-yo to Orochimaru's ankle, spins him around, and throws him into a tree. Orochimaru gets up and attacks, unleashing a flurry of slashes, which Naruto, using his yo-yo and/or shield, counters. At one point, Orochimaru attacks and Naruto blocks with his shield, resulting in a brief battle of strength between the two. Orochimaru. Kukuku, those weapons are very interesting. Kukuku, I'd like to study them, just like I would study you. Naruto. With a drop of sweat, you're a pervert and a pedophile. This clearly angered Orochimaru, who used even more force to try and defeat Naruto. The Noire saw out of the corner of his eye that his companions were already defeating Orochimaru's summons, so he punched the rogue in the face with his shield. Seeing him stumble back a little, Naruto jumped to check his yo-yo. Naruto. Please, give me something that will help and that I don't have to figure out how to use. It's a matter of life or death for them. Looks at Orochimaru and sighs lucky charm. With that, he throws the yo-yo to the ground, holding it by the string attached to Naruto's finger. Imagine it's Naruto. Then the particles come together revealing a Minecraft TNT and lighter. Upon having them in his hands, Naruto saw Orochimaru, who seemed interested. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that's interesting, all the more reason I want to study everything you have, Kukuku. Then they heard a puff and turned to see that the Sentimentsters had defeated Orochimaru's summons. The Sentimentsters went to Naruto's side, who was already planning to use the power of the Turtle Miraculous. Naruto. I hope you can withstand a TNT explosion, Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru tried to leave for some reason, but realized he was trapped by something at his feet. Naruto had used the Shuriken release. With that, he ignited the TNT and threw it, leaving it between Orochimaru and the group. Naruto. Shield. As he said that, Naruto slammed his shield into the ground and then he and the Sentimentsters were surrounded by a green dome. Orochimaru tries to break free as he watches the TNT begin to flicker white, gradually getting faster. Naruto. I'll just say one thing, shine. This caused a huge explosion as Naruto shielded his comrades. When the smoke cleared, they could see Orochimaru had escaped. Naruto dismissed it as unimportant and snapped his fingers, causing black mists to envelop the Sentimentsters and reveal his comrades, who collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Mito. Breathing heavily, that felt strange. Menma. Yeah, it felt kind of dark. They saw Naruto, who made his outfit disappear, revealing the Quemus. Naruto. Serious, he escaped, but it doesn't matter, we must move. They nodded and started walking, but not before Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the leg and carried him like a sack of potatoes, not caring if he hurt him or not. The Noir knew that later Sasuke would betray the village and this time he would show no mercy. Chunin exams. Survival test part 3. The dark area was visible, then a section broke open, letting in light and revealing Naruto and his team outside the now cave. The one responsible for this minor destruction was Naruto, who had used the destroy option on the absolute solver. Naruto deactivates the solver to enter with the others. Upon arriving at a location, Naruto sets Sasuke down on the ground and then walks away. Naruto. Well, we're here now so we can rest, but first I'm going to set traps while you guys fix things. They nodded as Naruto retreated using his semblance. Time skip. They were all gathered in the cave around a campfire Mito had lit using a lighter, while an unconscious Sasuke lay a little ways away. The 5 of them watched the campfire as Naruto grilled sausages. Naruto. Well, the sausages are almost ready, when we eat them we'll rest so we can go to the tower tomorrow, although I know those 3 will show up. They nodded and after a few minutes, they took the sausages and began to eat. Haku, Menma and Mito were still eating when they noticed Naruto had a small container with something strange in it, which he and Olivia were eating from. Menma. Pointing at the can, what's that? Naruto. Eating, it's called chipotle. Curious, Mito smears some chipotle on his sausage before eating it. Myth. Eating it has a weird taste, but it tastes good. Upon hearing that, the other 2 add chipotle to their sausages before eating them. After finishing, they decide to sleep, although Naruto waits until everyone is asleep to store his spinning sword in a nano cube. The next day. Naruto was seen awake, staring at the cave entrance. He knew what was about to happen. Then the others, except for Sasuke, woke up and saw Naruto standing there, looking at the entrance. Mito. Sleepy and curious, is something wrong? Naruto. Serious, someone's coming. That put everyone on alert and then they left while Naruto prepared the nano cube, Crescent Rose. The 3 of them were on alert when 3 Otonin appeared. Upon seeing them, Naruto put on a serious expression and opened his nano cube, revealing Crescent Rose in its compact mode. This surprised everyone, especially those who didn't know, but they let it go for the time being. Naruto. Serious, tell us what you're here for. Girl. Calm down, pretty boy, we're just here for the Uchiha. Naruto. Transforming Crescent Rose into rifle mode, I don't believe it. With that, he aimed at the Otonin while loading the electricity dust ammunition. Both teams looked serious as they launched into combat. Naruto against the girl, Menma and Mito against the bandaged boy, and Haku and Olivia against the other boy. The fight was relatively short, with Mito and Menma dodging sonic blasts, as did Haku and Olivia, while Naruto dodged, struck, and fired at the girl, who was hit by electrically charged bullets. The 5 separated, observing the 3 Otonin, who were exhausted, but the girl felt Naruto aim his gun at her head. Naruto. Serious, you know what to do. The girl looked at Naruto, who was looking at her seriously. She clicked her tongue to pull out her scroll and tossed it to Menma, who caught it, noticing it was the one he was missing. Naruto made a move that caused the Otonin to growl and decide to leave. Seeing that no one was nearby, Naruto transformed Crescent Rose into its compact mode and placed it on his back hip. At that moment, a dark aura appeared, causing everyone to turn toward the cave from which Sasuke emerged, his body marked. The Uchiha was looking at his hands with a psychopathic expression. Sasuke. Madly yes, with this power I will be able to kill that bastard. The Uchiha saw the boys but could do nothing as a powerful surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to fall unconscious. Behind him was a floating hand, the hand of perseverance. The hand simply gives a thumbs up and then disappears. Naruto. Let's go to the tower to finish this. Everyone nods, then Naruto uses the solver to levitate the Uchiha. He didn't feel like carrying him. Time skip. The group of 6 had arrived at the tower entrance and were about to open the doors. As they walked in, they saw a sign that read the following. If you do not possess heaven, you acquire the knowledge it represents. If you do not possess earth, you will run far and wide in search of strength. If you possess the scrolls of heaven and earth, the paths of perilous will become secure. This is the secret of Ichigo. You will become part of the elite who will guide others. That had confused everyone a little, but Naruto and Olivia already knew what it meant. Menma. I've already figured it out, we have to open both scrolls at the same time. Mito and Haku nodded, then both opened the heaven scrolls, while Menma and Naruto opened the earth scrolls. This generated a glow, and then the 4 of them threw the scrolls, from which a cloud of smoke rose. When it dissipated, Kushina and Kakashi were seen watching them with smiles. Although upon seeing Menma, the Redeed was annoyed, but her smile returned. Kakashi. I'm glad to see you guys safe. Naruto. Yeah, but now you have something else to do. Without saying a word, he threw the Uchiha, who was caught by Kakashi. Haddock saw the cursed seal, became serious, and nodded. Kushina. We'll take care of it, go and rest. The 5 of them nodded to leave as Kushina and Kakashi took Sasuke away. Semifinals Part 1. 3 days had passed, and now Naruto was meditating while Olivia was reading and Menma was training with weights. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, prompting Olivia to go and see who it was. Upon opening it, she found herself face to face with Kakashi. Kakashi. Smiling hello Olivia. Olivia nods to signal her to continue. Kakashi. Well, they're going to continue with the exams and I wanted you to come. Olivia nods, and then Kakashi leaves. She turns to see her teammates getting up and starting to leave. Time skip. Team Nam had arrived when Naruto sensed some presences. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaneko and Ravel hiding in the shadows with the phoenix, holding Zwei in her arms. Naruto smiled slightly as the 2 girls greeted him. Then he had to listen to the same boring speech about all the resets again until he got to the part about Kabuto leaving due to a lack of chakra. Naruto knew that was impossible, so without anyone noticing, he released a small red light which followed Kabuto, followed by Akumu, who slipped away unseen. But Kabuto. He was walking while taking off his Konoha headband to put on an Odo one. He was about to leave when he stopped dead in his tracks, his face contorted in shock. Looking down, he saw a kind of pink spear piercing his chest, with a heart attached. The spear was pulled back, along with the heart, and caught by a hand. It was the hand of fear. The only trait that allows Naruto to steal the soul, and specifically that heart, which was half blue and half gray. It was Kabuto's soul. At that moment, Akumu appeared beside the hand that held the floating soul. Kabuto turned around in fear. He didn't know why, but he was afraid. The Otanin saw the hand extend the soul to Akumu, who, without hesitation, devoured it. Kabuto's body transformed into dust, which fell, creating a mound. Kabuto was dead. Akumu retreated as the hand vanished. With Naruto. He was already in the stands waiting for the first fight when he felt something on his foot. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw Akumu arrive, then wrap her arms around Naruto's neck and enter her hidden mode. Naruto. Serious, alright, this time I'll try to prevent Tenten from getting hurt and Gaara from breaking Lee's arm and leg. But that, he saw the fights, which he knew would be mostly the same. Sasuke Uchiha. Versus. Yoroi Kado. Naruto didn't pay attention to it since it was exactly the same as the old resets, and the winner was Sasuke. Shino Aburam. Versus. Zaku Abumi. Naruto watched the fight without really paying attention. It was the same old fight with the same winner, Shino. Although now he thought there might be a change. Just then, the referee, Hey Jackm, makes an appearance. Hey. Coughing okay, the next match is between Olivia Tennyson and Ino Yamanaka. That caught Naruto's attention. There was a change in this reset. He saw Olivia coming down when Naruto stopped her. Naruto. She can enter her opponent's minds. Olivia. Smiled slightly don't worry. Naruto. Smiled slightly I'm not worried, I'm just letting you know. Olivia smiles as she uses Orthopteran DNA and leaps onto the sand. On the sand. Olivia and Ino could be seen looking at each other. Ino. Be careful girl, I'm going to win and I'll show Sasuke-kun that I'm awesome. But Olivia looked at her with boredom, remembering the board with gum, as she called Sakura. Hey 8. Ready? Both girls nod. Hey 8. Alright, let's begin. With that, she moved away. Ino launched herself towards Olivia, who began dodging the attacks with ease. Olivia. Dodging, this girl is so slow, even Gwen without using her anodite power could give me a fight, glances at Naruto, although now that I think about it, I think it's time to tell Naruto that he also possesses anodite DNA, that is, he is semi-anodite. Olivia continued dodging, but when she grew tired of it, she used Citricaea DNA to move quickly and deliver a powerful elbow to Ino's stomach, knocking her breath away. Without giving Ino time to react, Olivia used Tetramin DNA to deliver an uppercut, knocking the Yamanaka out. Hey 8. The winner is Olivia. Olivia uses Orthopteran DNA to reach the stands. In the stands. As Olivia falls, she is greeted by Naruto. Naruto. Smiling slightly, you did well. Olivia. Thanks, although it was actually too easy, it's just like the chewing gum board. Naruto chuckled a little at Olivia's nickname for Sakura as they both sat down to watch the next matches. Misumi Tsurugi. Versus. Kankram Sabaku no. The fight was exactly as Naruto remembered it and Kankram won. Olivia watched Misumi, wondering how she could do that without dying, since it was abnormal. Although now that she remembered her reset, nothing was normal. The plumbers, the aliens, Vilgax, nothing was normal. Shikamaru Nara. Versus. Kintsuchi. Naruto started nodding off a little, since the fight had been even and it was making him sleepy, plus he saw the same winner, Shikamaru. Olivia watched this intently, thinking that Kin used something similar to Echo Echo and Ultimate Echo Echo. Hey 8. Next fight, Tamari Sabaku no against Tenten. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid close attention, preparing to save Tenten from the sand bitch, as he called her, and as she ended up being called. He saw Tamari and Tenten. They went down to the sand. Hey 8. Ready? They both nod. Hey 8. Begin. Naruto watched intently as the fight unfolded in every way. He was preparing himself when he saw the opening. Tenten was falling from the sky and Tamari was poised to break her back with her fan. Seeing this, Naruto leaped high into the air, unleashing his quirk, Black Whip. And launched them, tying Tenten by the waist. Naruto uses his float quirk for a few brief moments. He pulled Tenten close and caught her bridal style. Once he had her in his arms, he let himself fall, landing on his knee. Naruto looked up with a serious expression to see Tamari, who was smiling at him, winking, and blowing him a kiss, which made Naruto feel disgusted, though he didn't show it. Han Kaneko, Ravel Wise Way. Ravel and Zwei were holding Kaneko so she wouldn't attack Tamari, Ravel from the waist and Zwei from her tail, since Kaneko was in her Nekishim form. Kaneko. Growling, I'll kill her. Nobody does that to my man without my permission. Ravel. Calm down, kitty. Remember, Naruto Nai-san won't let you. You're one of the loves of his life. Kaneko calms down as it was true. Ravel. Besides, you have to take care of yourself for the baby. Kaneko. Okay, fried chicken. Ravel laughed a little at that nickname. That's how they both get along, Kaneko was the face and Ravel the fried chicken. In the stands. Naruto gently left Tenten with her team after explaining that he couldn't let a Kunoichi with such great potential lose her ninja career just because someone broke her back. This left everyone in silence as Tenten thanked Naruto for what he had done. Naruto nodded and returned to his team. Niji Hyuga. Versus. Hinata Hyuga. Naruto watched the fight with seriousness as it was now a battle between the prodigy of the Hyuga clan and the princess of the Byakugan. The fight was similar to those in the previous resets but with much greater intensity. Fortunately for him, Niji had won, leaving Hinata near death. It was better that the Hyuga girl didn't survive, as the Noir knew perfectly well that in the future, the pearl-eyed girl would be one of the causes of the world's downfall. Naruto decided to put that aside for a moment to look at the arena. Naruto. Serious, let's see how the next fights will be. Semifinals Part 2. Naruto was sitting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, meditating. Then Kakashi touched his shoulder. Kakashi. We're going to continue with the fights now. Naruto nods to look at the arena. Hey 8. The next fight is Menma Bifrong against Kiba and Yuzuka. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid attention as Menma came down. Naruto. Menma. The named man turns to look at Noir. Naruto. Nod slightly, good luck. Menma smiled and nodded as he walked to the arena, ignoring Kurenai telling Kakashi and Kushina that Menma would lose. Kakashi had some hope that Menma would win, while Kushina agreed with Kurenai. On the sand. Menma had arrived, seeing how Kiba looked at him with an arrogant smile. Menma. Serious, let's see, I have kunai, shurikens, my chakram, waterbending, firebending, earthbending, airbending, icebending and metalbending, the last two of which are already perfected. I also have my hearing improved, I think I can do it. Hey 8. Are you ready? Both nod, Menma serious and Kiba arrogant. Hey. Alright, let's begin. With that, he walks away, leaving both opponents behind. Kiba. Arrogantly surrender useless, you can't beat me, an alpha. Menma didn't say anything and simply stood there. Kiba. Arrogantly if you're not going to say anything, then I'll attack first. With that, he attacked Menma with his long nails. Menma was only there to step aside and surround his fist with dirt. Kiba saw this with surprise, but even more so when he saw that his guard was open, so he took a full force punch from Menma. Of course, the force of the blow was so great that Kiba spat out a little blood. Kiba stepped back a bit, glaring at Menma. Kiba. Thanks, that was a stroke of luck, let's go Akamaru. The dog that was next to him barked in affirmation. Both dog and human prepare using their technique. Kiba. Fang over fang. Menma could see the drills heading towards him, so he drew his chakram and some shurikens and kunai. Using metal bending, he fused the shurikens and kunai with the chakram, creating a sword that looked dangerous in itself. Using his keen hearing, he began to hear the movement of the wind, the spinning, and the sound of Kiba and Akamaru's attack. Knowing how they would arrive, Menma ducked to move his sword and then slash. The drill hit the ground, revealing Akamaru. The other one had stopped abruptly, letting everyone see how Menma had plunged his sword into Kiba's shoulder, causing Kiba to let out a blood-curdling scream. Menma moved his arm, knocking Kiba to the ground, then pulled out his sword and plunged it into Kiba's other shoulder. Menma. Serious you give up? Kiba. Angrily never. Menma. Okay. With that, he takes out the chakram to lift it. Kiba. What are you doing? Menma. Neutral before the semifinals started, they clearly stated that we could kill and there would be no problems. Everyone's eyes widened as they understood Menma's plan, causing Kiba to begin to panic. Menma was about to lower the chakram, but with his free hand, he stopped Akamaru by grabbing him by the neck, having detected the movement. Menma, still with a neutral expression, lowered the chakram, making Kiba even more terrified. Kiba. Closing his eyes. Okay, I give up. Feeling nothing, Kiba opens his eyes, seeing the edge of the weapon centimeters from his face. Menma. Good choice. With that, Menma drops Akamaru while moving the chakram to a safe side and returning it to its original form, dropping the kunai and shuriken. Hey. The winner is Menma. In the stands. Naruto just watched that with a small smile of pride, but then frowned as he saw Kushina retreat, extremely angry because Menma had won. On the sand. Menma was retreating, sheathing his chakram. Kiba, feeling humiliated, watched him and, in a fit of rage, stood up, grabbed a kunai, and threw it at Menma. Bifrong had detected the sound, and in a swift movement, he drew his chakram to strike the kunai and send it flying back at Kiba. The Inyazuka fell backward, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he felt the kunai pierce his genitals. Hey. Doctors. The medics arrived to take Kiba away while Menma watched indifferently. At that moment, Tsume and Yazuka. Kiba's mother makes an appearance, extremely angry. Tsume. Why did you do that? Menma. Serious, your son was going to attack treacherously, so that means he would have to be killed. Be grateful I decided to hit him in another part of his body and not in the head. Tsume began to growl in anger and helplessness, as what Menma had told her was true. She could only watch as Menma retreated, putting away his chakram. Menma. Stops if it's any consolation, I didn't like that it came to this. With that, he leaves, leaving Tsume alone. Time skip. A few minutes passed after what had happened, and now they were ready to continue. Hey. Since there are no other opponents, contestant Naruto Noire Dreemurr advances to the final. That surprised everyone, but they nodded, while Naruto was somewhat grateful that he didn't have to show off any more of his skills. Toji Akimichi. Versus. Osukanuda. To be honest, Naruto hadn't paid any attention since it was the same old fight and a very easy victory for Dosu. Hey. Next fight, Rock Lee vs Gaara Sabaku no. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid close attention and became serious. He saw Rock Lee jump excitedly from the stands. Meanwhile, Gaara appeared using a sand shunshin. Seeing this, Naruto knew he would have to be very quick and save Rock Lee fast, so he decided to take out the Nano Cube, Brumi. Upon seeing the Nano Cube, Naruto remained silent, remembering his old friend Ink Naruto. Naruto ignored that and stared intently at the arena. He saw how the fight was just as epic, so awesome. Whenever he saw Rock Lee, the Noir felt a rush of excitement. They'd even fought once for fun, and he'd felt the adrenaline rush. He was deep in his memories, but snapped back to reality when he saw the scene. Gaara about to crush Rock Lee's arm and leg. Naruto. Serious, it's time. With that, he jumps into the arena while opening the Nano Cube, revealing Brumi. Naruto manages to catch Rock Lee, causing them both to fall to the ground. Using Ink Release and Soul Magic, Noir moves the large paintbrush, creating a massive wall of paint that blocks a sand attack. After successfully withstanding the attack, the wall collapses, creating a large puddle of paint. Naruto. Serious, this fight is over, just look, Rock Lee is unconscious. They saw the named person and realized it was true. Rock Lee had already been out of action. Hey 8. Well, thanks for saving Rock Lee, the winner of this match is Gaara Sabaku no. Gaara was serious and frustrated, but he looked at Naruto with caution. Gaara. Listen, Noir, you will prove my existence. Naruto knew that for the moment he couldn't do anything, so he nodded, and then Gaara left with a sand shunshin, while Naruto took a great leap. In the stands. Noir had appeared before Team Guy to gently leave Rock Lee. As he left him, he stood up, but Tenten hugged him. Tenten. Thank you for saving Lee. He may be impulsive, but he's like family to me. Naruto nods and leaves, joining his companions. On the sand. Hey 8. Okay, last fight, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze vs Hakuyuki. Upon hearing that, both girls were surprised to learn that they would be fighting each other, especially since they were on the same team, but they still decided to go down to the arena. Once there, they looked into each other's eyes. Haku? Without resentment. Mito nodded. Hey 8. Ready? They both nod. Hey 8. Alright, let's begin. With that, she walked away, leaving the two girls staring at each other. They remained like that for a few moments before beginning to attack using Taijutsu. Myth. Making hand seals Kaiten Fire Blast. With that, he unleashes a burst of fire which Haku dodges. Haku. Hand seals water release. Powerful water jet. She sprays the jet of water, which hits the flame, generating steam. Then the sound of metal clanging against metal begins. Myth. Hand seals Futen Wind Palm. With that, the steam dissipated, revealing the two Kunoichi, who stared into each other's eyes. They both assumed fighting stances, ready to attack one another. In the mental space of Myth. There, a dark Kyuubi could be seen watching the fight. It was the other half of Kyuubi. Kyuubi M. Growling, this brat is on par with the ice girl, that's not acceptable, she must prove that she is a worthy Jinchuriki of me, the powerful Kyuubi, but it seems not, smiles evilly however, I can use this to my advantage, I'm going to fill her with my negative power. With that, he begins to laugh evilly as he passes his power and hatred to Mito. In reality. Haku and Mito continued fighting when Mito began to be surrounded by Kyuubi's chakra. Before they could say anything, they saw Mito clutch her head in pain as her eyes turned blood red. Haku? What's wrong with him? No one could answer him, but Naruto already had an idea, so he jumped into the arena. Hey 8. What are you doing here? This isn't your fight. Naruto. Screw the fight, Mito is being possessed by the Kyuubi soul. This surprised everyone, but they couldn't think any longer because they heard a roar. Turning around, they saw a small four-tailed fox eyeing them as if they were its next victims. This frightened many, while Naruto became serious and grabbed Brumi, who was hanging from his back. The creature stood motionless until it saw Naruto and lunged at him. The Noir managed to stop one swipe using Brumi. Naruto pushed the creature back slightly and began hitting it with the paintbrush, leaving some paint splatters. The creature swiped again, but Naruto dodged it. While airborne, he snapped his fingers, causing the paint splatters covering the Kyuubi's body to explode. Landing on his feet, Naruto assumed a fighting stance, knowing it wouldn't be easy with his powers sealed and not wanting to reveal too many secrets. Just then, Minato and Kushina fell beside him. Kushina had calmed down, though she was still angry. Minato. Serious, stay back, son. We'll handle this. Naruto. First of all, I'm not your son. Second, I already know how to stop him, so stay back. You'll only be in the way. This angered both adults, but they were powerless to stop it as Naruto had already attacked, causing the mini-fox to mimic his action. The mini-fox leaped and attempted to scratch Naruto, but he blocked it with a Geister Blaster. Naruto. Menma, Haku, Olivia, you know what to do. The three nodded and jumped. The mini-fox was on the ground preparing a tailed beast ball, but its technique was cancelled when Olivia stopped it by using the Thepkufen DNA bandages on its arms. Seeing this, Naruto used his paintbrush to throw paint splatters onto the creature's legs and tails, creating chains. The mini-fox tried to attack with a burst of fire, but Haku and Menma stopped it using water release and ice control. Menma. Now. Naruto nods, preparing to move and use the 5-element seal. Or so it would be, if it weren't for the fact that Naruto had improved it, creating a more powerful variant that only he could cancel. The 11-element seal. This seal utilizes the primary elements known only to Naruto. Water release, fire release, earth release, wind release, lightning release. Water release, fire release, wind release, gas release, and anxiety release. And in the center, Eteritin. Without waiting any longer, Naruto places his fingers on the creature's abdomen. The creature roars in pain as the cloak disappears, leaving Mito with burns and unconscious. Time skip. After that, everyone was calm and Mito had regained consciousness. She asked what had happened and Naruto explained everything in detail. Surprisingly, Mito apologized and thanked Naruto for stopping her. He just gave her a small smile and nodded. The finalists were now revealed. Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburam, Olivia Tennyson, Kankram Sabaku no, Shikamaru Nara, Tamari Sabaku no, Niji Hyuga, Menma Bifrong, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, Dosu Kanuda, Gara Sabaku no, and Hakuyuki. Mito chose Hakuyuki, admitting that she was still somewhat weak. Enko. With a box alright worms, everyone come and get a slip of paper to find out who you're up against. Everyone starts walking, taking a piece of paper from the box. Hey 8. Coughing okay, now say your numbers. Everyone nods to begin saying them. Chino. 8. Olivia. 9. Ankram. 7. Shikamaru. 11. Damari. 12. Niji. 2. Menma. 1. Naruto. 3. Osu. 4. Bara. 5. Haku. 10. Hey 8. Bien, al no Esther Sasuke Uchiha el Atoka el número 6. After a few minutes Hey 8 returns. Hey 8. Bien, esto son el orden de los combates. Naruto Noire Dreemurr contra Niji Hyuga. Menma Bifrong contra Dosu Kanuda. Ara Sabaku no contra Sasuke Uchiha. Ankram Sabaku no contra Shino Aburam. Olivia Tennyson contra Hakuyuki. Shikamaru Nara contra Tamari Sabaku no. Upon hearing that, they all looked at each other, already knowing who their opponents were. Enko. Alright worms, that's all, we'll meet again in a month, but this time at the stadium, leave. With that, everyone retreated, but Naruto glanced sideways at the mummies making their moves, knowing that now they would want his power. Naruto. Those mummies think they can control me, but they can't. With that, she leaves with a small smile, already knowing how to act. Meeting with the council. Naruto was walking with Brumi on his back. He'd found a hidden place to keep Ember Celica, but he'd decided to keep the paintbrush outside. Every time he saw the paintbrush, Naruto couldn't help but think of Ink and his friends from the Underverse, which made him sad. He missed them terribly. Naruto. I miss you all, Ink, Air, Kori, Chara, Swap Reaper. Yes, despite having some problems, Naruto was a good friend and confidant to his old friend Reaper Mito, or just Reaper. The image of that girl had appeared in his mind. That girl was one he'd fallen in love with, but he'd dismissed those feelings because of his curse. Now he cursed himself for not realizing she would reciprocate his feelings. But he was pulled from his thoughts when an Anbu appeared before him. Anbu Inu. Naruto Noire Dreemurr, you are requested by the council. Without a word, he left. Naruto sighed, picked up the paintbrush, and made a large splash on the ground. Without another word, he jumped into the puddle, disappearing in the process and entering the paint. Comically, a small dog walked over the puddle without a second thought, implying that only Naruto had the power to decide whether it was used as transportation or not. Council chamber. There they saw the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council, and Minato at his desk. They were all waiting for Naruto when they saw a paint splatter appear on the floor. Before they could do anything, they saw Naruto emerge from the splatter and land on his feet. Naruto. Bored alright, I know the Civil Council requested this meeting, so hurry up, I have to train. That surprised everyone when they saw that Naruto had guessed correctly. Hamura. If that's the case, then I'll say it directly, you are ordered to hand over your techniques to Sasuke-sama so that he can fight in the final test. Naruto. I see I refuse. Hamura. You can't refuse. Naruto. Let's get something straight, his hand glows pink, you don't have any power over me, since you're only advisors and advisors can't decide, only advise. Hamura and her partner Kaharu Udatain. They watched this with anger while feeling hatred for the devil. Kaharu. Angry you don't get to say anything, you damn demon. You're just a weapon, and we're forcing you to give everything you have to Uchiha-sama. This angered the Shinobi Council and Minato, but they saw many sharp bones whizzing around Kaharu and Hamura. That had surprised everyone, but they saw Naruto, whose eyes were closed. Before saying anything, Naruto opened his eyes, revealing that his left eye was different. They didn't know what was happening, but seeing that eye made them feel afraid. Naruto. Neutral, listen carefully, I don't mind and I don't care if you call me a demon or whatever, but we are in a meeting where the only thing you are demonstrating is that you want to steal the power of others to give it to your beloved Uchiha. This made the elders nervous, since Naruto had been right in what they were doing. They wanted to give power to Sasuke in order to keep him under control and prevent him from leaving the village. Minato. Nervous na Naruto, please stop what you're doing, let's not get to that extreme. Naruto saw the old men and the bones disappeared, his eye returning to normal. This made everyone sigh with relief, but they were terrified to see a pink spear embedded between the heads of the two old men. Naruto had his hand outstretched, implying that he had thrown it. Naruto. I'm going to tell you something, if you do that again I won't fail. Civil Council fat guy. Angry, is that a threat? Naruto. Serious? No, it's a warning. Everyone remained in deathly silence as Naruto and the Civil Council looked at each other with great seriousness. Naruto. I guess that's all, right? Minato. Nods, that's right. Naruto nodded and turned around. But before he could do anything, an angry Sasuke rushed out from the shadows, kunai in hand. Naruto had already sensed his presence, so he easily grabbed Brumi, spun around, and struck Sasuke in the stomach with the tip of his paintbrush, knocking the wind out of the Uchiha and sending him flying into the wall. This surprised the Shinobi Council and Minato, while the Civilian Council and the elders were shocked and nervous. Sasuke was slowly recovering when something hit him beside him. He glanced sideways and saw Naruto, only to be met with the serious gaze of the Noir, who was wielding a pink scythe. Noir's eyes were red as he looked down at Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Naruto angrily, Naruto glared at Sasuke seriously, but everyone saw the scene which expressed one thing. Naruto's superiority over Sasuke. Naruto. Serious and looking at Sasuke, can someone explain to me how Sasuke Uchiha is in a meeting where only I should be with the Civil Council, Shinobi Council and the Hokage? But more importantly, how is the Uchiha carrying a weapon? That made the Shinobi Council and Minato serious, while the Civil Council became nervous. Sasuke. With hatred, you damn dope, I order you to give me everything you have, since I can possess it, an elite Uchiha. But he was startled when Naruto moved his arm, causing the scythe's blade to come right up against his neck. The Uchiha stared at Naruto, fearing for his life, while behind the Noir, he saw a dragon-like wolf glaring at him with bloodlust. Sasuke could only look at what was in front of him with fear, and that was noticeable since his body was trembling a little. Minato. Nervous Naruto, don't do it. But Naruto continued to stare at Sasuke with a serious expression. Everyone was about to do something, but Naruto pulled the scythe away. Naruto. Looking at Sasuke for the first time, I agree with you Namikaze, mockingly, we don't want the sacred blood of Uchiha-sama spilled on the ground. Upon understanding the tone, Sasuke looked at him with anger and hatred. Naruto. Serious, but let's get one thing straight, Uchiha, if you do that again and make me angry. In a swift movement, Naruto cut Sasuke's cheek. Naruto. This time I won't fail, and the cut will be deeper and on your neck, understood? But Sasuke said nothing and looked at him with hatred. Naruto. Roughly, I said, understood? Sasuke continued to look at him with hatred, while Naruto now looked at him with indifference. Sasuke. Understood. Naruto. Smiles good. Via Minato. Naruto. Smiling sweetly, I'll take my leave, Hokage-sama. Minato nods nervously as Naruto walks toward the puddle of paint and the scythe transforms into a kumu, which attaches itself to Naruto's neck. Without further ado, he leaps into the paint. Minato. Well, it's all over, you can leave. Everyone left, the Civil Council and the angry councilors, Sasuke cursing Naruto, and the Shinobi Council saying nothing. Minato was about to continue, but noticed someone had stayed behind. It was Hiashi Hyuga. Hinata, Hyuga's father and leader of the Hyuga clan. Minato. What's wrong, Hiashi? Hiashi. When will we tell Naruto that he's engaged to Hinata? Minato. I don't know, Hiashi, but we'll tell him eventually. Remember, it's for the good of both of them, especially Naruto. Hiashi nods, but then they notice that Minato didn't have that much work. Minato. Well, I'm going to take a few minutes to rest, would you like something to drink? Hiashi nods with a small smile as they both leave. A few seconds after he's out of the puddle, the upper half of Naruto's head emerges. Naruto. Serious, so they're going to marry me off to that blind bitch? I already know who I'll rip out the soul of. Without further ado, he lowers his head, entering the painting to withdraw. Month of training. Here's what happened during the training month. On day 1. Hinata explained to Naruto that the deity had allowed them to have their baby. That day, Naruto was jumping for joy. Of course, Olivia had found out and got a little jealous, but she didn't say anything since she knew their story. Day 2 to 7. During those days, Jiraiya tried to find Naruto to train him, but he couldn't find him. Day 8 to 11. Naruto had started taking all the dust out of the mine, leaving them in boxes. Of course, he did not neglect his training with Kaneko. Day 12 to 14. Naruto had finished extracting all the dust, but accidentally broke part of the mine. He thought there would be a cave-in, but was surprised to find an underground mine. Carefully descending, he encountered something he never expected to see again. Morphoso crystals. Noir knew that those crystals would be very dangerous in the wrong hands, so he took another box and began to extract all the morphosos. He was grateful that the mine was smaller than dust's. On days 15 to 17. Naruto and Kaneko had decided to get married, as they had wanted to ever since they were reunited. Olivia was somewhat jealous but understood the circumstances, so she watched as they married alongside the Kwamis, who were happy to see their master had found happiness. However, they knew there was still a long way to go. Naruto eventually confessed that it was also to avoid trouble with a certain goddess who disliked those born out of wedlock. Olivia was curious until she learned who it was. Hera, the goddess of family, marriage, motherhood, and women. Naruto also explained to Olivia that Hera was one of the goddesses that the Underverse couldn't stand. The other, besides being unbearable, was also a goddess that the entire Underverse hated and repudiated, and they considered her an enemy. This goddess was Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the moon, the wild, chastity, virginity, and maidens. Remembering Artemis, the Noir recalled how that goddess called herself a just goddess, but was the most unjust goddess that existed, even possessing a corrupt soul. Day 18. That day something happened that surprised Naruto, Kaneko, and Ravel. That something was that a friend of the three of them had arrived from his reset. It was Gaspar Vladi. Upon seeing him, Naruto looked away, as his instincts urged him to do something inappropriate, which amused his wife, since she was aware that Naruto was bisexual. She didn't mind him seeing someone else that way as long as she knew him and accepted him. Days 19 to 21. During those 3 days, Naruto, Ravel, and Kaneko caught up with Gaspar, who was surprised and congratulated them. Naruto also learned from Kaneko, Ravel, and Olivia that he possessed other blood types. Anodite blood, dragon blood, demon blood, and, surprisingly, yokai blood. Naruto was shocked and asked where he got these blood types. They replied that the anodite blood came from the reset when he was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. The dragon blood came from having Drag inside him, though they also stated that he wasn't linked to Drag and that it was an alternate version. The demon blood came from when he was revived thanks to the evil pieces and, probably, from the demonic blood he acquired when he was also Meliodas. And the Imkai blood was an enigma, but it was probably when Kaneko marked him as her man, from the moment Naruto became Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, or both, but what is certain is that his Imkai form was a combination of wolf and fox. Day 22 to 29. During all that time Naruto was training his new powers, and thanks to the shadow clones, the process was faster, where currently he knows how to use 70% of his new power. Throughout all that training time, he never met or helped anyone else train. That time was for personal training, although he mostly used it for other things, but hey, he was training and not inactive. But the last day, the 30th, he had set aside for something important that could help them in the future, and for that he needed a miraculous, more specifically the rabbit miraculous. The return of a Nahara and a Haruno. Naruto was seen in his room looking at the open miraculous box. Ways. Are you sure about this, master? This will be a very serious decision. Naruto. Serious, I'm aware, Ways. Ways nodded, then Naruto went to see a Kwami who was eating a carrot. It was Fluff, the Kwami of evolution. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Fluff turned to look at him. Fluff. Do you know the risks of this, master? Naruto. As I told Ways, I'm aware of that. Fluff nods to finish her carrot and flies towards Naruto. Fluff. Okay, master, let's recap. You're going to use my miraculous to travel to that point in time and save those girls, Rin and Emily, but there's a problem. We can't save them because their deaths are essential to what's happening. Naruto. I've already planned for that and we'll do this. I'll travel to that time and wait for Kakashi to kill her. After that, I'll wait for Obito to see the body and then leave. If everything goes well, I'll be able to retrieve Rin's soul. Following that, I'll travel to the time when Sakura's older sister was killed by someone hired by Mabuki. Fluff nodded, agreeing it was a good idea. Without further ado, Naruto and Fluff left the room and went to the living room. Once there, they found Olivia reading and Ravel playing with a scrolling phone. Kaneko was rubbing her flat stomach with a smile, waiting for her kitten. Zwei was in the kitchen eating, keeping his distance from Kaneko to avoid any trouble with the baby. Gaspar was inside a box, also playing with a scroll. In fact, he was playing a cooperative game with Ravel. Seeing Gaspar and Ravel, Noir broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto. I think it was a bad idea to give them each a scroll. She decided to put that aside and walk to the center of the room, drawing the attention of the three of them, while Gaspar poked his head out, noticing the noise. They were about to ask when they saw Fluff and understood. Kaneko. Senpai, are you sure about this? You don't play around with time. Naruto. I'm aware of that, Kaneko-chan, but understand, she needs another chance. Kaneko sighs but nods, knowing that she could not change her husband. Kaneko. Just be careful, please. Naruto smiles tenderly as he approaches and kisses Kaneko, who accepts it. Naruto. I promise you. Kaneko nods with a small smile. With that, Naruto walks away to take out a pocket watch. Naruto. Okay, Fluff, move forward. With that, Fluff enters the clock, causing the miraculous to return to its original form. Without further ado, Naruto acquires a rabbit-themed outfit. With that, Naruto extends his hand to create a kind of portal. Upon seeing her, he turns to look at the residents of the house. Naruto. I'll be back in 5 seconds. They nod in confusion, then Naruto enters the portal, which closes. But Naruto. He was floating in a sort of blank space, but with several circles with images around him. That place was known as the Burrow, and it was the place that allowed the holder of the Rabbit Miraculous to travel to certain points in time. Naruto began searching for the circles he needed. He was going to revive Rin Nahara and Emily Haruno, Sakura's older sister. He continued searching until he found them. Naruto. Okay, first Rin and then Emily. Without further ado, enter the first circle. Forest of Death. The circle appeared and then Naruto emerged from it. Naruto. Okay, I need to be quick and stealthy. Without further ado, he began leaping between the trees and hiding among the branches. He continued leaping until he found a scene. Upon seeing the scene, he knew immediately that it was time to act, but he had to do it quickly, since he would only have 1 minute from the moment the little Kakashi decided to leave. Naruto. Closes his eyes, come on Naruto, remember what Eren told you so you can activate his power. Flashback. Naruto was seen wearing an outfit similar to that of his avatar Ruby Rose, but in a male version. In front of him stood a boy with tears. This boy was Eren Naruto or simply Eren. Naruto. And tell me, Eren, how do you get those marks on your eyes and cheeks? Eren touches her tears. Eren. Well, classic, I applied soul magic to my eyes while pretending to cry. Well, it seems simple, but it's harder than you think. Why do you ask? Naruto. Smiling a little nothing, dude, just curious. Eren agrees that they can both continue to see their home, the Omega timeline. End of flashback. Naruto had his eyes closed and had felt Kakashi leave, so he did what Eren had told him several years ago. Naruto. Come on Naruto, you can do it, you only have 40 seconds left. Naruto continued until he began to cry. When he opened his eyes, Naruto's were the same color as Eren's. Naruto touched his cheeks, separating his fingers and noticing blue threads. Naruto. I did it well, I have 20 seconds left. Naruto quickly drew threads from his tears and threw them at Ren's wound. He began to strain, counting in his mind, realizing he only had 13 seconds left. He continued to pull with effort as it was his first time until, with 5 seconds remaining, he managed to pull out a heart. Naruto pulled the heart toward him, catching it with one hand as he fell to his knees. Naruto was breathing heavily when he saw Obito arrive and embrace Rin's lifeless body. Naruto sighed slightly and pulled out a vessel for souls. By doing so, Naruto stores the soul in the jar, which takes on a slightly different shape. Without further ado, Naruto hangs the boat on his hip to stand up. Naruto. Okay, I already have Rin's soul, now for Emily's soul. Without further ado, he leaves, entering the burrow, but not before stating that no one saw him. Into the burrow. Naruto had left the circle and then looked at the other one. Without thinking twice, he entered the circle. Yuki no Kuni. Naruto had appeared in the sky, but to avoid falling, he created a mana platform reinforced with a monotone element under his feet. Imagine that instead of them it's Naruto. Naruto gazed at the snowy landscape from his platform until he saw a blonde girl fighting Fubuki Kakyoku. Upon seeing this, he pulled the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 2.0, from his pocket. He waited a few minutes before jumping from the platform into the void. He continued falling at full speed. Well, it would have been full speed if it weren't for Naruto, who had his arms and legs outstretched, reducing the impact of the wind. Naruto. Alright, it's time to use the Nano Cube. With that, and still in freefall, Naruto opens the Nano Cube, revealing Crescent Rose 2.0 in her compact snowboard mode. He picks her up to place her on his feet, but he can't help but start to let go and spin in midair. Naruto. Smiling Yai-ha. Naruto was still falling when he got into position and landed on the snow, using his snowboard as a bumper. He decided to use the kinetic energy to bounce a few times as he tumbled down the hill until he reached a cliff. Once there, he grabbed his snowboard and put it on his back, concealing himself, partly because his outfit was white and light blue. Naruto decided to use his Byakugan since there was a snowstorm and he couldn't see clearly. He saw the fight between Emily and Fubuki and noticed it was a very close one. Naruto. This girl Emily is strong, it surprises me that someone so strong has such a weak sister. He kept watching until he saw Emily being killed by Fubuki. He was about to prepare himself, but then he saw Mabuki Haruno. To get there, he took out his scroll tablet to activate it and record the scene. Fubuki. Serious okay, now I want my payment. Fubuki throws a bag of Ryos which was checked by Fubuki. Fubuki. It's complete, smiles it was a pleasure doing business with you. Mabuki nods, and then Fubuki leaves. Once she's out of sight, Mabuki turns to look at Emily's lifeless body. Mabuki, annoyed TSK, you're a disgrace Emily. You were supposed to make Itachi Uchiha fall in love with you, so I could have more power and money, but no, you decided against it and wanted to remain friends. You're a disgrace. He angrily kicks Emily in the face. Mabuki. Annoyed, at least your sister will be useful and I'll make her achieve what you couldn't, idiot. Mabuki spits on Emily's body and leaves. Naruto had seen and recorded this and now, angry, he understands Sakura's actions. She was just being used and manipulated. Naruto decides to put it aside for the moment, put away his scroll and jump, but not before drawing the weapon from the rabbit miraculous. As Naruto jumped, he opened the umbrella and began his descent, Mary Poppins style. After a few seconds, he reached the ground and placed the umbrella on his back. With it, he touched his cheeks to release the blue threads and threw them at Emily's chest. Naruto began to pull, but now with more experience, it was easier for him to extract the soul. Once he had it, Naruto was surprised to see the soul. It was a soul of determination. Naruto. Wow, this girl Emily possesses a soul of determination, not just anyone can possess one. With that in mind, he takes out an empty soul jar to put the soul in and close it, causing the jar to acquire a new color. Naruto positioned the boat on his hip just in time, as a snowstorm had arrived and covered his tracks. Without hesitation, Naruto extended his hand to create a portal and step inside. Into the burrow. Naruto appeared in that blank space with several circles containing images. He looked at all the circles and began searching for his time until he found the exact moment he had left. Naruto waited 5 seconds before entering Naruto's house. The residents of the home were there watching Naruto leave, then after 5 seconds a portal opened and Naruto came out of it. Naruto. Mission accomplished. With that, he transformed back, still holding the jars containing the souls in his left hand. Naruto gave Fluff a carrot, which she gladly accepted and began to eat. Without a word, Naruto went out into the yard, followed by the others. Outside in the yard, Naruto was seen with some storage scrolls. Ravel. What do you have in those scrolls, Naruto Nai-san? Naruto. Don't be alarmed, but they're corpses. Ravel. Ah, okay. Ravel Kaneko Olivia Gasper. Wait, what? They saw 2 corpses appear in a cloud of smoke. The girls felt a chill run down their spines, but they watched as Naruto removed the souls from the jars and placed one in each corpse. Seeing this, Naruto took a few steps back and placed his hand on the ground. Naruto. Ito Tensei. Everyone saw kanji characters appear on the ground, then move toward the corpses and cover them. After a few seconds, the corpses glowed, taking on the appearance of 2 girls who stood up and noticed cracks on their faces and bodies. Rin. Where am I? All I remember is Kakashi killing him to prevent the 3 tails from being released at my request. Emily. And all I remember is going on a mission in Yuki no Kuni and knowing that my mother, that bitch, sent me to be killed. But they both remained silent, looking at each other. Then Naruto faked a cough to get their attention. Naruto. Well, it'll be quick. I revived them because they deserve a chance. Emily. Well, thanks, I guess. Naruto nods to activate his Eternal Mangekyo Rinnegan, which was silver in color. This ninjutsu was a combination of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his Rinnegan. Without waiting another second, he used the Naraka path and summoned the King of Hell. Which opens its mouth. Naruto. Come in and don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Both girls had their doubts, but they nodded to enter the mouth, which closed and began to chew. The others were startled but did nothing, trusting Naruto. After a minute, the mouth opened to allow the tongue to emerge. Rin Nahara was the first to pop out. Who looked surprised to be alive again. Then Emily Haruno came out. Who was the same as Rin. Emily. Wow, it feels amazing, I don't know how to thank you. Naruto. Smiles slightly. Don't thank me, but you should get some rest so you can adjust to your new bodies. Both girls nod, but then watch Naruto walk away. Kaneko. Where are you going, senpai? Naruto. I'm going somewhere. I've thought about it and I'm going to take Olivia's advice and accept the other half of my soul. Olivia. Are you sure? It would be too much power and too many traits. Naruto. I'm completely sure. Kaneko. Okay, honey, just be careful. Naruto smiles slightly as he approaches Kaneko and kisses her on the mouth. Naruto. Low tender Kaneko. Kaneko nods, then Naruto begins to leave. Full. The trail of dust could be seen moving to one side. After a while, it stopped, generating a large cloud of dust. After a few seconds, it was revealed that the culprit was Naruto, who was riding on top of Bumblebee. His sister Yang's motorcycle. Naruto leaves Bumblebee hidden to start walking, but not before taking out and preparing the Nano Cube, giant broadsword. Naruto continued walking until he reached a place he recognized instantly. It was the Waterfall of Truth. Upon seeing the waterfall, Naruto removes his clothes, revealing his well-built body in just his underwear. He walks to stand beneath the cascade. Without a word, he assumes the lotus position, carefully arranging the Nano Cube so it won't get lost. Once that's done, Naruto begins to meditate. Elsewhere. Darkness, that was all that could be seen, nothing but darkness. But that absolute darkness was disturbed by the appearance of someone, a boy with black hair tipped with pink and streaked with brown. Naruto stood in that vast emptiness, and then 8 small lights of different colors appeared before him. Soft yellow, bright yellow, dark red, pale blue, pale purple, magenta, a shade of red, and a medium dark shade of gray. Naruto stood there, staring at the 8 lights, but his hands trembled. He wasn't afraid to accept. He was afraid of letting go and not being able to stop. Naruto. No, Naruto, you're not like that woman. You know perfectly well how to act. You're not going to give in. You're strong. You're strong. But that, he seized the lights with a look full of determination to start walking towards the soft yellow light and take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept youth in my soul as a sign that despite everything I am still that 13-year-old boy who began to suffer. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of youth. Then he approaches the bright yellow light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept the wisdom in my soul as a sign that thanks to the curse, I acquired the knowledge to move forward. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of wisdom. Then he approaches the dark red light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept the courage in my soul as a sign that I always have the courage to do things. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of valor. Then he approaches the pale blue light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept the paranoia in my soul as a sign of my distrust and suspicion of others. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of paranoia. Then she approaches the pale purple light to take it in her hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept the despair in my soul as a sign that sometimes I may lose my will to continue, but also that I do not give up. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of despair. Then she approaches the magenta light to take it in her hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept ambition in my soul as a sign that I desire many things, even if they are not for me. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of ambition. Then he approaches the light, shadow of red, to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept the wrath in my soul as a sign that I too can feel it and use it to help my loved ones and those in need. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of wrath. Finally, Naruto approached the light, a medium-sized dark gray shadow, to take it in his hands. But as he did so, Naruto's hands began to tremble. Naruto. I. Naruto knew which trait that color represented and was afraid of letting himself be carried away. But he remembered something. In several of his resets, he had let himself be carried away and it hadn't happened. Naruto. Serious, that's right, only I have control. Naruto inhales and exhales to see the light. Naruto. I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, accept revenge in my soul as a sign that even the purest heart can possess the feeling of revenge. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of revenge. All the souls began to float and spin while a black mass was in the center. Naruto. Serious, I, Naruto Noire Dreemurr, absolutely accept all the hate in my soul as a sign that I will come to feel hate and to a great extent. The mass began to tremble as the souls entered, then generated a great light. As it dissipated, Naruto opened his eyes to see a crystal soul. The soul descends into Naruto's hand, who watches it cautiously before making his current soul appear. Naruto saw both souls and then began to bring them together, but they repelled each other. Naruto. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, Naruto. Both souls began to emit an immense glow as it filled that entire void. At the waterfall. Naruto was still in the lotus position, water running down his body and his wet underwear clinging to his skin, leaving a visible outline of his rather large private area. Then Naruto opened his eyes and sat up, his hair turning red with pink tips and black streaks. He stood, revealing his toned physique, but that didn't matter to him now. He placed his hand on his chest, making a fist, and pulled it back slightly. Opening his fist, Naruto saw his soul, his new soul. Noir felt the power emanating from her. It was immense, overwhelming. Naruto smiled, thinking about how to use these new abilities to protect his loved ones and those in need. Time skip. Naruto was seen already dry and wearing his suit while looking at his hair. He knew that red represented his determination, pink his fear, and black his hatred, the very 3 traits with which his adventure curse began. Wanting to test his newfound power, Naruto opened the nano cube he had prepared, generating a small green light and revealing his giant broadsword. Naruto takes her with his right hand to lift her over his shoulder. Naruto. It's still just as heavy even though it weighs twice as much as Kubikuram. Putting that aside, Naruto gets into position to grip his sword with both hands and begins to surround it with multicolored soul magic. Naruto steps forward to unleash a slash, sending a multicolored trail of energy from the sword. The trail travels for about 5 kilometers, sweeping away various objects, before culminating in a massive explosion of the colors of Naruto's soul features. Naruto. Surprised, wow, that's a huge explosion, and I only used almost a drop of my power, looks at his hands, it seems I've become 3 times more powerful. Naruto remembered how with his previous power, using that tiny amount of his power, Naruto generated an explosion similar to a fireball hitting the ground. Now that explosion was 3 times as powerful. Naruto. Smiling slightly, I'll have to train again and seal my power even more, it's too much, it's a good thing that doll helped me strengthen my body, or I wouldn't have been able to withstand this power increase. With that, he places the great sword on his back and begins to walk towards Bumblebee, unaware that he has stirred something within him. Naruto's mind space. Kyuubi and Drake watched in shock at Naruto's immense display of power. The Noir, though already a god, no, a celestial, was now far more powerful than that. But something else was happening. Their animal instincts and the desire for a strong mate were surfacing, and they couldn't help but blush and become aroused by Naruto's display of power. They both knew that Naruto, thanks to his Kekkei Genkai, had the ability to impregnate both men and women, and let's just say neither of them minded being the passive partner. Outside of mental space. Naruto was seen arriving at Bumblebee and then climbing aboard, after first storing his sword in a nano cube. Naruto then got on Bumblebee and turned it on, making a sound. Naruto turned to look at the waterfall, lost in thought about what he had just done. He knew there was no going back, but honestly, he didn't care anymore. Then he noticed it was getting dark and frowned, but before he could do anything, Akumu appeared. Naruto. Que pasa, Akumu? Akumu smiles and opens his mouth. Naruto is surprised by what he sees inside, but smiles as he takes the object out and puts it on his arm. It was his biolink. The moment he put it on, the biolink activated, revealing how the turbo fuel began to fill using ambient chakra. Naruto knew he didn't need that much turbo fuel, but he didn't care, since he figured he'd need the 10x stronger upgrade in the future. Without further ado, he started driving, but noticed it was already night. Naruto. It's already night, I think I'll use it. With that, he smiles and prepares to say the next thing. Naruto. Turbo action. It would only have been Naruto surrounded by a fluorescent green aura, but no, thanks to the biolink, Naruto acquired a technological suit that contained his turbo energy. He had entered his turbo mode. Imagine it's Naruto and the red of his hair turns green. Naruto looked at his outfit with a nostalgic smile to better hold on to Bumblebee. Naruto. Smiling, this is what I wanted to say again, turbo activated. The fluorescent energy went straight to Bumblebee, turning him gray and green and making him much faster. Naruto playfully did a wheelie, then after a few seconds, he returned to his original position and continued driving. Although one thing was certain, Naruto was ready for tomorrow, the final phase of the Chunin exams, and for the invasion of Suna and Oto into Konoha. Naruto Information Part 3. Here's some more information about Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Special eyes. The eyes of fear. The eye of judge. The eyes of determination. Eternal Magicum Rinnegan. States modes. 7 human souls. Shark mode. Turbo mode. Floating hands. Perseverance. Fear. Special weapons. Crescent Rose. Degrees Bat mode. Crescent Rose 2.0. Degrees Compact Snowboard. Mode Degrees Rifle. Mode Scythe mode. Staff, Cat Miraculous. Railgun. Spinning Sword. Degrees Shark Sword. Fan, Peacock Miraculous. Shield, Turtle Miraculous. Yo-Yo, Ladybug Miraculous. Broomy. Umbrella, Rabbit Miraculous. Gear Spear. Giant Broadsword. Traits. Youth. Wisdom. Courage. Paranoia. Despair. Ambition. Anger. Revenge. Energies. Aura. Mana. Brazos. Semi-Murder Drone. Semi-Anadita. Semi-Dragon. Semi-Demonio. Semi-Imkai. Extras. Absolute Solver, Time. Teleportation, Horse Miraculous. Semblance. Cataclysm, Cat Miraculous. One for All, Danger Sensor. Amakization, Peacock Miraculous. Enchanted Amulet, Ladybug Miraculous. Shield, Turtle Miraculous. Absolute Solver, Destroy. One for All, Black Whip. One for All, Float. Burrow, Rabbit Miraculous. Soul Magic Threads. Affiliations. Olivia Tennyson. Zwei. Menma Bifrong, Naruto's new name. Kalki, Kwami. Flag, Kwami. Koyuki Kazuhana Konohamaru Suratobi Udanai Smogi Kazamatsuri Tiki, Kwami, Ways, Kwemix, Ravel Kamisa, Mito Uzumaki, Gasper Vladi Fluff, Kwami, Rin Nahara Emily Hurino. New Soul of Naruto. New Naruto Stats. Level. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X HP X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X ATK X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X F X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Preparations before the invasion. CV on Naruto Serio Frente a una Kaneko Syria. Naruto. Serious, I'm not taking you to the stadium today. Kaneko. Serious, I'm not asking you either. Naruto. Don't you understand? It's dangerous. Today's the invasion and I don't want to lose you. Dejected nod again. That made Kaneko and the rest of her friends sad. Kaneko. Grabs Naruto's face. You won't lose me again. Naruto looked Kaneko in the eyes and sighed. Naruto. Okay, but let me do something first. With that, he enters the house, leaving everyone in the yard. After a few minutes, Naruto returns with 3 small boxes. And 3 necklaces, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 red one. When Naruto arrived, he gave the necklaces to the 3 of them. The white one to Kaneko, the yellow one to Ravel, and the red one to Gasper. Naruto. These are necklaces with aura, they will prevent them from suffering harm, especially your Kaneko. The Nekish nodded, and the 3 of them put on the necklaces, noticing an energy shield surrounding them. They were about to do something, but then they saw Naruto create 2 clones, one for each of the 3 Narutos, each holding a small box in his hand. Naruto. Serious Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phoenix and Gasper Vladi, I lend you the miraculous of the tiger, the goat and the dog, respectively, to help us with the coming invasion. Once this mission is resolved, you will return the miraculous to me. Can I count on you? The 3 were surprised by the seriousness with which Naruto spoke to them, but they noticed the boxes. They looked at each other and nodded, then looked at Naruto and nodded again. Kaneko Ravel Gasper. Serious, we accept the mission. Naruto smiled slightly, signaling the 3 Narutos to each take their box. They all opened them simultaneously, causing 3 lights to emerge and appear in front of each of them, revealing 3 Kwamis. Kaneko had Rower in front of her. The Kwami of Exultation. Ravel had Ziggy in front of her. The Kwami of Passion. And Gasper had Bark in front of him. The Kwami of Adoration. Rower. Excited, wow, finally I'll get some action. Ziggy. I'm at your service, Miss Ravel. Bark. I'm a little nervous, but I'm going to protect the innocent. The 3 smiled and laughed a little at the Quemis's attitude. Naruto. Okay, I'll explain how to use the powers of each of the miraculous. Upon hearing that, the 3 of them paid attention as Olivia retreated to the nano compressor. She wanted to check something. Naruto. Okay, Kaneko, to activate your miraculous you must say roar the stripes, to deactivate the miraculous you must say roar the stripes out, your weapon is bolas, and your special power is called influence, which allows you to charge energy in your fist and deliver a powerful punch. Kaneko nods to certain things that Rower liked. For her, those who are truly determined for many things are worthy of using their power. Naruto. Okay, Ravel, to activate your miraculous you must say Ziggy Bleak, to deactivate the miraculous you must say Ziggy Bleak out, your weapon is a paintbrush, and your special power is called Genesis, which allows you to create any object you want, although unfortunately, it cannot be magical. Ravel nods with a smile as he strokes Ziggy, who laughs a little. Naruto. Okay, Gasper, to activate your miraculous you must say Bark Hunt, to deactivate the miraculous you must say Bark Rest, your weapon is a ball, and your special power is called Recover, which allows you to mark your target and, as its name says, recover it. Gasper nods to give Bark a sweet, who gladly accepts it. Naruto. Serious, but keep this in mind, once you use your special powers, you'll have 5 minutes until you detransform and the Quemis need to rest. Until then, time is unlimited. Gasper. And why doesn't that happen to you? Naruto. That's because I already have experience using the miraculous, all of them. That's why, despite using the special powers, I don't lose my transformation. Everyone nodded when they saw Olivia return with some green and black things on her belt. Naruto. So you're going to use your nano cubes today? Olivia nods, remembering how she built her own weapons and created her own nano cubes. Before doing anything, Olivia places 5 nano cubes in Naruto's hands. Olivia. You must use them, Naruto. I know you miss them and they were like family, but they wouldn't like to see you waste their weapons, especially the one who managed to give you a good fight despite his pride and the one who was your best friend. Naruto only saw the Nano cubes while remembering 7 symbols. The symbols of the 7 deadly sins, his team, his friends, his family of other mothers. Naruto. Sigh, sometimes I think I'm still that inexperienced Ben Tennyson who had his trusty confidant Olivia to help him and give him advice. Olivia. Smiles slightly. You're still inexperienced, especially with your new power, but that doesn't mean you won't have your confidant for you. We're here for you when you need us most. Naruto saw his loved ones who nodded with a smile, which was returned by Noir. Ravel. Well, before we go, I want you to take this. With that, he gives each of them a small container that only Naruto and Kaneko recognized. They were Phoenix Tears. Naruto. Phoenix Tears. Ravel. Smiling, that's right, Phoenix Tears. Naruto smiles as he puts the little bottle away. He doesn't need it, but he'll look for someone who does. Naruto. Well, if that's the case, I'll give this to each of you. Out of nowhere, Naruto pulls out some small bags. Which he gives to Kaneko, Ravel, Gasper and Olivia. Naruto. These are bags of seeds from a plant I've been improving and ingesting to test them. These are senzu beans, and they're similar to Phoenix Tears but also different. Ravel. What would those differences be? Naruto. It's complicated to explain, but what your Phoenix Tears don't have, senzu beans have more of, and what senzu beans don't have, Phoenix Tears do. Ravel. That doesn't make much sense, but I think I understand. Kaneko. I'm as confused as a fried chicken. The rest didn't understand, but they felt that Phoenix Tears and Hermit Seeds were something like a much more advanced medicine than anything they knew. Naruto. Okay, we're leaving now, the 3rd phase starts in half an hour, but before we go I'm going to give you something else. This caught Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper's attention, and they watched as Naruto searched for something in his Nano cubes. After a while, he found 3 Nano cubes and gave one to each of them, who were surprised. They saw that they were. For Kaneko, the Ember Celica Nano cube. For Ravel, the Barracuda Blade Nano cube. And for Gasper, the Nano cube, Sword Spinner. The 3 were surprised, but they watched as Naruto gave Ravel the Sushi disc. Gasper, the Wild Card disc and the Bear disc. Naruto. Well, the Sushi disc allows Ravel to give quick and clean attacks, while the Bear disc allows Gasper to use the Forest Whirlwind power when used on the spinning sword, while if used on the Forest Spear weapon, the Bear disc activates it and gives him the power. That surprised them both, but they nodded. Naruto. Alright, it's time to go to the stadium and start the final phase of the Chunin exams and the beginning of the invasion. Everyone nodded and began to leave, while Rin, Emily and Zwei stayed hidden in the house to avoid any trouble, but that didn't mean they couldn't help with their hidden identities. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Niji. The Konoha Stadium was completely full to begin the final stage of the Chunin exams. But we'll focus on something else. With Naruto. El Noir and his group had arrived at the stadium gate. Naruto. We part ways here, have good luck and take care. Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper nodded as Naruto and Olivia entered the stadium. Once they were out of sight, the DxD trio moved away, hiding from the crowd. On the sand. Naruto and Olivia entered the arena, drawing everyone's attention, but they said nothing. Upon arriving, they saw everyone else there. Naruto Noire Dreemurr, Niji Hyuga, Menma Bifrong, Gaara of the Sand, Kankram of the Sand, Shino Aburam, Olivia Tennyson, Hakuyuki, Shikamaru Nara and Tamari of the Sand. Naruto glanced around, noticing that Dosu Kanuta and Sasuke Uchiha were missing, and he knew perfectly well why. Dosu was dead, and Sasuke would be delayed, having been training with Kakashi Hatake. Just then, the 3rd stage censor, Genma Shiranui, arrived. Upon seeing him, Naruto knew immediately that Hate was dead, and frankly, he didn't care much. The bastard had betrayed him in several resets even after he had saved his life. Genma. Alright, now let's begin with the final battles of the Chunin exams. That made everyone start cheering enthusiastically. In the audience. The trio of boys could be seen hiding among the crowd. When they heard the fights were about to begin, they turned their attention. Among the shadows. There, 2 girls could be seen hiding, wearing black hoods they had found in the house. They were Rin and Emily, who, upon hearing that the fights were about to begin, paid close attention. On the sand. The 10 participants could be seen there listening to what Genma would say. Genma. Alright, the fights will begin, but remember this. The winners of the first 2 fights will have to fight each other so that the other fights can continue and be fair. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Genma said. Genma. Okay, the first match is Naruto Noire Dreemurr against Niji Hyuga. But that said, everyone started to leave, but Naruto saw Menma wink at him, implying something. He was going to give him a slightly more awesome fight. Naruto smiled sadistically, understanding what Menma was going to do. Naruto. Do it, Menma, tell Neji. Menma stopped for a moment, standing next to Neji. Menma. Neji, listen, you're going to fight Naruto. If you want any chance against him, I advise you to fight with everything you've got. Neji. Arrogant PFFT, I don't need your advice. Destiny has already decided that I'm going to win. Menma. I'm just saying. But that, he left, winking at Naruto. The Noir smiled at Menma's actions. He knew Neji wouldn't heed Bifrong's advice, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have fun. Once alone, they gazed into each other's eyes, Neji with an arrogant look and Naruto with a smile full of excitement. Genma. Are you ready? They both nod. Genma. Okay, let's begin. With that shout, he walks away. Neji. I'll make it easy for you, surrender now, since fate has decreed that I will emerge victorious. Naruto. Surrender isn't in my vocabulary. I know you're a Hyuga and you specialize in Taijutsu, more specifically the gentle fist, so I'm going to match this. With that, he summoned some pink gloves. They were the weaponry of the soul of valor, tough glove. Neji. MMPH, those are just simple gloves, but it doesn't matter, gets into a fighting stance it'll be easy. Naruto assumed a fighting stance. They locked eyes before launching themselves at each other. Neji began throwing punches with his palm extended, while Naruto blocked or deflected them. The Noir had far more experience and knew how to counter the gentle fist. Naruto managed to break through Neji's guard and began landing blows. His true strength was significantly reduced, but thanks to tough glove, his power increased by 5 points, and the punches were painful, as the more blows he landed, the more powerful they became. Naruto landed an uppercut that sent Neji flying and knocking him to the ground, but not knocking him out. For now, Naruto didn't want that. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by what they had seen, but Neji's companions were even more surprised. Tenten. Surprised, this is the first time I've seen Neji on the ground during a fight. Rock Lee nodded, equally surprised. But they didn't see how Mido Guy, their sensei, was looking at Naruto seriously. He was friendly, but he didn't like it when someone beat his students. Elsewhere, the other participants watched the fight. Menma. I told Neji to go all out, but he didn't listen to me. Aku and Olivia nodded while the rest were surprised to learn that fact. It meant that Naruto was a tough nut to crack. On the sand. Neji was getting up while wiping away the little blood that was coming out of his mouth. Neji. Miles per hour, it was luck. Naruto rolled his eyes but decided to step up his game, and to do that he would have to do one thing. Let himself be attacked. Without a word, Naruto lunged forward with his hands in fists, while Neji did the same with his palms outstretched. As they drew close, they began throwing punches and dodging each other's blows. Neji. Frustrated, damn it, that kid is good, but fate has decreed that I will win. He continued launching attacks, but Naruto expertly dodged them while returning them with even greater precision. This began to frustrate Neji even more, so he decided to use a technique. The Hyuga dodged an attack by ducking while simultaneously positioning his arms in a certain pose. Upon seeing this, Naruto instantly recognized the technique. Neji. Kaiten. With that, it begins to spin, generating a dome-shaped vortex that Naruto received head-on. The truth is that Naruto didn't care about receiving the attack directly, since he knew that his def was absurdly immense, but just because he did, he activated his aura, causing his body to have a slight red flicker. Only consider the color and shape of the aura. Naruto was sent flying a few meters while falling on his back. In the stands. Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. The participants were equally surprised, but Olivia remained calm. She knew that Naruto sometimes let himself be hurt by his enemies for no reason. Elsewhere, Hinata was looking at her beloved, who was injured, but then she glanced at Neji with a look filled with hatred. Hinata. With hatred, damn you Neji Hyuga, you hurt my Naruto-kun, you're a damn bastard, I'm going to get my revenge. Without anyone noticing, Hinata made a hand seal. On the sand. Neji had stopped spinning as he watched Naruto get up with a smile. Naruto. That's fun. Neji went on guard, screaming as he clutched his head. Seeing this, Naruto immediately knew what was happening. The caged bird seal. Without hesitation, Naruto rushed towards Neji, who, in pain, dropped his headband, revealing the seal. Naruto knew he couldn't be Hiashi because, despite his personality and the fact that Noir disliked him, he would never do that to his best member of the Hyuga clan. He knew Hanabi wouldn't do it either, since she still retained the kindness the clan had tried to take from her. Therefore, he was left with only one option, a rather logical one. Hinata. Without saying a word, he used the edit option in Absolute Solver to target Neji's forehead. A few seconds passed before Naruto saw the opening and touched the symbol of the seal to apply chakra. Instantly, the caged bird seal was erased. Everyone in the stadium was surprised by what Naruto had done, but a certain Hyuga woman was startled to see the anger and hatred with which Naruto glared at her. It seemed she had figured out his plan. Just then, Neji stood up, a hand on his forehead. Neji. Ugh, what happened? Naruto. This happened. Neji watched as Naruto conjured a mirror to show him his reflection. The Hyuga was surprised to see that he no longer had the caged bird seal. Neji. But how? Naruto. I took it from you. According to you, your destiny was to win, but if you realize it, and thanks to the rules of your clan, your destiny was to be a servant. You say that no one changes destiny, but you changed your own destiny. No one decides destiny. You decide that. This surprised Neji, who hadn't noticed. Then he saw Naruto jump back. Naruto. Let's settle this quickly, you and me, fist fight, no jutsus, no techniques, nothing, just bare fists. Neji saw Naruto make his tough gloves disappear, so he realized what he'd said was true. Neji smiled slightly and assumed the gentle fist stance. Without further ado, they both charged forward, exchanging blows, Neji using the gentle fist and Naruto using turtle style. The punches flew back and forth, neither giving an inch. Both were determined to win, but at the same time, they were both enjoying themselves. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by the show of strength of both opponents, causing people to start supporting them. On the sand. Neji punched Naruto in the face, who returned the blow. Then they both began throwing punches without blocking or dodging. They continued like this until Naruto landed an uppercut on Neji, who fell to the ground, on the verge of unconsciousness. Neji. Smiling a little. Thank you, I had a lot of fun, and you were right, nobody decides destiny, you decide that. Naruto smiles slightly and nods as Neji falls unconscious. Genma. Fighter Neji Hyuga is unable to continue, the winner is Naruto Noire Dreemurr. That caused everyone to start winning while Naruto just retreated, but not before seeing how the doctors took Neji to the infirmary. In the cage box. Their Minato could be seen alongside Hiruzen, Kushina, Jiraiya and the Kazuki Ajirasa. It was actually Orochimaru. Minato, Jiraiya and Kushina were surprised but saddened to learn that Naruto had grown stronger without their help. Hiruzen simply accepted this, knowing full well that Naruto would win, but not before helping Neji. Orochimaru watched in amazement, thinking that Naruto would possess a superior body to Sasuke's. With Naruto. He was walking through the stands when he passed Neji's team, noticing their reactions. Rock Lee looked at him with surprise and excitement, eager to fight alongside him. Tenten looked surprised, not expecting her teammate to lose, but said nothing. And with Mito, he saw the look of hatred. Noir didn't really care, since he knew Mito hated seeing his students lose. He'd even seen in a previous reset that, after his team's loss, Mito had forced them to train to the point of exhaustion and more, even poorly crying from the pain of, quite literally, torture. Naruto put that aside and continued walking towards the other contestants to await the next match, his against Menma. Chunin Exams Final. Naruto vs Menma Part 1. After the fight between Naruto and Neji, everyone was resting until Genma appeared. Genma. Alright, it's time for the next match, Menma Bifrong vs Dosu Kanuta. Upon hearing that, Menma goes down to the arena, but they notice that Dosu has not appeared. Genma. If contestant Dosu does not appear in 5 minutes, he will be disqualified. 5 minutes passed and nothing. Dosu hadn't appeared. Naruto already knew why. Orochimaru had killed him to use the Ito Tensei. Genma. Well, since our opponent Dosu Kanuta hasn't appeared, he'll be disqualified. The next match will be Naruto Noire Dreemurr against Menma Bifrong. In the cage box. Upon hearing those names, everyone pays attention, but Kushina only hoped that her son would kill the useless one. In the stands. Upon hearing that, Naruto descended to the arena while the rest were surprised. It had already become news that Menma was strong. On the sand. Naruto and Menma stared intently into each other's eyes. Menma didn't know just how powerful Naruto was, but he did know he'd have to fight with everything he had. Naruto was analytical. He knew Menma would fight with everything he had, and that's what fascinated him, though that didn't mean he wouldn't be excited about a fight, even with his powers sealed. Naruto. Menma. Menma. Yes. Naruto. I want you to fight with everything you've got. Menma smiled and nodded. Genma. Are you ready? Menma draws his Chocket Mendachisa katana that he had at his rear hip. While Naruto transforms Akumu into a scythe and makes some movements. Imagine that Ruby is Naruto and the scythe is Akumu. They both looked at each other with a smile and nodded. Genma. Very well, let's begin. With that, he leaped away. Bifrong and War looked into each other's eyes, blue and white they saw each other. Menma. Naruto, I know you're the most powerful on the team, not to mention invincible, but let me tell you something, I'm going to give it my all. Naruto. I hope so, little brother. Menma nods, takes a small leap, and buries himself in the earth using earthbending. Instantly, Naruto assumes a fighting stance, using his seismic master abilities to detect Menma. Seconds later, Naruto leaps just as Menma emerges below him, katanas drawn, attempting to slash him. Naruto spins his side, unleashing a slash that Menma blocks, sending him flying several meters. In the stands. Everyone was surprised because, from the very beginning of the fight, both opponents had already displayed great skill. All the participants, except for Olivia, were amazed by what they were seeing. The fight had literally just started and it was already getting good. On the sand. Menma was on his knees but stood up with his katanas in his hands while looking at Naruto, who was looking at him seriously, with his scythe and in a pose. Imagine it's Naruto. Upon seeing him, Menma assumes a fighting stance, knowing his brother is stronger, but he'd give it his all against Naruto. Naruto nods, so Menma begins using earthbending, airbending, firebending, and icebending against the Noire, who smiles slightly. Naruto spins his scythe to unleash a pink soul magic attack. The attack exploded alongside Menma's attacks, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. In the stands. Everyone was trying to see what was happening, but they couldn't because of the cloud, while others with Jujutsu or special abilities could see easily. In the cage box. Minato and Kushina were worried about Naruto, while Jiraiya tried to watch, Hiruzen was calm, and Orochimaru was excited by the power shown by the Noire. On the sand. The cloud of smoke and dust was still visible when it was dispelled by Menma's airbending and Naruto's absolute solver's turn option. Both deactivated their abilities to look into each other's eyes. Without another word, they charged at one another, exchanging slashes and attacks with their weapons. Menma unleashed katana slashes, which Naruto dodged, counter-attacking with his scythe, which Menma also skillfully evaded. Naruto leaped into the air, landing on a platform created by the Absolute Solver's move option. He instantly activated the Absolute Solver's close option. He leaped forward and launched the symbol that had materialized in his hand at Menma. Instinctively, Bifrost dodged the symbol, realizing it was, quite literally, a saw. Menma became serious, using firebending on his katanas and lunging at Naruto, who was already on the ground. Naruto countered the attack with his scythe, which glowed a bright pink. Now just inches apart, they began exchanging blows with their weapons, and, strangely enough, the sound of metal clashing against metal filled the air. In the stands. Everyone, except for a certain DXD trio, was extremely surprised by what they saw. Both teams were evenly matched. The participants were equally surprised, although Olivia pretended not to be, since she knew Naruto's power was sealed. However, she was surprised at how Menma managed to keep up with Naruto. In the cage box. Everyone was surprised by the fight, although Kushina was somewhat nervous since she saw that Menma was strong. On the sand. Menma launched attacks with his katanas, while Naruto twirled his scythe, blocking each one. But Naruto noticed something. Menma's eyes occasionally held a faint purple glow. Naruto. Soul magic of perseverance. Naruto decided to get more serious and began attacking Menma with greater ferocity. Bifrost was finding it harder, but he decided not to give up and continued launching attacks. In the cage box. Kushina watched this with a smile, thinking that her son was going to kill the useless one. In the stands. Everyone watched the fight in amazement, but certain people knew what was really happening. On the sand. Naruto continued attacking Menma, who was doing his best to stay on his feet. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared, but instinctively Menma turned around to see what was happening next. The Bifrost flew away as Naruto dispersed the cloud with his scythe. Naruto. Come on Menma, you can do it, keep pushing, perseverance, you can do it, I know you can enter that state, I believe in you. But he saw something that made him smile. Menma was getting up, but he had a small purple aura. With all his strength, Menma used firebending to launch large fireballs at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto had an idea, and his hair turned completely pink. Naruto waited patiently, and then, seeing the fireballs very close, he used his most powerful ability, but also the one that weakened him the most. Rhabdophobia. Everyone had seen how the world turned negative and then returned to normal, but with the difference that the large fireballs were around Naruto, who was looking at Menma with his pink eyes. Naruto. It was a good fight, Menma, but your perseverance is no match for my fear. I hope you understand. With that, he spins the fireballs, creating a larger one, and then launches it. Menma watched the immense fireball heading towards him, but only one word was on his mind. Menma. Perseverance, 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 perseverance. Menma's purple aura began to glow intensely as his eyes turned purple, and the horse turned purple as well. Menma gasped, and the ball collided with him. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Menma Part 2. Everyone was shocked seeing the cloud of smoke and dust where Menma should have been, although in the cage's box, Kushina could be seen smiling with joy at seeing the useless dead. On the sand. Naruto and Akumu were seen watching the cloud of smoke and dust, while Gemma stared in disbelief at what had happened. Gemma was about to declare Naruto the winner, but Naruto simply assumed a fighting stance as Akumu transformed into a scythe. This confused everyone, but the answer became clear the moment the cloud dissipated, revealing a purple glow. As it completely dissipated, everyone saw a purple dome, which, upon disappearing, revealed Menma with a purple glow, but wearing a different outfit. Imagine it's Menma. It was the Perseverer state. Naruto could tell Menma's gaze was lost, so his body would act on instinct. Naruto. Alright, his body won't be able to handle that new power, so I'll do this quickly. This causes Akumu to revert to his hidden form and lunge at Menma. Bifrong instinctively catches Naruto's attack and throws him against the wall. Noir manages to recover, landing on his feet against the wall. Menma spins to attack Naruto, who summons his tough glove to catch the fist, but the attack causes the wall to crack. Naruto. Damn, that hurt a bit, good thing I sealed my def too, although even so, def is still absurdly immense. He couldn't think any further as Menma grabbed his wrist and threw him to the other end of the arena, causing Naruto to crash into the wall and create a cloud of dust. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by the sudden change, as Naruto was now clearly on the ropes, and they were also astonished by the power Menma exuded. The contestants were equally surprised, while Olivia watched Menma with mild surprise. Olivia. I knew that boy Menma had potential, but I didn't think it was this much. Olivia, like Naruto, could see people's potential, but would only help them if they were good. In the cage box. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. Hiruzen knew that Menma had great potential, but he didn't know how much. Minato and Kushina were surprised and wondered if it was a good idea to abandon him. Jiraiya wondered what that power was that even managed to put Naruto in trouble, and Orochimaru was ecstatic about the power that Menma exuded. On the sand. Menma was looking at the place where he had thrown Naruto when he came to his senses. Menma. What happened? Sees his body. Wow, what is this and what is this power? It feels great. Then the cloud dissipates as Naruto emerges from the crack, covered in some dust. Naruto. Dusting himself off. You sure hit hard, Menma. Good thing I sealed 99.5% of my ATK, def, power, and some of my energy. Now I can have some fun. Menma. Thanks. Looking at his body. What is this? Naruto. That's the Perseverer state. It's a state that very few can use, and you can only use it if you have a lot of perseverance. That surprised Menma, along with the rest of those who had heard it. Naruto. Well, it's time to even things out. With that, he bumps his fists together, generating a small red light and showing Naruto's new transformation. Imagine it's Naruto. He was in his burning state, the state of the soul of determination. Everyone felt how, in that form, Naruto unleashed great power and heat. But it didn't end there. Naruto summoned a red knife. It was the weapon of the soul of determination, real knife. Everyone could also feel the power emanating from that knife. Instinctively, Menma took one of the spheres surrounding it and transformed it into a purple energy sword. They locked eyes, preparing for battle. Without another word, they lunged at each other, leaving only two blurs visible. One red and one purple. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. It was clear that both of them were the strongest. In the cage box. Everyone there was extremely surprised as Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. On the sand. The ground itself was literally trembling from the clash of their weapons. For a moment, they locked eyes, their weapons clashing, sparks and red and purple lightning erupting from them. Red against purple, knife against sword, determination against perseverance. They leaped apart, only to clash again, their weapons colliding and generating sparks as the ground cracked. Naruto knew Menma couldn't maintain this state for long, so he decided to end the fight quickly. Noir leaped away and began unleashing a flurry of determined slashes. Imagine it's Naruto and ignore the red sword. Upon seeing this, Menma takes one of the spheres to transform it into a shield of perseverance. Only consider the shape. Menma could barely withstand the attack as it was his first time in that state. Naruto lunged at Menma, who dispelled his shield and launched himself at the Noir. Their weapons clashed, generating new sparks, but this time the red and purple lightning was more intense, causing destruction upon contact. In the stands. Everyone was extremely surprised by the surge of power and couldn't help but start supporting both of them. However, a certain Hyuga was in shock as she witnessed Menma unleashing a tremendous amount of power. In the cage box. Everyone was fascinated by the fight, although two of them questioned whether what they did was right. Of course, a certain gay cobra watched everything with great excitement. On the sand. Naruto and Menma were grappling with their weapons before separating. Then Naruto noticed something. Naruto. Looking at Menma, his power is decreasing. Well, that's better than his body continuing to overexert itself and ending up damaged. Menma was breathing heavily, his body ached, and his vision was blurry. He'd even lost his glasses and was fighting using only his instincts and hearing. He knew he couldn't, now more than ever, beat Naruto, but at least he'd put up a fight, so he decided to do the most logical thing. Menma. Rindo. Without further ado, he falls backward as the Perseverer state fades, revealing his normal clothes. Before he can hit the ground, Naruto catches him, holding him by the hip, now free of his burning state. Menma blushes slightly, but Naruto hoists him onto his back. Naruto. You did well, little brother, rest. Menma just smiled slightly, wrapped his arms around Naruto's back, and fell asleep. Naruto started walking towards the stands as Genma declared Noir the winner. Chunin exams final. Olivia vs Haku. Everyone was resting from the fight between Naruto and Menma, while the aforementioned was already better thanks to a senzu bean given by Naruto, of course he didn't ask just in case. Genma. Alright, it's time for the next match, Gaara Sabaku no vs Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid close attention, eager to know what they would do now in this reset. They saw Gaara appear in a sand shunshin, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Genma. If participant Sasuke Uchiha does not appear, then he will be eliminated. Naruto glanced sideways at the cage's box, waiting to see what they would do. In the cage box. Everyone could be seen discussing what they would do in response to Sasuke's lateness. Minato. We're going to disqualify Sasuke Uchiha for being late. Rasa. I say we should give him a chance, Hokage Dono. Hiruzen. I'm sorry, Kazuki Dono, but we won't tolerate lateness here. The Kazuki nodded, but unseen by anyone, he was clenching his fists in anger. Hiruzen was only laughing inwardly, knowing who was standing beside him. Without further ado, Sarutobi summoned an Anbu to deliver a message, to which the Anbu nodded. On the sand. The Anbu had appeared next to Genma to give him a message. Genma. I understand, due to his tardiness, participant Sasuke Uchiha has been eliminated. This caused many to complain, including a certain Rusty Trumpet, but they could do nothing more than make Gaara leave in a sand shunshin. Genma. Alright, now for the next match, Kankram Sabaku no vs Shino Aburam. Shino appears in the arena with an insect shunshin, but. Kankram. Me retiro. That caused many to boo them while Naruto watched with boredom, knowing that was going to happen. Genma. Well, by surrender Shino Aburam is the winner. Without saying anything, Shino leaves, as does Kankram. Genma. Alright, the next match is Olivia Tennyson against Hakuyuki. In the stands. The two girls smiled at each other and jumped onto the sand. On the sand. Both girls were looking into each other's eyes with smiles. Haku, I hope you put up a fight Olivia. Olivia. I should be saying that, Haku. Genma saw that with a small smile. Genma. Ready? They both nod. Genma. Okay, let's begin. With that, she leaped away. They locked eyes before assuming fighting stances. The tension between them was palpable, making everyone nervous except Naruto, who was observing everything analytically. The girls glared at each other and then, with impressive speed, launched themselves forward, their forearms colliding. Instantly, they began exchanging punches and kicks, then escalating the intensity by throwing weapons. Haku started tossing kunai, which Olivia skillfully dodged. When she finished, Tennyson decided to do the same, extending her arm with a closed fist to launch Tetanite projectiles. Haku dodged them with some difficulty as the projectiles were traveling fast. In the stands. Many were surprised, and others fascinated, by the two girls' abilities. All the participants, except Naruto, were impressed by what Olivia had done, wondering what those crystals were. On the sand. They looked into each other's eyes as they took a few breaths. Haku, you know something Olivia, pulls out a storage roll. I've wanted to try this. Yuki extends the scroll to apply chakra and, in a cloud of smoke, makes a wakizashi appear. Seeing that, Olivia smiles a little. Olivia. I understand now, well, I'll try it too. Without saying anything else, Olivia pulls out a nano cube, turbo sword. This caught everyone's attention, except for Naruto, while Menma was surprised to see that Olivia also possessed the nano cubes. But everyone except Naruto and Menma was astonished to see Olivia open the nano cube, revealing a small green glow that transformed into the turbo sword. Olivia makes some movements. Imagine it's Olivia. Then she got into a fighting stance. Almost everyone was surprised by Olivia's movements, while Naruto smiled. Olivia. Shall we continue? Haku smiled and assumed a fighting stance. They glared at each other before lunging again. Sparks flew back and forth as they clashed swords. In the stands. Everyone was impressed by what they were seeing, while Naruto wore a small smile as he watched the lessons he had given Olivia Barefruit. Meanwhile, Zabuza beamed with pride as he watched his daughter give Olivia a run for her money. On the sand. Both opponents continued to exchange slashes while blocking or dodging attacks. At one point, they were locked in a struggle with their swords. Olivia had an idea and stomped her foot to leap behind Haku, who was still struggling. Once behind Haku, Tennyson delivered a kick that sent Yuki flying. She rolled a little, but managed to regain her balance. Haku got up to look at Olivia with a small smile. Haku, you know something, Olivia. There's something else I want to try. Did you know that Hyoten is created thanks to Suiton and Futen? Confused, Olivia nods. Haku smiles as he forms hand seals to grasp the blade of the wakizashi. Everyone watches as Haku moves his hand along the blade, encasing it in ice. This surprised everyone, but it made Olivia serious. She applied Fulmini DNA to her turbo sword, causing it to glow blue and release small beams of light. Olivia's forearm became covered in stone with lines of blue electricity. They stared at each other intently, then, with incredible speed, appeared before one another, clashing weapons that released snowflakes and small blue lightning bolts. In the stands, everyone started cheering for both girls, while all the participants, except Naruto, were surprised by the sheer power of the two kunoichi. Naruto watched with a smile, seeing Haku and Olivia fight evenly matched. On the sand, the area was scarred by electrical burns and frozen patches as Haku and Olivia continued their sword fight. Both were breathing heavily as they stared into each other's eyes, their weapons still coated in ice and Fulmini DNA. They both assumed fighting stances, ready to launch into another sword duel. Imagine you are Haku and Olivia. They looked at each other again as they breathed heavily and sweat dripped down their cheeks. Haku. Olivia is a tough nut to crack. Olivia. I'm tired, even though I'm the most powerful object in the universe, but it doesn't matter, this is fun. They faced each other, assuming a fighting stance. Haku channeled all his remaining energy into his ice sword, while Olivia amplified the power of the Fulmini DNA, deactivating her defenses to prevent internal damage. They charged at each other, weapons at their sides. As they ran, they raised their blades, points forward, and then clashed, both charging past each other until they came to a halt. In the stands, everyone had been surprised by Yuki and Tennyson's display of power, and two people were proud of them both. But the previous scene had made everyone tense, while Naruto had an idea of what might happen. On the sand, neither of them moved, causing tension among everyone. But then everyone saw both weapons revert to their original forms as both girls collapsed to the ground unconscious, one from exhaustion and the other from internal injuries. Seeing this, Genma examined them before facing the audience. Genma. Neither of the opponents can continue, so it's a draw. No one objected, but they were all celebrating the good fight. Before the medics could do anything, Naruto appeared, created a clone, and took each of them to the participants' box to begin healing them and protecting their weapons. A few minutes passed, and both girls thanked Naruto as they took their weapons and put them away. Then the final match began. Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari Sabaku no. Naruto literally didn't care about the fight at all, since it was exactly the same, except for one difference that truly disgusted him. Temari, upon winning, looked at him, winked, and blew him a kiss. Naruto almost vomited, but he held it in. Genma. Alright, now we'll take a 30-minute break before starting the next matches. With that, everyone began to rest and eat while Naruto prepared for the invasion, although he had a feeling. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Gaara. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the next part of the Chunin exams, but we'll focus on something else. With Naruto. Noir was in the shadows eating with Olivia. They were both alone, but in reality, Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper were a little more hidden. Naruto. Serious, the invasion is almost here. They nodded, but Naruto glanced sideways at Kaneko. He was worried about her, so when the invasion began, he would send a clone to protect her. Something told him it would be very important. Naruto. Now that I think about it, there's going to be an invasion, and there will be negative emotions, damn it, the Grim will come too. Naruto made a plan and thought through his shadow clones. They would help. Time skip. Now everyone was in the stadium looking at the arena waiting for the next fight. Genma. The second part of the Chunin exams finale has begun. Please come to the arena, Naruto Noire Dreemurr and Gaara Sabaku no. Upon hearing that, Gaara disappears in a sand shunshin, while Naruto does the same in a lightning release. On the sand. The two opponents stared at each other, Gaara with a psychopathic look and Naruto with a serious expression. Before Genma could say anything, a body flicker technique appeared and Kakashi and Sasuke emerged, the latter with an arrogant expression. Kakashi. Bored, are we late? Genma. Yes, the Uchiha has already been disqualified. That surprised them both, but Sasuke got angry. Sasuke. Angry, you can't do that. I'm an Uchiha. I'm elite. I demand to be allowed to participate. Genma. Annoyed, you have neither the right nor the power to demand anything. If you want to try, ask the Hokage. Sasuke growled in anger at that and retreated, watching Naruto blame him for what happened. Before leaving, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, noticing that the Noir would now fight Gaara. Kakashi. If I had known, I would have trained Naruto instead of Sasuke, although I think it would be the same story. Without further ado, he leaves, leaving the opponents staring at each other. Genma. Ready. They both nod. Genma. Begin. But that, he leaps away. Without waiting another second, Gaara launches a massive wave of sand at Naruto, who simply moves his hand to summon triangles and throw them into the sand, cancelling the technique. Sabaku didn't start throwing any more sand at Noire, who dodged everything as if he were dancing. Gaara grew angry, wanting Dreemurr's blood, so he continued throwing more sand, which Noire easily dodged. In the stands. Everyone watched in surprise as Naruto dodged the attacks with great ease, causing the Uchiha to clench his hands in hatred. On the sand. Wanting to finish, Naruto takes out his Nano Cube, Harbinger. To open it, revealing Harbinger in its inactive mode. Before anything could be done, Gaara launched sand projectiles at Naruto, who then transformed Harbinger into its shotgun mode V2. He began firing, destroying each projectile. Using his semblance, Naruto moved and then went after Gaara, who had launched sand attacks. Still using his semblance, Naruto masterfully dodged everything, transforming Harbinger into his scythe mode. Put the tip on the ground and, using the inertia, kicked Gaara, who could not protect himself with his sand. In the stands. Everyone was surprised, but the Sabaku siblings were the least surprised since they had just witnessed someone punch Gaara. Temari, however, watched with desire. If she had Naruto kissing her feet, she would have powerful offspring for Suna. She would just have to make him fall in love with her after all, how difficult could that be? On the sand. Gaara was furious and sent more sand at Naruto, who dodged the attack with his semblance. The Sabaku didn't launch much more sand, which prompted Naruto to activate the shield option on the absolute solver. Gaara placed a symbol in front of him, causing all the sand to collide. He then launched the sand debris towards Naruto, who summoned his hands of determination. Instantly, the hands displayed the symbol for the absolute solver's shoot option. He turned a deep red and unleashed powerful beams that disintegrated the sand heading towards Noire. Unbeknownst to anyone, Naruto's legs were vibrating. He had a plan. In the stands. Everyone was very impressed by what they saw, while a certain emo watched with great hatred towards Noire. Sasuke. That power must be mine. On the sand. Naruto remained in place, but he saw the sand gathering around him, so he let it happen as it was, since he wanted to try something else. Gaara instantly flexed his fingers, causing the sand to rise and completely envelop Naruto. Gaara. Making his hand into a fist sand coffin. But he was surprised to feel the strength of the technique, so he squeezed harder, trying to crush Naruto. Meanwhile, the Noire struggled to resist the technique, having turned off all his power except for soul magic, which he needed for his purpose. Gradually, his hair turned pink, his mouth distorted slightly, his eyes changed color, and then he let out a monster scream. Everyone heard the terrifying scream as the sand coffin shattered, scattering all the sand. Naruto stood with his face back to normal as his hair returned to its original color. Still using Harbinger in scythe mode, Naruto stopped moving his legs, and then his arms were enveloped in red energy. All this time, Naruto had been using the Fajin quirk. Naruto saw Gaara, who was preparing his sand. Naruto. Turbo action enters turbo mode, turbo activated. His scythe takes on a gray and green hue. Before Gaara can react, Naruto spins Harbinger around, slamming it into the ground with a powerful blow that raises a cloud of dust and debris. In the stands. Everyone was covering their eyes from the dust. The participants were in shock at Naruto's immense strength, while a certain Uchiha was seething with rage, and a certain Kunoichi from Suna watched with lust, already wanting Naruto's offspring, and to use them as she pleased. On the other hand, the DxD members and Olivia knew that this wasn't the full extent of Naruto's power. Just then, Kaneko felt something rub against her leg. She was shocked by what she saw but decided not to say anything. It would be a surprise for Naruto, since he knew who it was. On the sand. The dust began to settle, revealing a dome of sand, while Naruto held a large shield with him. It was Shield, the weapon of the soul of protection. Naruto made it disappear and then ran towards the sand dome. Even with turbo activated, Naruto unleashed a slash with Harbinger, completely destroying the sand dome. Seeing this, Gaara launched a large amount of sand at Naruto, who simply extended his hand to perform the Rikiri and destroy the sand attack. In the stands. Kakashi and Sasuke were shocked to see how Naruto had performed the Rikiri, a technique that Kakashi never taught him, although they both had different thoughts. On the one hand, Sasuke viewed it with anger and hatred, while Kakashi was worried about what could happen to Naruto by using that technique. In the cage box. Everyone was impressed by what they had just seen, although Kushina now wanted to hit Kakashi for having taught the Rikiri to her son. On the sand. Naruto decides to jump back, creating a good distance between himself and Gaara. Then Noire raises his hand, and then several floating hands of justice appear in the sky. The hands move their fingers like a gun, aiming downwards and unleashing a barrage of soul magic bullets of justice. Gaara shields himself with his sand, piling it over himself, but is immediately hit by the bullets. The culprit was Naruto, who possessed empty gun. The weaponry of the soul of justice. Now Gaara is completely covered in his sand, but beneath him, inside the dome, Naruto appears and strikes him in the chin, knocking him out of the dome and into the full force of the bullets. As the rain stops, Gaara begins to get up from the ground in pain when he notices something on the ground. Red stains. He touches his mouth, feeling something liquid. Upon closer inspection, he sees that it is blood. Gaara. This is blood, it's my blood. But that, he began to scream like a madman as the sand started to engulf him. Then white feathers began to appear from the sky. Seeing this, Naruto knew only one thing. The invasion had begun. Invasion. The stands. The invasion had begun, and several ninjas from Oto and Suna were attacking. Naruto just stood there watching what was happening, how the Sabaku brothers hadn't taken Gaara, and how Sasuke had gone after them to fight the Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared before him with a serious expression. Naruto. You don't need to tell me anything because I already know what to do. I'm just checking something. Kakashi. And what would that be? Naruto. That my girlfriend is okay. Of course, he wouldn't say she was now his wife and a month pregnant, but having a girlfriend was more than enough. Kakashi, on the other hand, was surprised but said nothing, knowing the situation with Naruto and Hinata was serious and could only wish Naruto luck. Kakashi. Okay, I've given the orders to the rest, you go see your girlfriend and catch up with us. Naruto nods, then Kakashi walks away. Naruto. The Kakashi in this reset is very different. Before, he would have said something, but now he doesn't. He's more understanding. It's strange. Then Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper arrive, although the latter was wearing a hood as he is a vampire. Naruto. Well, you know how to act, please be careful, especially you, Kaneko. Gasper. Don't worry, Naruto, we'll have her. Naruto smiles, then Kaneko approaches. Kaneko. Good luck and take care, darling. Naruto. You too, my kitty. They kissed, and then the DxD trio separated. Seeing this, Naruto summoned several clones and began giving each of them a Nano Cube. Without a word, the clones retreated as Naruto went to pursue Gaara. But in the shadows, someone had seen everything and was filled with dark thoughts. That someone was Hinata, who had a Yandir look in her eyes. Hinata. That damn albino, that wretch, took my Naruto-kun from me, I'm going to kill her. Kaneko. She was attacking several shinobi from Oto and Suna using Ember Celica. She was still attacking when she was struck hard, sending her flying far away, specifically into a deserted corridor, while a white flicker surrounded her. Only consider the color and shape of the aura. When he got up and looked around, he saw Hinata, whose eyes were filled with madness and who was dragging a machete. Kaneko stood up with a serious look as she looked at Hinata. She knew her perfectly, she knew her story with her beloved, and the truth was that what she did bothered her. Kaneko. Serious, I hope you know there's an invasion. Hinata. Psychopathic, I don't care about the stupid invasion, I'm going to kill you for taking my Naruto-kun away. With that, she lunged, brandishing her machete, while Kaneko blocked and counterattacked with Ember Celica. Hidden in the shadows was a Naruto clone who watched this with rage. How dare that damned blind woman attack his beloved kitten? She's going to kill her. Stealthily, the clone began to move undetected. The fight between the Taoju and Hyuga clans was evenly matched, though it was clear that Kaneko was slowly gaining ground. Seeing this, Hinata activated her Byakugan. But he sees something. Hinata. She's pregnant. No, 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 no. Only I should give Naruto-kun a descendant. I'm going to kill her. With that, she began to attack with greater force while laughing maniacally. Kaneko remained serious but was also starting to struggle, yet she didn't give up and continued attacking, even when she ran out of ammunition. She leaped forward and then reloaded Ember Celica with small explosive fire dust blasts. Without further ado, she returned to the fight where they were once again evenly matched. In the distance, Hiashi was fighting and protecting his youngest daughter, Hanabi Hyuga. When he saw what was happening to Hinata. Hiashi. What's wrong with Hinata? Hanabi. I don't know, father, but her laughter is starting to scare me. Hiashi listened intently as Hinata laughed maniacally. For some reason, he became concerned and moved closer to his daughter to hear better. Kaneko. Fighting, I don't understand why you're upset. You broke Naruto's heart, you cheated on him. I only came into his life when he needed me most. Hinata. Fighting, shut up, you damn woman. You stole my Naruto-kun's love from me, and to top it all off, you're carrying his child. Only I can give Naruto-kun a child, and no one else. Hiashi was surprised to hear that, but at the same time he was worried about Hinata. If she continued like this and it was true, then Naruto would go after her to kill her. Hiashi. Hinata, stop. Hinata. Madly, I won't. I'll kill her, and then Naruto-kun will be mine and mine alone. She was about to attack, but stopped abruptly. Hiashi and Hanabi opened their eyes, while Kaneko was slightly surprised but knew immediately that Hinata was in trouble, though she also knew that her beloved always protected her. Hinata stepped back slightly as she felt something pull her. When she turned, she saw a clone of Naruto staring at her with a very serious expression, while in his hand was Hinata's soul. The clone glanced sideways at the soul. It was a divided soul, a soul where the bearer must choose the path of good or evil, and this soul represented that Hinata was more inclined towards the path of evil. Hinata. In shock, na Naruto-kun. Clone. Ignoring Hinata, are you alright? Kaneko. Nods yes, I'm fine. That angered Hinata. Hinata. Why are you worried about her? I'm your girlfriend. Clone. Serious, you're not my girlfriend. Hinata. Of course I am. I'm your girlfriend. This damn woman is just trying to separate us. You're mine. Clone. Annoyed, I'm not yours, and I won't let you talk like that to the woman who's also my wife. This silenced the three Hyuga, while the clone was grateful to be separated from the battle. But Hinata began to fill with more madness and hatred as the clone watched Hinata's soul change. There was no turning back. Hinata began to tremble with hatred and turned to look at Kaneko. Hinata. You bitch, you took what's mine, I'm going to kill you. She gripped the machete tightly and ran madly toward Kaneko as the Taoju girl took a fighting stance. Hiashi and Hanabi tried to stop Hinata, but she halted abruptly, her face a mask of shock. She dropped the machete and slowly turned to face the clone, whose fist held Hinata's soul in its hand, the inverted heart engulfed in grey flames. Hinata began to tremble with fear as her entire body turned to Shen black and her heart disintegrated into ash. The clone then walked past Hinata's statue, walking toward Kaneko. Hiashi watched in terror, then approached the statue and touched it, causing it to crumble into ash. Hinata was dead. Clone. Touching Kaneko's cheek, are you okay? Kaneko. Smiling slightly, yes, I'm fine. Hiashi. Why? They both saw Hiashi, who was on his knees with the ashes of what was once his eldest daughter in his hands. Hiashi. Why did you do it? Clone. Simple, she tried to kill my wife and unborn child, and don't think I didn't discover her plan to betroth me to her daughter. Hiashi was surprised to hear that, but Hanabi put her hand on his shoulder. Hanabi. This may be hard, father, but Anchan brought it on herself. This angered Hiashi, who struck Hanabi, pushing her away. The elder Hyuga glared angrily at the clone, which approached with murderous intent, but he was stopped short of getting any closer, as he was pierced through the chest and killed instantly. Hiashi's lifeless body fell to the ground, revealing that Gasper, wielding the forest spear, was responsible. Gasper moves the spear, removing the blood, while Ravel stands beside him. Gasper. Looking at Hanabi, I'm sorry for what I did, little one. Hanabi was in shock, but then shook her head to look at the four of them with a smile. Hanabi. Don't worry, in fact I'm glad, now I feel free. That surprised the DXD crew, while Naruto smiled a little. That was the Hanabi he had always known. Clone. Okay, let's do this, pulls out a cape and a puff of smoke. Put on this cape, while Gasper takes you to a hidden place. We'll have to make you look dead to prevent anything from happening to you. Hanabi nodded, knowing that if it became public knowledge that she was the last of the main branch, she would be turned into a breeding machine. Without another word, she pulled a cloak over her head, concealing her identity. But then she saw blood trickling down the walls. Clone. With his fist closed, TKS, damn rude Anbus, sees the DXD guys, you know what to do. They nod to get into position. Kaneko. Roar the stripes. Gasper. Bark hunt. Ravel. Ziggy valid. But that said, the Quemus of the three enter their respective miraculous, which then revert to their original forms. The tiger miraculous. The miraculous of the dog. And the goat miraculous. But that, the three of them were surrounded by sparkles, acquiring outfits themed around their animals. This surprised Hanabi, but also thrilled her. After all, she was still just a child. Without saying a word, Gasper picked Hanabi up to take her home, but not before placing Forest Spear on her back. Ravel. Well, I'm going to continue with this. The clone and Kaneko nod, then Ravel takes out the Nano Cube, Barracuda blade, to open it, revealing the weapon. Then place the sushi disc in the slot to remove. Kaneko. Well, I'm leaving too, but before I go I'm going to leave you something, or rather someone. This confused the clone when he saw Kaneko look away and whistle. The clone looked in that direction, confused, and was shocked by what he saw. A small white being with green, yellow, and blue markings was coming towards him. Upon seeing her, the clone recognized her instantly. It was Paris, his dinosaur friend companion from his reboot, Zodrake. Clone. Happy Paris. The baby dinosaur let out a happy noise and jumped into the arms of its new owner. Kaneko watched this with a smile, then her expression turned serious. Kaneko. Naruto, we have to help. The clone nods, but then Paris gives him something, making the clone smile. Clone. That's right, come on, it's time for us to be Dino King again. Paris lets out a sound of happiness and excitement and then the three of them retreat, but not before he sets Hiyashi's body ablaze. He may be a bastard, but he wouldn't let the enemy get anything to make him stronger. And with that, they finally leave. Invasion. People. Naruto's clone was seen carrying Paris in his arms, with Kaneko beside him, running towards the exit of the corridor. Upon arriving, they saw Konoha devastated by Orochimaru's summons. Clone. Annoyed the boss was right, there are Grims. And it was true, the clone saw that there were Manticores. Sphinx. And King Tajitu. Kaneko knew that the person beside her was a clone, but that didn't mean he wasn't her husband. Kaneko. Sees the clone, this is where we part ways, take care. Clone. Sees Kaneko, you too. They kissed, and then Kaneko withdrew. The clone stood gazing at the scenery as Paris broke free from his grasp, making noises as he watched the invasion. Clone. Do you want to have some fun? Paris nods. The clone was silent when he saw the object Paris gave him. It was her Dino reader. The clone put it on while her body transformed into her Zodrake avatar. Seeing that, Zo smiles. Zo. The boss is going to kill me, but I won't regret it, after all, I'm a clone. Paris watched this with a smile when she was enveloped in a green glow which went to Zo's hand, revealing a card. The Parasaurolophus chart. Zo looked at that with a smile, then inhaled and did the following. Zo. Swiping the card through the Dino reader, Dino past Parasaurolophus attacks. The following happens with that. Only take into account the transformation sequence. After the green glow, Paris is revealed, but in a new form. In its Parasaurolophus form. Zo gets on Paris's head to pull out the Nano Cube, Lost Vein. Open it and then, after a green glow, Lost Vein will be revealed. Zo. Alright Paris, it's time to show them what we're capable of. Paris roars to start running with Zo on his mind. On the battlefield. Several Naruto clones were seen using whatever they could find, sometimes even using Nano Cubes. Just like the original, they knew they shouldn't reveal all their weapons. The clones were still fighting when they saw Paris walk by with Zo on her back. Clone. Was that Paris and another clone with the appearance from our reset being Zodrake? Clone 2. Yep, the boss will be somewhere between happy and angry. Clone 3. I think jealous too. Clone. Most likely all three feelings at the same time. Without further ado, the clones start fighting again. Elsewhere. Two clones in the distance saw the Grimm arrive, so they looked at each other, nodded, and took out the Nano Cube, Milo and Akao. And the Nano Cube, Sundered Rose. They both opened the Nano Cubes, revealing each one's pre-programmed weapon. Having seen the Grimm arrive, the first clone activates Milo's Spear Javelin mode. While the other clone caused Sundered Rose to switch into her Axe mode. Now, without further ado, they launched themselves at the Grimm, watched by other clones who were killing the enemies. The Grimm then attacked the clones, who skillfully dispatched and killed every Manticore, Sphinx, and King Tajitu that came their way. Clone, Sundered Rose. With her fingers in her ear, guys, we might be able to handle this on our own, but come on over and finish it. Clones. From the radio understood. With that, several clones arrive with Nano Cubes in their hands, being the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose, Nano Cube, Floating Array. A Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 2.0, and a clone already wielding Harbinger. Those with the Nano Cubes open them, revealing their respective weapons, while the clone, Harbinger, switches his weapon to Tonfa mode. He had to dodge a swipe from a Sphinx before Harbinger switched into Spear mode. And so the clone decapitates the Grimm. Clone, Harbinger. Serious, spread out and annihilate any enemy that stands in your way. Clones. Serious, yes. With that in mind, the clone separated while annihilating both Grimms and enemy Otanin and Sunanan, while waiting for the original to manage to save his friend Gaara and Hiruzen. With the clone, Crescent Rose. The clone ran across the battlefield, killing every enemy in its path. As it continued on its way, the clone watched the other clones fight with ease, even catching a glimpse of Paris destroying all the summons with Zo, who was using Lost Vein to kill her enemies. The clone was hit, but being a clone of Naruto himself, it didn't vanish. Clone. You're going to have a bad time. The attacker felt a chill but couldn't think any further as he was sliced in half by the clone using Crescent Rose. A group of Otanin launched Kaiten Jutsus at the clone, who took a defensive stance. But before he could do anything, a glyph appeared before the clone. Blocking the attacks, the glyph disappeared and bullets whizzed past the clone. The clone was in shock, recognizing the glyph, and slowly turned around, noticing 4 people watching him. Clone. In shock, it can't be. Invasion. Forest of Death. Simultaneously with the 2 previous chapters. Naruto was seen using his murder drone wings, flying through the Forest of Death. He was chasing Sasuke, who, in a moment of foolishness, had started pursuing the Sabaku brothers, not intending to fight Gaara. He continued flying until he saw Shikamaru, Olivia, and Pakin. He pursued the group. Upon seeing them, Naruto rose slightly before landing in front of them, retracting his wings. Shikamaru. Surprised Naruto. Naruto, serious, I'll take care of it, Olivia. Go back and take the bum and the dog. Olivia nods, scoops them both up on her shoulders, and leaps away through the branches. Seeing this, Naruto begins leaping along the branches until he reaches a scene where Sasuke is badly injured, while Gaara is already halfway through his transformation. And the other Sabaku brothers were somewhat distant. At that moment, Gaara turned to look at Naruto. Gaara. Noir, you will prove my existence, I will have your blood. Naruto gets serious when Gaara lunges at him. The Noir easily dodges while pulling something from his sleeve. With masterful skill, Naruto strikes Gaara, sending him flying, and then looks at Kankura and Temari. Naruto. I wouldn't want to, but it's part of my plan. With that, he throws strange spheres at both brothers. These spheres exploded in 3 seconds, sending them both flying far away, though Temari was hit further, and they were bound together with spiderwebs. Those spheres were spiderweb grenades. Naruto. Turning around, alright, it's time to finish this and bring Gaara back. The good thing is I took care of things so that the sand bitch won't be coming for a while. With that, he crossed his hands to block a direct blow from Gaara, who had a crazed look in his eyes. Sasuke didn't appear behind the Sabaku, intending to attack, but the Jinchuriki of the One Tail grabbed him with his tail and began to pummel him through the branches until he threw him to the ground, leaving the Uchiha out of the fight. Naruto. Idiot. At that moment Gaara strikes him, sending him flying, but the Noir recovers in mid-air to land on his feet. Naruto. Should I say it or not? Nah, I'll say it, is this all you've got? The Jinchuriki growled in anger as he made a hand seal. Gaara. Jutsu feigned sleep. After saying that, Gaara fell asleep and was immediately surrounded by a large amount of sand. Naruto remained serious as the sand formed a giant sand raccoon. It was the One Tail. Upon seeing it, Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. You finally show up, Shukaku. Noir remembers how Shukaku was a great friend of his, he had even freed him, but the bad thing is that the cheap fox always betrayed them, him and all the Bijks, causing the Jubi to be summoned. Within the label. Braig turned to look at Kyuubi, who had his head bowed. After regaining his memories and feeling everything, he regretted it, but the damage was already done, and he couldn't look his brothers in the face. In reality. Shukaku was laughing like crazy when Naruto stood in front of him. Naruto. Well, Sandy Raccoon, I'm going to give you 2 options. One is that you stop causing destruction, or the second is that I make you cat litter. Matatabi is going to like that, mental sigh, how I miss that perverted cat, she's a great friend. The good thing is that I investigated and she's the same as in the old resets. Shukaku. Ha, you fight against me. Don't make me laugh. Naruto. Well, I warned you. With that, he starts running towards Shukaku, who only manages a swipe with one of his front paws. The paw hits the ground, but the one-tailed beast notices Naruto running towards his arm. The Noir was running when he pulls out the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 3.0. A version of Crescent Rose built by himself. Without waiting any longer, Naruto opens the Nano Cube, releasing a green light which transforms into Crescent Rose 3.0 in its gun mode. With that, Noir began firing at the Ichibi's eyes while still running along the Biju's arm. The Ichibi roared in pain, moving its arm to try and crush Naruto, but Naruto, using his semblance, moved quickly to Shukaku's face and shot it in the eye. Imagine that instead of Ruby it's Naruto, and instead of Crescent Rose it's Crescent Rose 3.0. Naruto quickly retreated again, this time to the ground, using his semblance as Shukaku tried to crush him once more. Near the ground, Naruto stopped using his semblance and stood up, crawling slightly. Shukaku recovered, but before he could do anything, green lasers struck him, followed by a green disc that inflicted a large wound, forcing him back. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but he was shocked when the disc stopped spinning, revealing 8 green crystal swords arranged in a circle. Naruto was in shock looking at those swords which he recognized instantly. Greetings, my friend Ruby, or rather, my friend Naruto. Naruto began to shed small tears upon hearing that voice filled with innocence and kindness. The Noir slowly turned to see a girl floating with small flames at her feet. It was Penny Polendina, a very dear friend of his when he was Ruby Rose. Naruto. Penny. Penny smiles but is hugged by Naruto, making her hug him back. Naruto. With tears, Penny, I thought I'd never see you again. Penny. Don't think that, my friend Naruto. We're friends, and friends will come back even if we have to go through hell itself. Naruto laughs a little when Penny pulls away and shows him a robe. That orb caught Naruto's attention, and he saw Penny. Penny. Absorb your friend Naruto. Naruto took the orb in his hands to absorb it. Instantly, Naruto fell to his knees, staring at the ground as he wept. He now realized, thanks to Penny's memories, that Blake had been controlled by Cinder, who used a grim beetle, forcing her to betray them by dropping Yang and helping Neapolitan. Later, Cinder killed her foreign friend by throwing her weapon into the void. But what hurt him most was knowing that Penny's death was at her own request and that John and Weiss had been forced into it. Naruto. I was an idiot. Penny gets down on her knees to hug him. Penny. You weren't an idiot, you just didn't know the truth and you were stressed at the time. Naruto smiled slightly as he hugged Penny. But then they felt a tremor and saw Shukaku rising. Naruto. It seems the super-evolved sand raccoon has recovered. Penny. I can help you fight so we can go back to them. Naruto. Surprised they're back too. Penny. Smiling yes, Yang, Weiss, Blake, and John are back with me and they know the whole truth. Naruto was surprised to smile. Naruto. Okay, let's go. Naruto gets up while activating the power he took to the grave when he was Ruby Rose, the power of the maidens. Imagine it's Naruto. Penny smiles, then turns serious next to Naruto and watches Shukaku activate his Winter Maiden power. They both saw Shukaku roaring. Naruto. The objective is simple, we must distract Shukaku so we can go to Gaara and awaken him. Penny. Roger that. But that, she begins to float using her maiden power while her own floating array forms behind her. Seeing this, Naruto causes Crescent Rose 3.0 to switch to sword mode. While looking ahead, 4 spheres surrounded him, each imbued with the power of a maiden. With this power, they both launched themselves at Shukaku, who began attacking them with sand shurikens. Thanks to the maiden powers, Naruto and Penny were able to dodge with great agility, while Penny used her floating array to destroy the shurikens, and Naruto did the same with his Crescent Rose 3.0. The One-Tail was becoming enraged and unleashed a massive wave of sand, which was destroyed by a powerful beam from Penny and a burst of flame from Naruto, who used the power of the Autumn Maiden. Penny. Dodging an attack. This is getting complicated, Naruto. Naruto. I can see that. I have an idea. Launch an attack with everything you've got. Upon hearing this, Penny backs away, whirls her swords, and unleashes a powerful ice attack that slowly begins to freeze Shukaku's body. Seeing this, Naruto flies toward the One-Tail's head using his maiden power. Reaching the top, he sees Gaara and strikes the Sabaku forcefully, failing to awaken him. Shukaku. Disappearing Nuo, I was having fun. Gaara began to fall to the ground, so Naruto used his semblance to catch him and pull him down. Seeing this, Gaara began to back away in fear. Gaara. Scared? No, step aside, don't erase my existence. Upon seeing him, Naruto feels a pang of sadness inside and together with Penny, he deactivates his maiden powers. The Noir approaches Gaara, who closes his eyes in fear only to feel a hand on his forehead. Naruto. Your seal is already improved. Gaara. Why don't you kill me? Naruto. Smiling slightly. Why would I kill a friend? Gaara. Surprised friend. Naruto. Yes, I'm your friend. Penny. Excitedly, if you want, I can be your friend too. Gaara was in shock and lowered his gaze. Gaara. I thought I didn't have anyone. Naruto. Don't be silly, of course you have people for you, you have your brother, you have me, and Penny. Gaara smiled slightly, lifting Naruto's gaze. Before he could say anything, Kankrum, who was covered in cobwebs, appeared, protecting Gaara. Kankrum. Serious, I won't let them do anything to my little brother. Gaara is surprised to hear what Kankrum said. Naruto. I don't intend to do anything bad to her, but since she's here, I can tell you both something. Kankrum. Cautiously, and what would that be? Naruto. Seriously, don't trust Temari. I know she might seem like a nice person, but she's just someone who looks out for herself. Kankrum. Annoyed. Why should we trust you? Naruto. I'm not saying trust her, I'm just saying be wary of her. Before she can say anything, Temari arrives tired from all the spiderweb. Gaara. Temari, Kankrum, knows Vamos. Kankrum nods while Temari remains silent. The Sabaku trio doesn't leave, but Temari blows a kiss to Naruto. Once they're far enough away, Naruto vomits, alerting Penny. Naruto. Wiping his mouth. That's disgusting that she blew me a kiss. Penny. Understood, Naruto, but we have to get back before something happens. Naruto nods to take out his murder drone wings as he retreats with Penny using his Winter Maiden power, but not before Naruto creates a clone which takes the unconscious Uchiha away. 3 minutes later. The two continued flying until they saw the invasion. Penny. What will you do now? Naruto. Use the power that Gojo left me. With that, he put 2 fingers to his head while holding his other hand like a gun with 2 fingers extended. Naruto. Broadcast. Instantly, a beam shot from his gun-like hand and went straight for the clones. Imagine that Gojo is Naruto and the rest are Naruto's clones. They both watched as the lightning flashed across the sky until it disappeared. Naruto. Looking at a place. Alright, it's time to go. Penny nods as they both descend towards the place Naruto was looking at. Invasion. RWBY in action. The clone, Crescent Rose, looked shocked by the group of people he saw. In front of him were Yang Xiaolong, Lake Belladonna, White Snow, Yellow Rainbow. The clone was trembling a little with nostalgia upon seeing Yang, but upon seeing the other three, he was filled with hatred. Clone, Crescent Rose. With hatred you. But before he could do anything, a beam of light struck him on the head. It was the broadcast technique. The clone dropped Crescent Rose, staring at the ground, feeling like an idiot. Just then, Naruto and Penny arrived. Naruto. Hey, I know how it feels, I also thought I was an idiot, but now we have a chance to fix the mistake. The clone smiles as he picks up Crescent Rose. Naruto sees this with a smile, but turns back to the group. Naruto. I would like to have a good reunion, but now we are in an invasion, when it is over we will talk calmly. A smile, which is returned by Naruto, who leaves, but not before giving the clone the Nano Cube, Red Ember. Then the clone begins to change until it takes on the appearance of a girl with black hair and red tips. It was her Ruby Rose look. Everyone smiled when they saw Ruby. Ruby. Serious? Okay, we're in an invasion so we'll split up into RWBY and PJ. The five nodded, but John felt a chill when he saw the girl's very serious expression. Ruby. Listen carefully, Ark. I may have decided we should start over, but if I find out anything happened to Penny, I swear I'll kill you this time, with my own hands. John. Scared understood. Sees the former android. Let's go Penny. Penny nods with a smile as they both leave. Ruby then turns to look at the three girls. Ruby. Alright Team RWBY, it's time to show these guys what we're capable of, but first. Without saying a word, she opens the Nano Cube, revealing red wristbands with white lines that closely resemble Ember Celicas. Ruby hands them to Yang, who puts them on and performs a few moves, revealing Red Ember in her gauntlet launcher mode. Yang. Looking at Red Ember, it's not my favorite color, but it'll do. Ruby nods, then Yang gets into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Blake reaches behind him where his weapon, Gamble Shroud, is located. To draw his katana from its sheath secondary sword. Following that, Weiss takes up his guard, taking Mertenister. Upon seeing that, Ruby smiles as she gets into a fighting stance with Crescent Rose, leaving the scene of the Team RWBY meeting. The nearby Otanin, Sunanan, and Konohinen stared at them, but the Otanin and Sunanan felt a chill. Ruby. Alright girls, go all out with murderous intent. We have to show these bastards what Team RWBY is made of. Yang Weiss Blake. Yes. But that said, Team RWBY began charging at the Otanin and Sunanan, who returned the attack. Yang struck first, punching a Sunanan, and then launching a powerful assault on the rest, thanks to Red Ember's knockback. Blake began expertly slashing, his time in White Fang having given him experience in assassination. Weiss, while not fond of killing, used Mertenister to block and deflect attacks, while simultaneously summoning a red glyph with her semblance. Then launch fireballs. Ruby was the most lethal of all, as she used Crescent Rose to kill, cut, shoot, and dismember enemies. Han Yang. She unleashed powerful blows against her enemies while also using her explosives. At one point in the fight, she ran out of ammunition, but she didn't care and continued throwing punches. Seeing an opening, Yang stepped back to reload Red Ember and strike an enemy Kunoichi who tried to attack her from behind. Then she saw herself surrounded by shinobi and Kunoichi, noticing the lustful looks the men gave her. Yang. TKS, Asquerosos. But she smiles with emotion to activate her expression. And launch themselves against the enemies where it was seen that Yang's attacks were more powerful. Han Blake. She was one of the few who was lethal, as she used her Fron-like abilities to dodge in addition to using her semblance. Leaving behind a shadow clone that dissolved into black smoke. She was also excited though, since she'd been fascinated by ninjas since childhood, and now she was fighting a few of them. Seeing herself surrounded, Blake drew Gamble Shroud's sheath sword from her back and assumed a fighting stance with her now two swords. She saw that all around her were Otanin people. Otanin. Look what we have here, a girl with cat ears and an interesting Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru-sama will like to experiment on her. The other Otanin began to laugh, sending chills down Blake's spine as she heard that she would be used as an experiment because she was a fawn and possessed a semblance. She brushed that aside, assumed a fighting stance, and launched herself at the Otanin, using her Fron-like flexibility and Gamble Shroud to cut them down. Han Weiss. She was moving with mastery and killing enemy ninjas using a glyph. At that moment, Weiss Schnee, the former heiress of the Schnee family, was no longer there. Now it was Weiss Schnee, a member of Team RWBY. Beside her was a warrior who was attacking the enemies. Ignore and White. This warrior could be categorized as an invocation, but in reality, it was an evolved form of Weiss's semblance. Han Ruby. She left a trail of blood and corpses. Being Naruto herself, she showed no mercy to her enemies and slaughtered them. At one point, she stopped, witnessing an act of cowardice. Mabuki Haruno, desperate to survive, was using her youngest daughter, Sakura Haruno, as a human shield. Ruby. Growling that bitch. He decided to jump towards where they were, but saw Emily arrive. Ruby. Emily. Upon hearing that name, Mabuki's eyes widen in surprise and terror. Mabuki. Distraught, no, it's impossible, I killed you, I had you killed. Emily, mockingly, I'm also glad to see you, mom. That made Sakura open her eyes suddenly as Mabuki fussed over pulling out a kunai. Mabuki. I don't know how you came back, but I'll send you straight to hell for not helping me get the power that belongs to me. With that, she lunged, but Emily wasn't a former Anbu for nothing, and she delivered a diagonal slash that sent her sprawling to the ground, clutching her wound. Seeing this, Sakura tried to help her mother, but Ruby stopped her. Sakura. What's wrong with you? Let me go help my mother. Ruby. The same mother who uses you like a mere object. That made Sakura's eyes widen in surprise as Mabuki glared at Ruby with hatred. Mabuki. You damn brat, how dare you reveal my plan. Sakura saw her mother in shock upon hearing her confirm what Ruby had said. Seeing this, Mabuki was terrified, but the edge of a katana snapped her out of her trance, revealing Emily. Emily. For your crimes against Konoha, including drug trafficking, prostitution, abuse of power, murder, selling information to the enemy, and much more, you, Mabuki Haruno, deserve death. Mabuki was terrified when she heard that, but then she saw Sakura. Mabuki. Daughter, my daughter, don't let them kill me, please, tell them it's a lie. Sakura was going to do something, but she began to remember everything her mother forced her to do and say, how she literally controlled her life, now knowing that she had ordered the killing of her own older sister, and how she tortured her for telling a lie and always told her a phrase. Sakura. I'm sorry, mother, I shouldn't tell lies. Mabuki began to tremble as she glared at Sakura with hatred, seeing her as a traitor, but she could do nothing more as her head fell to the ground while her decapitated body fell sideways. Sakura startled to see Emily holding her katana, which was covered in blood. Ruby. Girls, we're in the middle of an invasion. You can talk amongst yourselves later, but for now we need to survive. Emily. Okay. By the way, who are you? Ruby. My name is Ruby Rose, but you know me by another name. All you can tell is that my name starts with N. Without saying anything else, she walks away using her semblance, leaving both Haruno's sisters behind, but the older one already knew who she was and was truly surprised. Ruby. She had arrived where her friends were gathered with Penny and John, the latter holding crossy amours in his hands, the shield in one hand. And in the other, the sword. They all gathered to see the Otanin and Sunanin. Ruby. To the charge. With that said, Team RWBY with John and Penny launched themselves against the enemy shinobi, while Ruby waited for the original Naruto to end the invasion quickly. Invasion. Cage Box Part 1. Simultaneously. Naruto was seen running all over the battlefield heading towards the cage's box, knowing that Orochimaru, the pedophile, was there. Naruto. I need to get there quickly, but why do I feel like I'm going to run into someone I care about a lot? It's already been Paris, Penny, Yang, Weiss, Blake and John, who will it be now? He put that aside to head to the stadium. There he saw Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper forming a formidable trio, eliminating several enemies. Naruto smiled, but then began using Absolute Solver to reach the cage's box. Upon arriving, he saw the Shishi engine barrier. The Anbu were already outside watching the fight. Naruto. Useless, instead of standing there they should have tried to open it. The Anbu glared at him angrily, but Naruto simply used Absolute Solver to create a hole in the barrier. This surprised all the Anbu and those maintaining the barrier as they watched Naruto step inside until the hole closed. Inside the barrier. Naruto could be seen watching the fight taking place. On one side were Jiraiya, Kushina, Minato and Hiruzen, while on the other side were Orochimaru and the first two cages, revived and being controlled, Hashirama Senju. And Tobirama Senju. Upon seeing them, Naruto transforms Crescent Rose 3.0 into its Eye the mode. He launched himself at the revived cages using his semblance. The instant he arrived, Naruto passed between them as Hashirama's left arm and Tobirama's right arm fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised to see the arms fall, but they were even more surprised except for Hiruzen to see that it was a genin who had caused it. Orochimaru. Oh Naruto-kun, it's good to see you again. Naruto makes a face of disgust as he watches Orochimaru lick his lips. Naruto. I'm not killing you only because otherwise Mitsuki wouldn't be born, I'm not killing you just for him. Naruto gets up to take a fighting stance against Crescent Rose 3.0. Seeing this, Kushina and Minato become worried. Kushina. Son, don't do it, it's very dangerous. But Naruto ignored him and stared seriously at Orochimaru and the revived cages who had regenerated their lost arms. Orochimaru. Kukuku, so you're going to face me? Kukuku, it will be fun to kill you and use your body for my experiments. This terrified Kushina, who tried to stop Naruto, but he used his semblance to launch himself at the enemies. Hashirama and Tobirama, under his control, attacked Naruto. Naruto stopped using his semblance to manipulate gravity and, with Crescent Rose 3.0 on his back, used his fists to attack the revived cage. The Senju brothers threw punches, but Naruto used his hands to deflect the attacks, then performed a somersault and struck the cage in the head. Using gravity again, Naruto rolled a short distance to grab the scythe from his back and slashed at Orochimaru, who barely managed to avoid the blow. Naruto. I can handle all three of them together, but a little help wouldn't hurt. His danger sensor activates, allowing him to dodge a wooden dragon, followed by a large wave of water. Naruto turns to see a massive water dragon. Upon seeing it, the Noir masterfully spins Crescent Rose 3.0, generating a small shield that protects him from the water. To his left, he sees Hashirama lunging toward him, while Orochimaru attacks from behind. Seeing this, Naruto blocks Orochimaru's attack using the Absolute Solver shield, while simultaneously blocking Hashirama with a Geister Blaster. But this Geister Blaster is different. It looks a bit more monstrous. Upon seeing this, Naruto was slightly surprised, but after no longer feeling the force of the water release jutsu, he stopped spinning his scythe, dispelling his defenses, and summoning several bones which began to spin at a great speed, damaging the revived and the rogue ninja. Seeing this, Naruto leaped forward, landing in front of the 4 Konoha ninja, who were astonished. 3 by the release of abilities and 1 by the Geister Blaster, since he had previously been shown that skull and was truly surprised by the change in appearance. Naruto's eyes, now blue with integrity. Then invoke 8 hands of integrity. So that mountain ranges can be generated after these. He launched these attacks at the enemies, with the revived cages taking the full force of them, while Orochimaru summoned an earth wall that barely withstood the blast. Naruto was about to launch himself, but Minato and Kushina stopped him, grabbing his arms and pulling him back. Naruto. Annoyed, what the hell are you doing? Minato. Standing in front of Naruto and looking at him, saving you. Naruto. I don't need saving. Kushina. Standing in front of Naruto and looking at him, of course you do, you're our son. Naruto. I'm not your son, I stopped being your son the moment you abandoned me. Kushina. Annoyed, of course you're our son, now stop talking and we'll take care of it. Minato. Annoyed, that's right, we won't let you die, you're probably the child of prophecy, and if you don't want to, you'll help us train Mito so she can be the one. Naruto began to fill with rage upon hearing that. What he had just heard made him understand that, to Minato and Kushina, he, along with Mito and Menma, weren't their children, but their weapons. He may have heard it before in all the resets, but it always filled him with anger. Now, however, he had accepted his rage trait, and that was what he felt. Naruto's eyes began to change, indicating that his rage trait was activating. Upon seeing the eyes, Minato and Kushina became worried, thinking the Nine Tails was taking possession of Naruto. They were about to act, but Jiraiya noticed something. Jiraiya. Minato, Kushina, watch out. They both turned around, but it was too late. A wooden stake had pierced Kushina's chest, while a water drill pierced Minato's abdomen, sending them both crashing into the wall behind Naruto. Jiraiya, concerned for his student and his wife, rushed to their side, finding them near death. Jiraiya. Worried Naruto, help, they're dying. Naruto stood up to glance back and saw both adults bleeding to death. Kushina. Moribunda, hi-ho. Naruto was serious as he looked straight ahead. Naruto. Indifferent, I'm not interested. This shocked the 3 behind him, but Kushina and Minato ended up dying with tears in their eyes. Jiraiya couldn't believe it until he saw his sensei's indifference. Jiraiya. Serious sensei, aren't you going to do something? Hiruzen. No, I'm not going to do anything. Besides, if you knew the whole truth, you would understand Naruto's attitude. Despite what had just happened, Jiraiya saw Naruto wondering what secrets he was hiding. With Naruto, he had seen Orochimaru in the revived cages, and still filled with rage, he decided to take it out on them. He activated his eyes of the rage trait and then summoned 4 hands of rage. Orochimaru watched with interest, so he sent his puppets, as he called the cages, towards him. Naruto, however, remained neutral as his hands formed a sphere that then exploded, releasing massive bursts of flame. Imagine that metal is the Hand of Wrath. Which created a wall of fire and also partially incinerated the Ito Tensei. Orochimaru was surprised but at the same time excited at the thought of such power. He ordered Tobirama to extinguish the fire, so the Senju used a Suiton Jutsu to put out the fire, which wasn't very powerful, since Naruto hadn't yet fully mastered the power of the trait. Orochimaru. Kukuku, your power is interesting. Naruto-kun Kukuku, wouldn't you like to unite with me? That alerted Jiraiya, well Hiruzen knew the answer. Naruto. No thanks, I wouldn't want to be in charge of a gay pedophile cobra. That clearly caused laughter among some, while Orochimaru had a vein throbbing in his head. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it doesn't matter Kukuku, your body will be mine. With that, he sends the revived cages forward, who launch themselves at Naruto. But before they reach him, they are forced back by a pink attack and hear something fall. Sorry for the delay, I got caught up killing some ninjas and lost track of time, but I'm here now. That voice caused Naruto to freeze in shock as Akumu appeared, looking just as dazed as Naruto. They both slowly turned around, tears welling in their eyes as they saw the person before them. There, before them, stood a woman with brown hair, pink tips, and pink eyes. She was Betty Noire, the adoptive mother of Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Naruto. Mom. This surprised everyone except Hiruzen, who already knew. Jiraiya was shocked to hear this. He had just heard the son of his deceased student call another woman mom, although now that he looked at her more closely, she was quite pretty. On the other hand, Orochimaru watched with interest. This woman had just used a pink energy attack to stop his puppets, and now he knew she was Naruto's mother. That would be good for having the Noir on his side. Betty. I'd like to catch up, but now we have two zombies and a gay cobra as enemies. The woman seized the revive to summon a pink soul magic side. And stand on guard, revealing that she had trained Naruto. Betty. I'll take care of the zombies while you take care of the pedophile. Naruto smiled and assumed a fighting stance, just as Betty had done. Without further ado, both groups charged at each other. On one side were the Hibi-Senin, the first and second Hokage, and on the other were the physical embodiment of fear, also known as the Black Beast, and the King of the AUs. Invasion. Cages Box Part 2, the Black Beast vs. First and second Hokage. Betty was seen facing the first cages who were revived, or as she calls them, the zombies. Betty. So you're the famous Sade Midnadame? She begins to smile in a terrifying way. Betty. I hope they can give him a good fight. The revived ones take a fighting stance. With that, the three launch into a 2-on-1 fight. Hashirama. Fighting. Listen, miss, we're aware of what's happening, but we can't control ourselves. We need your help to remove the seals behind our necks. Betty. Fighting. I understand, although now that I think about it, that Orochimaru guy isn't just some kind of transsexual and pedophile, he also seems to be a necrophiliac. Just look, he dug you up from your graves to use you. That left the revived cages speechless. Habarama. Miss, are you mentally sound? Betty. Sometimes I wonder that myself. The revived ones attack again, while Betty uses her scythe to cut away parts of the Ito Tensei, while launching some pink Rasengan. To hurt them, Betty thanked Naruto for teaching her the Rasengan. But the revived ones were regaining their parts. This frustrated Betty, but it also caused her hair to turn pink. Betty jumped back and then summoned a Geister Blaster. As it fell upon him, the revived made hand seals at an impressive speed. Hashirama. Mokutan wooden wall. Habarama. Suiton water wall. Both placed their hands on the ground to create walls as Betty fired the Geister Blaster. The revived cages were struggling to withstand the blast, while Betty was doing the same, but for a different reason. Lacking her son's Geister Blaster abilities, she found it difficult to maintain control of the blaster while firing. After a minute, the three dispelled their techniques, leaving the revived cages in their normal state, but Betty was breathing heavily, her hair turning pink. Betty. Tired. This will be more complicated than I thought. But it generates a shield of pink soul magic. The block a Suiton attack while spinning her scythe, blocking and destroying the Mokutan attack. Betty was already somewhat tired, but then she remembered something. Betty. I hope I have control like before. Betty closes her eyes and then begins to cry a black liquid. After that, she opens her eyes, revealing a different pair. He was using the hate that consumed him before he met Naruto. Betty. You're in control, Betty, you're in control. You can do it. Betty is surprised to hear that voice. Betty. Amber. But she sets that aside as she sees attacks from Hashirama and Tabarama hurtling toward her. Betty gets into a fighting stance, ready to use her scythe to cut through the attacks. Her power is greater now that she's using hate, which amplifies it. Seeing that she's being surrounded by a large dome of water that's slowly shrinking, Betty unleashes a powerful pulse of hate that destroys the dome. Betty. Don't lose control. She had already thought of that as hate tried to spread across her face and body. Using her pyrokinesis, she generates a pink and black fireball in her hand. She makes her scythe disappear to pull something from her sweater, a dust crystal. The dust crystal of lava. This had confused the revived cages, but they saw Betty throw the dust between them and then launch the fireball. When the fireball collided with the dust, it generated a lava explosion that damaged the revived cages. Seeing them injured, Betty summoned two pink spears. She may have known how to seal souls, but that wasn't her style. Without hesitation, she threw the spears of fear, piercing the revived cages' chests. Without waiting any longer, she pulled both spears in, drawing the souls of both cages in, with Hashirama's being kindness and integrity, like Tobirama's. Then she saw the bodies of the revived turn to ash, revealing the corpses of Dosu and Kin. Seeing them, Betty frowned in anger but said nothing, knowing it would be hypocritical of her. She, too, had killed several children, but there was a crucial difference. Orochimaru did it out of pure evil, while she did it because she didn't yet know what else to do. She had been created for destruction and to sow enmity between monsters and humans, but thanks to her son Naruto, she had found her path. She set that aside to make the souls glow as her eyes returned to normal. After a few seconds, Betty opened her hands, revealing what looked like marbles, which shattered, revealing the spirits of Hashirama and Tobirama. Tobirama, thank you for freeing us, miss. Betty. No problem. Hashirama. I wish you were a Kunoichi of Konoha. You have the potential. Betty. I'm not interested in being a Kunoichi of Konoha. The only thing I care about now is making up for lost time with my son. They nodded and disappeared. Betty was about to go with Naruto when she felt something trying to come out as she held her stomach and a green and blue mist surrounded her. Betty. Ugh, what is this? When she finishes, she falls to her knees, but someone else helps her. When she looks up, she's surprised to see who it was. A girl with blue hair, green eyes, and green and blue clothes. It was Amber Lightveil, that girl who was once his vessel until she managed to leave behind her old life and live a new and better one. Betty. Amber, but how? Amber. Helping Betty to stand up. Well, it seems that the moment you decided to leave my body behind and have your own to live a new life and for me to rest in peace, a fraction of my soul remained inside you. It doesn't mean you need me, it means that now I was using you as a vessel to survive. Betty was surprised, but now that she thought about it, it made sense. Amber. For now, rest and let's see how your son does. Betty nods to watch her son fight Orochimaru. She fully trusts Naruto, even more so knowing that this is the final reset. Invasion. Cage Box Part 2.5, King of the AUs vs Hibi-Sanin. Simultaneously with the previous chapter. Naruto stood before Orochimaru, who looked at him with a smile and desire in his eyes. Naruto. Seriously, those eyes disgust me. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I'm excited for this fight. Naruto-kun. Kukuku, I want you to show me everything you've got. Kukuku. Naruto frowned in disgust, but unfortunately, he couldn't kill it, otherwise Mitsuki wouldn't be able to be born. Naruto decided to switch Crescent Rose 3.0 into gun mode and hang it on his side. Orochimaru. Kukuku Yotirans. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Nah, renderum no esta en mi vocabulario padafimaru, solo ti di resto, seriously fight with everything Hibi-Sanin. Orochimaru was filled with curiosity when he saw Naruto cross his arms and then release a small burst of silver energy. Orochimaru sensed a great energy emanating from Naruto, who had a new appearance. It was his state king of the AUs. Akumu appears, then Naruto takes it and the being transforms into his scythe. Orochimaru didn't know what was happening, but he took a fighting stance with Kusanagi. They both stared at each other seriously, but then Naruto vanished from Orochimaru's sight, surprising him. Instinctively, he turned and crossed his arms, receiving a blow from Naruto that sent him flying to the other side of the arena. Without a word, Naruto launched himself toward Orochimaru, leaving Jiraiya in shock at his power and Hiruzen delighted to finally witness the king of the AU's form. But Naruto. He had arrived where Orochimaru was, who was getting up with difficulty. Orochimaru. Kukuku, what an interesting shape, Kukuku. Every time I see you, I get the urge to capture you and use you for my experiments. Naruto. Getting into a fighting stance. We'll see about that, Tadafimaru. With that, they both launched into a sword versus scythe fight, creating cracks in the ground. But Orochimaru also felt something else. His hands felt heavier and more painful with each attack from Naruto that he blocked. Orochimaru. NGH, this is complicated, I never thought this kid had this much power. Kukuku, it's interesting. Naruto. Attacking, TKS, it was a bad idea to use the King of AU's state with my power sealed, but it doesn't matter, I'll take advantage of the time this state gives me. Without hesitation, Naruto launched a ferocious attack on Orochimaru, who was clearly struggling. Using his scythe skills, Naruto unleashed a flurry of slashes and twisted the weapon, wielding it both defensively and offensively. The two Sannin never imagined such a difficult fight. Even his battle with Hiruzen had been far less challenging. They separated, both breathing heavily, Naruto slightly sweaty and Orochimaru drenched in sweat and blood. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you have a very interesting power. Kukuku, I think you would be a good body for me. Kukuku. Naruto got serious to deactivate his state. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems your transformation time has run out, Naruto-kun. Naruto. Nah, I just decided to deactivate this power so I could kick your ass. Orochimaru watched as Naruto's scythe changed from metal to pink. This caught Orochimaru's attention, but he couldn't think further as Naruto appeared before him, wielding his scythe. The Hibi-Sannin blocked the attack with his sword but still felt a pain in his arms. Orochimaru. Even if that form is strong, Kukuku, how exciting. Naruto. Alright, I'm getting very tired, it's time to get serious. With that, he leaps away so Akumu can switch to his hidden mode and then his left eye changes to his judge's eye. But it didn't end there, as Naruto made a great effort and then his other eye also went into judge's eye while he screamed. Imagine it's Naruto and the eyes are his new judge's eye. Instantly, 22 featureless hands appeared around him. But it didn't end there. Behind him, a large Geister blaster and 2 gigantic hands had appeared. Orochimaru was surprised by what he saw before him, but at the same time, he felt excited by Naruto's unleashed power. Naruto stared at Orochimaru with a blank expression before extending one of his giant hands. Before the Hibi-Sannin could react, he was caught by it. Naruto, still with a blank stare, positioned his hands, revealing that they too were skeletal. And his other hand grabbed Orochimaru from below. He was serious, then moved his arms, slicing Orochimaru in half. Imagine that Geister is Naruto and Betty is Orochimaru. One of the hands transforms into the hand of courage. They generate white spheres below where Orochimaru's upper body had been. The giant hand dropped Orochimaru, then snapped its fingers, generating a massive explosion that sent him flying upwards. Several hands of perseverance appeared around Orochimaru, using spears to ensnare the remaining half of the Hibi-Sannin's body. Orochimaru felt immense pain, but then he saw something that terrified him. Below him was the gigantic Geister blaster, charging an attack. A multicolored flame erupted from Naruto's left eye, and then the Geister blaster unleashed a powerful blast as Orochimaru screamed in pain. As the blast ended, the Geister blaster and the giant hands returned to their original positions, as did the hands themselves, while Naruto watched Orochimaru fall to the ground. At that moment, Orochimaru's body began to move abnormally, and then what remained of Orochimaru's mouth opened abnormally, and from there emerged an Orochimaru without any wounds, but in great pain. Orochimaru. In pain you bastard, smiles your very interesting Kukuku. Naruto stood expressionless before leaping toward the giant Geister blaster, his hands vanishing as he snapped his fingers. He then snapped his fingers, summoning several more Geister blasters of normal size. Imagine Sans is Naruto. Orochimaru was nervous. He now realized he was facing a far superior enemy. But he snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Naruto begin charging an attack in all of his Geister blasters. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals to create a wall of earth as Naruto fired the attack. Orochimaru used every last bit of his chakra to hold back the attack, but he was filled with terror as it proved useless and the wall began to crumble. The Hibi-Sannin could only watch in horror as the wall crumbled while taking the full force of the attack. Naruto watched this with beads of sweat on his brow. Naruto. Damn it, I'm running out of energy, release energy seals. With that, runes surrounded his body, granting Naruto more energy. After a few seconds, Naruto deactivated his attack as the Geister blasters vanished, landing on his feet, staring at the cloud of smoke before him. As the smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's bloodied, skeletal body was revealed. Orochimaru's body began to tremble, and from a wound emerged a new Orochimaru, this time with very little energy. Orochimaru was breathing heavily as he looked at Naruto. The Noir regarded him with neutrality, snapping his fingers and generating several purple bones. He did this out of inspiration and in honor of Dol the skeleton. The bones are placed in a cross shape to begin spinning. Orochimaru had no chakra left and was very tired, so he did the most logical thing. Orochimaru. Retreat. Upon hearing this, the 4 ninjas holding the barrier leaped away from their positions and rushed towards Orochimaru. Seeing this, Naruto launched the bones at full speed, while the 4 ninjas and Orochimaru narrowly escaped. Just as they vanished with a reverse summoning, the bones impacted, creating a large cloud of smoke. After the attack ended, they waited for the smoke to dissipate, revealing that no one had been there. Naruto. Deactivates his powers, it's over. She started walking toward the fence, surveying the battlefield where the Otanin were escaping while the Sunanin surrendered. Betty and Amber stood beside her. The invasion was over. Getting to know each other. The day after the invasion everyone was rebuilding Konoha, but we'll focus on something else. Naruto's Choza. There you could see the members of the household with the new inhabitants. The household now consisted of Naruto Noire Dreemurr, Olivia Tennyson, Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phoenix, Gaspar Vladi, Rin Nahara, Hanabi Hyuga, Penny Polendina, Yang Xiaolong, Naruto's half-sister, Blake Belladonna, Wai Shni, John Arc, Betty Noir, Naruto's adoptive mother, Amber Lightveil, Betty's former vessel and now younger sister, all the Kwamis. And their pets were Zwei and Paris. Naruto seemed normal, but inwardly he was a little nervous because the house was rather small, although Kaneko's old room was empty since she and Naruto had been sleeping in the same room since she married them. Eddie. Well, we'd better introduce ourselves. Everyone nodded as Naruto stood in front of them all. Naruto. Well, you probably already know this, but here goes, my name is Naruto Noire Dreemurr, also known as Issei Haidu, Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, Ruby Rose, etc. They all nod to look at each other. Olivia. Well, my name is Olivia Tennyson, I am the most powerful object in the universe known as the Omnitrix, and I am friends with Naruto when he was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. Everyone nods. Kaneko. My name is Kaneko Taoju, reveals her Nekishim features. I am a half-demon Nekishim, I am Naruto's wife, and I met him when he was Issei Haidu, and I am currently pregnant with his child. Everyone nodded while Olivia, Gasper, and Weiss had a twitch in their eyes from jealousy. Blake looked at Kaneko, thinking she was something like herself being a fawn, and Betty was excited about her son's relationship, and even more so knowing that she would have a grandson or granddaughter. Ravel. My name is Ravel Phoenix, I am a demon, and I have been friends with Naruto since he was Issei Haidu, but I also see Naruto as a brother. They nodded, although Yang was somewhat jealous to see someone who saw her sister brother as one, but she said nothing. Gasper. My name is Gasper Vladi, I am a half-vampire, and I have been friends with Naruto since he was Issei Haidu. They all nodded, although they were curious about the vampire topic. Rin. My name is Rin Nahara, I'm from this reset, I was revived, and I'm still surprised by the resets that Naruto went through. They nodded, since they were a bit like Rin regarding the reset issue. Hanabi. I am Hanabi Hyuga, I am also from this reset, I was saved from my abusive father and crazy sister, I am here hidden to avoid being used as a breeding machine, and I am still assimilating the resets. They all nodded but were worried about what was happening to Hanabi, although they already knew that Hanabi's father and sister were dead, so they said nothing. Penny. Cheerful hello everyone, I'm Penny Polendina, former android, I'm Naruto's friend, and I come from the reset when he was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded, but they had a small smile on their faces because of Penny's attitude. Yang. Well, my name is Yang Xiaolong, I'm Naruto's half-sister, I'm a member of Team RWBY, and I come from the reset when he was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Betty looked at Yang. If the girl wanted, she could be her mother, well, her second mother, and that was because she knew Summer Rose's story. Blake. My name is Blake Belladonna, I am a cat fawn and a friend of Naruto, I am a member of Team RWBY, and I come from the Naruto reset as Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Kaneko looked at Blake. Both were, in part, a kind of cat, they could get along. Weiss. My name is Weiss Schnee, I am a friend of Naruto, I am a member of Team RWBY, in my reset, I am the former heiress of the Schnee family, and, well, I come from the reset of when Naruto was Ruby Rose. Everyone nods, although the topic of the heiress had caught their attention a little, but especially Rin, who thought it was like the clans there. John. My name is John Ark, I am Naruto's fellow leader, and I come from the reset where Naruto was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Naruto watched John thinking about giving him another chance, as did Weiss and Blake. He already knew the truth. Betty. I continue, my name is Betty Noir, I am Naruto's adoptive mother, I come from another reset, and at the same time I am from the Glitchtale AU. That had caught Yang's attention. She knew that in her Naruto Ruby reboot, Summer Rose was her mother, and that filled her with curiosity. Amber. Well, I'm the last one, my name is Amber Lightveil, princess and heir of the Lightveil family, after being murdered by my sister Agate, I was used as a vessel for the creation of Betty, so I am her sister. That surprised everyone as Naruto looked at Amber. Naruto. Does that mean you're my aunt? Amber. If that's how you want to see me. Betty. I think it's better if you see her as Amber, since it would be strange to see her as my aunt. Naruto nods, since it was the best thing for all three of them. Rin. Now that I look closely, where's Emily? Naruto. She decided to stop hiding for a bit and went to where her sister is. Olivia. You mean the one with the bubblegum? Naruto. That's right. They decided to put that aside and start getting to know each other a little better, as well as deciding which room each of them would have. Olivia and Naruto were grateful that the house was big and had expansion seals. Naruto house. Sakura was going into her house to close the door. She walked until she reached the living room and noticed someone sitting on the couch. It was Emily. Emily. Hi little sister. Sakura was still in shock from what she now knew. Emily. Where's dad? Sakura. He's dead. He died mysteriously. Emily. I see. Maguekio probably poisoned him to get his money. Sakura. A little annoyed, why do you say that? Emily pats a part of the armchair, causing Sakura to go and sit next to her sister. Emily. Did you ever see Maguekio bringing men to the house? Sakura makes a reminder and nods. Emily. And have any of those men ever died in mysterious ways? Sakura remembers again. Sakura. Yes, everyone. Emily. Has Mabuki ever told you that you'd be the one for someone and that to really get them to notice you, you have to be and act the way she says? Sakura. Yes. Emily. And how did dad die? Sakura. Well, he died while working. He was working when he suddenly collapsed and died. Emily. Who was the last person to see him? Sakura. Mom, since she sent me on an errand. Emily. Now put the pieces together. Sakura began to use her head to see that Mabuki was always with wealthy men who then died in mysterious ways, including her father. Sakura. Terrified, that means. Emily. That Mabuki was a woman who was only interested in herself, she didn't care about using her own daughters, because for her they weren't her daughters, they were her exchange items to get money. That left Sakura speechless, unable to believe it, although a part of her already knew it and just didn't want to accept it. Emily. Searching through her things a while ago I asked someone to help me find information about Mabuki and I found this. With that, she hands Sakura some documents. Sakura takes them to look through them. There were documents about human trafficking, drug trafficking, prostitution, abuse of power, murder, information trafficking, child abuse, organ trafficking, and other things that disgusted Sakura. Then she saw Mabuki's bank account and was shocked to see the immense sum of money she had. Emily. I also discovered that she was planning to sell you to Orochimaru for money and drugs. That left Sakura devastated. Sakura. Tell me one thing, did she ever love you like a mother? Emily. Never. The Haruno sisters remained silent. Sakura. How did you come back to life? Emily. Thanks to a boy. Sakura. Hopefully Sasuke-kun. Emily. Sasuke-Uchiha. No, he didn't revive me, it was someone else. Sakura. If it wasn't Sasuke-kun, then who was it? Emily. It's someone your age and his name starts with N. Sakura started thinking until she opened her eyes. Sakura. Naruto. Emily. Smiling, bingo, he was the one who revived me. He knew what happened to me and said I was going to have a second chance at life, and he also knew that you were just being manipulated by Mabuki. Sakura remained silent. She had always blamed Naruto for keeping her away from Sasuke, but now she knew that the Noir, unconsciously, was saving her from being used as a bargaining chip by a woman who never saw her as a daughter. Emily. Hug Sakura, look at it this way, now we can get to know each other and this time be a family, the family we were always meant to be. Sakura smiled and hugged Emily. This would be a new chapter in the lives of the Haruno sisters, and this time Sakura would do the right thing. The Search for Tsunade Part 1. Ichiraku Ramen was serving customers who were helping with the reconstruction of Konoha. At one of the tables sat Naruto, Menma and Mito, eating ramen, but there was a palpable tension. Naruto had told them what had happened in the cage's box, though he'd somewhat omitted the details about Betty. They were all reacting differently. Menma, while no longer caring, was angry with both of them because on his deathbed they'd revealed that all they cared about was the prophecy. But Mito was the most affected. Now that her mind was free of malice and arrogance, she realized that to her parents she wasn't their daughter, but merely their weapon. Myth. Through tears, I can't believe they never loved me, I don't want to believe it, but my heart tells me it's true. Menma hugged her, and Mito returned the embrace. Now the three of them were making up for lost time and becoming close again, like the siblings they should have been. Naruto watched this with a touch of sadness, but then he noticed his bowl of ramen. Naruto. Now it's time to find Tsunade to become the new Hokage, but how will it be in this reset? In the previous ones, she was always good and supported me in some instances, and evil and betrayed me in others. There was always a pattern, but I never followed it. It will be a mystery. Time skip. They were both leaving Ichiraku Ramen when they saw Jiraiya appear before them. Upon seeing him, the Seraph Sage observed their reactions. Naruto looked at him indifferently. Menma looked at him seriously. But what surprised him was that Mito distanced herself slightly from him. Now Mito felt she could only trust Menma and Naruto. Before she could say anything, Menma spoke first. Menma. Serious, we already know what really happened in the cage's box, Naruto told us and showed it to us with Ninjutsu, get to the point. That surprised Jiraiya, and now he understood the reactions. One indifferent, another serious, and the last one distrustful. Jiraiya. I understand. Well, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to accompany me to find Tsunade Senju. Mito. Suspicious, and why us specifically? Jiraiya. Well, since the three of you are siblings, I thought you could spend more time together on this mission. Naruto clearly realized it was a lie, and upon reviewing Noir, he learned that Jiraiya wanted to train Mito alone to make her his weapon and thus fulfill the prophecy. Myth. We will go, but on one condition. That caught the attention of the three of them, who wondered what Mito was planning. Myth. Serious, it'll just be about going after Tsunade, no training, just going after her, understood? Naruto and Menma smiled when they heard that, as it was a clever idea, while Jiraiya frowned but hid it. Jiraiya. okay. But that said, the three nodded as Mito skipped off while Menma buried himself using earthbending. Jiraiya saw Naruto looking at him seriously, which made him nervous. Jiraiya. Nervous, his gaze I feel like he's seeing right into my soul. Naruto watched him, then sped off using his semblance. Jiraiya remained silent before withdrawing. It seemed that with Minato and Kushina dead, Mito, Menma and Naruto could now be closer. But Naruto. Noir had reached his home grounds, only to fall to the ground and roll a little. Naruto saw some people chatting amongst themselves. This brought a smile to his face as he walked inside. Upon entering, he saw Yang in the living room, using only one arm and performing maintenance on his prosthesis. Naruto turned to look at the large dining room, seeing Betty and Amber trying to get along. Naruto remembered the conversation he had with his mother. Flashback. Naruto. How did you get here, Mom? Betty. You'll be surprised, I got here thanks to a singularity. That surprised and startled Naruto. Naruto. A singularity. Betty. That's right, I arrived thanks to one. Naruto remained silent but began to feel hopeful as he had an idea. Naruto. Is it possible that? Betty. I don't know, but if so, the Underverse could return. Naruto remained silent as he felt hope rising within him. End of flashback. Naruto remained silent but then shook his head to go to his room. As he walked, he saw the hallway doors, each bearing a symbol belonging to a member of the group. These symbols were Olivia Tennyson, Ravel Phoenix, Asper Vladi, Rin Nahara, Hanabi Hyuga, Penny Polendina, Yang Xiaolong, Lake Belladonna, White Snow, Yellow Rainbow, Betty Noir, Amber Lightveil. Upon reaching the last door, he saw that it had a symbol on it. It was, so to speak, the symbol of the leader or leaders. Noir enters to see Kaneko sitting on the bed and looking at something in her hand. It was his evil piece. Seeing this, Naruto climbed onto the bed to sit behind Kaneko and hug her. Naruto. Are you sure about this? I'm not saying I like seeing that piece, but I want to know if you're okay with me taking the evil piece from you. Kaneko. Yes, senpai, I'm aware and agree to this. Naruto sees the evil piece, picks it up, and examines it. Naruto. Maybe I could create a set of evil pieces using this as a base. Of course, they'd have some differences, but I'd make them superior to the old ones, if you're okay with that. Kaneko. Will I be able to get my rook position back? I'm already used to that piece. Naruto. Of course. Kaneko smiled, turned around, and kissed Naruto on the lips, which he gladly accepted. As they parted, Naruto looked at Kaneko. Naruto. I have a mission right now, I'll try to get there as soon as possible. Kaneko. I hope so, rubs her belly. You don't want to leave your child waiting for you. Naruto smiles slightly as he bends down and gently hugs Kaneko's belly, which was already starting to show a little. Naruto. Dad has to go out, but don't worry, I'll be back. Kaneko chuckled a little at Naruto's attitude. She truly loved her senpai, as she liked to call him. Time skip. Naruto stood at the village entrance, leaning against the wall. In the distance, Hinata's acquaintances glared at him angrily, as they felt he was indifferent to the disappearance of his girlfriend and future father-in-law. A few minutes passed before Menma appeared, using earthbending, and Mito arrived on foot. Naruto. They're here. Menma. Yes, it just takes a while. The three of them start waiting for 1 hour until Jiraiya arrives. Menma. Serious, he's finally here. Jiraiya. Indignant, sorry, but I was with my sensei. Mito. Tell that to someone else, I was at the hot springs, wasn't I? Jiraiya became nervous. Now that Minato and Kushina were gone and Mito had abandoned her arrogant demeanor, she was much more grounded. Naruto. Let's stop playing games and start the journey. The three nodded and then the four of them began walking, starting their search for Tsunade Senju. The search for Tsunade Part 2. A group of 3 young people and 1 adult were seen walking along a tree-lined path. They were Jiraiya, the Gama Senin, Menma Bifong, the first Bifong, Mito Uzumaki, formerly of the Namikaze clan, who wanted nothing to do with Minato but kept the Uzumaki name for her ancestors, and Naruto Noire Dreemurr, a former time traveler and current celestial in training. The 4 were walking with Jiraiya at the back, watching Menma, Mito, and Naruto interact. Jiraiya. Wow, it's clear they've become very close, but don't worry Jiraiya, you just need to find a moment when Mito is alone to talk to her about being trained by me, so the prophecy can be fulfilled. But the boys. They were talking to each other when Naruto noticed a smell. Naruto. Sniffing, this smell, no, these smells are a Triceratops, a Tyrannosaurus, a Spinosaurus, a Carnotaurus, a Sicania and a Nekomata. Naruto already knew who those smells belonged to, but it would be a big problem, since he had 3 people with him. With 5 of that group he wouldn't have problems, but with the last one there would be problems. Time skip. It was night and the 4 members of the group were camping. Jiraiya. Well, you guys finish setting up camp, smiles pervertedly. I'm going to do my research. But that, he retreated, leaping through the tree branches. Seeing this, the three sighed in annoyance. Naruto. Menma, you finish the camp, Mito, you go for water, and I'll go for firewood, and also to see them. With that, the three of them go their separate ways. But Naruto. Noir was walking through the forest until he reached a small barren area. Standing in the middle of it, he began to look around. Naruto. Gabu, Terry, Spiny, Ace, Tank, and Kuroka, come out now. Wow, you still have your presence detection, Issei-san, Naya. Or should I call you Naruto-san? From among the trees emerges a black-haired woman with a large bust, accompanied by 5 small creatures of different colors. That woman was Kuroka Taoju. Kaneko's older sister, also known as Shirin. The little creatures were like Paris being. The yellow Gabu. Fairy red. The pink Spiny. Ace blue. And the purple Tank. Naruto saw the baby dinosaurs, remembering Team D and Team Alpha. Naruto. Come here, guys. Ace and Gabu ran towards Naruto and jumped into his arms, while Terry, Spiny, and Tank stood beside them. Kuroka started walking towards Naruto, causing him to put Gabu and Ace down. Once near Naruto, Kuroka immediately hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Kuroka. Crying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I had to be faster. My little sister, my Imto, died. I had to be quick. Naruto. Patting Kuroka's back, it's okay, Kuroka. It wasn't your fault. I had to be faster. They both remained silent as they separated. Kuroka. With tear marks, is it true? That you were cursed to reset countless times until you reached this last one, and that Shirin is here, is it true? Naruto. Absolutely. Kuroka fell to her knees and cried tears of joy. She would finally see her beloved Imto again. Naruto sat beside her as the baby dinosaurs began to play, knowing that here they could be free in some way. Naruto. Come here, I'll tell you what happened. 20 minutes passed, during which Naruto told Kuroka what had happened. Kuroka. Wow, that's amazing, but well, I'll go with you. Naruto. Are you sure? Kuroka. Absolutely, I want to go with you and see Shirin-chan again. Naruto nods as they both stand up, and then War looks at the baby dinosaurs. Naruto. Alright guys, we're leaving, but I can't take you like this, since it would be much more suspicious than going with Kuroka, so I'll have to turn you into cards, understood? They nod, then are surrounded by yellow, red, blue, light blue, and purple lights that move toward Naruto, who catches the lights with his hands. Instantly, the cards of the 5 are revealed. Triceratops. Tyrannosaurus. Spinosaurus. Carnotaurus. And Sicania. Upon receiving the cards, Naruto puts them in his pocket before going to see Kuroka. Naruto. Follow me. With that, they both walked on as a clone appeared with firewood, which he gave to Naruto before disappearing. They walked for 3 minutes, noticing Mito and Menma, who already had everything. The two turned to see Naruto with Kuroka, which made them feel jealous without them knowing why. Mito. Jealous, who is she, Naruto? Naruto. She's Kuroka, she's the sister of an acquaintance of mine, and she'll be joining us on our journey. They nodded, and then Naruto put down the firewood and lit the campfire. Kuroka decided to chat with the two boys, who were initially reluctant but then began talking normally, which brought a smile to Naruto's face. But then Naruto set that aside to, unnoticed, take out the dinosaur cards and look at them. Naruto. Sirius, Paris, Gabu, Ace, Terry, Spiny, and Tank are here. Could the other dinosaur cards be here too? If so, I must find them all before they fall into the wrong hands and it's too late. But that in mind, he put away the cards to join the group. After a while, they decided to sleep. Naruto and Menma would sleep in one tent, while Kuroka and Mito would sleep in another. Without saying a word, they went to sleep, but not before setting traps and, as a group of the 3 siblings, playing pranks on Jiraiya for what he had done. The Search for Tsunade Part 3. The group of 5 was seen walking towards a village. The members were Naruto Noire Dreemurr, Menma Bifrong, Mito Uzumaki, Kuroka Taoju, and Jiraiya the Seiga Sennin. Everything would be normal if it weren't for the fact that Naruto saw Jiraiya staring at the woman like a fool. The black-haired girl was showing off her chest, and Jiraiya, being a pervert, was just standing there like an idiot. He even tried to take Kuroka to bed, but Naruto, like a good brother-in-law, always punched him hard, sending him flying Tsunade style. Imagine Tsunade is Naruto. Noir wouldn't let his sister-in-law be touched by that dirty old man. And that's been the daily routine for the last 5 days. Present. The group of 5 was seen entering a village that Naruto recognized. This was where he would meet Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. They spotted a girl, which made Jiraiya's face contort in a perverted way, and he went after her. He might not be able to handle Kuroka today, but he could handle this girl. They all exchanged glances, sighed, and went into the hotel that Jiraiya had told them to book before leaving. Time skip. In the hotel room, Naruto, Mito, Menma and Kuroka were doing various things. Kuroka was dozing like a cat. Menma was playing with a kunai. Mito was drawing, happy to be able to draw again after her parents had forbidden it before she started her training. And Naruto was making dinner. Mito and Menma were tearful because Naruto was whistling a tune they instantly recognized. It was the tune War used to sing to them, now whistled, when they were little and couldn't sleep. Imagine it's a whistle. But they could no longer hear it because of the separation of the siblings, caused by Kushina and Minato. When it was over, the three of them remained silent, the only sound the boiling water filling the air. Naruto finished making dinner, Mito stopped drawing, and Menma stopped playing with the kunai. Naruto turned to face Bifrong and Uzumaki, who had seen him. He sensed his siblings' emotions and opened his arms. He didn't have to say it twice. They jumped towards him, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. They longed to hear that song again. Naruto created a tentacle of hatred, which he used to turn off the stove and cover the pot. Naruto opened his mouth, then. The place was silent as Menma and Mito smiled, tears welling in their eyes. They had desperately longed to hear that song again. Because of Kushina and Minato, they had forgotten who sang it to them, and now they remembered everything. Naruto smiled as he recalled what he had experienced in this reset before the previous ones. The three of them were truly close. They were a team, a real family. Naruto. I understand now, it was never Mito's or Menma's fault, it was always Minato and Kushina who separated us. The three of them remained silent, embracing each other and remembering those moments before their separation. From a corner, Kuroka watched with a smile. This was true familial love. Now she was ready to return to her Imto and never be apart from her again. Just then, there was a knock at the door, making everyone turn around, but Naruto already knew who it was. Naruto. Separating, I'll go. Naruto starts walking towards the door. When he reaches it, he opens it, revealing two people he already knew. Itachi Uchiha. Why Kisame Hoshigaki? Upon seeing them, Naruto remained calm. Naruto. What do you want? Itachi. Our Naruto Noire Dreemurr and Mito Uzumaki Namik is here. Mito, who was hiding, had a twitch in her eye. She no longer considered herself a Namikaze. Naruto. I'm sorry, they can't be found. With that, he slams the door in both their faces. Naruto steps back to retrieve the Nano Cube, Rita. And open it, generating a small green glow which transforms into the Divine Axe Rita, or simply Rita. Mito's weapon was her companion Escanar's weapon when he was Meliodas. Seeing what happened with the Nano Cube, Mito was surprised, as she hadn't expected that. Naruto. On guard. Then they saw the door fly off, causing Naruto to slash it in two. Instantly they saw Kisame with his hand outstretched, wielding a bandaged sword. It was Samehada wrapped in bandages. Kisame. Haha, that wasn't nice, kid. Hey Itachi, what if I rip off his arms and legs to stop him from doing anything? Itachi. No, Kisame, we have to take them back unharmed. Naruto. If you want any of us, you'll have to beat me. Kisame. Hahaha, you're so funny, kid. But in the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of Kisame and punched him in the face, sending him flying out of the apartment. Seeing this, Itachi was surprised but had to dodge a blue fireball. When he turned around, he saw that it was Kuroka. Kuroka. I'm sorry dear, but that will be between Naruto and the walking sushi, you will be my opponent. Itachi activates his Sharigan but then dodges a kunai attack thrown by Menma. Seeing this, Itachi takes a serious stance and assumes a fighting guard. But Naruto. War was using Rita to fight against Kisame who was using Samehada. Kisame. You're good, kid. Naruto. Same to you, Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame. It seems some of the new generation know those of us in the bingo book. Naruto. I've known you for ages. Kisame then received a kick to the face that sent him stumbling backward. Turning around, Naruto saw Mito, who was on guard. Myth. Serious, I won't leave you alone. Naruto nods as they both watch Kisame get up. Kisame. You took me by surprise, girl. At that moment, Itachi arrived with him on his left, while Kuroka and Menma stood on either side of them. Then Naruto began to generate a small sun in his hand using the solar flare release. Imagine Escanar is Naruto. Mito generated a Rasengan in her hand, Menma used his air control and fire control to generate a sphere of air with fire inside. And Kuroka generated blue fire spheres behind her, but also with a strange symbol for everyone except Naruto, and then the hidden Nekish made them spin and launch that disc. Imagine that its ears and tail are hidden. Upon seeing this, Hoshigaki creates a wall of water, generating steam, but this was all part of the plan. Itachi and Kisame adapt to the steam only to see a great light approaching, revealing the attacks launched by Naruto and Menma. Seeing this, Kisame reveals Samehada's true form. To absorb Naruto's attack while Itachi used Kamui to dispel Menma's attack. Both were exhausted, one from the immense heat of the attack and the other because the attack wasn't chakra-based. Then Mito appeared with a Rasengan in each hand, in her left a red Rasengan, chakra soul magic of determination, which she created with Naruto's help, and on the right, a violently spinning Rasengan, which she created with Menma's help. Just as it was about to strike, someone attacked her from the side, sending her crashing into a wall. The culprit was Sasuke, who had arrived knowing Itachi would be there. Sasuke. Arrogant, get out of the way, you stupid bitch. Itachi is mine and I'm going to kill him. But that said, she generates a Chidori. But then they hear something start to make a strange noise. Turning around, they see Mito looking at the fusion of their two Rasengans in her hand. But the problem is that this technique is quite unstable and is about to explode. Naruto. Worried shit. Naruto quickly approaches Mito, using his semblance to take the Rasengan, create a hole in the ceiling with Rita, and launch the Rasengan into the air. Outside. After traveling several meters, the Rasengan exploded, generating a powerful gust of wind. Unfortunately, it didn't end there. From this great gale rained down projectiles of determination and slashes of air that, upon striking the ground, caused a massive tremor and widespread damage. Inside. When the earthquake ended, those present saw that Itachi and Kisame had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Upon seeing this, Sasuke glared at Naruto with hatred. Sasuke. Look what you did, you idiot. Now that bastard escaped. But before he can do anything, he falls to the ground, knocked out by a blow from Mito, who had a wooden board in his hands. Myth. Annoyed, shut up stupid. Just then Jiraiya arrives. Jiraiya. Agitated, what happened? I saw a red sphere come out of here and then explode, damaging almost the entire village. Mito. Pointing at Sasuke, this is the problem. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke with curiosity and confusion. Naruto. Akatsuki had come for Mito and me because we had the Kyuubi. We faced them, and Mito was about to deliver the final blow, but Sasuke arrived, attacking treacherously. The attack was an unstable combination of two, so I was forced to throw her into the air. If I hadn't acted that way, the damage would have been greater, and there would have been injuries and deaths. That surprised Jiraiya. But before he could do anything, the window was broken by Mito, who was coming for Sasuke, albeit in his own way. Mito. Dynamic entrance. Fortunately, he fails to use his technique because Naruto grabs him by the ankle and throws him near Sasuke. Seeing his attacker, Mito glares at Naruto with hatred but sets that aside to carry Sasuke like a sack of potatoes. Mito. I'm leaving here. With that, he left the place in his own style. The rest simply returned to the apartment with Naruto, grateful that nothing disastrous had happened in this reset like in the previous ones. The Search for Tsunade Part 4. It was another day, and the group of 5 was walking toward another village in search of Tsunade. Kuroka was chatting with Menma and Mito, who were already feeling somewhat comfortable with the Taoju's presence. Jiraiya was still engaging in his perverted activities, but Naruto always stopped him. Though the Noir was lost in thought. Naruto. Looking at Menma and Mito, should I tell them about Tsunade? I don't know how they'll react when they find out the truth. He decided to put that aside and continue walking. Time skip. After some time they had arrived at a place where Naruto knew where Tsunade was. Shukuba City. Jiraiya. Here we are, Shukuba City, according to my contacts, this is where Tsunade is located. Kuroka glanced sideways at Naruto, who subtly nodded, implying that the Senju was there. With that, they began walking, while Naruto asked Kuroka to cover her cleavage, which the Taoju girl did, much to Jiraiya's dismay. Upon arriving, they saw several stalls selling bedding, gifts, and other items. This surprised Mito, Menma, and Kuroka, while Jiraiya looked on with a smile, and Naruto seemed oblivious. Jiraiya. Well, it's time to look for Tsunade. Naruto. Pointing to a place, I say we start at that bar, because I know she's there. They all turned to look at the bar. They looked at each other, nodded, and went inside. They started walking while Naruto glanced sideways at Menma and Mito. Naruto. Okay, I'll tell them, but it will be tomorrow. But that they enter and then spot a blonde woman with a nice bust. The group remained silent while one of them already knew who it was. Jiraiya. Appuntando Tsunade. Tsunade. Si levanta Jiraiya. Menma, Mito, and Kuroka were surprised to see Tsunade, while Naruto was simply analyzing the Senju. The 5 of them began walking until they reached the table where Tsunade was sitting with a companion whom Naruto recognized. Shizune. With his little pig in his arms, it was Taunton. Tsunade looked at the children and then at Kuroka. Tsunade. Wow, Jiraiya, you found someone who can put up with you, and you even have 3 kids with you. Jiraiya. Oh, sorry, she's an acquaintance of the red-haired boy with pink tips and black streaks. Tsunade saw Naruto, who was looking at her with a serious expression. Tsunade. This kitty doesn't seem like the others, he seems to have experience. He put that aside to see Jiraiya. Tsunade. Why were you looking for me, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. Okay, I'll tell you. Minato and Kushina died at the hands of Orochimaru. Sensei doesn't want to resume the position of Kage, so they proposed that you be the new Hokage. Tsunade was surprised to hear that Minato and Kushina had died, but then put that aside. Tsunade. I see indifferent. I'm not going to accept being Hokage, as you saw, by being Hokage you're just signing your death warrant. Naruto just sighed inwardly. It was always the same. Naruto. Stands up, let's go, we just wasted our time coming all the way here just to look for a cowardly old woman. This caused Jiraiya to look at him in surprise, while Shizune looked worried and Tsunade angry. Mito and Menma were about to say something, but Kuroka stopped them. Kuroka. Play along. They both nodded as they watched Tsunade stand up, placing her hands on the table. Tsunade. Serious, repeat that, kid. Naruto. Here, you're the kid, fine, I'll repeat it again. You're a weak woman, Tsunade Senju. You prefer to hide in alcohol to avoid your problems. They say you're the great Konoha no Namakuji Tsunade Haim and the best Harem ninja, but all I see is an old woman who just whines while hiding in sake. This was making Jiraiya and Shizune nervous. Mito was somewhat nervous, as was Menma, while Kuroka was calm. She knew that Naruto was only provoking Tsunade, who was already falling for it, as her face was beginning to show an angry expression. On the other hand, Naruto was looking at Tsunade and seeing the Senju soul. His soul was gray, it was a soul without features. Tsunade. Angry you and I, outside, now. Naruto smiled slightly. She had already taken the bait. Outside. Everyone could be seen outside the bar where Mito, Menma, Shizune with Taunton in her arms, Kuroka and Jiraiya were watching Naruto's match against Tsunade. Tsunade. To show you this fight will be even, raises a finger, I'll only use one finger. Naruto. To make it even remotely even, you'll have to use the Byakume no In, okay. But that, he assumed a fighting stance while Tsunade remained unfazed, her finger raised. They stared at each other when Naruto vanished, startling everyone. Menma instinctively removed his sandals, closed his eyes, and saw him. Everything was black, but he could feel the vibrations Naruto created as he moved. He was now acting like a seismic master. Naruto, seeing this, smiled slightly before reappearing in front of Tsunade and delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying into a wall, instantly destroying it. This surprised three people, while Kuroka and Menma remained calm, as this was the kind of power Naruto usually used. Tsunade emerged from the wall, covered in dust. Tsunade. It was luck, kid, but you won't have it again. But that, she lunged forward, her hand clenched into a fist, gathering chakra within it. Reaching Naruto, she unleashed a powerful punch, generating a large cloud of dust. Everyone watched the dust cloud with concern as it dissipated. Once it had completely cleared, they saw something that shocked them. Naruto hadn't moved an inch and was holding Tsunade's fist outstretched, seemingly unfazed, while the Senju stood stunned. Naruto. Was that a punch? How pathetic. I'll show you what a real punch is. With that, he clenched his fist and punched Tsunade hard in the stomach. The Senju opened her eyes, spitting out saliva, and then fell to her knees, clutching her stomach in pain. This action caused different reactions. Jiraiya and Shizune were shocked to see Tsunade like this. Menma and Mito were less affected, Menma because he was used to it and Mito because she was getting used to it. And Kuroka seemed unfazed since she was used to it, even knowing that Naruto was holding back because if he used his true strength, that blow would have killed Tsunade. Tsunade looked up, noticing that Naruto was watching her with a serious expression. Naruto. Indifferent, I was right, you're weak, you couldn't even beat a simple genin, and you call yourself a senin. Tsunade watched this with anger, but for some reason she felt sad. Naruto. Serious, 1 week, we'll give you 1 week to think about the proposal. With that, he started walking toward the apartment they had rented. Seeing this, Mito, Menma and Kuroka followed him, while Jiraiya helped Shizune with Tsunade, who was still reeling from losing to a genin. Time skip. Naruto was seen seeing something he never expected to see. Mito and Menma were drunk. Naruto. Why, Kuroka, why did you give them both sake? Right now, Noir was angry with his sister-in-law Nekishima, who was already asleep after also overindulging in alcohol. But then he was surprised to see how they were both now making advances towards him and unfortunately, his bisexuality was starting to backfire. Naruto. No, controlled Naruto. Naruto tried to ignore them both while trying not to be unfaithful to Kaneko. But just as he thought of her, he remembered what she had said to him. Flashback. Kaneko. Senpai, I don't care who you decide to love or who you add to your imminent harem, the only thing that matters to me is that you love me as an equal. End of flashback. Naruto remained silent, observing both boys, who were drunk but also somewhat sober. Naruto. I hope I don't regret this, okay, let's do it. Menma and Mito blushed slightly, but smiled as the three of them walked to a room, which they locked while Naruto activated soundproof seals. That night was quite eventful for the three of them, and the next day two of them couldn't walk properly. The Search for Tsunade Part 5. It was a new day, and Kuroka, Menma, Mito, and Naruto were having breakfast. Although Kuroka looked at them with a hint of mischief, she was also aware of Naruto's sexuality and knew her sister would accept the relationship if he loved her equally, so she wasn't bothered. Meanwhile, Naruto, Menma, and Mito were also eating breakfast, but there was a slight awkwardness between the three of them. Naruto. I still can't believe what I did, but I admit I liked it. Menma. My anus and hips hurt. Mito. My hips hurt. Menma Mito. With a slight blush, but I don't regret it. But that they continued having breakfast. Time skip. Some time had passed, and a few things had happened. The tension between Naruto, Menma, and Mito had gradually dissipated. Naruto had done some research and discovered that Orochimaru had encountered Tsunade, just like in the old resets, so he decided to let everything unfold as it had in the past. Naruto also decided to tell Mito and Menma the truth. Tsunade Senju was Minato Namikaze's mother and therefore their grandmother. The Noir still remembered their reactions shocked. That's what he saw, and Naruto had to explain a little more, though he still had something to say about Kushina and Makoto, but that would come later. Another thing was that Paris had arrived with Naruto, and this had stirred something in the Noir, who decided to draw Paris as a card and keep it with him because of the feeling. Currently, the trio of kids and the Taoju were watching Jiraiya on the ground being tended to by Shizune. Tsunade had drugged him. Naruto. You're an idiot, Jiraiya. Didn't you realize Tsunade drugged your drink? Jiraiya only grunted but said nothing since Naruto was partly right, he was an idiot and got overconfident. Naruto. We'll take care of it, Shizune and Kuroka, look after the old pervert. But that, he picks up Rita, who was leaning against the wall next to Jiraiya, and puts her on his back. Before he can say anything, Naruto leaps toward Tsunade and Orochimaru, followed by Menma, who uses airbending, and Mito, who does the same as Naruto. But the trio. The three arrived just as Tsunade lay on the ground, her face contorted in horror, as Orochimaru had inflicted a deep wound, blood gushing out. Beside her stood a rogue Konohane, now an Aminin. Aoi Rakashima, bearer of the Raijin no Ken. Orochimaru. Mockingly Kukuku, it seems your title of best Harem ninja is just garbage, Tsunade-chan. Aoi. Mockingly that's right, Orochimaru, I'd better kill her right now. But that, he unleashes the Raijin no Ken. Ignore the nonsense. Then activate it. Aoi lunges, but before he can reach his target, he has to dodge a slash. He instantly sees Naruto and Rita standing before him, while Menma and Mito take their positions on either side. Upon seeing the Noir, Aoi simply looks at him arrogantly, but Orochimaru is nervous, remembering how he almost died at his hands. Aoi. Arrogant well, look what we have here, they're nothing but a bunch of brats, but it doesn't matter, points at them with rage and no Ken back away, or you'll die before me. Naruto. Heh, that won't happen, Aoi Rakashima. Aoi. Well, kid, it seems you know me, you should be proud to die before me. Aoi took a fighting stance while Naruto did the same with Rita on his shoulder. Before they could do anything, Jiraiya arrived, triggering the same exchange that occurred in all the previous resets, but with the difference that instead of Kabuto, it was Aoi. Without further ado, Jiraiya and Naruto launched themselves at Orochimaru and Aoi, respectively, while Mito and Menma stayed behind to protect Tsunade. Ith. I hope you know that you sitting there like nothing is happening only proves that Naruto is right, you are weak. Upon hearing that, Tsunade looks at Mito with annoyance. Tsunade. You shut up, girl, you don't know anything. Mito. That's true, I don't know anything about what you went through, but at least I didn't just sit idly by when I had the chance to change things. That confused Tsunade and caught her attention. Tsunade. What do you mean, girl? They both looked at each other, nodded, and then looked at Tsunade. Menma. Before, when we were under Kushina and Minato's care, we were completely arrogant. When Naruto left the village to train, I had an accident that caused everyone to abandon me and give everything to Mito. That's when I realized my arrogance only made me weak and I decided to change. Mito. In my case, my arrogance only caused me to be constantly on the verge of death. After that, I realized my arrogance was harming me and I decided to change. But what truly revealed me was knowing that Kushina and Minato had admitted, before they died, that they didn't see me as their daughter. They saw me as their weapon. That had surprised Tsunade. Tsunade. What do you mean by all that? Menma. Don't live in the past. If you have the chance to change, take it. They had many chances and now they're dead. Do you want to end up like them or move forward? Tsunade just stood there silently, watching both boys. In the fight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were having a fairly even fight, as the Seven Sage was still weakened by Tsunade's drug. Meanwhile, Naruto was humiliating Aoi, who was growing increasingly desperate. Aoi. Frustrated, this can't be happening, I have the Raijin no Ken, I'm a god. But Naruto stabs Rita in the shoulder where she had the Raijin no Ken, causing her to drop it. Naruto. Dead voice, you're not a god, you're just a renegade die. With that, he makes a diagonal movement, killing Aoi. Naruto takes the Raijin no Ken, stores it at his hip, and turns to watch the fight between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. But as he does, he notices that Tsunade was already ready to fight, but now they were each on their summons. Jiraiya on Gamabunta. Tsunade Saber Kitsayu. And Orochimaru over Manda. Upon seeing this, Naruto stands next to Menma and Mito to stroke Mito's head as he had witnessed the scene. Naruto. Smiling a little, well done, you made her see reason. Mito smiled slightly upon hearing that and feeling more caresses, while Menma grew jealous, but then calmed down upon feeling Naruto's caresses, telling him he had done well too. At that moment, Orochimaru realized that Aoi had died at Naruto's hands. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems you killed Aoi Naruto-kun. Naruto. So what? I have a bad feeling about this. Orochimaru. Well, I have this little gift for you, makes hand seals summoning. This generates a large cloud of smoke from which a huge roar emerges, alerting everyone. Gamabunta. Jiraiya, tell me who that brat is going to face. Jiraiya. I have no idea, Gamabunta. The cloud began to disperse, revealing a bipedal being with black skin and large fangs. Upon seeing him, Naruto was shocked to see Orochimaru. Naruto. Annoyed, you're a damn monster, Orochimaru. That shouldn't have been created. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I don't care, Naruto-kun. Attack my creation. The dinosaur roars loudly to attack Naruto, who takes Menma and Mito on his shoulders and leaps away from everyone. But the trio. Naruto continued hopping with Menma and Mito on his shoulders while being followed by the dinosaur. After a while, they reached a place with no vegetation, but their time was limited since the dinosaur was still following them. Menma. Getting out next to Mito. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto. I brought you here to stop that dinosaur. Mito. Confused dinosaur. Naruto. I'll tell you later, takes out the cards, but it's time to call for backup. Menma. Curious you're calling for backup with cards. Naruto. They're not just ordinary cards, Menma. With that, he put on his Dino reader while listening to the dinosaur approaching. Naruto. Alright, here we go, swiping the card through the Dino reader. Dino pass, it's time to roar, guys. But that happens, the invocation of the dinosaurs. Triceratops, Carnotaurus, Parasaurolophus, Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus and Sechania. As the lights fade, Gabu is revealed in his Triceratops form. Ace in his Carnotaurus form. Paris in its Parasaurolophus form, Terry in its Tyrannosaurus form. Spiny and Su form a Spinosaurus. And Tank in his Sechania form. Upon seeing the dinosaurs, Menma and Mito are shocked, but they recover when they see the other dinosaur make its presence known. Naruto, alright, it's time to end this, Terry. Be careful, I realize that dinosaur is a combination of your race and a velociraptor. Terry nodded as Naruto climbed onto Paris's head. Seeing this, Menma and Mito climbed onto Ace and Gabu, respectively. Naruto. Serious, let's defeat that dinosaur, guys. The dinosaurs roared as the other dinosaur did. The prehistoric battle was about to begin. Tsunade Search Part 6, Prehistoric Battle. The dark-skinned dinosaur could be seen looking at other dinosaurs in front of it. Green, dark blue, light blue, yellow, red, and purple. On the head of the green dinosaur was Naruto, on the dark blue one was Menma, and on the yellow one was Mito. Naruto. Serious, listen, this dinosaur is a creation of Orochimaru, we have to go all out, even with murderous intentions. The dinosaurs nodded, though they were nervous about the idea of going in with murderous intentions. The 7 dinosaurs roared, and the battle began. The dark dinosaur charged at the others, prompting them to do the same. Fight. Abu was the first to attack, charging and managing to push the dinosaur back a little. The dinosaur then bit, causing Gabu to roar in pain. Terry was next, biting the dinosaur, which let out a groan of pain. The dinosaur counterattacked, causing both it and Terry to start a fight for dominance. Mito. Holding on to Gabu, is this normal? Naruto. Holding on to Paris, absolutely. Ace lunges at the dinosaur, managing to push it back a little. Then Spiny attacks the dinosaur, spinning and injuring it slightly. The dinosaur retreats and begins to generate a mist of darkness around its body. Naruto. Holding on to Paris, hold on, he's going to use his move. The dinosaur let out a roar as the mist dispersed with tremendous force, pushing and damaging the others. The dinosaurs fell to the ground while the shinobi trio landed on their feet. Seeing them, the dinosaur roared and charged, forcing the trio to take up their fighting stances. Naruto. We'll give them time to recover a bit. The 6 dinosaurs on the ground let out a small roar in affirmation. Naruto slashed downward, creating a small crater that struck the dinosaur, damaging it and causing it to stumble back. Menma extended his hands, and a dome of air formed around the dinosaur, which began to damage it slightly. Menma. Mito. She nods to make hand seals. Myth. Kaiten. Great Fireball. The fireball is launched and impacts the air dome, causing it to burst into flames. Seeing this, Naruto's hands crackle with electricity, using lightning control, lightning release, lightning release, lightning release, super lightning release, 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 lightning release. Lightning release, lightning release, and lightning release, while simultaneously using Zusakan release to stabilize the attack. Instantly, Naruto charges all that electricity into a sphere and launches it at the dome, transforming it into a dome of fire charged with electricity. The three heard the dinosaur's roars of pain and then deactivated their techniques, leaving the dinosaur on the ground. Naruto was about to approach, but the dinosaur struggled to its feet. Myth. Incredulous, is that thing invincible? The dinosaur was furious, so it began charging a ball of darkness in its mouth and then launched it at its enemies. Seeing this, Naruto summoned Burnt Pan. The soul of kindness is weaponry. Instantly, it summons a shield of kindness to withstand the dinosaur's attack. But it didn't end there, as the dinosaur continued attacking, beginning to crack the shield. Naruto. Damn, this dinosaur has a double movement, although I shouldn't be surprised since it was created, although the bad thing is that the shield is breaking. Having my power sealed and reduced is sometimes counterproductive, but it's better than them going around asking for my power. Mito. Naruto, what do we do? Naruto withstood the attack when an idea occurred to him. Without saying a word, he activated the hand of kindness to withstand the shield. Naruto. I have an idea, do you remember the attack that was formed by combining those techniques because of the Uchiha? They both nod. Naruto. Let's recreate it, but this time I'll throw it. Menma. And how will we do it? Naruto. You guys already know, but this time at the same time. They looked at each other, then at Naruto, nodding nervously. Naruto and Mito began generating the red Rasengan, and then Menma used airbending to give it more spin. As this happened, Naruto prepared himself, but the dinosaur stopped his attacks. Naruto leaped and launched the attack at the dinosaur, causing a large explosion. When the blast dissipated, the dinosaur was still standing, but injured. Menma. Naruto, what now? Naruto looks at his Dino Reader to see the dinosaurs and smile. Naruto. I've got it. He takes an object from his pocket. It was his elementary amplifier. Once he had it, he connected it to his Dino player. Naruto. Activate elemental amplifier. Upon hearing that, the dinosaurs begin to glow brightly, then dissipate, revealing the dinosaurs in their elemental armor. Water. Fire. Land. Air. Prey. And grass. Seeing that, the other two were surprised as Naruto deactivated the shield. Menma. What now? Naruto. Well, it's time to use the dinosaur moves, Paris, nature's blessing. When you say that, the image of the letter appears in your Dino Reader. With that, Paris releases some leaves from his mouth to the dinosaurs, giving them a little more life. Naruto. Tank, Dino Gyro. The letter appears in his Dino Reader. Tank runs towards the dinosaur, which tried to do something, but the Sachania was quick and managed to grab the dinosaur by its tail, spin it around forcefully, and throw it to the other side, causing it damage. Naruto. Spiny, Shockwave. The letter appears in the Dino Reader. Water appeared around Spiny and then threw him towards the dinosaur, who began to drown as he felt the swirling water around him. Naruto. Ace, Cyclone. The letter appears in the Dino Reader. The air began to swirl around Ace, then surged toward the still drowning dinosaur. The water dispersed, but Ace attacked the dinosaur, then backed away, watching as the dinosaur soared into the sky amidst a whirlwind. After a few minutes, the dinosaur collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Naruto. We can't waste any time, Terry, volcanic eruption. The letter appears in the Dino Reader. Too much fire begins to gather in Terry's mouth, and then he spits it out on the ground, creating a path of fire that reaches the dinosaur, leaving it with severe burns. Mito. Nervously, this is getting out of hand. Naruto. I know, but just one more move, Gabu, electric strike. The letter appears in the Dino Reader. A bolt of lightning strikes Gabu from the sky, electrifying him. Instantly, Gabu charges at the dinosaur, who recovers and takes the full force of the attack. The dinosaur falls backward, glowing black and shrinking to 3 cards. End of the fight. Naruto. It's over. Mito and Menma collapsed in relief as the dinosaurs behind them roared with victory. The Search for Tsunade, Part 1. The 3 boys were seen with the dinosaurs in the same place as their victory. Mito. That was intense. Menma. I understand. On the other hand, Naruto approached the cards to use the scanner analysis option of the Absolute Solver. And point the symbol at the cards to see the information. Dinosaur card. Name. Indominus Rex. Element. Darkness. Description. This dinosaur is a combination of the Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. Movement card. Name. Spectral roar. Description. Charges darkness around the dinosaur, then it unleashes a roar, creating a shockwave using the surrounding darkness. Movement card. Name. Shadow ball. Description. The dinosaur generates a ball of darkness in its snout and then fires it. The number and power of the shots depend on the level of danger surrounding the dinosaur. Naruto looked at the information and then stored the movement cards in his Dino reader, leaving the dinosaur card in his hand. Naruto looked at the card and then turned it over to see the back. Naruto saw the symbol when Menma and Mito stood beside him looking at the card. Mito. Is that the card? Naruto. Nods, that's right. Then Naruto sees the dinosaurs and makes them return as cards by catching them with his hand. Naruto looks at the cards and then turns them over, seeing the water symbols. Fire. Land. Air. Prey. And grass. Naruto looked at the cards and then put all 7 cards in his pocket. Naruto. Let's go. The two nod, but as they turn towards where the Sennin were fighting, they see something. A dinosaur. A Pachycephalosaurus. Upon seeing it, the 3 of them froze while the dinosaur watched them curiously, but Naruto seemed more familiar to it. Naruto began to approach slowly. Myth. What are you doing? But Naruto didn't answer and slowly approached the Pachycephalosaurus. As he got closer, Naruto extended his hand to stroke the dinosaur's crest, and the dinosaur seemed to enjoy the caress. Naruto smiled slightly as the Pachycephalosaurus glowed with a golden light, then shrank into 2 cards. Naruto reached out to examine the cards. The Pachycephalosaurus card. And the movement card, laser beam. Naruto looked at the cards to store the movement card in his Dino reader, then turned over the dinosaur card, noticing the secret symbol. Naruto saw that with a small smile as he put the letter in his pocket. Naruto. Now then, let's go. They both nodded and then ran off towards where the Sannin were. Time skip. 3 minutes passed, and the 3 arrived where the Sannin were fighting, noticing they were still engaged in their battle. Seeing this, Naruto quickly approached. Naruto. Hey. Upon hearing the shout, the fight stops so the 6 can look at Naruto. The Noir begins to walk with a confident stride, making Menma, Mito, Jiraiya, and Tsunade nervous. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems you beat my pet, but it doesn't matter, Kukuku, kill him, Manda. Naruto was annoyed to hear Orochimaru tell the Indominus Rex, it may be an artificial life, but it's a life form. But before Manda could do anything, Naruto started to speak. Naruto. Shish kasash kasash saneshish. Detente Manda. Manda suddenly stops, surprising everyone, but especially Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Manda, react to Shina, react to Manda. But the Great Snake ignored him and continued watching Naruto. Naruto. Shiashish kasash ashish kasash sss inishianashish kasash sinishiush sineshiush, stop this and go back to your world, Manda. Manda looked Naruto in the eyes, who did the same. Naruto. Eshisushinishahara. Manda. Shsasheshksinish siamo. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, causing Orochimaru to fall to the ground, still on his feet, but stunned by what he had just witnessed. Everyone watched Naruto, who was acting as if nothing had happened and holding Rita by his back. Orochimaru. Growls, we'll meet again, Naruto Noire Dreemurr. With that, he disappears in a puff of smoke, but not before glaring at Naruto with hatred. Seeing this, everyone relaxes, but they all look at Naruto. Tsunade. What was that? He just looks at her with a raised eyebrow. Tsunade. Those whispers, what you did to make Manda leave, what was all that about? Naruto. It's parcelting, the language of snakes. That surprised everyone. Menma. Is it possible for someone else to learn it? Naruto. It's difficult, very difficult to learn parcelting, but it's possible. Everyone nods, but then Naruto sees Tsunade. Naruto. Now your verdict. Tsunade only smiles slightly when she sees Menma and Mito. Tsunade. Thanks to them, I realized I was only living in the past. Sees Naruto, I'm going to Konoha with you. Naruto nodded, and then they all retired to the hotel, performing more summons to their respective worlds. The next day, they set off for Konoha. Arensha Uzumaki Namikaze. A week had passed since Tsunade arrived in Konoha, and several things had happened. Upon her arrival, Tsunade made drastic changes, with the civilian council now doing what they were supposed to do, advising, which clearly angered the council members. Naruto investigated Tsunade a bit, noticing that she was the same as in the old resets when she was good, which made him give her a small chance. Mito saw that she was gradually starting to have problems with her things. So she asked Naruto for some help, who told her that it was probably something Kushina and Minato had done in desperation, which clearly put Mito and Naruto on alert. During that week, Naruto went from place to place looking for dinosaurs, managing to collect and recover the Styracosaurus, lightning. Ankylosaurus, tiara. Saurolophus, grass. Ampellosaurus, water. Vajungasaurus, wind. And Yangchuanosaurus, fire. Naruto decided to reveal the truth about them to Tsunade, and her reaction was clearly expected. The Senju was shocked to learn that Minato was her son, but even more so to learn that Menma, Mito, and Naruto were her grandchildren. She clearly tried to spend more time with the three of them, which surprised them a little, but they accepted and appreciated the time. At Plag's request, Naruto spent a lot of time making camembert. The smell was awful, but the cheese, strange as it may seem, was good, although it was mostly Kaneko who devoured it because of her pregnancy, and many times she and Plag would fight over the cheese, causing Naruto to make more cheese and also scold them. Kuroka had settled into the house, having her own room, which was Kaneko's old room, and had the Taoju symbol on it. Although Kaneko teased her a little for having the same last name, she accepted it. Everyone except Kaneko started training to stay in shape, though Naruto did it to distract himself from things like his constant thoughts about the singularity, which, after much research, he learned was in Glitchtale. It was also revealed who would be promoted, and only Shikamaru was promoted. Upon learning this, Menma and Mito were about to say something, but Tsunade secretly gave Naruto his position, knowing what the civilians and the civil council were up to. Currently, Naruto and Weiss were seen destroying the electricity dust. Fire dust. Ice dust. And hard light dust. They had both finished, and then Naruto checked the time on a wall clock. Naruto. Stands up. I apologize, I had to meet with Mito and Menma about something related to what I told you. Weiss. Yes, it's okay, the next part is easy, I'll do it myself. Naruto nodded with a small smile, patted Weiss's head, and left. Weiss simply watched him go, returning to the dust with a smile and a slight blush. Time skip. Mito, Menma, and Naruto were seen at Ichiraku Ramen eating while talking about what was happening to Mito. Menma. Serious, I'm with Naruto. They probably did something stupid to force me to come back. Mito. But what could it be? I have two theories. Naruto. Shoot. Mito. One is that they're taking everything from me so they can force you to return, but the second theory is that they made you the heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Menma. Even if it sounds crazy, it's the most logical explanation, knowing what they were like. Naruto nodded, remembering how in the old resets Kushina and Minato had done stupid things to get him to come back to them. Kushina had even gone so far as to say that the Noir could sleep with her whenever he wanted. They were about to continue when an Anbu appeared. Anbu? Naruto Noire Dreemurr, you are requested at the Hokage's office. Naruto. Serious, fine, but I'm taking them with me, and I won't take no for an answer. The Anbu nodded, knowing the boy before him was stronger, perhaps even stronger than any Anbu. Without another word, the Anbu withdrew, leaving the three to eat. Time skip. Naruto, Menma, and Mito were seen arriving at the door of the cage's office. Upon seeing the door, Naruto knocked. Tsunade. Go ahead. The three of them go inside and then watched Tsunade do the paperwork. Naruto. Amused, are you still doing paperwork? Tsunade. TSK, this isn't funny, but it's good that you came. Menma. Why did you call us, Grandma? Tsunade. Well, it's a bit complicated, but I'll explain. But that said, it is reported that Minato and Kushina had designated Naruto as the heir to everything related to the Uzumaki and Namikaze lineage. Tsunade. I honestly don't know why they did that. Naruto. There's an explanation for that. Then he explains about his abandonment, a little of what he did, how Menma was abandoned due to an accident, how Bifrone grew up alone on the streets, while Mito became arrogant because of Minato and Kushina, how time passed where she almost died because of her arrogance, how the deceased adults tried everything to get Naruto to return, but they did nothing to convince him to come back, and then the rest of the story. Tsunade. Shocked, wow, that's amazing. I remember how Jiraiya told me about the prophecy, but I told him not to do what he did, and now here's the result. The three of them nodded in agreement with what their grandmother said. Menma. What now? Naruto. I have an idea. Everyone saw them. Naruto. Look, I don't want the inheritance, so I'll pass it on to Mito. But to avoid some problems, I'll say I'm the heir. I have a feeling about something, and it's related to Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade. Raising an eyebrow. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto. Yes, that's him. This left the three of them confused. They knew the Uchiha was mentally unstable. Just then, the door was suddenly flung open by Sakura Haruno, who surprisingly had short hair. Although that put everyone on alert. Sakura. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke Uchiha ha desertado. That surprised everyone except Naruto. Just then, Emily arrived and greeted Naruto. Tsunade. Serious, give me the detailed report. Sakura. You see, last night I was returning from a training session my sister here had arranged for me. When I passed through the gate of Konoha I saw Sasuke Uchiha trying to desert. I tried to stop him, but I was too tired and I lost. That silenced everyone as Naruto watched Sakura cautiously. He knew she wasn't lying because he could feel her emotions. Naruto. Serious, do you know where she said she was going? Sakura became a little nervous upon seeing Naruto as she remembered what people had said about him and what she had seen. Sakura. Yes, he said he was going to get power to kill his brother. Naruto knew instantly what she was talking about. Tsunade. Anbus. The Anbus appear. Tsunade. I want Shikamaru Nara, Niji Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Choji Akimichi brought here. The Anbu nod to withdraw. Time skip. After a while, those who had been summoned arrived. Upon seeing the trio, those who were still with Hinata looked at them with anger and a sense of betrayal, still clinging to the idea that they had betrayed Hinata. Shikamaru. Why did Hokage-sama call us? Tsunade. I called you to inform you that Sasuke Uchiha has deserted. That alerted everyone. Tsunade. I want him brought here either alive or dead, Naruto will accompany you. Everyone nodded, though some were still angry with Naruto, all except Niji, who knew the truth and, sadly, agreed with what had happened. With that, they began to leave, but Sakura stopped Naruto, placing her hand on his shoulder. Naruto. Sirio Haruno. Sakura. Suerte. Naruto raised an eyebrow but nodded and left, leaving everyone there. Naruto Noire Dreemurr vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 1. There was a place filled with water with two statues, one of Hashirama Senju and the other of Madara Uchiha. This place was the Valley of the End. Naruto Noire Dreemurr was inside Hashirama's head, while Sasuke Uchiha was inside Madara's. Naruto had left his companions behind, as had happened in the previous resets, until he arrived and had to go after Sasuke. At least he left a clone to save Taiya, since she was like in the previous resets and wouldn't let an Uzumaki remain part of Orochimaru's ranks against her will. But let's return to the present. Sasuke. Arrogant, it's a waste of time, dope. You're not going to beat me. I'm leaving that stinking village to go with Orochimaru and gain more power so I can kill Itachi. Naruto. I know you won't want to come back. Smiled sadistically, but who said you were coming back? This caught Sasuke's attention, who thought Naruto was going to let him go, unaware that the Noir had activated his gear shift quirk. Without warning, Naruto disappears, only to reappear beside him, connecting his fist with his cheek. Instantly, the Uchiha is sent flying into the water, creating a large splash. The Noir dives into the lake as the Uchiha gets up with a hateful glare. Naruto summons two hands of ambition. One on each side of him. The right floating hand glowed slightly as spheres of water emerged from the lake. Sasuke. Arrogant, is that all? Pathetic. Makes hand seals fire release. Great fireball technique. With that, he launches the fireball, making Naruto smile slightly. His left floating hand glows, giving the fireball a magenta aura, and it becomes one of Naruto's techniques. This had surprised Sasuke, but he put that aside when he saw how Naruto had drawn dagger. The weaponry of the soul of ambition. He began channeling fire and water into the blade of the dagger, then launched a slash at Sasuke. The Uchiha saw this and formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire release jutsu. But he was surprised to see the attack absorbed, unaware that Naruto had used the water dragon release. The Uchiha didn't know when, but he had been hit by the full force of the attack, which sent him flying. From where he had been thrown, the Uchiha emerged with second-degree burns and soaked. Sasuke. With hatred, you damned wretch, how dare you do this to me, an elite Uchiha. I'm going to kill you. That activates the cursed seal, reaching level 1. Seeing this, Naruto decides to use the Byakume no In for the first time, activating it after first putting his headband around his neck. Several black marks and lines appear on his body, but the most distinctive feature is the mark on his face. His Byakume no In mark. Upon seeing that, Sasuke begins to laugh like a madman. Sasuke. Arrogant, you think those stupid lines are going to help you? You're an idiot. He continued laughing, but then saw Naruto standing in front of him and landed another blow, sending him flying again, but not before knocking out a tooth and drawing blood. The Uchiha got up and feeling his missing tooth and blood, he was filled with rage and glared at Naruto with hatred. Sasuke. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. With that, they launched into a taijutsu battle where the Uchiha thought they were evenly matched, but in reality, the Noir was holding back considerably, too much so, in fact. The Uchiha threw a kick, but Naruto blocked it. Instantly, Sasuke, in the same position, tried to strike Naruto, but Naruto handled it effortlessly and then delivered a kick to the Uchiha's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto immediately threw him to the ground and 7 Rasengan formed around him. Red, soul magic of determination, light blue, soul magic of patience. Orange, soul magic of valor. Blue, soul magic of integrity. Purple, soul magic of perseverance. Yellow, soul magic of justice. And green, soul magic of kindness. Instantly, the Rasengan began to spin around Noir as the Uchiha stood up with a look full of hatred. Sasuke. How dare you do that? I will at least honor you by killing you with my own hands. But that said, he lunged again at Naruto, who continued to easily keep him at bay. Naruto decided to kick Sasuke into the air and begin using the Rasengan around him, along with his other abilities. When he launched the Rasengan of Kindness, it struck Sasuke but also expanded, causing more damage and sending him flying. When he launched the Rasengan of Justice, it split into 5 smaller Rasengans, which impacted Sasuke's shoulders, legs, and chest. When he launched the Rasengan of Perseverance, it struck Sasuke's abdomen but generated a small shockwave that further damaged him. When he launched the Rasengan of Integrity, it struck Sasuke's chest, but it didn't stop there. This Rasengan remained intact for a longer time, creating small cuts across the Uchiha's chest before exploding, leaving the raven-haired boy with even more cuts. Sasuke fell into the water and tried to get up, but he couldn't. His body was in excruciating pain, and blood was pouring from his body and mouth. Sasuke. Growling, damn it. The Uchiha was getting up as Naruto looked at the 3 Rasengan he had left. Seeing that Sasuke was already standing, the Noir launched the Rasengan of Patience, which split into 2 connected by a thread of magic. Upon reaching the Uchiha, the thread bound him by his torso and arms, and the Rasengans then struck his body, damaging him until they dissipated. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke and kicked him, sending him flying into the air. Then the Noir launched the Rasengan of Valor, which exploded upon impact with the Uchiha's abdomen, sending him flying even higher and leaving him with burns. Naruto threw a 3-pronged kunai into the air and then appeared above Sasuke with a Rasengan of Determination, striking the Uchiha in the back and causing even more damage, nearly breaking it. Sasuke was then sent flying into the lake, creating a large amount of water as Naruto landed gracefully. Sasuke was getting up without the cursed seal while spitting out more blood. Sasuke. With hatred, you bastard, how dare you. Naruto was indifferent, then formed a black Rasengan in his hand. The Rasengan made with soul magic of hate. Naruto. How dare I? Well, it's easy, I said you wouldn't return to Konoha, smiled sadistically, but I never said whether it would be alive or dead. With incredible speed, he appeared in front of Sasuke, who was already standing but in pain. Instantly, Naruto struck Sasuke with the Rasengan, who felt as if Naruto were crushing him from the inside, but it wasn't. It was the Rasengan of hate magic that created that effect. The Uchiha was then sent flying towards the statues, crashing into one of them and falling into the water. Naruto began to approach slowly. Naruto. Mockingly, wow, is that all the great and powerful Sasuke Uchiha has? How pathetic. Sasuke violated it. Naruto. Mockingly, yes, you're pathetic, a great elite Uchiha losing against a commoner, you're definitely pathetic, you're weak, you lack hatred, you lack power, you lack family, you lack everything. This made Sasuke grow angrier and angrier as he expelled chakra and the cursed seal glowed intensely. Naruto. Smiling slightly, he fell for it. With that, he takes a big leap forward as Sasuke's appearance changes and Naruto decides to use his Imkai side in this fight and of course he would do what he did in past resets to avoid delays. Kill Sasuke. Naruto Noire Dreemurr vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 2. Naruto could be seen calmly watching Sasuke, who was furious at being humiliated by, in his opinion, a commoner. So great was his anger that he activated the cursed seal to reach level 2. Sasuke looked at himself and then started laughing. Sasuke. Arrogant, yes, with this power I'll finally be able to mark you, you damn dope. Naruto looked at him indifferently, knowing the cursed seal very well, so he would use Jutsu to deactivate it, but of course, he was going to kick his ass before killing him. Without saying anything, and still with the Byakugan no inactivated, Naruto made a foxtail and ears appear. It was his Imkai state. They both looked at each other, Naruto indifferent and Sasuke arrogant. The Uchiha began to fly to gain an advantage over Naruto. Sasuke. Arrogant, you can't beat me while you're in the air, you useless thing. But he didn't expect Naruto to unleash his zombie drone wings. At great speed, he took flight, managing to tackle Sasuke. The Uchiha separated himself, trying to maintain his balance since it was his first time using those wings. Meanwhile, unseen by Sasuke, Naruto made his arms explode, revealing his murder drone arms. The Uchiha attacked again, but Naruto, already experienced in aerial combat, began to dodge masterfully as one of his hands transformed into claws. And the other a sword. The mate cuts to the Uchiha's wings, who fell into the water with black blood oozing from the wounds. Sasuke watched this with surprise, then glared with hatred at Naruto, who fell into the water with aplomb, his arms back to normal. Sasuke. Growling with hatred, how dare you, you damned commoner. Once I kill you, I'll leave this stupid village and kill Itachi. Naruto. Mockingly, you think you can kill Itachi Uchiha when you can't even beat me. This made Sasuke growl and get into a fighting stance while Naruto stood there as if nothing had happened. The Uchiha lunged at Naruto, who dodged, shifting slightly to deliver a knee strike to Sasuke, who had his guard down. Naruto activated one for all in his own full cowl technique. Then he started hitting him like he did before his resets. And sent him flying far away, badly injured. Before the Uchiha can fall, Naruto uses the strings of patience and his black whip quirk to pull him towards him and deliver more blows, then spins and sends Sasuke flying towards the statues. Naruto. Looking towards where he sent Sasuke, Byakumo no in, Imkai state, zombie drone wings, one for all, yep, I'm doing well, but knowing the emo like in the old resets he won't give up, he's too stupid and arrogant to see that he doesn't have a chance. From the crater in the statue emerged Sasuke, glaring at Naruto with pure hatred. Seeing this, Naruto decided to take advantage of the situation, generating a soul magic Rasengan with a hand behind his back. The Uchiha lunged, but Naruto flew towards him, using his semblance to create a whirlwind that confused Sasuke. Just when he least expected it, Naruto appeared above him with a different Rasengan in his hand. It was the soul magic Rasengan of purity. Naruto made a small turn and then struck Sasuke in the back with a Rasengan, who felt the same as with the soul magic Rasengan of hate, but this time this Rasengan was burning him from the inside. Sasuke was sent flying, sinking into the water while Naruto hovered in the air, looking down at the lake. From the water, Sasuke burst forth, his face contorted with rage and hatred, and attacked Naruto, who had anticipated the reaction. As they flew, Naruto easily kept Sasuke at bay, who was now attacking with fury and hatred. Sasuke. Attacking in anger, you're a bastard, you can't beat me, an elite Uchiha. Naruto. Mockingly and keeping Sasuke at bay, well, guess what? I'm doing it. Sasuke continued attacking in anger when he heard a whirring of blades and saw Naruto's mocking smile. Naruto. Let me tell you something, Sasuke, I've always been a clone. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, especially when the clone caught him and hugged him using the black whip quirk. He then saw the original Naruto with another clone beside him, both in the same state as before their battle, except the original was in the Imkai state, while the clone was normal. Both had their zombie drone wings. But what distinguished them both was that they each held a shuriken-like weapon in each hand. The clone's was white. And the original one is red with a pink center and a little bit of white. Naruto clone. Ard Imkai Rasen Shuriken Futen Rasen Shuriken. With that, they both launched the Rasen Shurikens toward their target, Sasuke, who was helpless, especially since the clone vanished as he got closer, causing the Rasen Shurikens to collide with him and create two domes. These domes had two distinct effects. The wind release, Rasen Shuriken Dome began damaging him at a molecular level, while the Imkai Ard Rasen Shuriken Dome damaged him at a cellular level, also causing burns. Naruto witnessed this when he sensed presences approaching. Naruto. Rude Anbu are approaching to prevent me from capturing Sasuke, they won't succeed, besides, he won't even return alive. Noir raises his hand to generate a multicolored Rasen Shuriken. Naruto. 7 Souls Rasen Shuriken. With that, he launches it in any direction. Upon impact, a large multicolored dome is generated as Naruto feels the presences and souls of Danzo's Rude Anbu vanish. Naruto turns towards Sasuke, but… Sasuke had a crazed look on his face as he pierced Naruto's chest with his Chidori. Naruto. Indifferent, oh wow, I didn't expect that. This confused Sasuke when Naruto raised his hand. Instantly, a 7-colored Rasengan formed in his hand. The Rasengan of the 7 human souls. With that, he strikes Sasuke in the face, sending him flying with a dislocated jaw and spitting up a lot of blood. Naruto, in his other hand, began to generate a purple Rasengan using chakra and his demonic magic. It was his new creation, Rasenku. With that, and his wound now healed, Naruto launched himself at the Uchiha, who took the attack head-on, causing him to spit up a lot of blood since Rasenku had struck him in the stomach. The Uchiha tried to get up, but Naruto pinned him down. Sasuke. In pain and growling with hatred, get down you bastard so I can kill you. Naruto smiles sadistically as he extends his arms and creates claws of dark matter. Imagine it's Naruto. He instantly grabbed Sasuke's wings and yanked them off. The Uchiha screamed in pain as blood streamed from his back. Naruto, now clawless, got down and grabbed Sasuke, who had reverted to his original form, by the hair and began to walk, dragging the Uchiha along. Naruto then decided to return to his original form as he continued to drag Sasuke. Naruto. You said you would kill me, but you didn't even hurt me. Sasuke could only listen weakly. Naruto left Sasuke lying in the lake to summon Oz. The weapon of the soul of despair. Instantly, Naruto plunges the scythe into Sasuke's shoulder, spinning him around and launching him into the air. As he ascends, Naruto moves a hand to begin generating another Rasengan, but a different one. As the Uchiha begins to fall from Naruto's grasp, the sound of birds is heard. Due to gravity, Sasuke spins around and, still in pain, manages to see Naruto's technique. The Rasen Chidori, a fusion of the Rasengan and Chidori. Naruto saw Sasuke and then struck upwards, just as the Uchiha landed on top of him. Sasuke began to let out a heart-wrenching scream as he felt the Rasen Chidori in his chest. Naruto applied more force and then… Now the hand pierced Sasuke's chest, and he spat out blood. Naruto pulled his hand out as Sasuke landed on his feet, but he staggered, his face a mask of shock. Naruto gave him a small shove, causing the Uchiha to fall backward, bleeding to death. Naruto. Looking at Sasuke's inert body, I'm sorry, auntie, but it was either that or Sasuke would become a rogue, and the same thing would happen as in the old resets. Naruto opens his hand where he performed the jutsu, noticing a black heart. It was Sasuke's soul. Naruto looked up at the sky, remembering what he had discovered several resets ago and what had actually happened in this reset. Kushina and Makoto were sisters, making Sasuke his cousin and the cousin of Mito and Menma. Naruto sighed and pulled out an empty soul jar to place Sasuke's soul inside, filling it with color. Without further ado, he puts the boat away to pick up Sasuke's body and begins to retreat while deactivating his Imkai state and putting away his wings. Judgment. Tsunade, Menma and Mito could be seen waiting at the door along with other people, including Sasuke's fangirls. After a while, Naruto arrived, carrying Sasuke's lifeless body. Naruto. Serious mission accomplished, Tsunade-sama, but unfortunately the rogue didn't want to cooperate and had to be killed. Tsunade nodded, knowing from her other two grandchildren that Sasuke's death was the only way to bring him back, since alive the Uchiha could try to escape again, and this time he'd have help from some of them. On the other hand, the fangirls didn't take it well and started crying, while calling him names like murderer, monster, demon, etc. Menma and Mito defended him, and even Sakura chimed in, sharing truths she discovered about Sasuke, but the fangirls were so blind and deaf that they didn't even listen and left angrily, cursing Naruto and calling those who were on Naruto's side traitors. Myth. I have a bad feeling. Menma, Sakura, and Tsunade nodded. Naruto. So, see Sakura, why did you defend me, Haruno? Sakura. To be honest, when I was kicked out of the shinobi ranks, I blamed you for what happened to me, but when you revived my sister, she helped me see the reality of life and I wanted to return the favor. Naruto nods, and then the group begins to walk with Noir, already knowing what the civil council would do, although in truth there were two possibilities. The next day. Naruto was walking while a black cat followed him. It was Kuroka in her cat form. Naruto knew why she was following him, and the truth was, it was necessary for the plan. Just then, 3 rude Anbu appeared in front of Naruto. Anbu 1. Naruto Noire Dreemurr, you are requested in the council room. Naruto nods, and then the 3 Anbu disappear. Seeing this, Naruto glances briefly at the cat and nods, which the black feline returns as she disappears into the shadows. Yes, Kuroka's elements were Miten and Kaiten, and thanks to Naruto, she also acquired the Hidesekan release and has absolute control over dark elements. Without another word, Naruto vanishes in a water shunshin. Boardroom. The civil council was seen alongside the elders and Danzo Shimura. Waiting for Naruto's arrival. Suddenly, a water shunshin appears, revealing Naruto. Before he can say or do anything, several rude Anbu appear beside Naruto to subdue and arrest him, though of course, Naruto had already expected this. Hamura. By order of the council, you are under arrest for the murder of Sasuke Uchiha, the last Uchiha loyal to Konoha. Naruto. Yeah, right, so loyal he was going to join Orochimaru. At least I saved his soul. Danzo. Arrogant, but I negotiated with my comrades and they agreed to make you our weapon to bring peace to Konoha. So you will be taken to Konoha prison and your training will begin the next day. The civil council, the elders and Danzo laughed arrogantly while Naruto remained indifferent. Then Naruto noticed something through the window. A white cat. It was Kaneko in her cat form. Both the cat and Naruto looked into each other's eyes. Naruto. Don't worry, Kaneko-chan, I'll be fine. Kaneko. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Despite not speaking, they could tell what the other was thinking just by looking into each other's eyes. Then, a black cat appeared next to the white one, and both disappeared. Suddenly, Naruto was roughly grabbed by a rude Anbu and taken away. On the streets. Naruto was being dragged by the rude Anbu toward the prison while the rest of the village laughed at him, even throwing things at him, while the dark-haired boy remained indifferent. Menma, Mito, Sakura, and Tsunade watched this. The first 3 were surprised, while Tsunade was furious. But before they could do anything, the 4 felt something hit them on the back of their necks. Turning around, they saw it was paper balls, and then Emily and Kuroka were gesturing for them to come. Curious, the 4 obeyed, but not before seeing Naruto wink at them, assuring them that he would be alright. But Naruto. He had already been left in his cell, very well chained up. Ninja. Arrogant, well demon, have fun during your stay here. With that, he left, but not before punching Naruto in the face, a blow that didn't even move him an inch. The ninja growled in anger, but retreated as Naruto stared at his chained hands, then revealed the symbol of the absolute solver. Naruto. They only sealed the little chakra I was using, not all of my power. I just have to wait until nightfall and boom, freedom. That deactivates the absolute solver to patiently wait for the night. In Naruto's hut. Everyone seemed to be tidying up, but our attention was drawn to something else. At a table, Betty and Emily were sitting across from Tsunade, Menma, Mito, and Sakura. The latter four were in shock, while the two looked calm. Tsunade. So my eldest grandson was cursed with infinite resets and suffering, but now this is the last one. Betty. Nods, that's right. Mito. That's hard to process. Menma. And I think that's why Naruto is so strong. Sakura nodded, still in shock. Inside Mito's seal, her Kyuubi had heard that and was stunned. Now she knew why Naruto was so powerful and how he had altered the seal to prevent her from controlling Mito. Meanwhile, the four of them were analyzing the situation before looking after Betty and Emily. Tsunade. Okay, we accept to go with you. Besides, in the short time I've been here, I've realized this village is headed for ruin. Menma. I already lost my brother once, or rather, several times. I won't do it again. Mito. I've decided to change, so I'm leaving. Sakura. The only family I have left is Emily, so I'm coming with you. Emily and Betty smile. Menma. Is anyone else coming? Betty. Yes, but you'll have to wait until tonight because that's when the plan will begin. Everyone nods, then gets up and settles things, but not before Tsunade gives Mito the Uzumaki inheritance, since she keeps the Namikaze inheritance because she is still, in part, a Namikaze. Prison escape. Hours had passed and now it was night, which meant one thing. Escape. In Konoha prison. In a cell, a boy could be seen chained up. It was Naruto Noire Dreemurr. The boy had his eyes closed when he opened them. Naruto. It's time. With that, he activates the Absolute Solver, selecting the Destroy option to break a section of the right chain and the chain around his neck. Instantly, Naruto removes the shackles from his hands and neck and begins pulling on the chain as he planned to use it as a weapon. Using the Alter option in the Absolute Solver, Naruto removes the chakra suppression seals. It's not that he can't fight without chakra, it's just that he was annoyed by what they did to him. He was about to move when he hears harrowing noises, screams of pain, bodies crashing together, and other sounds that Naruto recognized as a massacre. Naruto gets into a fighting stance while preparing the chain when he sees the door begin to dent from blows and hears slashing sounds. Naruto is preparing himself when the door is destroyed. As the dust settles, Naruto is surprised to see who is standing before him. They are Summer Rose. Tiang Xiaolong. Raven Branwen. And Crow Branwen. Members of Team STRQ, Stark. Naruto was in shock as his appearance changed to that of Ruby Rose. Seeing this, Summer, Taeyang, and Crow smiled and went to hug the girl, while Raven looked away. She wouldn't admit it, but she felt jealous. She also felt sadness, remembering when she learned the fate of her daughter Yang and brother Crow in the reset. The truth was, knowing that only she remained, knowing that her daughter and brother had died, tore her soul apart. She knew then that her daughter had been right. She had been a coward. She pushed that thought aside as she saw Ruby stand before her. Ruby. I'm not one to say, but I just hope that in this new opportunity you managed to get along with Yang and Uncle Crow. Raven smiled slightly upon hearing that. Raven. Okay Ruby. Ruby nods with a smile, then becomes serious. Ruby. Alright, that's it, time to get out of here. Crow, taking a swig from his flask. You're the boss Ruby. Ruby nods when Summer gives her something. Summer. This is yours, daughter, son, Ash, I don't know how to tell you. Ruby. I'm used in this form, call me daughter, in my original form son, Mom Summer. Summer nods with a smile, though she's a little confused to hear Ruby call her Mom Summer. Ruby takes the object, which is her Nano Cube belt, to put it on, but then takes out the Nano Cube, Harbinger, and gives it to Crow. Ruby. Must return to her rightful owner. Crow smiles, then Ruby opens the Nano Cube, summoning Harbinger, who is then taken over by Branwen. At that moment, they hear the ninjas approaching, causing everyone to assume a defensive stance. Ruby. Okay, we all have experience in assassination, so go all out, but first. Ruby pulls out the Nano Cube, double attack trigger. They open it, revealing the weapon. The weapon had caught the attention of Team STRQ. Summer. And that weapon, daughter. Ruby. It's a double attack launcher, a weapon I got when I reset as Max Steel, but it doesn't matter, get ready. Summer prepares with Sundered Rose in axe mode, Crow with Harbinger in sword mode, Taeyang had prepared with some knives, and Raven prepared Omen. The draw his dust sword from hard light. And put on his mask. The shinobi had arrived to see the group of 5. Ruby decided to use the quirk smoke screen. To make the shinobi lose some visibility, while Team STRQ and Ruby could see. Ruby. Attack. With that, the 5 of them launched themselves at the shinobi. Within the smoke, screams, the slicing of meat, gunshots, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. With Ruby. She used her semblance to move quickly while firing energy blasts and electroshocks with her dual attack trigger. With Taeyang and Summer. They both had good coordination while cutting down enemies and Summer shot at the shinobi. With Crow, he was going all out and, even when drunk, he was a born fighter and killed shinobi. With Raven, she was lethal while using her hard light sword when she kicked and sheathed it. Instantly, she activated a mechanism that moved the cylinder inside Omen. When she finished, Raven drew her sword, which was now red. It was a blade of fire dust. With it, he launched himself at the shinobi, slashing and leaving a small trail of fire, cauterizing his enemy's wounds. 5 minutes later, the curtain of purple smoke began to dissipate, revealing the 5 standing intact, while on the ground there were dismembered shinobi, with wounds and/or gunshots, most of them dead. Raven. Well, we're done with this, now I'm going to use my semblance. With that, she turns to use her semblance, but Ruby and Taeyang notice something. Ruby. Raven, watch out. She turned to see a kunai flying towards her. Before she could react, Taeyang tackled her, causing them both to fall to the ground as the kunai whizzed past and Raven's mask fell off. Everyone saw Taeyang land on top of Raven, staring at each other. Taeyang. Are you okay? Raven. With a slight blush, yes, I am. Taeyang nodded and stood up, letting Raven do the same. Just then, they saw Ruby holding the shinobi by the hair. Ruby. Oh dear, you shouldn't have done that. With that, he punches the shinobi in the face, drawing blood from his nose. Shinobi. You damn bitch, how dare you. But Ruby gives him another blow, and then another, and more blows, bleeding his face, while Team STRQ were shocked by what they saw. Shinobi. Crying in great pain, please, stop. Ruby. Mockingly, isn't it not fun when they do the same to you? The shinobi was a little confused when he was shocked to see Ruby change into his true form, Naruto. Shinobi. Why you? Naruto smiles, then throws the shinobi into the air while a Rasengan forms in his hand. A Rasengan of a forbidden element. Naruto. Chishaka's in Rasengan. The shinobi fell, causing Naruto to strike him in the abdomen with the Rasengan, sending him flying. But it didn't end there. As he landed, the shinobi began to writhe, and a liquid identical to the substance used for the Rasengan began to ooze from the wound. It was abstraction. Naruto. We have to leave quickly, if the abstraction continues to be generated we will all die. That shocked everyone, causing Raven to quickly use her semblance. Once the portal is ready, the 5 of them cross it, but not before Raven takes her mask, and then it closes. Elsewhere. The red portal opened, and Raven, Summer, Taeyang, Crow, and Naruto emerged. The 5 of them stood to one side near the prison, at Naruto's request, as the portal closed. Naruto. Alright, it's time to get rid of the evidence. But that in his hand, having only 3 fingers extended, a black ball is created. It was the black hole option from the Absolute Solver. The Noir launched the sphere at the prison, and after a few seconds, a black dome with grey edges appeared, covering the entire prison. After 2 seconds, the dome shrank, leaving a large hole where nothing had been. This left Team STRQ speechless. Naruto. Let's go. Team STRQ snaps out of their stupor, nods, and follows Naruto on. Escape from Konoha. Naruto and Team STRQ were seen walking until they reached a cliff, then they saw a group of people near the entrance of Konoha. Naruto. Smiles slightly, there they are. Well, it's time to go down. Taeyang. It's a cliff. I understand Crow, Raven, and you, but what about your mother and me? Naruto. I've got that figured out. Naruto takes out 2 nano cubes, the nano cube, sacred staff. Then the nano cube, planned. When opened, green lights appear, revealing the sacred staff. An object weapon from his reset being Son Goku and his glider. Naruto gives the glider to Summer and the sacred staff to Taeyang. Naruto. Okay, Mom. Summer, the glider is simple, you just hold onto the wings and put your feet in the tail. Summer nods, then Naruto looks at Taeyang. Naruto. Dad, wow, I didn't think I'd ever say that again. Taeyang laughs a little. Naruto. Anyway, the sacred staff acts as you think, what you have to do is think about the staff stretching out so you can reach the ones at the entrance, be careful, if you don't think exactly you could end up hurting yourself. Taeyang nods, then Naruto makes wings of dark matter appear. Imagine it's Naruto. Upon seeing that, Crow transforms into a crow. Followed by Raven. With that, the crows flew, followed by Naruto, while Summer glided with a glider, and Taeyang was careful using the sacred staff. At the entrance to Konoha. There were many people there chatting amongst themselves about various topics, but mostly about Naruto, since they knew everything related to the resets and were truly shocked. Although everyone found it curious to see a jester girl. They all wondered what kind of people and beings Naruto had met. Then they saw shadows on the ground in the moonlight. Looking up, they saw Naruto and Team STRQ. The 5 of them landed, and Naruto deactivated his wings. Summer stowed the glider's wings and tail, Taeyang carefully climbed down from the staff and put it back in its sheath, and the crows reverted to Crow and Raven. Seeing Summer, Taeyang, and Crow, Yang opened his eyes and tears streamed down his face. Yang. Dad, Mom, Uncle Crow. Upon hearing Yang, the three smiled and went to hug her. Raven watched with a touch of jealousy but understood the situation. After the reunion, Summer saw Betty, who had seen her. They both knew who the others were, which explained their serious expressions. Betty would be Summer Rose. Summer would be Betty Noire. There was a great tension when Crow stood between them to separate them. Crow. Calm down, both of you. They both saw Crow, but Betty stared intently at Branwen. Betty. A little flirtatiously, there's Papantla de Salaya. That confused Crow, but Naruto was speechless at what he had just seen and heard. Be damned Crow. Upon hearing that, everyone turns to see a white-haired girl who looks like Weiss. It was Winter Schnee, Weiss's older sister. Crow. Oh, hola Ice Queen. Winter grunted at what Crow said, while some laughed at it. Menma. Ice Queen. Betty. Laughs a little. Sorry, that's a language called English, easy to read but difficult to pronounce. Menma and those who didn't know nod in agreement. Summer. And Ice Queen means Ice Queen. Everyone from that reset nodded while laughing a little, causing Winter to get even angrier. Naruto. Wait a minute, if Winter's here that means. With that, he turns to see John hugging three people he instantly recognized. Nora Valkyrie. Puranikos. Wyren Lai Ren. Naruto smiled at the sight. It was Team JNPR's reunion. Just then, he felt something touch his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the jester looking at him with a smile. Naruto. Happy remember. Omni smiles as they both hug with big smiles. 5. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to see Raven on the ground, knocked out, while Yang was in an attack position. Xiaolong had given him a flying kick and Raven was left like that. Crow. And that's how the strongest member of the team falls to her own daughter. At that moment, Naruto moves quickly to push Nora away while holding a Rasengan. Before they could say anything, they saw Anbu appear, but his head was shattered by Naruto's Rasengan. This surprised everyone, while Naruto remained serious. Naruto. Serious, this is taking a while, the Anbu are appearing so I need to know who will be going. Winter approaches to give Naruto a scroll phone deactivated. Naruto takes it to activate it and see the contents of who will be going. Lista, Personas. Naruto Noire Dreemurr. Here's in Sarutobi. Anko Midarashi. Gucci. Am. Menma Bifong. Zabuza Mamachi. Hakuyuki. Olivia Tennyson. Maru Sarutobi, Antes Konohamaru. Butan Ice. Mogi Kazamitsuri. Hineko Taoju. Ravel Phoenix. Mito Uzumaki. Asper Vladi. Rin Nahara. Emily Haruno. Hanabi Hyuga. Penny Polandina. Yang Xiaolong. Blake Belladonna. Weiss Schnee. Dawn Arc. Betty Noire. Amber Lightvale. Hiroka Taoju. Tsunade Senju. Shizune. Sakura Haruno. Summer Rose. Yang Xiaolong. Raven Branwen. Pro Branwen. Omni. Winter Schnee. Nora Valkyrie. Puranikos. Ren Lai. Niji Hyuga. Tenten. Rock Lee. List, Animals. Zwei. Paris. Abu. Terry. Spiny. Ace. Tank. Ponton. After reading both lists, Naruto sees the 4 new ones. Sakura. I won't abandon my sister, and besides, this is a new opportunity in life. Niji. We no longer recognize our sensei, and seeing what's happening in the village, we decided to escape. Naruto nodded as he watched Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee remove their headbands and place them on the ground. Seeing this, those who had been wearing headbands also removed them, leaving them on the ground. Then Akumu arrived and opened his mouth, revealing that he had everything, which brought a smile to Naruto's face. Naruto. Okay, we're going, but first. With that, he creates clones, each one builds a Geister Blaster, they climb aboard and take flight. This caught everyone's attention, but Betty saw Naruto begin charging the Geister Blasters with a Rasengan. Betty. Oh, he's going to use the Geister Rasen Blasters. Mito. Geister Rasen Blasters. Betty. A technique he created by combining the Geister Blaster with his silver Rasengan, meaning it's made of pure soul magic. That caught everyone's attention and surprised them, but they put that aside when they heard gunshots and explosions. Then they saw all the Narutos land on their feet as the clones disappeared. Without another word, Naruto scooped Kaneko up in his arms. Naruto. With Kaneko in his arms. With that, he starts running. The others were confused and amused, but they followed him. Dripped Yuzu. The whole group of people could be seen walking towards some random destination, led by Naruto who was holding a white kitten in his arms that looked pregnant and was sleeping. This kitten was Kaneko who, at Naruto's request, was sleeping. Raven. So where are we going now? Naruto. Well, we're going to Uzushiogakure no Sato. That surprised those from the ninja world, while the rest were confused. Omni. Yuzushiogakure no Sado. Tsunade. Yuzushiogakure no Sado, Yuzushio or Yuzu, is the ancient land of the Uzumakas. Summer. Why old? Eddie. Because she was attacked by 3 ninja villages, Kumo, Iwa and Kiri. That surprised everyone who didn't know. Sakura. And why were they attacked? Emily. Because of the Fukinjutsu. The Uzumakas were peaceful, but the 3 villages attacked them out of fear of the Fukinjutsu, since it has no limits except your imagination. This surprised the others even more, while those in the ninja world thought of Mito, Menma and Naruto, since, although they didn't want to admit it, all 3 are still Uzumakas, although 2 of them are partly Uzumakas. Naruto. Slowing down well, we're quite far from Konoha and a bit isolated from civilization. Crow. Why do you say that? Naruto. I had to wait to get our transport out because if we did it in Konoha, we'd get attacked even more. Everyone had to accept that it was perfectly logical. Without further ado, Naruto pulls out a phone that looks strange to those who don't know what a phone is. It was his samurazer. Olivia. A phone. Naruto. A samurazer. But that, he opened it while leaving Kaneko, who had woken up, on the ground to surprise everyone by making the kanji for fire in the air. Naruto spins it around, and the kanji then appears, generating a red glow and revealing Naruto in his Red Ranger samurai suit. Seeing Naruto in the Red Ranger samurai suit surprised everyone, but some blushed slightly since the suit was somewhat tight, showing off Naruto's toned physique. Putting that aside, Naruto pulls out an object. It was the black box. Menma. What is that? Naruto. It's the black box, an object that allows one user to do what 5 or more would do using this suit. This filled everyone with curiosity as they watched Naruto activate the black box, acquiring a white jacket. Naruto takes out a disc that no one saw and puts it in the black box. Naruto. Samurai Battle Wing combination. With that, the black box generates a faint glow as Naruto takes out the beetle and tiger discs. And swordfish. To launch them into the air. That confused everyone, but before they could do anything, they saw the discs generate a glow, then reveal the tiger Zords. Beetle. And swordfish. That surprised everyone, but then they saw the Zords combine to reveal the Samurai Battle Wing. Upon seeing that, everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto. Well, it's time to go. That generates Geister blasters, so everyone can start climbing into the control cabin. Control cabin. Upon entering, everyone was surprised to see the place. Imagine they are the characters in the group and there were only the green, red, and blue booths. But they were even more surprised to see how Naruto's outfit changed out of nowhere. Naruto goes to the command that had the tiger's head to take out his mega sword and bend it to insert and put the black box. Naruto. You'd better go to the Samurai Battle Wing's living room to rest, and if there is one, I'll pilot this. Nobody said anything and they left while Naruto began piloting the Samurai Battle Wing. In the living room. Everyone was sitting there waiting for their arrival at Yuzushiogakure no Sado. Kaneko had returned to her normal form as she watched Menma and Mito. She had sensed energies forming within them and wanted to investigate, but that would have to wait until they reached Yuzu. Everyone was waiting, chatting a bit. Betty was talking flirtatiously with Crow, who was somewhat nervous, and Winter was jealous, which amused some of them. Those from the shinobi world were talking a little about Naruto. They still found it hard to believe what they had said, but here was the proof. The rest decided to mingle amongst themselves. It wasn't a bad thing to meet new people. Yang. Now that I think about it, sees Pomni, where did you meet my brother? And the truth is, everyone had the same question. Omni. Smiling, oh, well, in a circus. Everyone fell silent. Weiss. Incredulous, what? Omni. Yes, in a circus, a digital circus, but not just any circus. In this circus you had to maintain your sanity to avoid becoming detached and turning into a monster without reason or humanity. But what is most frightening at first is that as soon as you arrive at the digital circus you lose all your memories, you don't know who you were in your past life, you don't know your face or your name. That silenced everyone in the room. They never expected that. Mito. And. Omni. Did it happen to Naruto? Unfortunately, it did, but that didn't stop him, and little by little we began to remember our memories. In the end, I was the one who sacrificed myself so that he could break the curse. He didn't want to, but I forced him. I'm sure that was very hard for him, but it was for the best. Everything fell silent in the room. They knew that Naruto was capable of anything for his loved ones, but knowing that someone sacrificed themselves for him, they were sure it was very hard for him. Hanabi. Hey, look here. They all went with her, still incredulous that there were windows and more walls. Putting that aside, they went to the windows to see how Yuzushiogakure no Sado had been partially rebuilt and with Naruto clones working there. Time skip. Everyone was seen leaving the samurai battle wing when it disappeared, revealing the ranger, who had reverted to Naruto, as he stored the discs. Then a clone appeared in front of Naruto. Clone. Boss, everything's almost ready. He hands over the rabbit miraculous. Here's the rabbit miraculous. Their souls are safe too. Naruto. Nods thank you. With that, the clone left while the rest went with him. Menma. So that's why you were a little tired and always had your eyes closed. Naruto nods as Betty. Naruto. You already know what I'm going to do. Everyone looks at Betty, who nods. Naruto leaves while Betty looks at the boy who suffered the loss. Mito. Curious and worried, what is Naruto going to do? Betty. He's going to get his friends back, his family, the entire Underverse. This surprised everyone as they watched Naruto standing there while, surprisingly, he put on a mask hidden in his hood as his outfit changed into that of a warrior. Everyone saw Naruto. Naruto was gone. Seinen was there, Tail Naruto was there, Classic was there. Naruto turned his eyes toward the group, some of whom were startled and frightened by what they saw. But even so, they all saw something they never expected to see in Naruto's eyes. He was always analytical, serious, cheerful, kind, and/or nostalgic, but now there was an emotion that surprised them. Hope. Betty took out an object and threw it to Naruto, who caught it. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a soul capsule containing a very rare soul. Hope. Naruto saw her to see Betty. Betty. You'll need it. Naruto nods and puts the medallion in his pocket. Without saying a word, he creates a portal to Glitchtale. Naruto stands there, watched by everyone. Lake. What's wrong with him? Betty. He still has doubts about whether he'll make it. Everyone saw and heard Naruto sigh before entering the portal, which then closed. Recovering to the Underverse Part 1. You could see Glitchtale where there were Grims, among them several new Grims like Berinjal. Creep. Griffin. Bro. The Hound. The 3 Wyverns. The strange thing was that they were all attacking something, or rather someone. A red blur was moving at full speed, killing every Grim that got in its way. The blur stopped moving as a medallion hung from its neck. While in his right hand he held a staff, which the person used to strike and kill the Grim. The person moves away in a red blur, revealing itself to be Naruto, who was using the medallion item, which was armor granting him 20 def, and Crosier, which was his weapon. On his right chest was the Soul of Hope capsule. Since he did not possess the Hope trait, the capsule allowed him to use its abilities in magic. Naruto looked at the Grims and summoned a giant Hope knife in his left hand. They launched themselves against the Grims, who did the same. Naruto. I have to finish this, one for all. Full cal 20%. Thinking about that activates one for all in its full cal technique at 20%. With that, his speed and strength increased considerably, allowing him to kill the Grims at an alarming rate. The Grims tried everything to stop Naruto, who left no Grim alive. A Hound attempted to attack Naruto from behind, but he struck it with his staff, knocking it away. The Noir then made his knife vanish and charged at a Wyvern, generating a Rasengan within a Rasengan in his hand. It was a Rasengan, a technique he created from another. With it, he uses his float quirk to reach the Wyvern's head and strike the Rasengan into the Grim's head, causing half of its body to explode. Naruto draws the butcher knife. The weaponry of the Soul of Ira, to launch a fiery slash at several Grims while placing the staff on his back and, using the black whip quirk tied to the neck of another Wyvern, he propels himself towards the other small Grims, killing all those who stood in his way. Naruto. This is taking too long. Using momentum, Naruto leaps upwards into the sky. At his highest point, Naruto makes the butcher knife disappear, creating a Rasen Shuriken in his right hand and a technique in his left hand that Amenma created after multiple resets. Just take the technique into account. The Rasen Ringu. With that, Naruto launched the Rasen Shuriken and the Rasen Ringu, which, upon colliding with the last 2 Wyverns, generated a massive explosion, while Naruto used the Absolute Solver's shield to protect himself and remain upright in the air. When it was over, Naruto looked up at the crater. Naruto. If Madara saw the explosion, he'd be fascinated. I think I'll try to save him. After all, he's our cousin, Samui's son, who, surprisingly, is Minato's sister, meaning our aunt. He still remembers when he and Samui found out. Naruto was shocked, but Samui was devastated. She had lost her son when he was kidnapped, and learning that he died as a rogue warrior shattered her. And he still remembers how they found each other during the war. The reunion was moving, but Samui was once again devastated to learn that she would have to seal her son's soul. Naruto. Yes, I will definitely save Madara from that fate and see our aunt. He put that aside to begin heading towards the singularity using his semblance, and still with full cowl activated. Upon arriving, he became angry upon seeing certain beings from his reset, including Jade and Shiba. The Mujers. Naruto sighs angrily to deactivate one for all, taking out the Nano Cube, Bolzuka. They open it revealing Bolzuka. With that, he began attacking the Mujers, shooting and killing them, and also using the spin sword to cut them. He continued like this until he saw that only a few Mujers remained, so he stored both weapons in the nano cubes to keep them safe, and then summoned the scythe. The Soul of Vengeance weaponry. Upon seeing the Mujers, Noir activated his gear shift quirk, launching himself at them and mercilessly killing them. He had no reason to waste time. His mission now was to reclaim the Underverse. Less than 3 minutes passed before Naruto was finished. Seeing this, Naruto made the scythe disappear to view the singularity. Naruto. Hopeful please, let it work. Naruto extended his hands to begin concentrating as the Soul of Hope medallion began to glow with Noir's energy. Naruto started trembling with nerves when he sensed something a presence, no, several presences he knew perfectly well. The Underverse. Naruto smiled at the feeling as tears welled in his eyes. His friends would return. Naruto. Guys. Naruto takes a deep breath to see the singularity. Naruto. The button. Phoenix wings. Phoenix wings sprout from its back. Which Naruto admires, remembering that he created that jutsu in honor of Ravel. Naruto. Kuseritan chains Energicton energy chains. From her rear hip emerge 3 pairs of chains of both shapes to anchor herself to the ground. With ease, she travels to the singularity and leaps into it with a single objective. To reclaim the Underverse. Recovering to the Underverse Part 2. Naruto could be seen floating in a strange place. Imagine it's Naruto. It was the interior of the singularity. Naruto gazed at the singularity seriously, then looked at its chains, hoping they would hold. Naruto. Sigh, I hope it works. With that, he began to fly using his wings. He hadn't flown even 50 meters when lightning began to electrocute him as the pressure increased. Naruto began to grunt at this. He knew beforehand that the singularity was very dangerous, extremely dangerous, so dangerous that it was classified as a class ZZZZZ hazard. Naruto. With effort, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. He takes flight again but notices something. His speed is decreased. He turns around to see his wings beginning to burn from the singularity, but thanks to the Phoenix's regeneration and Kaiten chakra, the wings instantly recover. Ignoring that, Naruto begins to fly, ignoring the agonizing pain the singularity is causing him. Naruto continues flying but sees that it's spreading, so he activates a combination of Jutsu. The Eternal Manjikam Tensegan. Naruto began to see pieces of rubble scattered about, so he used his black whip quirk to push them away or try to block them. Inside the mask, Naruto's mouth was twisted into a grimace, a trickle of blood running from the right corner. Naruto continued searching until he sensed several presences, so he began to move quickly, using the rubble as a platform and destroying some of it with the black whip. He continued flying as his clothing gradually changed and he began to have flashbacks to his friends. Naruto. Mafia, Error, Dust, Reaper, Cory, Swap, Shift, Horror, Ink, Code, Guys, I'm coming for you. She continued flying while her clothes had changed. It was a combination of his current outfit and his first combat suit. When he was several kilometers away from the entrance, still generating chains, his eyes caught something. Several black shapes floating. Naruto increased the range of his Jutsu's vision, noticing they were bodies. He zoomed in further and saw her Reaper, there she was, floating. He saw the others and realized they were all from the Underverse. With joy, Naruto quickly approached, ignoring the powerful beams that tried to stop him and merge him with the singularity. When he reached Reaper, he scooped her up in his arms, looking at her. Naruto. Reaper. Naruto swallowed hard and brought his ear close to Reaper's mouth, but he couldn't feel his breath. This made Naruto nervous, and fearfully, he pressed his ear to Reaper's chest. For a second, he heard nothing until. Lup dum dum lup lup dum dum lup. Tears. That's what flowed from Naruto's eyes. But they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of joy. Naruto hugged Reaper's body as if it were about to vanish. The feelings were returning, the pain was disappearing, happiness was filling him. He didn't wait any longer and, using his black whip quirk, grabbed everyone from the Underverse and began to flee at full speed, using the chains that were pulling them along. As if the singularity knew what Naruto was trying to do, the beams increased in power, further damaging Naruto and his suit, which was beginning to burn. Naruto began to groan in pain. It was agonizing. Any normal person, whether civilian, shinobi, or anyone else who wasn't a representative of an AU, would have already begged for death or broken down mentally and psychologically, but he was Naruto Noire Dreemurr, current celestial in training and former traveler between resets. He could endure it. Naruto further increased the pulling force while grabbing everyone from the Underverse using Black Whip. Outside the singularity. The chains trembled from the action unfolding inside the singularity, as well as the weight. Some even looked like they were about to break. Or so they would have, if it weren't for Naruto emerging from the singularity at that very moment, pulling everyone from the Underverse with him. Naruto fell heavily to the ground, but managed to prevent his friends from being harmed. The Noir rose with some difficulty, his suit partially destroyed with burns and stained with blood. Naruto looked at the singularity and, as if crying, grabbed some soul ropes. He was about to close the singularity when something stopped him. Kyuubi. Stop, Naruto. Naruto. Angry, shut up, you damn thing. I'm going to close the bucking singularity. He was about to do that when Kyuubi said something that stopped him. Kyuubi. Don't do it, Ellen and Eri are inside. Upon hearing that, Naruto stopped abruptly. He didn't want to believe that cheap vixen, but a part of him wanted to listen to her. Nervously, Naruto reached out to sense the energies, but he couldn't. He was about to get angry, but then he felt something. Two small, little girl-like presences. Naruto remained silent, then summoned his phoenix wings again and shot off toward the singularity, completely forgetting to put on the chains. Several blue nano cubes were scattered on the ground. In the singularity. Naruto was flying at full speed, desperately searching for both girls with tears streaming from his eyes. On the seal. Kyuubi and Drake could be seen sitting watching everything from the cage. The dragon was confused. Drake. Why the desperation over the girls? It's not too much trouble. Kyuubi. Ellen and Eri are two very precious girls to Naruto. They are his adopted daughters. This surprised Drake, who understood Naruto's desperation to find the girls. Off the label. Naruto flew at full speed while jumping and propelling himself using the debris of both girls. Naruto. Why are you doing this? Kyuubi. It was my fault that all this happened to you, it was my fault about the resets, it's only fair that I'm the one who has to help you. I just want you to know that I don't expect you to forgive me, I just want you to know that I'll be there when you need me, even if you don't want me to be. Naruto remained silent as he stopped at some rubble. He could feel the emotions and in those moments he knew that Kyuubi was not lying. Naruto. Thank you, Hitomi. On the seal. Kyuubi, or rather Hitomi, was surprised to hear Naruto say her name, but she smiled as she wiped away a few tears. Without further ado, she tried to do something. Outside the seal. Naruto was flying when he felt something, Biju chakra surrounding him. But he also noticed something. There were no ill intentions, she was only helping him. Naruto smiled slightly and began to move faster, searching for his little ones, his princesses. Moving on all fours and using his wings, he accelerated until he stopped. In front of him were two bodies, two girls. Naruto smiled with joy as he picked them up and started to leave. Unfortunately, the singularity began to unstable and Naruto started to take damage even with a chakra cloak. Hitomi even began to create chakra arms. To help with the momentum, as well as protecting both girls by surrounding them with a cloak. They were about to reach the exit, but several threads of light. They began to emerge, attempting to restrain Naruto and pull him back into the singularity. Naruto extended his hand, protecting his daughters with the help of Hitomi and Drake. Suddenly, a staff bearing the head of Geister Blaster appeared. Causing Naruto to instinctively grab him. Seeing this, Naruto remained silent to see who had saved him. It was Reaper. Naruto. Reaper. Reaper. Naruto. She smiled when she saw her friend. Stop flirting, we need to get out of here. Upon hearing that, they turned to see another white-haired girl with white skin. It was Chara. But it wasn't just her. There were other kids forming a chain, representatives of the AUs. Naruto smiled with joy as tears streamed from his eyes at seeing his friends back and awake. Reaper took Naruto in his other hand to hug him, and from his staff emerged a blade of energy, revealing itself to be a scythe. That cuts all the light wires. Chara. Throw. But that shout, everyone starts pulling as they leave the singularity, also saving their friend. Outside the singularity. The long chain of AU representatives could be seen pulling together, and then they all emerged. On the ground, Era was watching everything, looking up at the sky. Era. Now Hacker and Code. Hacker Myth could be seen in the sky. Why Code Menma? They nod in agreement to press a button created by their combined power. As they press the button, the singularity begins to slowly close. Seeing this, another representative looks at the others, revealing their true appearance. Era Nightmare Sakura. Nightmare. Now for the magic. The representatives nodded, beginning to generate soul magic toward the singularity, closing it more quickly. Seeing this, the rest, including Naruto, began casting soul magic toward the singularity, managing to close it completely. They all collapsed, exhausted, and then heard sobs. Turning around, they saw Naruto hugging the girls with purple and blue hair. The purple-haired one was Ellen. And the blue-haired Eri. The three of them were crying over the reunion, and they knew who he was because, thanks to the singularity, they know the whole story. Ellen Eri. Crying with happiness, Daddy. Naruto. Crying with happiness, my princesses. Everyone smiled at the sight. Naruto just looked up through his tears, watching the sunset in Glitchtale. His dream had come true, and now he had his friends back with him. Return and truth. It was a new day and an Undertale, more specifically in Yuzu, all of Naruto's allies could be seen having breakfast, although they were somewhat worried about Noir. Yang. Where is he? Blake. Calm down Yang, I'm sure he's fine. And as if it were a sign, they saw a grey portal open before them. Everyone listened intently as they heard murmurs coming from within. Naruto, Reaper and Chara emerged from the portal, chatting, while Leary held a book from which she practiced parcelting. With Ellen's help. Naruto. Seriously, I still can't believe you guys convinced me to do that. Reaper. What can we say? Only the best. Chara nodded in agreement. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Naruto. Seriously girls, I missed you all. They both smiled when they heard a fake cough. Turning around, they saw Naruto's allies. Some were watching the scene with jealousy, others with curiosity, but one was smiling. Omni. Jealous who are they, Naruto? Naruto. Oh, well, the white-haired one is called Noire Dreemurr. That surprised everyone and caught their attention, since he had the same last name as Naruto. Tsunade. Serious, what is your relationship with my grandson, child? Chara. I'm his friend, but I share the same last name because I come from another universe. Niji. Surprised, wait, the multiverse is real. Chara. We call it the Underverse, but yes, it exists. I'm from Stale. Reaper. And I'm from Reapertale. My name is Mito Uzumaki, but you can call me Reaper. That surprised everyone, but especially Mito, who approached her so they could see each other. Mito. It's surprising to see a variant of myself. Reaper. Not for me, since I'm used to traveling through the Underverse, it's common for me to see some variants of myself, although some are evil, others are good, including you since I was told the story. Mito nods somewhat sadly when Winter remembers something. Winter. Now that I remember, sees Naruto, what did they mean by I still can't believe they convinced me to do that? Naruto sighed and picked up the backpack on his back. He opened it, twisted it, and spilled out its contents. Two beings fell out. They were Chibi Drake. Why Hitomi Chibi? But the curious thing was that both of them wore collars, implying that they were still sealed and could only leave. Upon seeing them, everyone except Yuri, Ellen, Reaper and Chara looked at Naruto, who didn't seem at all pleased to have them both outside the seal. Weiss. Is that why you can't believe they convinced you? Naruto nods and then starts walking towards a certain place. After a few minutes, Naruto returns with two soul containers. One of them contains Makoto Uchiha's soul. And the other one is Satsuki Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha's older sister. Naruto watched the boats, trying to retrieve the one containing Sasuke's soul. Everyone was watching the boats intently, but Reaper and Chara recognized them instantly. Reaper? Whose souls are those? That surprised those who didn't know. Those hearts were souls. Naruto. The black one belongs to Sasuke Uchiha, the green one belongs to Makoto Uchiha, and the orange one belongs to Satsuki Uchiha. Reaper and Chara nodded while the rest were surprised and curious. Menma. Who is Satsuki Uchiha? Naruto. She's Sasuke's older sister, but if she were revived, they would both be the same age. That surprised everyone, but then they saw Naruto pull out 3 hairs. Naruto opened the jars, and then the souls of Sasuke and Makoto floated into his hand. Why Satsuki? With their hair floating near their respective souls. Naruto's eyes shifted to his eternal Mangekyou Rinnegan to use the Naraka path and summon the King of Hell. Everyone, except for 5 people, was surprised but watched as Naruto stuffed the souls and hair into the head's mouth. Instantly, the head closed its mouth and began chewing, alerting those who were unaware. After a while, the head spat out 3 bodies, prompting Naruto to grab some towels to cover them. A minute later, Sasuke woke up and looked around, but his gaze lingered on Naruto. Sasuke. With hatred you. Naruto. Serious, hey idiot, calm down so I can explain things to you. By the way, look to your left. Sasuke is confused and looks to his left, shocked to see his mother and sister. Sasuke. How? Naruto. Wait a few minutes and you'll find out. Sasuke just nods out of habit. Time skip. They were all eating when they heard some groans. When they turned around, they saw Makoto. Why Satsuki? Wake up. Makoto. What happened? Satsuki. I don't know, Mom. They are surprised to find themselves alive, but then Sasuke hugs them. Seeing him so big, they are both surprised, but they hug him back. Sasuke. I miss them. They both smile, then separate. Satsuki. Look at you, you're the same age as me, but what happened? The only thing I remember is that Danzo, his rude ambush and the masked man killed us. This surprised Sasuke and those who knew about the Uchiha massacre, except for Naruto and Betty. Tsunade. Wait, didn't Itachi cause the Uchiha massacre? The massacre surprised those who didn't know. Makoto. Tsunade-sama. Wait, do you think Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan? No, it was Danzo along with his henchmen and a masked man. Everyone fell silent as Sasuke stared into space. He had just learned that other people had killed his clan, and the worst part was that it was one of those he had trusted a little. Naruto. Sasuke. The man turns to look at him. Naruto. Listen Sasuke, I know we got off on the wrong foot and that you were manipulated, but take this as a new opportunity to improve, and regarding Itachi, we will find him, and this time things will be different, just remember, smiles a little, whatever happens everything will be alright. Everyone fell silent upon hearing Naruto speak as they gazed above him at a brown-haired girl with emerald eyes. Just take the girl into account. It was her avatar named Sakura Kinomoto who, precisely, was wearing the last outfit made for her by her friend Tomoyo Tadauji. Naruto. Alright, it's time to start. This will take us years to rebuild, improve, and other things. When we finish and are ready, we will make ourselves known to the entire ninja world. They all nodded as they looked at each other. It would be a new beginning and a new adventure. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.